Chapter 1 Choosing to be Kami 3 Crows. In the primordial world, countless shave passed zin spankuopen the heavens and earth. Some have perished, yet ye are not entirely gone. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Lin Zio murmured, observing his surroundings such chaotic void, devoid of anything. Ding! The host has awakened the divine selection system snow, officially activated. Please make the following choice. Option 1 Devour Diginan Taiito Becomethasol Golden Crow, rewarded with that wealth per worldwide Alatus. Option 2 Becometha Third Golden Crow, rewarded with Thofragment Toth Creation Jade Plate. Option 3 Continueto Wander, awaiting transformation, reward dead with the strand off primordial purple chi. A pseudo mechanical voici jolted Linzaya from his confusion. What the heck? Have I crossed a dovertoth primordial era? In his past life, apart from the relentless grind off 996, Hisson Lai Salasuus reading novel show could not comprehend, predicament? No ton lihad he crossed a dovertoth primordial era, betilsa possessed a system. Thoth he fantasized about such a crossover while reading, when Themament finally arrived, Linzaya found himself list-handleted. It was implied hath this world was rather terrifying even with a system. It fell taken to a hellish difficulty. With Thor a smile, Linzaya says to dwell in his thoughts and focused on the choices before him. Since washer, hem I task well make the best o fit what was the worst, thought could happen? At first glance, the fierce Joyce appared the most advantageous becoming Thessol Golden Crow, with a commendable art. Yet, I fetrally Becamethianly Golden Crow, he might find himself racing 12 ancestral witches alone. Huis no ye one, effortless like taking gone 10 opponents. Even in the primordial world, forming Gallian cess and gathering comrades swasthemist prudent survival strategy. For instance, the Sanching, aside from their formidable foundations, before attaining Saint Thude, stood united against their foes Brithingenunism, with mutual support, far preferable to going solo. With this in mind, Linzio Hadelreedy made his decision. Hecklediacilially with Diginan Taiita, form a 3 crows coalition. Wythe Sanking and Theliad, the 3 crows wold follow. As for the last option, Linzia dismissed it almost immediately. Alt hother wardward wast primordial purple chi, one amost havi elefatally zeit. In a world that voludruts, hakutal what form it might take? God forbid had transformed into a pig thought wu dronderish journey meaningless. System, Icus option Tudo Becca Metha Third Golden Crow. After careful consideration, Linzia finally made his choice. Ding! Host Haskos an option 2, becoming Thethard Golden Crow. The transformation of the host's roots will commence, and the process will take a considerable time. Please prepare yourself. A sharp pain surged from the depths of his mind, and Linzia's consciousness dimmed everything went black, and then heck nothing. Ultimately, a fragment of his Drewsbury transformed into stream of flight, silently traversing the primordial world, landing upon the sun star. Next dot will golden crow eggs, he becca metherdig, absorbing the sun star's energy and slowly growing. A thismament, in the primordial world. The heavens and earth shifted, and conflicts abounded. After the death of the ferocious beast, the 3 clans Softragons, Phoenixes, and Unicorns seized the opportunity to ascend the historical stage, dominating land, sea, and sky. Each clan was soon willing to yield, striving to complete, Lyriolith the primordial world. Instigated by the demon ancestor Luoho, the 3 clans ignite Dagrator. This battle endured countless ages, eventually leading to the withdrawal of the tree clans from the historical stage, ushering in the conflict between Deo and demon. In the end, Hongjun Sprouse compelled Luo Hao to self-destruct, obliterating the Western spiritualvians, leaving Hongjun severely wounded. After the Dao demon conflict concluded, the most ferocious and terrifying calamity in the history of the primordial world began to brightly. In the stern primordial realm, the sun star hung high in the firmament, illuminating the earth. It was transformed from Pangusliftai, harboring boundless ferocity. A thismament, atop the sun star, 3 golden eggs basket in the true fiery of the sun, gradual enhancing their power amidst tias. On this day, a thunderstorm descended upon the tranquil sun star, and suddenly, off the golden eggs hattered, giving birth to a golden crow. Huistal, adorned in golden armor, exuding nobility and dominance, with a handsome eva sage irradiating masculine vigor. In Hishans, Hecrid led thriver diagram lo shu. As soon as the youth Fulman took form, he grasped the mysterious of heaven and earth, promptly proclaiming with a resounding voice. I am three-legged golden crow today a tech for man shall be known as Dejuan. The majestic sound of his declaration resonate, da cross million soft miles, shaking the heaven sand earth, asafin responsido digen swords. The transformation hunder storm above symbolically struck down, causing no harm. For being soft such formidable roots and profound blessings, the transformation hunder storm was nothing more than a formality. After the thunderstorm receded, Digen gazed at that warming golden crows beside him, a warm smile gracing his lips. Surely, these two eggs are my younger brothers. Very well, ishal into you both a hand. Raising gishend, Hune Li should two stream soft puree and urgent tathigs, and immediately, azure joff potent terminated forth. Time passed unknowingly, and Thessicondeg shattered, giving Grizitoaner golden crow, coalescing into I outhful figure. Heberi striking Grezomblincito Dejuan, yet appeared de younger, clad in a resplendent golden robe, radiating Gregel splendor and possessing an innate air of sovereignty. I am three-legged golden crow today a tech for man shall be known as die. With his domineering declaration, the heavens trembled in response, and as that transformation hunder storm descended, it west ilabithesando fabel. The chaos bell floated above Teashed, enveloped in Chiatis energy. What a treasure! Digen gazed enviously ath chaos bellabove tai, aculiaware thady far surpassities, river diagram lo shu in power. Hefelt no jealousy, only admiration the strength o fis brother sine tetria sur brought him joy. Teia pays respects to my elder brother. Teia clasped Hishinson greeting, naturally zincing that theman beside Heim was of Tisami origin, and as she had transformed ladder, it was in fitting to address him as elder brother. Ha ha, nani ed for formalities. Digen laughed heartily, his satisfaction evident as regarded his younger brother. At that moment, a booming sound erupted, and the heavens trembled him tire sun stars amid a camelive, with spiritual nergai for million soft miles surround surging towards it. Digen and Te exchange glances, both astonished be the spectacle. These incredible phenomenon waste the result of thire Ito-born third brother. Given this commotion, our third brother's aptitude must be extraordinary. Perhaps events surpassing our own, Digen remarked wismal, his excitement palpable the stronger his brothers were, the happier health. Indeed, yet I wonder what of power our third brother will achieve upon transformation. Teanada dead in agreement, his gaze filled with anticipation. A heavenly omens descended, golden lotuses floated, and auspicious clouds gathered, numerous miraculous occurrences enveloped the sun star. This drew the attention of countless beings, who marveled at yet no therinate it had taken form. A turbulent storm of thunder clouds gathered above the sun star. Finally, the last golden crow shattered, and a figure emerged. Chapter 2 Ling Xiao, the Golden Crow. As the third golden egg fragmented, a figure a thunderous lie stepped forth. With long black hair cascading down to his waist, he dened the crown of primordial heaven and dirt hand wore a robe-eater ned with the sun, moon, and stars. Beferethum studiouth, ac lish jamark upon his brow, exuding gunner of defiance as sparkled like stars, and dis brows were reelegant lie-arched, his beauty unpearled. I am three-legged golden crow today a tech for man shall be known as Ling Xiao. The heavens trembled in resonance, the sound of his voice echoing with authority, seeming like acknowledging Thuth's identity. The thunderstorm descended in a torrential downpour, yet was completely absorbed by the cauldron above Athea's head. This individual was Linzai Oven before re-emerging from Thig, had gained consciousness on midi spontaneous decision takanchis namato Ling Xiao, ahomophonav's original name. Otherwise, with Digine and Teus grandiose names, it would be jarring for him to introduce himself as ergo. From Thisment forth, he would be known as Ling Xiao. As the thunderstorm dissipated, the heavens cleared. Ling Zai looked at Thesmaling Digin Antai, slightly bowing his head, and greeted them with Asmal. Greetings to Mitwo elder brothers, Ling Zai apacious respects. Ha ha, nani ed for formalities. Digin Antai shuckled dan na di denunizan, their satisfaction evident. Ling Zai gagas dat Digin Antai before him, feeling a warm surge within Ananet Zofkinship, as if they were born oft Hisam Emether. Int the perilous primordial realm, these atwo would henceforth be his sallies. Raising Gishend, has summoned the cauldron floating above his shed into his grasp thighs, which isn't a triasaur. Through team memory is Safi's inheritance, Ling Zai learned its name. Primordial cauldron. What surprised Ling Ziowas that thighs was episophinate suprema triasaur, on par with Tai's chaos spell. Alpha fit berethaname primordial, ithid not tricept the level of a chaos treasure, which left Ling Zia feeling getting yo for regret. Elder brother, third brother, we have a hus taken form waplans do you propose? Tay inquired, glancing at his twa brothers with a smile. Having comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth upon his transformation, endowed with themerit soft creation, Hestil felt less regarding their next steps. However, Dejuan, with his straightforward nature and bold spirit, immediately declared with enthusiasm. Artria possesses considerable strength, this fist primordial realm esteeming with heroes, yet with Thor combined might, it shall not be difficult to carve ye out and name, for yourselves and achieve great deeds. In me view, we should first venture crossed primordial land, seeking treasures off heaven and earth before formulating our next plans. Juns word swore not without Marie Taltha their transformation swore accompanied being a tetriasuries, they were ultimately still to few. Aside from a singular sun star, the possessed nothing else. Taiyu pondered for a moment before gently noting, finding Isolder brothers' reasoning quite compelling. Subsequently, Thet Wolf Tim turned here gazes towards Ling Xiao, eager to hear his thoughts. My esteemed brothers, I possess the divine ability for a si tall ominent to divine at his situation, Ling Zia stated earnestly, refraining from providing an immediate response. It was precisely a themament, Jun suggested venturing beyond sun start had the system activate Dance Marie. Up in hearing this, Jun and Tai Yisias brightened with anticipation. Their third brother, during his transformation, had Ravanto be extraordinary, wielding formidable strength, and it was soon expected that they'll suboriagif to divine ability. Thus, there may main solent, patient lie awaiting eyes and sights. Ling Zio began to figna calculation, immersing his thoughts within the system. The system announced detection indicates he host transformation has succeeded. You know facey our first choice sane life please make the following selection. Option 1 Stepetov Sun Stare and showcasey our prowess to the being soft primordial world reward a strand off homing purple chi. Option 2 Remain steady and do not venture forthward the past natal treasure, the homing Liangtian ruler. Ling Zai did not make an immediate tekois and needed to first ascertain the current circumstances. System, what is the presentra? He inquired, somewhat uncertain. Ha Drevia slime ploy dis divine consciousness do serve the surrounding heaven and earth, yet the vastness of the primordial world drawn to red in a useful informationlessive. The current period dispose the conclusion of tor between Deo and demon, the system replied in a mechanical tone. Ling Zio was momentarily taken aback. According to the narrative soft primordial world from his previous life, Jun and Taiyu had undergone your transformations, approximately at the tail end of Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm, or at the latest, during Thor between Deo and Demon. Yet now, Thor Hadel Reedy concluded, and Theodonla just transformed. It must been thought following themed off Thor between Deo and Demon, it would not belong before Hunjin attained Saint Thud, and thereafter, the teaching Sathzi Shao Palace would commence. Jun and Tai participating in those teachings, would already be the outsatoft great Luo golden immortarium. However, at this moment, Jun and Taiyu Donley just reached he, listage soft Tai golden immortarium, while himself had attained themed stage Tai golden immortarium. That disparity was rather significant. System, witty door transformations occur so late? Ling Zio inquired, somewhat exasperated. Was this note a predicament? At this time, the prominent power-soft primordial world huddle reda matured, while it had just begun their transformations. Particularly concerning their future adversaries, the Witch Clan, that well the ancestors of witchcraft will read to possess the strength of great golden immortals. Anyone off Tim Kudi Salisub doeth the three eafdom. The T's duetathi host's involvement, Wixi phoned a portion off Teener Guy from Sunstar, resulting in an extension of the transformation period, the system elucidated. Ling Zia felt as Thoth Hayden countered an other version of himself, Ashafil utterly defeated. After Althus, it was still duetto his own actions. In his quest for strength and numbers, Hahad suffed a band Togather with Dijunan to confront the impending Chlamydioft Inimon tribes. Yet now, their cultivation level had plummeted, leaving them significant Libyan their peers. Reflecting Gon Thevant synth primordial world, Hari Khaled that Thekalamidiof Twitchin demon tribes was driven beyond seen hands. The master Rofto's hands swas nonather than Hong Jun. Of course, it could also be construed adasmer conspiracy theory. The truthof temeter was still elusive. Ling Zia pondered deeply, seeking gas strategy, and suddenly a thought emerged in his mind, illuminating his understanding. Thekalamidiof Twitchin demon tribes was, at its essence, a conflict between Twaklands that led to mutual destruction. Aslongash, along with Dijun and Tai, remain low-key with Sunstar. They could avoid involvement and develop quietly. Could Anyona truly drag theme out instigate a calamity? Even if Hong Jun was chiming behind the scenes, in a plot swould be futile against those Suhako see remain passive. As for the demon clan, let him do as they pleased. The demon court, let them establish it if they wished. The Fairsoft demon clan had no bearing in their Jinwu clan. Regardless of what transpired, their priority was to cultivate their strength in a discreet manner, entire lion different to the calamity. As long as their refrain from unifying demon clan or establishing a demon court, they would face no troubles. All these matters were but fleeting shadows. In the primordial world, strength reigned ned supremion set their own power grew formidable. They could shatter schemes with sheer might. Having come to his realization, Ling Zia felt a great sense of relief. Thought this approach wasam what avirla cautious, it was the best strategy hakud wc themament. Hepazessidae systemus longashuus grantedami to develop, hu dunde attain mastery overall. With his thought hottenmend, Ling Zia was already aware of how a should proceed with his choice. Chapter 3, a second choice, the mysterious orb system. I choose option 2. After careful consideration, Ling Xiao made his decision. Setting aside other matters, the Hongming purple chi held no allure for him. Host has chosen option 2. Rewards have been distributed. Third brother, what is the outcome? At last, Dijuan, noticing the prolonged silence, could not help but inquire. Ling Xiao came to his senses, paused for a moment, and slowly spoke. Eldest brother, second brother, I believe that now is not the opportune moment to venture out. After my calculations, the current primordial world is teeming with powerful beings, their strengths unfathomable. Moreover, we have transformed a bit late. Many treasures have already been claimed by others. Rather than seeking treasures outside, it would be wiser to cultivate at home and wait until we are stronger before stepping out. He spoke with utmost seriousness, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Dijuan and Tai pondered for a while. Finding merit in Ling Xiao's words, they concurred. Although they yearned to explore the world, it was prudent to focus on cultivation first. As suggested by their third brother, eldest brother, second brother, do not feel disheartened. In fact, there may still be treasures on the Sun Star that we can seek out first, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The Sun Star, born from the left eye of Pangu, is vast and boundless, filled not only with peril but also the potential for treasures. As the saying goes, to pacify external threats, one must first secure internal stability. It is wise to explore their homeland before considering other ventures. In their birthplace lies Fusang, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. This divine Fusang tree holds profound significance. In the primordial era, it was not only the dwelling place of the 10 golden crows, but also the source for crafting the starry flag of the great formation of the heavenly stars. For their Jianwu clan, it is of utmost importance. Third brother speaks wisely. Shall we set forth then? Dijuan replied, a radiant smile gracing his face, having long been eager to stretch his legs. Tai nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. Thus, Ling Xiao led Dijuan and Tai out of their birthplace, commencing their search for the Sun Star. The raging flames surged like billions of dragons, powerful and tumultuous. Even the golden immortals found it difficult to linger for long. This was the depths of the Sun Star, an exceedingly perilous place. Yet 3 figures strolled leisurely as if treading on level ground, as Ling Xiao had anticipated. They had scarcely begun their search when they stumbled upon an opportunity, a primordial great formation. Enveloping the Sun Star, emanating an endless murderous aura capable of obliterating even the Deluo golden immortals. It was no wonder they had been able to remain undisturbed in this place for such a long time. During this era of the primordial world, apart from the likes of Hongjun, The Deluo Golden Immortals represented the pinnacle of combat power. Now that they had arrived in the depths of the Sun Star, they aimed to refine this great formation. Dijuan held the He-Tu and Luo Shu, delving into the intricacies of the formation. This formation is truly profound. Once refined, it can serve as a protective formation for our clan. Dijuan exclaimed, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, this formation is ferociously powerful. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, Tai echoed, affirming Dijuan's sentiments. This exchange nearly amused Ling Xiao, who remarked, when it comes to formations, you two possess the second of the four great killing formations of the primordial world. It is akin to carrying a watermelon while picking sesame seeds. Ling Xiao felt it necessary to offer a hint. Brothers, I have recently contemplated the accompanying treasures and gained considerable insight. You should also take the time to ponder. Perhaps unexpected gains await you. The great formation of the heavenly stars and the primordial He-Luo formation were birthed from the accompanying treasures of Dijuan and Tai, a realization that had yet to dawn on them. Is that so? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Tai's interest was piqued, and he immediately began multitasking, contemplating the chaos bell. Dijuan remained silent, engrossed in his efforts to refine the unnamed great formation. Consequently, Ling Xiao and Tai focused on their own accompanying treasures. Waiting for Dijuan to refine the great formation, Ling Xiao, with the Hongming Ding atop his head, earnestly contemplated. Since his transformation, he had yet to thoroughly experience the profundities of the Hongming Ding, as for the fragments of the creation jade plate obtained as a reward. He set them aside for now, as they held little use until one reached the stage of comprehending the laws as a Deluo Golden Immortal. Suddenly, while introspecting, he discovered a pearl quietly resting within him. Silent and unassuming, had he not looked inward, he would have remained unaware of its presence. With a flicker of thought, Ling Xiao began to probe the mysterious pearl with his divine sense, ultimately merging with it. In an instant, he was enveloped by a sensation of being present within a boundless chaos, devoid of anything. This feeling felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Indeed, was this not the very scene he beheld upon his initial awakening? The landscape he witnessed then mirrored the present moment. This implied that he had been within this pearl at that time. Could this be the Chaos Pearl? Ling Xiao's heart raced. Having read tales of the primordial world, he deduced that this might be the indispensable artifact for traversing the primordial realm, the Chaos Pearl. With this thought, Ling Xiao endeavored to refine and manipulate the Chaos Pearl, only to find it utterly unyielding. Showing no inclination to respond to him, I shall not be deterred. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, his stubborn resolve ignited, as he exerted all his efforts to refine this enigmatic pearl. Time in the primordial realm was unfathomable, and an unknown duration passed. On one particular day, a tremendous and overwhelming aura suddenly surged across the Sun Star. Ling Xiao and Tai awoke, exchanging a glance before vanishing from their location and reappearing beside Dijuan. Eldest brother, has the formation been refined? They both inquired in unison, for in that fleeting moment, they sensed a shift in the murderous aura enveloping the Sun Star, likely indicating that their elder brother had succeeded in refining the formation. Dijuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shimmering within, and his smile grew increasingly radiant until he could no longer contain his laughter. Thanks to second brother and third brother, I have successfully refined this formation. I have named it the Sun Formation. What do you think? Dijuan's face beamed with joy and vigor. With this formation, the safety of the three brothers was greatly assured. Indeed, elder brother is wise, Tai remarked with a smile, sharing in the elation. Since this formation has been conquered, let us hasten to seek treasures. Ling Xiao spoke with a smile. Unencumbered by the limitations of the Sun Formation, they could now roam freely across the Sun Star. Following third brother's suggestion, let us depart. Dijuan nodded emphatically. Subsequently, the three brothers set off in different directions, soaring towards various corners of the Sun Star. Their search continued for over a century, as the Sun Star was vast, with many perilous locations yet to be explored, and they were treading into uncharted territory, which naturally took time. Eventually, the three brothers reconvened, sharing the treasures they had discovered. Sun essence stones, primordial fire, and fire attribute spiritual roots, an abundance of riches. After dividing the treasures, Dijuan spoke. Second brother, third brother, having refined the sun formation, I sense that there is a similar formation on the moon star. I wish to explore it. What are your thoughts? Chapter 4. 3,000 Restrictions. Moon Star Dijuan suddenly proposed a visit to the moon star, seeking the opinions of his brothers. Tai readily agreed, eager to venture to the moon star as well. However, Ling Xiao hesitated. Having recently chosen to remain hidden, he pondered whether stepping out now would constitute a loophole. He consulted the system for guidance. Host, the next choice must be triggered. Utilizing system loopholes is not permitted. Ling Xiao understood. Shrugging his shoulders, he replied, Eldest brother. Second brother, I will remain on the sun star to guard our home. You may go. Dijuan and Tai nodded, not pressing the matter further. Then stay at home. When we find treasures, we shall bring some back for you. Dijuan assured him. Ling Xiao nodded, warmth flooding his heart. Soon, the three parted ways. Ling Xiao returned to the base of the Fusang tree, seated in meditation. With a flicker of thought, the pearl within him materialized in his hand. After a period of effort, he finally gained preliminary control over this mysterious pearl. For now, I shall call you the Chaos Pearl, Ling Xiao murmured, continuing to attempt its refinement, and no matter how powerful the artifact, it would remain dormant without proper refinement. With a thought, Ling Xiao's soul power surged into the Chaos Pearl. After some time, he opened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Goodness, this thing possesses 3,000 restrictions. Ling Xiao was left speechless. Just moments ago, he had successfully broken the first restriction of the Chaos Pearl, only to discover there were still 2,999 remaining. This did not add up. In the tales of the primordial world from his previous life, it was said that ordinary artifacts possessed a maximum of only a few dozen restrictions. While the Chaos Pearl was undoubtedly impressive, could it really have 3,000 restrictions? Is this truly the authentic Chaos Pearl? Ling Xiao felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, filled with doubts. How long must he refine the 3,000 prohibitions? Despite his thoughts, life must continue, and he had no choice but to diligently proceed with the refinement. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. On this day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes after completing a session of refinement. A glimmer of joy flashing across his face, he felt that he had made progress. After successfully refining the first prohibition of the Chaos Pearl, the subsequent prohibitions seemed considerably easier to handle. During this period, he advanced rapidly, having refined 100 prohibitions. His mastery over the Chaos Pearl deepened further. As his consciousness entered its interior, the chaotic realm appeared significantly clearer than before. He could even slowly draw upon the innate energy within for cultivation, which was considerably faster than his current pace. With this thought, a look of delight spread across Ling Xiao's face, as long as he remained in the Sun Star, continuing his cultivation and refining the Chaos Pearl. He would eventually reach the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and gain insights into the laws of power through the Chaos Pearl. With such relentless cultivation spanning countless eons, he would emerge invincible, stunning the entire primordial world upon his arrival. Ding! Detection of Dijuan and Tai engaged in fierce battle on the moon star. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Remain steadfast and unmoved, rewarding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin Seal. Option 2. Launch an immediate attack to provide support, rewarding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petaled pure world white lotus. Ling Xiao fell silent, having just resolved to endure for countless years. The system now tempted him. System, I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao made his decision. Dijuan and Tai were in peril, and he could not stand idly by. The battle was taking place on the moon star. Had he encountered those two? Ling Xiao murmured to himself, stowing away the Chaos Pearl and rising to offer assistance. On the moon star, a grand battle raged fiercely. 4 powerful auras enveloped the moon star, their explosive clashes causing the entire celestial body to tremble. Shameless thieves, plundering the treasures of the moon star. Today you shall pay the price. A cold, piercing female voice resounded through the void, brimming with deep-seated anger. The speaker was a tall woman clad in blue and white silks, her stunning visage marred by a frosty demeanor, her icy killing intent freezing the very air around her. Friend, this is a misunderstanding. I merely sought to comprehend the formation and did not intend to steal your moon star's treasures, Dijun explained, his golden armor stained with blood. Who could have anticipated that while he was deciphering the formation of the moon star, it had drawn the attention of the innate deities here, whose powers far surpassed those of the two brothers? Had it not been for their exceptional treasures, they would have long been incapacitated. Humph! Every visitor here says the same. You do not appear to be virtuous, remarked another star deity, significantly smaller in stature yet possessing an alluring form, her nimble eyes sparkling with cunning. We are the sun star deities, not nefarious individuals. Might the two of you engage in a proper conversation? Tai, with the chaos bell atop his head, stood unyielding. Though his realm was inferior to that of his foes, he remained unscathed for the time being. Sun star deities? The taller woman expressed mild surprise before breaking into a soft laugh. How weak the sun star deities are. Her expression radiated arrogance as she looked down upon her opponents. Incredulous that the sun star deities could be so feeble, at these words, Dijun and Tai's faces darkened. This was their first battle since their transformation, and they were met with such disdain. Boom! The battle erupted once more, the surroundings becoming terrifying as innate spiritual energy surged chaotically, accompanied by an air of destruction. Even with the boost of their anger, Dijun and Tai were still far from a match for their opponents. Had it not been for the protection of the Chaos Bell, they would have already been overwhelmed. As fellow star deities, I might spare you this once, the tall woman spoke again, deftly countering the attacks without delivering fatal blows. The identity of the sun star deities was special. They could not act recklessly, lest they become entangled in significant karma. Hand over the Fusang tree from the sun star, and we shall erase the misunderstanding between us. She would not kill these two star deities, but she felt entitled to claim benefits, confident that they would not seek revenge, for their cultivation levels rendered them incapable of catching up to her and her sister. Once the same level of foundation was established, it would be exceedingly difficult to pursue. Upon hearing this, Dijun and Tai were filled with even greater indignation. You must be dreaming. The Fusang tree is the foundation of my Jinwu clan. How could it be handed over to you? Dijun retorted coldly, refusing without hesitation. They had no intention of retreating, for doing so could invite danger to the Sun Star, potentially involving their third brother as well. These two women possessed powers that far surpassed their own. Even with their third brother, they would still be at a disadvantage. Stubborn fools! The tall woman's expression grew icy as she unleashed her full strength, overwhelming Dijun and Tai, causing blood to spew forth into the void, threatening to shatter their very forms. Just then, a massive cauldron seemingly descended from another dimension, crashing into the fray and aiming to suppress the two women. Chapter 5. The third star deity of the Sun Star? The sudden appearance of the great cauldron caused both women to change expressions, and they launched their attacks, drawing in the celestial rivers surrounding the moon star. With a thunderous roar, the cauldron was repelled, floating and drifting before ultimately landing in the hands of a figure. Who are you? The woman demanded coldly, her expression tinged with wariness. The newcomer, with long black hair cascading down to the waist, donned a crown of primordial chaos and wore a robe adorned with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. His eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, his beauty unmatched. Third brother, what brings you here? Quickly leave. These two women are formidable. We are no match for them. Upon seeing Ling Xiao arrive, Dijun and Tai felt no joy, but rather urgency, pressing him to vacate. We brothers shall advance and retreat together. Ling Xiao, observing the dire situation of the two, allowed his expression to harden as he gazed at the distant women. If I am not mistaken, you must be Shi He and Changxi? Upon uttering these words, the two women's gazes sharpened, and the taller one coldly replied, You are their brother? I did not expect the Sun Star to have a third star deity. She appeared somewhat surprised, her scrutinizing gaze appraising Ling Xiao, instinctively sensing that this star deity was not to be underestimated, for she could not see through him. Hey, where did you hear my and my sister's names? Inquired the petite woman curiously, having never left the moon star since their transformation, nor left any trace upon the primordial lands. How could this individual know their names? The secrets of heaven are discernible. Ling Xiao replied lightly, if he could not deduce it, then there was a problem with his intellect. The secrets of heaven are discernible. I shall see what abilities you possess to make such arrogant claims. Shihi's expression turned cold as she raised her jade hand and struck forward, her immense power extinguishing the stars of the universe. Third brother, be careful, Di Jun urgently cried out, he and Tai Yi poised to strike. Yet, Ling Xiao was quicker than them, wielding the primordial cauldron above his head and the primordial celestial measuring ruler in hand, launching an assault without a hint of carelessness. The cultivation level of Shihi and Chang Shi had already reached the late stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal, and their presence had caused Di Jun and Tai Yi to transform later, allowing the moon star deities to surpass them in strength. Ling Xiao himself had only just reached the mid-stage of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Nearing the late stage, boom! In an instant, the myriad stars above them cracked, then shattered, a terrifying scene as the aura of battle surged forth. The primordial celestial measuring ruler radiated divine light, resembling a cascading galaxy, its might seemingly boundless. Although this treasure had yet to be fully refined by Ling Xiao, its power was already exceedingly formidable, being hailed as the ultimate offensive treasure of the postnatal realm. Ling Xiao faced two adversaries, wielding both offense and defense with unparalleled prowess. Despite his realm being inferior to the two women, he still held the upper hand. This display left Di Jun and Tai Yi utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They knew Ling Xiao was stronger than them, but never did they expect him to be so overwhelmingly powerful. The treasure in third brother's hands is exceedingly extraordinary. Could it be his companion treasure? Tai Yi gasped, astonished. This treasure possesses the essence of primordial chaos, akin to the primordial cauldron. It must be a companion treasure of third brother, Di Jun analyzed logically, a shade of envy glimmering in his gaze. His own He Tu and Luo Shu were also two items, but when compared to Ling Xiao's two, the disparity was quite significant. Smack, at that moment. The tide of battle shifted as Ling Xiao swung the primordial celestial measuring ruler, delivering a resounding slap to Chang Shi. Taken by surprise, she was sent flying, crashing into the moon star, her fate uncertain. Sister! She exclaimed, abandoning Ling Xiao to rush to her sibling's side. Chang Shi, blood trickling from her lips, had sustained injuries from the strike, her back aflame with a searing pain that nearly compromised her foundation. Witnessing her sister's plight, Shi was filled with fury and prepared to confront Ling Xiao, only to be restrained by Chang Shi. Sister, please do not act impulsively. I am fine, she urged, casting a fearful glance at Ling Xiao. Shihi's face was a mask of fury, clearly still unwilling to concede. Do not look at me like that. Had I not shown mercy, your sister would likely have perished. Ling Xiao spoke coldly, his long hair swirling without a breeze, exuding an air of defiance and nonchalance. If my sister is in peril, I will activate the lethal formation of the Taiyin star to ensure your presence here. Chang Shi declared. Ling Xiao chuckled silently, saying, do not put on a brave front. I have long discerned that you are incapable of mastering the lethal formation of the Taiyin star. Chang Shi's expression shifted slightly as she blurted out, how do you know? I have previously stated that the heavenly mechanisms are discernible. How could you possibly conceal anything from me? Ling Xiao remarked dismissively, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Ultimately, they were somewhat naive and innocent. Despite these two women having transformed early, they had never ventured beyond the Taiyin star, having experienced far too little to comprehend the treachery of human hearts. With a mere jest, he had elicited the truth from them in an instant. The gazes of the two women towards Ling Xiao turned wary, sensing that in his eyes, they harbored no secrets. Knowing their names previously, and now realizing they could not control the grand formation, the combination of these two revelations was no mere coincidence. Not only were the two women astonished, but even Emperor Jun and Tai Yi felt that their third brother was rather formidable. Do not become too complacent. The Taiyin star is our territory. Even without the lethal formation, you will find it impossible to defeat us. Shihi regained her composure, for she possessed numerous strategies at her disposal on the Taiyin star, not solely reliant on the formation. Have you forgotten something? I have brothers, after all, Ling Xiao stated with a smile. As his words settled, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances and promptly took their places beside Ling Xiao. Forming a line, Shi's countenance stiffened. She had completely overlooked these two. Although their strength was lacking, their combined might was not to be underestimated. "What exactly do you intend?" She remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, her tone betraying a hint of concession. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi remained silent, their eyes fixed on Ling Xiao in unison. "It is quite simple. Allow my elder brother to comprehend the Taiyin Grand Formation." Ling Xiao proclaimed, "That is impossible. If you were to comprehend the Taiyin Grand Formation, what would happen if you turned against us?" Shi insisted, maintaining her boundaries. "Turn against you. Do not overestimate your importance. The entire Taiyin star, only the lethal formation has caught my eye," Ling Xiao retorted sharply. "You?" Shi fumed, her exquisite visage clouded with frost. "What kind of talk is that? Are we truly so insubstantial? If you feel it is unfair, we shall allow you to comprehend the Sun Grand Formation in exchange," Ling Xiao continued. Upon hearing this, Shi was both infuriated and vexed. They could barely fathom the Taiyin Grand Formation, let alone the Sun Grand Formation. This proposed exchange was decidedly unfavorable for them. Thus, she paused and began to speak again. Point one condition. The pure world White Lotus. She opened her mouth to negotiate an alternative condition. "What condition? Please, do enlighten me," Ling Xiao replied after a brief moment of contemplation. The two sisters exchanged glances, seemingly inquiring of one another. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for what condition to propose. "How about this? We have yet to finalize our thoughts. We shall inform you once we have decided. Rest assured, we will not propose anything excessive, merely what you are capable of accommodating," Shi declared with a clear voice. With this, it was now Ling Xiao's turn to exchange glances with the other two. Emperor Jun was making frantic gestures, as if urging, "Quickly accept." "Very well, I shall agree to your condition." Ling Xiao hesitated momentarily before nodding, recognizing that declining such a seemingly advantageous offer would be rather foolish. Who could predict what the future might hold? The parties reached an agreement, and henceforth, Emperor Jun confidently delved into the comprehension of the Taiyin Grand Formation with the He Tu and Luo Shu in hand. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable amount of time passed. On this day, a vast aura surged forth as Emperor Jun finally succeeded in his comprehension. Thus, Ling Xiao and his companions departed with an air of swagger. Under the envious and resentful gazes of Shi He and Chang Shi, the two sisters gazed at Ling Xiao's retreating figure, unable to tear their eyes away for a long while on their journey back. Emperor Jun could not contain his joy and shared it with his two brothers. "Though they had not acquired any rare treasures on this expedition, to you truly are peculiar." Di Jun gazed at his two younger brothers, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a single sentence. That moment, an ethereal voice resonated across the heavens. "I am Hong Jun today. I attained sainthood. 3,000 years hence, I shall impart teachings at the Purple Cloud's Palace. Those who are fated may come forth." Chapter 7. Hong Jun's sainthood and the call to choose. The sudden voice swept across the vast expanse of the primordial land, echoing in the clouds above. Grand and boundless, reaching every corner, golden flowers rained down from the heavens, while countless golden lotuses bloomed upon the earth, their fragrance wafting through the air, creating an enchanting mist. Above, a figure flickered in and out of sight, enshrouded in an infinite aura of profound mystery and radiant merit. Mystical sounds arose, brimming with Taoist intent, awakening a profound resonance among the beings of the world. By the heavens! Has Hong Jun truly attained sainthood? Upon hearing this voice, Ling Xiao felt a jolt in his heart. He observed the myriad extraordinary phenomena enveloping the world and the indescribable figure, his expression becoming increasingly complex. This was indeed quite sudden. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Jun had achieved sainthood, which signified that the primordial realm was on the brink of the calamity between the Wu and the Liao. This would be the most ferocious catastrophe the primordial world had ever faced, culminating in the fall of the Wu and the Liao, leaving scarcely a remnant, with the primordial realm itself shattered into pieces, descending from its zenith into ruin. Who is this Hong Jun, a being of such immense power? What does it mean to attain sainthood? Yet, it seems quite formidable. Even this single voice exudes an unparalleled divine might. Second brother, third brother, shall we not go to hear his teachings? Dijun spoke with a hint of eagerness. Gazing at the celestial phenomena that enveloped the world, I never imagined such a mighty being could exist in the heavens. Tai remarked with a sense of longing. If we could attend a lecture by such an entity, it would greatly benefit our cultivation. After speaking, they turned to Ling Xiao, seeking his opinion. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, saying, "Eldest brother, second brother, do you know where the Purple Cloud's Palace is located? To reach the Purple Cloud's Palace, one must traverse the chaos and journey beyond the 33 heavens. The place where the Purple Cloud's Palace resides is timeless. To enter and listen to the teachings, one must transcend the river of time. In other words, without the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even if one were to miraculously cross the chaos, entrance to the Purple Cloud's Palace would remain unattainable." As Ling Xiao elaborated. He found himself relaxing, his thoughts becoming clear. Although the calamity between the Wu and the Liao was terrifying, surely I can avoid participation? With Dijun and Tai, I shall focus on my cultivation. As for the Demon Clan and the Celestial Court, let those who wish to establish themselves do so. Though this, I can only express my apologies. Attend the Purple Cloud's Palace to hear the teachings? It's laughable. My cultivation is insufficient to even go there. Such a thing exists? Dijun exclaimed in surprise, realizing that entry to the Purple Cloud's Palace indeed required the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal. If that is the case, we may not make it in time. Third brother, if you put in some effort, perhaps you could still catch up, Tai lamented, before turning to Ling Xiao, for he was their only hope. Ling Xiao gently shook his head. The journey to the Purple Cloud's Palace is long. Merely crossing the chaos would take at least a millennium. I would not make it in time. Since I do not intend to partake in the calamity between the Wu and the Liao, I must not have any ties to Hong Jun, nor can I attend his teachings. Setting aside other concerns, this sudden appearance of a third golden crow, who knows what might happen upon confronting Hong Jun? What if he perceives me as an aberration and decides to eliminate me? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Dijun and Tai felt even more regretful. In such a scenario, we three brothers may fall considerably behind. Perhaps not, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Hong Jun's first lecture will focus on the Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is not about teaching one how to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but rather presenting the complete Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix passed, those beings who transformed into Great Luo Golden Immortals have encountered slow progress in their cultivation, lacking direction, of course. This issue is insignificant for the three of us. When the opportunity arises, I shall impart the path of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the subsequent cultivation methods to Dijun and Tai Ding. Detection of Hong Jun's attainment of sainthood. Beings of the primordial world have begun making their way to the Purple Cloud's Palace. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Depart immediately for the Purple Cloud's Palace to hear the teachings. Reward, the innate top 10 spiritual roots, Huang Zhongli. Option 2. Remain steady and idle, becoming a mere bystander. Reward, a fragment of the creation jade plate. Just as Ling Xiao resolved his decision, the system's voice, long absent, rang out once more. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. Does the system truly long for me to venture out? To entice me, it even produced Huang Zhongli, the foremost among the innate top 10 spiritual roots. This item is indeed a treasure. With merely a single fruit, one could attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is evident that the system has invested considerable effort to lure me out. It is likely losing so much that it might as well take the bus. However, I absolutely will not go to the Purple Cloud's Palace to hear the teachings. System, I choose option 2. Ling Xiao resolutely made his choice. Hong Jun's attainment of sainthood reverberated throughout the entire primordial realm, profoundly shocking numerous powerful beings. Coupled with the impending teachings at the Purple Cloud's Palace in 3,000 years, the once tranquil primordial world erupted into a flurry of activity. In an instant, countless beings rushed toward the Purple Cloud's Palace, for it represented an unprecedented opportunity for them. At the foot of Mount Buzhou in the eastern primordial realm, 3 Taoists sat facing each other. An elderly man with white hair, a dignified middle-aged man, and a handsome youth. Who would have thought that beings would attain sainthood before us? Hong Jun possesses immense fortune and mastery of great spells. I am not his equal. Should we not also attend his teachings? Remarked the youth clad in black. As soon as he finished speaking, the dignified middle-aged man reprimanded him, as disciples of Pangu's orthodox lineage. How can we attend his teachings? Third brother, do not speak such words that disgrace us. The youth in black instantly bristled, leading to a quarrel between the two. At this moment, the elder who had remained silent finally spoke. Enough. Tong Tian speaks wisely. There is no distinction of priority in the Tao. Those who have attained it come first. Hong Jun's attainment precedes ours, and since our cultivation progresses slowly, it is only fitting that we go to listen. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian said little more, tacitly agreeing with the elder's words. On the Tying Star, Shi He and Chang Shi, after enduring endless years of arduous cultivation, finally broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing that Hong Jun was to impart teachings, they felt compelled to attend. Sister, we must go to the Purple Cloud's palace to hear the teachings. This is an exceptional opportunity for us to enhance our strength. Shi said to her sister, her gaze resolute. Chang Shi nodded earnestly, her gaze suddenly shifting to the sun star. Seems the three-star deities there have no intention of attending the teachings? Thus far, they had shown no sign of activity, remaining as still as a stagnant pool. Upon hearing this, Shi chuckled softly. Perhaps they are aware of their own insignificance and have chosen not to go. This is fortuitous. It presents us with an excellent opportunity to widen the gap. The two sisters shared a similar smile, not lingering further, and set off from the Tying Star toward the Purple Cloud's palace. In every corner of the primordial world, many powerful beings who had been lying in wait began to emerge from their abodes. Although there were still 3,000 years until the teachings, the journey was long, and it was better to arrive early than late. In an instant, countless mighty beings soared through the skies, some guided by spirit beasts, others escorted by treasure carriages, each displaying their prowess as they made their way toward the Purple Cloud's palace. Chapter 8. The teachings begin. But where are the golden crows? The Purple Cloud's palace is situated beyond the 33 heavens, at the boundary where chaos meets the primordial world. To enter the Purple Cloud's palace, one must traverse through layers of thunder and the frigid winds of the 33 heavens, parting the violent chaos. Within this tumult, myriad illusions arise. If one's heart is unstable, it may backfire, preventing entry to the Purple Cloud's palace and potentially damaging one's foundational Tao. After overcoming various dangers, to enter the Purple Cloud's palace, one must also cross the river of time. Without immense fortune, great blessings, extraordinary will, and mastery of great spells, one would find themselves, as Hong Jun said, without fate. The primordial realm is timeless, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. The Purple Cloud's palace. All who were destined to arrive had come, while those who were not could not. The last to arrive, Jie and Juan Ti, after a display of theatrics, successfully occupied the best meditation mats, much to the astonishment of the other powerful beings, who were witnessing the audacity of the two strangely dressed Taoists for the first time. Yet, they merely scoffed, not comprehending the significance of the 6 meditation mats, and thus felt no urge to contest for them. As Jie settled upon the meditation mat, the 6 mats resonated with the heavenly order. And Hong Jun subsequently made his appearance. Instantly, the entire Purple Cloud's palace fell silent, and all the powerful beings rose to pay their respects, unable to restrain their curiosity as they stole glances. Before them stood a venerable Taoist, white-haired and ethereal, his presence shrouded in obscurity. Though he was right before them, the powerful beings felt as though they were gazing upon the Tao itself, lofty, inscrutable, and beyond comprehension. What strength! Is this what it means to be a saint? Indistinct as the sea, impossible to fathom or describe. The gathered powerful beings were secretly astonished. Although Hong Jun did not display his true power, merely a glance was enough to convey an invisible pressure. Observing the reactions of the numerous powerful beings, Hong Jun nodded slightly, seemingly pleased, and let his gaze drift without a trace to the front row. The 3 pure ones? Nuwa, Jie and Juan Ti. All key figures were present. He was even more satisfied. Then, he gradually began to speak. Very well, henceforth, Sit in the order you presently occupy. Do not alter it. As he spoke, he looked toward the rear, like a searchlight scanning the surroundings. Once, twice, thrice. The process seemed endless. The gathered powerful beings appeared bewildered, their expressions filled with doubt. Why did it seem that Hong Jun was acting somewhat peculiarly? What was the saint searching for? Endless circles, an unceasing cycle. At this moment, Hong Jun found himself utterly bewildered, his mind filled with questions. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. He had previously overlooked two significant individuals who were conspicuously absent as a sage. He had naturally comprehended a portion of the heavenly secrets, yet the future key figures of the impending calamity, those two golden crows from the sun star, were inexplicably missing. The purpose of his discourse was to absorb the fortune of the great powers and expedite his path to transcendence. The absence of the protagonists of the next tribulation was indeed a considerable setback for him. Were they still en route? Contemplating this, Hong Jun's gaze shifted, and he began to calculate in his heart. No? He then directed his attention towards the sun star, piercing through all illusions, ultimately sensing two distinct auras. To his astonishment, this revelation almost made him laugh out of exasperation. He finally understood why the two had not arrived. After all this time, their cultivation had yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. They possessed a certain self-awareness, realizing they could not enter the Purple Cloud Palace, and thus opted not to attend. How could they be so inept? In that moment, Hong Jun felt a twinge of concern. If this continued, there would be no grand battle between the Wu and the Yao, but rather a one-sided slaughter. Just one ancestral shaman could easily overpower them. Hong Jun furrowed his brow in quiet contemplation. Had he been too hasty? Had he known the two golden crows were of such meager cultivation, he would have postponed his teachings. Nevertheless, he resolved to be more cautious in his next discourse, determined to ensure the presence of the two golden crows. At last, when the great powers could hardly contain themselves, Hong Jun finally withdrew his thoughts and began to speak. This time, he would expound upon the great Luo path, with a 3,000-year time frame for all to earnestly comprehend. Before the heavens and earth were formed, there existed a formless state, born before the cosmos. Silent and desolate. The great Luo path, with 3 flowers blossoming at the apex and 5 energies converging towards the origin, relies on one's own understanding of the cosmic principles. Meanwhile, on the sun star, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. After 3,000 years of arduous effort, he had finally broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, just in time for Hong Jun's teachings. He mused silently about what expression Hong Jun would wear upon realizing that Dijun and Tai had not attended the lecture. A smile crept onto Ling Xiao's lips. Having finally attained the great Luo Golden Immortal, he could now grasp the principles of the cosmos. This marked a significant transformation for him. With the Chaos Pearl and the Creation Jade Plate, treasures of enlightenment, his cultivation would likely advance even more swiftly than during his time as a Tai Golden Immortal. With this thought, Ling Xiao retrieved the Chaos Pearl and the fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. Both items possessed the principles of the Tao, allowing them to be utilized in tandem. Though the Creation Jade Plate was merely a shard, its complete form was indeed a treasure of chaos. It had played a crucial role in Hong Jun's ascension to sagehood. Thus, Ling Xiao held the Chaos Pearl in one hand and the fragment of the Creation Jade Plate in the other. For him, the most harmonious and easily comprehensible paths were undoubtedly those of the origin and the principle of Yang. Born of the sun, no being understood its essence better than he. Consequently, his comprehension would naturally be the swiftest. In addition, there was the principle of fire. These two principles were exceptionally suited to him. Ling Xiao resolved to first delve into these two principles and elevate his power, gradually exploring the more profound laws thereafter. On another front, Dijun and Tai had, over the course of these 3,000 years, finally attained the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal and were now attempting to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 years flew by as Hong Jun's final words resonated. The great powers gradually awakened, their faces reflecting a lingering sense of incompleteness. Pleasant moments are always fleeting, unbeknownst to them. 3,000 years had slipped away. During this time, each individual had experienced some degree of breakthrough, deepening their understanding of the Tao, with a clear path ahead. Among them, the formidable trio of the Sanqing, Niuhua, and the two sages of the West, Fuxi and Kuanpeng, along with Zenyuanzi, had at least reached the mid or even late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The only powerful being who had not made a breakthrough was the ancestral shaman Hutu. She had merely come to observe, curious if Hongjuan's teachings would benefit their clan. Unfortunately, as the shaman tribe did not cultivate the primordial spirit, Hongjuan's doctrines were of no use to them. Thus, Hongjun concluded his discourse. This session has come to an end, he spoke lightly, observing that the great powers had all comprehended the teachings. He continued, the next lecture will be scheduled for 10,000 years hence, focusing on the path of the quasi-saint. Hongjun intentionally left a cliffhanger. As his voice faded, his figure vanished, leaving no opportunity for inquiry. At that moment, waves of anticipation surged within the hearts of the great powers, the path of the quasi-saint. They realized for the first time that there existed a quasi-saint between the great Luo Golden Immortal and the sage. In an instant, all the great powers were filled with eager expectation. Chapter 9. Steady and Unyielding. The Lingxiao Palace on the Sun Star. 3,000 years had passed, and Dijuan and Tai had finally broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The eldest brother, Dijuan, initially believed his cultivation to be superior to that of his two siblings, only to discover that Tai had matched his level, while Lingxiao had even surpassed him. Throughout these 3,000 years, Lingxiao had comprehended the principles of yang and fire, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As he had anticipated, upon entering the great Luo realm, his advantages began to manifest. With the Chaos Pearl and the fragment of the Creation Jade Plate, comprehending the principles felt as effortless as a fish in water, as though he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Third brother, now that we have attained the great Luo Golden Immortal, we can be considered formidable experts in the Honghuang realm. Shall we venture out for some exploration? Even in cultivation, one must balance work and rest. Dijuan suggested to Lingxiao alongside Tai. Upon transforming, Lingxiao replied, the Honghuang world is perilously dangerous. One must at least possess the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal to ensure one's safety. Now that we have finally reached this stage, it is indeed time to venture forth. Go be frank, after such a long time, the farthest I have traveled is to the moon's star. I am nearly suffocating from confinement. Upon hearing Dijuan's words, Lingxiao smiled helplessly and remarked, eldest brother, second brother, the times have changed. Currently, in the Honghuang realm, merely attaining the great Luo Golden Immortal is insufficient. Considering the time, Hongjuan's first lecture has concluded, and the batch of innate great powers from the Sanqing should now possess the cultivation of the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. When they transformed, even if they were only at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, that would have sufficed. But now there is quite a considerable gap. How many attended the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace? The 3,000 guests were merely a general reference. The actual number is likely far greater. Hongjuan's teachings have directly elevated the cultivation of the current powerful beings in the Honghuang realm by an entire level. Is it truly that terrifying? Tai asked, astonished. He did not doubt Lingxiao's words. In his eyes, third brother possessed foresight and would have no reason to deceive his kin. There is nothing to fear. We are not going out to provoke trouble. Even if we encounter issues, we need not worry. The three of us are together, and if we cannot fight, we can still flee. Growth through experience is the fastest way, Dijuan declared boldly, waving his hand with a grand air. Lingxiao hesitated for a moment, feeling that Dijuan's perspective held merit. Most importantly, Hongjun had just concluded his teachings, and those who attended the lecture had likely not yet returned. The current Honghuang realm was in a state of vacuum, making it a perfect opportunity to stir things up. With this thought in mind, Lingxiao felt invigorated and was about to nod in agreement when the familiar voice of the system chimed in once again. Detection indicates that Hongjuan's first lecture has concluded. The calamity of the Wu and Yao has officially commenced. Please make a choice. Option 1. Step out of the Sun Star and forge a renowned reputation, rewarded with a strand of primordial purple energy. Option 2. Remain steady and concealed, continuing to bide your time, rewarded with the Lingxiao Palace. Just as Lingxiao was about to set out, upon seeing this choice, he promptly seated himself again. The Lingxiao Palace? Is this specially prepared for me? Or is it the same one as the Jade Emperor's? Intrigued by this palace bearing his name, he found it quite appealing. Not in haste to choose, Ling Xiao instead opened the introduction to the Ling Xiao Palace. Ling Xiao Palace, an acquired treasure that grows alongside its master, a defensive artifact that inherently possesses a domain. Any being entering the palace will be subdued in their cultivation, and the more severe cases will have their powers diminished. Flight is restricted. Outsiders may only walk, emphasizing the authority of the master. What a remarkable treasure! Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. It appeared that this Ling Xiao Palace was somewhat different from the Jade Emperor's. This item could grow alongside its master, potentially reaching a level comparable to that of chaos itself. At that moment, Ling Xiao had already made his decision. Originally intending to venture out, he now changed his mind. It seems better to remain concealed. System, I choose option 2. Ling Xiao promptly made his choice. How could he easily forsake a treasure named after himself? The primordial purple energy was of no interest to him. Third brother, let us depart. I can hardly wait, Dijun urged as he noticed Ling Xiao suddenly still. Third brother has become attached to home. He intends to refine the Sun Star and carry it with him, turning it into his portable abode, Tai jested. Ling Xiao, coming back to reality, smiled helplessly and said, Eldest brother, second brother, I fear I cannot accompany you. Just now, I experienced a sudden epiphany. I must remain at home to cultivate in seclusion. Is that so? Your talent is truly extraordinary. In that case, you may stay behind and cultivate. Tai and I will go. Dijun's visage was illuminated by a smile that bore both surprise and envy. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, understanding that it was not an opportune moment for leisurely travels. Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively, cautioning, do not stray too far and avoid perilous places. Return within a millennium at the most. He refrained from urging Dijun and Tai to remain with him, recognizing that their desire to venture forth could not be indefinitely deterred. Moreover, during this period, the formidable beings who had gone to the Zhixiao Palace for enlightenment had yet to return. Given the prowess of Dijun and Tai, they were more than capable of handling themselves. Fear not, third brother. We are well aware of our limits. Focus on your seclusion at home. Should I discover treasures, you shall certainly have your share, Dijun assured with a smile. Subsequently, the two departed the Sun Star with great eagerness. Once they had left, Ling Xiao's thoughts shifted, and he summoned the Ling Xiao Palace, commencing the process of refining it. He multitasked diligently, not only engaging in the refinement, but also immersing himself in the comprehension of the laws of cultivation. Ultimately, in the vast expanse of the Honghuang world, strength reigns supreme. Without formidable power, one could find oneself in peril at any moment. Take, for instance, the case of the Black Sea's Xian Gue, who, with its limbs severed, was left powerless and stripped of its merits. This exemplifies that without strength, all discourse is mere folly. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had elapsed. The powerful beings who had journeyed to the Zhixiao Palace began to return to Honghuang, some entering seclusion to digest their insights, while others sought opportunities elsewhere. Among them, the only one who returned empty-handed was the ancestral witch Hutu, who subsequently gathered with the 12 ancestors of Wu at the Pangu Temple to share her experiences. Hutu, with great reluctance, attempted to fabricate some tales, but, being inherently earnest and straightforward, found herself lacking in that regard. Ultimately, she could only candidly admit, for words, nothing was gained. The assembly of ancestral witches erupted in laughter, showing no inclination to blame Hutu. Ha ha, dear sister, I have long maintained that we, the ancestors of Wu, are the true lineage of Pangu, the rightful heirs of our father goddess legacy. Why should we seek wisdom from others? Proclaimed Dijiang, the eldest among the 12 ancestors, his laughter echoing through the hall as he reiterated a sentiment he had expressed previously, lamenting Hutu's insistence on attending the teachings and thus squandering several millennia. The wisdom spoken by my elder brother is indeed profound. The Honghuang world was fashioned by our father God. As his descendants, we bask in the benefits of his fortune and will inevitably attain sanctity in flesh. It's merely a matter of time, asserted the ancestor Zhurong, exuding an air of arrogance and nonchalance. In response, Hutu gently shook her head, countering, one cannot dismiss this so lightly. During my time at the Zhixiao Palace, I encountered numerous powerful figures. Not to mention those who, like us, claim to be the true heirs of Pango, the Sanqing. They are imbued with great fortune and should not be underestimated. Their strength rivals ours, and given time, they may pose a threat to our clan's destiny. She spoke earnestly, noting that her visit to the Zhixiao Palace was not without merit. Sister, I believe you are overthinking this. Those three, who merely inherit our Father Goddess' primordial spirit, are hardly worthy of the title of true heirs of Pango. Do not forget, our Father Goddess might reside in his corporeal form. What significance does the primordial spirit hold? Quipped Gong Gong, his voice dripping with disdain. Hutu, though hesitant, chose not to dispute this, acknowledging that her feelings were merely subjective. While the Sanqing were formidable, they were but 3, whereas she and her siblings numbered 12. Perhaps her concerns were unwarranted. At that moment, Xian Ming, a close confidant of Hutu, reflected thoughtfully before speaking. Sister does have a point. Although we are indeed blessed with our Father Goddess grace, we must not grow complacent. The immediate priority should be to bolster our strength, just in case. His words resonated with the other ancestors of Wu, who regarded his perspective as quite reasonable. The fall of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clan signifies that the dominion of this realm should rightfully belong to us, the Wu clan. Anything less would be an affront to our Father Goddess creation of this world. Thunderous and assertive, the ancestor Leijie's voice boomed throughout the hall. It is indeed time. Our clan's power has been sufficiently amassed over the years, and we are poised to claim authority over the entirety of Hongwang. Zhu Juyin spoke with a calm yet commanding tone, his words carrying an undeniable weight. The silent ancestors nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his assertion. If the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had once ruled the heavens, then as the true heirs of Pango, should they not possess the right to do the same? Di Jiang surveyed the assembly with sharp eyes, solemnly inquiring, "Is this the consensus among you all?" The other ancestors exchanged glances, remaining silent yet affirming with nods. Di Jiang, understanding their sentiments, paused momentarily before continuing, "You are all correct. The time is indeed ripe. Currently, our Wu clan faces no adversaries. Perhaps this is also a blessing from our Father God, allowing us to thrive and grow immensely powerful. Therefore, we must not squander this divine favor. Unifying the Honghuang world would be the best homage we could pay to him." With these words, the ancestors of Wu ignited with fervor. As if responding to an unspoken call, from this day forth, we shall swiftly expand our territory until we dominate the entirety of Honghuang. Di Jiang proclaimed, rising resolutely. The ancestors voiced their agreement, yet Hutu hesitated, ultimately interjecting, "Elder brother, could this provoke discontent among certain beings, leading them to unite against us?" Her concerns elicited laughter from the assembly. "Sister, you worry too much. Those scruffy creatures, with their disarray, who among them could forge a union? Even if they could, they would merely be a disorganized mob, far from matching our strength." Zhu Rong scoffed, finding humor in her apprehension. "We, the Wu clan, are bound by a shared lineage and purpose, united in spirit. Meanwhile, those ragtag creatures are a chaotic mix, with thousands of beings differing in nature. How could they ever unite?" Zhu Rong's words rang true, and for the first time, even Xian Ming refrained from defending Hutu. To him, it seemed that Hutu was overthinking matters, bordering on timidity. This journey has taught us nothing but caution, a far cry from the audacity of our Wu clan. Hutu, feeling a tinge of self-doubt, murmured softly, "Perhaps I have overthought it." "Very well. Since there are no objections, let us return and make preparations for our expedition," Di Jiang declared with a sweeping gesture. Immediately, the 12 ancestors returned to their respective tribes, igniting a flurry of activity within the Wu clan. These warriors, born with a fierce spirit, could no longer contain their eagerness. Under the leadership of the great witches from various tribes, they began to push outward, seizing territory and resources. The Wu clan, burdened with impure energy, could not absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Aside from the ancestors, all needed sustenance. Thus, the demon race became the ideal source of nourishment for the Wu clan, at least before the emergence of humanity. The Wu clan's expansion and offensives naturally met with fierce resistance, resulting in relentless battles that left limbs scattered and rivers of blood flowing. Gradually, a thin veil of ominous energy began to shroud the Honghuang. Meanwhile, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, a convergence of formidable beings awaited the emergence of treasures. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light surged skyward, accompanied by an astonishing aura. The dazzling radiance illuminated the cosmos. Casting a golden hue upon the mountain, a gourd vine exhaled vibrant spiritual rain, unfurling in the air, continuously evolving and shifting, emanating powerful waves of energy. At last, it had manifested. Laozi chuckled with glee, a glint of joy flickering in his eyes. The three brothers had only just returned and felt a sense of connection, realizing that fortune awaited them here. Now that the treasure had appeared, its aura suggested it was a remarkable innate spiritual treasure. "Ha ha, it appears this treasure has a strong affinity for our western realm," remarked Jane, as he and Zhuanti, having returned from the Zixiao Palace, were not in haste to return to the west, only to stumble upon the emergence of this treasure. Was it not a sign of their destined connection? The siblings Enhua and Fuxi, along with Hongyun and other powerful beings, all displayed expressions of delight, as they clearly perceived 7 resplendent gourds suspended upon the gourd vine. Surely, among those 7 gourds, at least one must be theirs. At that moment, in a corner of Buzhou Mountain, 2 golden figures were peeking in eager anticipation. "Elder brother, is the treasure that you sense truly there?" "Indeed, I feel it. This treasure is of great importance to me," Dijun affirmed with a firm nod. "The nature of fate is such that in the Honghuang world, treasures destined for you can be sensed from miles away, while those not meant for you might be overlooked even when they are right before your eyes." Having traversed the Honghuang world for a millennium, Dijun and Tai found themselves at Buzhou Mountain, drawn by Dijun's intuition that a treasure awaited him. "Very well, I will distract them. You seize the opportunity to escape," Tai proposed, his voice low and resolute. "Second brother, what about you?" Dijun inquired, astonished and ready to refuse. Tai merely raised his hands dismissively. "I have the Chaos Bell in my possession, with offensive and defensive capabilities. Even if I cannot overpower them, I can surely escape. There is no need to worry about me." This is indeed a predicament. Each of the formidable beings present possesses cultivation that surpasses theirs, and a direct confrontation is certainly futile, leaving them with no choice but to resort to this underhanded strategy. They shall act according to the circumstances, and once I seize the opportunity, we shall escape together. Dijun spoke solemnly, unwilling to see Tai placed in jeopardy. Tai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they suppressed their auras and stealthily advanced forward. At this moment, the 7-colored radiance converged, and the innate gourd vine finally reached maturity. Perched atop the towering gourd vine, 7 gourds of varying hues swayed gently, as if beckoning. "Come, dear sir, play with us." How could the assembly of mighty beings resist such temptation? Instantly, they displayed their powers. "Vying to seize the gourds, that golden gourd is mine. No one shall contend with me. Green is my favorite. I desire the green one. That red gourd is waving at me. Damn it, such bad behavior. I'll take it back for proper discipline." In an instant, dozens of brilliant lights streaked across the heavens, unleashing a terrifying aura, only to intertwine in the blink of an eye. Among them, the 3 pure ones held the advantage, their formidable cultivation and extraordinary synergy rendering them invincible as they joined forces to repel numerous adversaries. Innate spiritual treasures belong to those with fate. You know not the heavenly decree. Why engage in a senseless scramble? "Depart at once," Yuan Shi declared haughtily, his voice resonating across the expanse. "Indeed, those unconnected should swiftly retreat." Zhuanti immediately echoed, seeking to admonish the competing powers. He had already calculated that, of the 7 gourds, each of the 3 pure ones would claim one, with Nu Hua, as one of the foremost of the Zixiao Palace, receiving one, and the final gourd to be decided by merit. The other mighty beings were utterly unqualified to participate. "Nonsense. I see a connection with all 7 gourds. Why should you command us to leave?" roared a hot-tempered powerful being. Merely declaring a connection would not compel them to withdraw. Such a notion was utterly absurd. "Enough talk. Let strength determine the outcome." Instantly, chaos erupted anew, with dozens of mighty beings clashing in the void, creating a tumultuous scene. At that moment, Dijun and Tai stealthily approached. Now, the brothers exchanged a glance, transforming into divine rainbows as they surged toward the seven gourds. Despite their utmost efforts to conceal their presence, they still caught the attention of the formidable beings. What audacity! A furious roar reverberated, and immediately, several attacks were launched at Dijun and Tai as they engaged in battle. How could they allow insignificant beings to snatch away the treasures right under their noses? Who dares to challenge us? We are the solar star gods, Dijun responded with composure, choosing to acknowledge their exposure boldly. Solar star gods? Pathetically weak. Depart swiftly, for this treasure is beyond your reach. A hot-tempered powerful being retorted, their immense power surging forth. Dijun and Tai, being merely at the early stage of Deluo Jinxian, were naturally disregarded. Preposterous! You dare to underestimate us? Dijun seethed, his golden armor igniting with the flames of the golden crow, enveloping the void in an overwhelming heat. Impressive lineage, but alas, your cultivation is lacking. Perhaps after another 1,000,000 years of training, Zhuan Ti scoffed, deriding the sudden intrusion of the Golden Crow brothers. Boom! Tai struck forth, the chaos bell resonating through the heavens as it descended to suppress the area. In an instant, the battle reignited, drawing Dijun and Tai into the fray. On the solar star, Ling Xiao gradually awoke from his meditation, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The law of space, he murmured softly, unable to conceal his excitement. Go think that he had touched upon one of the most elusive laws, the law of space. Time is revered, space is sovereign, causality is unyielding, and destiny reigns supreme. Simply by uttering this mantra, one could grasp the profound might of the law of space. Such power was formidable and inherently challenging to comprehend. Initially, Ling Xiao merely wished to experiment, yet unexpectedly, he had gleaned a hint of insight. Presently, his primary focus remained on the laws of yang and fire, as these two laws resonated most harmoniously with him. Yielding the fastest progress, his current plan was to elevate his height using these two laws while expanding his breadth with others. Ding! Detection indicates that Dijun and Tai are engaged in combat at Mount Buzhou. Please make a choice. Option 1. Rush to support and seize the opportunity, reward. One of the 10 innate spiritual roots, Huang Zhongli. Option 2. Continue to hide away, ignoring the situation, reward. One of the 10 divine fires. The origin of the burning heaven purple fire. Ling Xiao's expression momentarily froze, lost in contemplation. Mount Buzhou? Opportunity. Could it be that the innate gourd vine has emerged? Ling Xiao mused internally, calculating the passage of time. It was indeed about time. As for Dijun and Tai, it was likely they too had sensed the allure of the gourd. The gourd that had birthed the immortal slaying flying knife was the one Dijun had bestowed upon Jinwu Luya. System, I choose option 1. Ling Xiao made his decision, finding little reason for hesitation, despite the system's apparent temptation to lure him out. It had even presented Huang Zhongli as an incentive. Ling Xiao resolved not only to obtain Huang Zhongli for free, but also to seize the gourd. Since he had chosen to venture out, he must ensure he profited from the endeavor. With that thought, Ling Xiao rose abruptly, the robe of the sun, moon, and stars billowing in the wind as his figure vanished from the solar star. At Mount Buzhou, the unrelenting battle had driven back several mighty beings, leaving only the 3 pure ones, the duo from the west, Nu Hua, Fu Shi, Hong Yun, along with Dijun and Tai. The reason Dijun and Tai remained was not due to their strength, but rather their relative weakness, as the 3 pure ones and others had prioritized targeting those who posed a greater threat to themselves, focusing their combined might against them. 3 pure ones and Nu Hua. I propose we eliminate the extraneous beings. As for the 7 gourds, shall we each claim one? Zhuan Ti suggested aptly, already dividing the 7 gourds among themselves. Ensuring each received one. I require only the golden gourd, Nu Hua stated clearly, disregarding Zhuan Ti's suggestion, her aim resolute. Zhuan Ti's lips quirked, followed by hearty laughter. It is the will of heaven. Our impoverished West deserves 3 gourds, while the remaining 3 shall be left to the 3 pure ones. His words were delivered with natural ease, as though it were a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian let out a cold laugh. Mocking, you two are quite presumptuous. What abilities do you possess to claim 3 gourds? That is negotiable. The previously silent Jia-in slowly spoke, his expression one of distress. We are the true lineage of Pango. We deserve 4 gourds, relinquishing 2 to you is already magnanimous. Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke coolly, his eyes gleaming with disdain, clearly looking down upon the duo from the west. Zhuan Ti, unwilling to concede, attempted to haggle but was halted by Jia-in, leaving him no choice but to relent, turning his authoritative gaze upon others. Very well, those uninvolved should retreat. Do not compel us to act, lest you find yourselves in an awkward position. Chapter 12. The Mighty Beings. This golden crow is quite fierce. Zhuan Ti commanded imperiously, not daring to show his teeth to the 3 pure ones, yet he held no reservations against Di Jun and the others. Nearby, the Taoist Hong Yun, clad in robes of 9 layers of auspicious clouds, sighed softly, realizing his chances were slim. Had Zhen Yuanzi accompanied him, there might have been a contest. The duo from the west did not extend any courtesy to offer a gourd to Hong Yun. Di Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, a plan already formulated in their minds. Outwardly, they remained composed, for retreating without a fight was not their style. They shared a similar stature, both remarkably handsome, with long hair flowing like golden waves, and golden pupils radiating with a piercing brilliance. Uninformed fools, these 2 insignificant birds dare to covet our fortune. Do not blame me for being impolite, Zhuan Ti declared coldly, angered by the 2 who refused to show him respect. Di Jun and Tai Yi grew vigilant, ready to execute their initial plan. One to seize the gourd, the other to hold back their adversaries. Suddenly, their expressions shifted as they sensed a familiar aura. Their gazes fixed on the distance. This unexpected development piqued the curiosity of the mighty beings present. Who approaches? A figure traversed the horizon, appearing leisurely yet arriving in an instant, as if stepping from an alternate realm. Third brother, what brings you here? Di Jun and Tai Yi exclaimed in surprise and delight, calling out in unison. Zhuan Ti immediately relaxed, having anticipated the arrival of a formidable entity, only to realize it was a younger brother. The presence of 2 golden crows and an additional one did little to alter the situation. Merely trifling, Zhuan Ti mused, observing the figure approaching from afar, which now seemed both distant and near. At this moment, Ling Xiao appeared to belong to a realm beyond this space-time, for his true form remained far away. The figure, as if traversing the river of time, began to solidify, and in the next instant, Ling Xiao's form abruptly appeared before Zhuan Ti, his gaze captivating, golden flames dancing within his eyes, looking down upon him imperiously. Repeat what you just said. All the powerful beings were taken aback, for they had not even noticed that Ling Xiao had suddenly approached them. The 3 pure ones exchanged silent glances, each recognizing the caution in the other's eyes. They had just discerned that the newcomer had employed a technique imbued with the laws of space. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed what had seemed like vast distances, appearing as if from another realm. Such rapidity was beyond the means of ordinary flight. It was as though he had directly crossed the fabric of space. The expression on Zhuanti's face was one of uncertainty, still reeling from the shock of the recent events. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively felt a sense of impending danger. What do you intend to do? Zhuanti exclaimed, attempting to retreat. Yet, Ling Xiao followed in swift pursuit, his golden hand radiating an overwhelming might, harnessing the power of space to deliver a fierce strike. A resounding crack echoed as blood splattered. Zhuanti was sent hurtling backward. Several teeth knocked loose. Grasping his face, Zhuanti was a tempest of shock and fury, incredulous. You wretched fool! You dare to humiliate me? He roared, his rage uncontrollable, before the eyes of all. Being struck in such a manner was a humiliation that nearly drove him to madness. Ling Xiao's expression was frigid as he spoke calmly. To insult my Jinwu clan, I shall provide you with a 3-foot grave for your remains. He had not wished to instigate conflict, but Zhuanti's provocation was intolerable. Perhaps influenced by the tales of the primordial world in his past life, the sight of these 2 infuriated him. Friend, you have overstepped, as a newcomer. You must understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Jane interjected coldly, stepping in front of Zhuanti. He had not anticipated that Zhuanti would be so swiftly defeated, too fast for him to react. Junior brother's cultivation is still somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, Jane was already at the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Apart from Laozi, he felt no fear of anyone present. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao summoned the Hongming Ding and the Hongming Liang Tian Qi. Launching an immediate assault, Jane's expression shifted dramatically, hailing from the barren lands of the west. He possessed no formidable treasures. Boom. The Hongming Ding erupted with boundless mysterious light, chaos energy suffusing the air. Resembling a world descending to suppress all, Ling Xiao wielded the Hongming Liang Tian Qi, akin to the Milky Way forged into a barrier between heaven and earth. Jane let out a long howl, a white hair appearing between his brows, radiating 12-colored divine light, manifesting a towering golden body. This golden body, resplendent and mighty, emitted a brilliant golden radiance, surrounded by treasures such as lotus flowers, lamps, and intricate ornaments. The great powers, including the three pure ones and Yuhua, were all taken aback. Setting aside other matters, Jane's magical prowess was indeed formidable. Even Ling Xiao was somewhat astonished, realizing that Jane's cultivation surpassed his expectations. If he did not employ his treasures, victory would not come easily. Truly, the foremost existence of the West. Jane revealed his Dharma body, engaging in a fierce contest, exuding an overwhelming aura, but this state did not last long before he was left coughing up blood. His physical form on the verge of cracking. The other great powers were deeply alarmed. It was not that Jane was incapable, but that the two treasures were exceedingly abnormal. That Ding is imbued with chaos energy, and possibly even possesses the essence of Hongming, at least a congenital supreme treasure, perhaps even a chaos spiritual treasure, Tongtian remarked, envy glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. Laozi and Yuanshi echoed similar sentiments, feeling envious but not harboring thoughts of seizing it. As the rightful heirs of Pangu, they were far too proud to engage in such base actions. On another front, Fushi could hardly believe the immense power of this three-legged golden crow. Had I not witnessed Ling Xiao and the others today, I might have forgotten that the Sun Star still houses the Jinwu. He felt like an outsider. Truly extraordinary. Yet, it is curious why they did not attend the teachings of the Tao. Nuwa mused, her gaze fixed upon the figure in the void, perplexed. With such formidable strength, they could easily rank among the elite in the Zixiao Palace. Perhaps they did not find the Zixiao Palace. Fushi shrugged, jesting lightly. The battle between Ling Xiao and Jane was so tumultuous that it drew the attention of numerous great powers. Jane was familiar to them, yet it was the first time they laid eyes on Ling Xiao. Instantly, all the great powers became curious about Ling Xiao's identity. With such strength, he could not be an unknown figure. On the Taiyin Star, Shiha and Changshi were left dumbfounded, staring at the figure enveloped in golden flames, questioning their very existence. They had thought that by attending the Tao teachings, their cultivation would elevate them to the mid-level of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, allowing them to leave Ling Xiao far behind. Little did they expect that his strength had already surpassed theirs. Just previously, they had seemed evenly matched. Sister, why is it that he has not attended the teachings yet is so powerful? Changshi asked bitterly, feeling utterly disheartened. You ask me, whom should I ask? Shiha replied, exasperated, turning to enter the Guanghan Palace. She intended to enter seclusion and would not emerge until she achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 13. This item is not fated for me. The Three Crows and the Three Pure Ones. The battle between Ling Xiao and Jane escalated to a fever pitch, the scene astonishing, the aura piercing through the heavens, causing the sun and moon to dim. The true fire of the sun engulfed the sky, summoning the sun essence, pouring down a cascade of golden holy fire, transforming into an endless sea of flames, overwhelming the cosmos. Senior brother, I come to assist you. Seeing his senior Jane struggling, Zhuanti shouted loudly, rushing to join the fray, only to be intercepted by Emperor Jun and Tai. Although they could not defeat Zhuanti, they could at least buy time with their combined efforts. Wretched fool, Zhuanti fumed, and the two sides clashed in an instant. On the other side, Jane could no longer hold on. He was nearly stunned, his golden body Dharma form shattered, bruised and battered, riddled with wounds that were difficult to recover from. "Friend, let us pause. We have matters to discuss." Seizing the moment, Jane quickly spoke. "Fighting will not resolve our issues. We are all cultivators and should not act so coarsely." "Oh, what do you wish to say?" Ling Xiao raised his hand, the Hongming Ding hovering above his head, unyielding and indomitable. Jane cast a fearful glance at the Hongming Ding, forcing a smile. "Ultimately, are we not here for these 7 gourds? If that is the case, I shall offer 1 gourd as an apology. We of the West require but 1." Upon reaching this point, he looked towards Xuanti, who was still engaged in battle, and shouted, "Junior brother, cease your impudence and stop at once." This thunderous command left Xuanti momentarily dazed. In his moment of distraction, Emperor Jun and Tai seized the opportunity to deliver slaps to him, one after another. Xuanti was incensed, ready to explode with fury. However, Jane, quick-witted, restrained him, saying, "Junior brother, do not act rashly. Calm down, calm down." Ling Xiao chuckled softly, saying, "Jane, those 7 gourds are treasures of the East. They are of no concern to you. Do not speak of 1 gourd. Even a single leaf is not for you to take. Friends, we are all beings of the primordial land. Why divide East and West?" Jane's expression stiffened momentarily, forcing a smile. He had already made concessions for just 1, yet Ling Xiao was unwilling to part with even that. This was simply too outrageous. The strongest duo of the West was thus dismissed without regard. "Hee, I believe Jinwu's words hold merit. Jane, you should refrain from intervening and return to the West to cultivate." Hongyun Daoist interjected suddenly, not intending to add insult to injury, but genuinely believing Ling Xiao's argument was valid. "You?" Jane glared, astonished at Hongyun's unexpected words. Was this the same good friend who had offered him a seat in the Zhixiao Palace? In the path of cultivation, one must maintain a steadfast heart. Do you not realize that such fickleness can lead to deviation? Jane's lingering anger was compounded by Nuwa's interjection, suggesting they depart. Jane, Xuanti, returned to the West. Her serene visage bore an unusual tranquility. Ling Xiao regarded Hongyun and Nuwa with some surprise. He had merely spoken offhandedly, not expecting these two to come to his aid. Naturally, he understood Hongyun's motivations quite well. Jane's pained expression had long since vanished. He turned his gaze toward the 3 pure ones, preparing to speak and seek their justice. However, Tongtian spoke before him. "Jane, Xuanti, do not linger here. They are correct. This is a treasure of the East, and I truly believe it has no connection to you. Fate cannot be forced." Jane and Xuanti stared at the 3 pure ones in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been sitting side by side, referring to each other as brothers, yet now they had turned their backs on them. The tide had turned. These great powers united. Not even a gourd would they be allowed to take. Jane and Xuanti exchanged glances, suppressing their anger. If they were to depart, they must do so with dignity in that case. "Fellow Taoists, until we meet again," Jane said coolly, turning to leave with Xuanti as they passed by the primordial gourd vine. Jane scoffed, "Humph, this item has no fate with my West." After the departure of the Western duo, the atmosphere once again grew tense, for there were only 7 gourds, yet 9 individuals present. "Esteemed friends, my brothers and I seek but 3 gourds. We hope you will grant us this favor." Laozi was the first to speak, breaking the stalemate. "Indeed, we 3 pure ones are the true heirs of Pango. Seeking 3 gourds is hardly excessive." Yuan Shi bore an air of arrogance, subsequently adding a remark. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Xiao chuckled. "It is quite a coincidence, for I, the 3 crows, was born from the left eye of Pangu, and I too am a genuine descendant of Pangu." The 3 crows? The 3 pure ones appeared momentarily taken aback. "We are pure, while you are tainted. Are you deliberately opposing us? Such clumsy imitation? Very well, I, the 3 crows, shall only take 2 gourds, with the remaining ones allocated to my fellow Taoist Nuwa and Taoist Hongyun." Each receiving 1. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. Given that Hongyun was the first to step forward just now, Ling Xiao felt that the red gourd, which originally belonged to him, should be rightfully returned. This gourd would prove essential to Hongyun's future. He could not take advantage of someone merely because they appeared docile. The combined strength of the three pure ones surpassed that of the Western duo by a significant margin. Especially Laozi, who was superior to Jane without question. The three crows could not compete with the three pure ones in sheer strength. Moreover, Nuwa belonged to the demon race, and she was destined to become a saint in the future. Ling Xiao did not wish to foster enmity with her over a mere gourd. As his words settled, both the three pure ones and Nuwa were taken aback. Although Hong Yun was formidable, he was but one individual, and the gourd could easily be withheld from him. Even Hong Yun was greatly shocked, staring at Ling Xiao in astonishment, feeling a sense of gratitude in that moment. If there are no objections from everyone, let us proceed with this arrangement, Yuan Shi declared, fearing Ling Xiao might retract his words. After all, they were still acquiring three gourds, with no loss to their interests. The assembled powerful beings remained silent, tacitly consenting. Yuan Shi's expression brightened. He was about to cast a spell to retrieve the gourds when he noticed that the 7 gourds varied in color and strength, particularly the final black gourd, which was entwined with chaotic energy, undoubtedly superior to the remaining 6. Wait a moment. Ling Xiao moved swiftly, positioning himself before Yuan Shi. We, the three crows, have already suffered losses and made concessions. Must we not be allowed to choose first? That is out of the question. The fact that you can take 2 gourds is already a tremendous advantage, Yuan Shi retorted arrogantly, unwilling to yield. The audacity of the three crows to compare themselves to the three pure ones. Taoist Yuan Shi, since you have taken 3 gourds, it would only be fair to let the three crows choose first, Hong Yun interjected, stepping beside Ling Xiao. The implication was unmistakable. Should a conflict arise, he would side with Ling Xiao. Yuan Shi's expression shifted slightly as he shot a fierce glare at Hong Yun. What an insufferable do-gooder. Why are you always present? Do you believe that the three pure ones are inferior to the three crows? Chapter 14. The 7th gourd, entrusted to you by the demon race. That moment of stalemate. Nuwa interjected, decisively altering the course of events. Fellow Taoists of the three pure ones, the three crows have already made concessions. Let them choose first. Instantly, the expressions of the three pure ones changed. This situation felt eerily familiar, as if they had encountered it before. Indeed, it was exactly how they had compelled the Western duo to retreat moments ago. This duplicitous crow was astonishingly adept at winning hearts. His earlier proposal for distribution resonated perfectly with Nuwa and Hong Yun. A single remark had caused Nuwa and Hong Yun to align with him, turning the tables on the three pure ones. The cunning crow must have set his sights on that black gourd, thus opting to step back. Retreating to advanced in an instant, the gazes of the three pure ones were directed at Ling Xiao, each one reflecting a different sentiment. After a brief pause, Laozi spoke slowly. The words of my 2 fellow Taoists hold merit. Let the crow choose first. Although they were formidable in combat, they could not guarantee victory against so many. This indignation would have to be swallowed for the time being. A glint of amusement flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. At that moment, he was the cunning little crow. Brothers, let us proceed to select our gourds, he declared, beckoning to his companions, Dijuan and Tai. The 2 had been left dumbfounded by Ling Xiao's maneuvering. Upon hearing the call, they quickly regained their composure and followed suit. Ling Xiao swiftly approached the gourd vine, his gaze fixated on the 7th black gourd. Those familiar with the tales of the gourd boy would know that the 7th was the most formidable. In his view, if the other 6 were exceptional innate spiritual treasures, this black gourd was highly likely an innate supreme treasure. However, this particular gourd had rarely been mentioned in the past life's tales of the primordial wilderness. It might have been cursed by heaven, never fully formed, or perhaps even pilfered by Hong Jun. Regardless, Ling Xiao intended to first store this black gourd in the chaos pearl for nurturing, to prevent it from falling victim to heavenly jealousy. After retrieving the black gourd, Dijuan was pleased to acquire the alluring gourd, a purple-white one capable of nurturing the slaying immortal flying knife. Once Ling Xiao and his companions completed their selection of gourds, the remaining powerful beings wasted no time in using their spells to claim their desired ones. Hong Yun was also fortunate enough to obtain the red gourd, which would later become the 99 Scatter Soul gourd. Nuwa received the golden gourd, which would eventually be used to nurture the summoning demon banner. Once the gourds were allocated, The three pure ones did not linger, as they were disinclined to behold Ling Xiao's countenance. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao busied himself with collecting the gourd vine and the soil of the 9 heavens. "Sister, let us depart," Fushi called to Nuwa. However, Nuwa found herself lost in thought as she observed Ling Xiao's diligent actions. Intuitively, she sensed that the gourd vine and the soil were of utmost importance to her. Yet, these items had already caught Ling Xiao's attention. After a moment's hesitation, Nuwa slowly stepped forward. "Taoist Ling Xiao, I have an earnest request. Might I beseech you to part with the gourd vine and soil? I am willing to exchange them for a gourd." Her expression was earnest, her words sincere. Her intuition told her that these 2 items held greater significance than the gourd. Ling Xiao regarded the golden gourd before him, pondering deeply. This item was, after all, the summoning demon banner. If he took it, would it not entangle him with the demon race? He had no intention of establishing ties with them. "Taoist Nuwa, it would be best if you kept this gourd for now," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. He added silently in his heart, "Henceforth, the demon race shall be entrusted to you." Nuwa's expression faltered, taken aback. Was she truly to forsake such a treasure? The gourd vine. She found Ling Xiao increasingly inscrutable. Was he truly offering it to her or not? "You may keep the items, but know that any resulting karmic ties shall need to be repaid in the future." As he spoke, Ling Xiao tossed the gourd vine to Nuwa and divided the soil, giving half to her while retaining the other half for himself. Intending to experiment with the potential creation of the crows on another day, Nuwa was elated, nodding vigorously, saying, of course, I shall repay you, dear Taoist, in due time." Ling Xiao nodded, casually waving his hand to signal her to depart. Nuwa and her brother Fushi took their leave, while the ever-kind Hongyun lingered. He approached Ling Xiao, expressing gratitude. "I sincerely thank you, dear Taoist. Without your intervention, I would not have acquired this gourd. There is no need for such formalities." "It is yours by right," Ling Xiao replied dismissively, aware that had it not been for Hongyun's arrival, resulting in a butterfly effect, the gourd would still belong to him. Hongyun remained grateful, eager to reciprocate. But after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for what to offer. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Dear Taoist Ling Xiao, might I be permitted to visit your abode? I wish to engage in discourse with the 3 esteemed Taoists." Hongyun invited himself boldly. Although the 3 crows had not attended the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, he had, and he could relay the teachings to them. This was the only form of recompense he could muster. Ling Xiao regarded Hongyun with surprise. This fellow was not only a do-gooder but also quite adept at self-invitation. "Very well," he acquiesced. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Subsequently, the 3 crows and a cloud returned to the solar star. Hongyun surveyed the solar star, marveling at its grandeur. It was his first visit here. Truly a remarkable place. No wonder it could give rise to such talented individuals as the 3 Taoists. "The eyes of the great Pangu are indeed magnificent." Tai responded with a smile. "Our 3rd brother is the true talent. We are merely mediocre," Dijuan and Tai remarked. Ling Xiao's recent display had once again redefined their understanding. The audacity was simply astounding. "There is no need for my esteemed fellow Taoists to belittle yourselves. While you possess formidable legacies, what you lack is an understanding of the Tao. Fortuitously, I had the privilege of hearing the Tao ancestor impart teachings, and I can share them with you." Hongyun seized the opportunity to say, "Is that truly the case?" Dijuan and Tai exclaimed in delight. "Certainly, it is true." Fellow Taoist Hongyun not only attended the lecture but even occupied the seat of honor. Ling Xiao could not help but jest, noting that Hongyun was genuinely warm-hearted, hastily assuming the role of a messenger to relay the teachings to them as a means of expressing gratitude. Merely fortunate. I was merely in the right place at the right time," Hongyun replied, somewhat puzzled. "How did you come to know of this, dear Taoist Ling Xiao? I did not see you at the Purple Cloud Palace." Ling Xiao shrugged, casually replying, "I heard about it from a fellow Taoist returning from the Purple Cloud Palace." Hongyun nodded, astonished. Was he truly so noteworthy now? It was merely a matter of offering a seat. Was it truly such a big deal? Next, they commenced a discourse, whereupon it was predominantly Hongyun who articulated his thoughts. Dijuan and Tai listened intently, deriving immense benefits from this exchange. It was a missed opportunity not to listen. As for Ling Xiao, he was multitasking, placing the black gourd into the chaos pearl. Subsequently, he also deposited the Huangzhongli, awarded by the system, into the chaos pearl. Such a primordial spiritual root of this caliber could not thrive in an ordinary environment. It could only be planted in a portion of earth within the chaos. Once matured, a single fruit could yield a formidable Daluo Jingxian. Chapter 15. Comprehensive Advancement. A surge in cultivation. The discourse on the Sun Star persisted for a millennium. Hong Yun, selflessly and without reservation, conveyed all that he had learned in the Zixiao Palace. Upon the conclusion of the teachings, both Dijuan and Tai experienced breakthroughs into the mid-stage of Daluo Jingxian, which could be deemed a significant gain. Over the course of this millennium, Ling Xiao, utilizing the Nine Heaven Soil and the Chaos Pearl, grasped a fragment of the law of earth. Coupled with advancements in the laws of space, sun, and fire, his cultivation had reached the late stage of Daluo Jingxian. At present, his cultivation, aside from Hongjun, could certainly be regarded as among the elite, rivaling the three pure ones and the duo from the West Eye in the current primordial realm. Comprehending laws was arduous, thanks to Hongjuan's teachings. Numerous powerful beings experienced exponential growth in their cultivation. However, he remained steadfast, gradually catching up. Yet, this was insufficient. He yearned for swifter progress, Ling Xiao reflected, refusing to become complacent, for upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, these formidable beings would employ the method of severing three corpses to gain shortcuts. Merely severing one corpse could lead to a significant leap in cultivation. The path of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian offered no shortcuts. The further one progressed, the more challenging it became to comprehend the laws. To ascend to the Hunyuan Jingxian, one needed to master a particular law to a certain degree. The Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian required a complete mastery of a singular law. The journey ahead was long and arduous. Ling Xiao contemplated. He must hasten his cultivation speed and would never again leave the Sun Star without cause. "Thank you, Taoist Hongyun, for your generous impartation," said Dijuan and Tai, expressing their gratitude after digesting the insights. "There's no need for such formalities. Compared to the assistance I received from the three Wus, this is nothing." Hongyun waved his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. "In a few thousand years, the Tao ancestor shall expound once more. At that time, the three Wus may attend the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings," he kindly reminded them. Dijuan and Tai nodded, filled with anticipation. At that moment, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and cast a meaningful glance at Hongyun, saying, "Taoist Hongyun, I appreciate your goodwill." When the subject of the Zixiao Palace's teachings arose, he recalled the primordial purple qi and initially intended to remind Hongyun, but upon reflection, it seemed premature. The distribution of saint positions and the bestowal of primordial purple qi by Hongjun should occur during the third discourse. "Taoist Ling Xiao, it is I who ought to thank you," Hongyun humbly countered, rising to take his leave. "Please." The three of them stood to see him off until Hongyun had departed the Sun Star. Truly, Taoist Hongyun is an exemplary companion. "It is exceedingly pleasant to be in his company," Dijuan remarked, gazing at the receding figure of Hongyun with a sense of admiration. Indeed, the contrast with those two from the west is particularly pronounced. Tai added with a smile. After bidding farewell to Hongyun, Ling Xiao and the others returned to the Sun Star beneath the Fusong tree. Dijuan and Tai immediately settled down to continue absorbing their insights. Ling Xiao glanced at the two and spoke, "Eldest brother, second brother, do not rush into cultivation. I have something for you." "What is it?" Dijuan and Tai inquired with curiosity, aware that their youngest brother often had new tricks up his sleeve. "Do not be astonished, nor overly excited," Ling Xiao said earnestly. "Your words suggest we are inexperienced. Do you think we have not seen the world?" Dijuan chuckled, feeling Ling Xiao was perhaps making a mountain out of a molehill. Although they had ventured out once since their transformation, their innate understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth made them rarely unaware of anything. Few things could truly excite them. Ling Xiao nodded, raised his hand, and revealed a fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate, exuding a profound aura of Tao. "This is..." Dijuan and Tai were momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment, their minds seemingly short-circuited, unable to articulate a name. It felt familiar yet foreign at the same time. The fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate, Ling Xiao calmly stated. Upon the utterance of these words, silence ensued. Boom. Dijuan and Tai immediately stood, pointing at the fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate. Rendered speechless by shock, Ling Xiao not only possessed a fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate, but third brother. Where did you acquire this? Dijuan inquired, managing to calm his excitement, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. This is simply remarkable. A complete Chaos Jade Plate is of the level of a Chaos Supreme treasure. Even a single fragment must be as precious as an innate treasure. No? Ling Xiao paused for a moment before smiling and saying, I would say it is naturally bestowed. This casual tone left Dijuan and Tai momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, they slowly replied, Of course we believe you. You are our brother, third brother. I do not require this. You should keep it for your use, Tai stated plainly, rejecting the offer without sentiment. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, saying, I still have another fragment. That is sufficient for me. Daluo Jingxian requires comprehension of laws, and possessing this will make cultivation immensely more efficient. In truth, he only had 2 fragments of the Chaos Jade Plate, but with the presence of the Chaos Pearl, the fragment seemed less significant to him. With the impending calamity of the witch and monster clans, enhancing one's strength was of utmost importance. Although Ling Xiao did not intend to involve himself with the monster clan or be swept into the great calamity, he could not entirely avoid unexpected events. Dijuan and Tai were his primordial brothers. Under the great calamity, they would serve as his most capable aides, and thus their strength must not lag too far behind. Go prevent future constraints by Hongjun. They all needed to pursue the path of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The method of severing 3 corpses belonged to Hongjun and was thus not viable. The path of achieving merit and becoming a saint also required one's primordial spirit to be entrusted to the heavenly Tao. Only by attaining the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian could one truly roam freely through heaven and earth. Dijuan and Tai were rendered speechless, astonished to learn that Ling Xiao possessed another fragment. So this thing could be acquired in bulk. Second brother, we shall take it. We cannot continually hinder our third brother, Dijuan stated with a serious expression. This remark struck Tai deeply, prompting him to accept the fragment without hesitation. Remember, do not reveal the fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate to outsiders. Ling Xiao cautioned. Dijuan and Tai nodded solemnly, fully aware of the implications. Subsequently, they eagerly returned to contemplate the fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate. Ling Xiao continued to refine the Chaos Pearl while comprehending the laws. Ever since his cultivation ascended to Daluo Jingxian, his speed in refining the Chaos Pearl had noticeably accelerated. Among the 3,000 prohibitions, he had currently refined more than 500. Ling Xiao engaged in refining prohibitions and comprehending laws. Silently entering a meditative state, a cultivation frenzy enveloped the sun star. In the external world, the strife between the witch and monster clans gradually intensified. At this juncture, the monster clan had yet to unify, and the myriad beings of the primordial realm were but a scattered mass, utterly incapable of opposing the witch clan. As the witch clan expanded its reach, conflicts erupted across the primordial lands, presenting a nearly one-sided scenario. During this time, the myriad clans of the primordial realm found themselves compelled to place their hopes on certain powerful beings, yearning for someone to emerge and lead them against the witch clan's onslaught. Chapter 16. Who can unite the myriad clans? In the tumultuous war between the witch clan and the myriad clans of the primordial realm, several powerful beings gradually emerged. Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, Jimeng, Feilian, Jiuying, and Gue Che, among others, were all top-tier experts among the myriad clans. Initially, they had been dormant, unwilling to emerge, but with the witch clan's expansion increasingly threatening their existence, they had no choice but to unite. Most of them possessed early-stage Daluo Jingxian cultivation, yet in the face of the formidable ancestor witches, they were akin to children, utterly outmatched. On a certain day, several great demons convened to discuss strategies. Bai Zhe Daoist, you are reputed to be knowledgeable of the heavens and the earth. Could you predict when those accursed witch clan members will meet their demise? Gui Che spoke with ire. Recalling an encounter with the strong ancestor Wu Qiangli, from which he barely escaped, Bai Zhe sighed helplessly and replied, The secrets of the heavens are inscrutable. Given the current turmoil, even I find it difficult to decipher the enigma. Rather than waiting for the witch clan's downfall, It would be more prudent to discuss something useful. If this continues, we may perish before the witch clan does. Ji Ming's expression darkened as he stated. The 12 ancestor witches are overwhelmingly powerful. We cannot withstand them. Our only fate awaits us, destruction. Another great demon voiced his concerns, casting a bleak outlook on the current situation. For the witch clan, the most crucial aspect was the 12 ancestor witches. Not only were they unrivaled in combat prowess, but they could also create witch clan warriors from blood. Unless someone could severely incapacitate the 12 ancestor witches, the myriad clans of the primordial realm would stand no chance against the witch clan. They could exhaust us to death. Bai Zhe, a refined young man exuding an air of wisdom, shook his feather fan and spoke, in my view, the witch clan's actions are detrimental to the heavens. Even they, with their rampant slaughter, will ultimately suffer a loss of fortune. The myriad clans of the primordial realm, filled with grievances, will one day retaliate against the witch clan. The myriad great demons appeared to grasp the essence of Bai Zhe's words. Feeling that he spoke quite well, yet it seemed as though he had conveyed nothing substantial. The concepts of fortune and causality, who can claim to understand them fully? Now, with the Tao ancestor expounding upon the grand principles, those mighty beings attending the lectures have experienced a meteoric rise in their powers. The Wu clan, inherently flawed, struggles to comprehend these profound truths and must surely be feeling some urgency, resorting to reckless expansion to nourish themselves and bolster their strength. Ji Ming concurred, sharing his thoughts. I believe it is us who should be anxious. Has no one among you esteemed friends devised a viable strategy? Ing Zhao urged, his tone filled with urgency. The assembly of great demons fell into silence. Casting glances left and right, ultimately focusing their collective gaze upon Bai Zhe Dai, seemed that only this esteemed friend could devise a solution. Bai Zhe, living up to expectations, had not anticipated any brilliant strategies from those present. In truth, I have been pondering this matter for some time, Bai Zhe declared. Pray, lend me your ears. The great demons responded eagerly, we are all ears. Bai Zhe Dao you die in my view. The strength of the myriad clans in the primordial world is not to be underestimated. They can at least match the Wu clan. The issue lies in their disunity. To alter this predicament, a capable and influential figure must rise to unite the clans. Only then will we have the opportunity to withstand the assaults of the Wu clan. Bai Zhe articulated his thoughts with clarity and coherence, and upon hearing him, the other mighty beings experienced an epiphany. Such a straightforward principle. Why had it eluded their contemplation? Bai Zhe Dao you is indeed correct. I find this plan feasible. Ji Ming immediately concurred. If that is the case, let Bai Zhe Dao you take on this monumental task of unifying the myriad clans. His suggestion was met with silence from the other great demons, who tacitly accepted it. However, Bai Zhe gently shook his head, saying, my rank is insufficient. None among you present are suited for this grand responsibility either. His words were blunt, entirely dismissing not only himself but also extinguishing any flicker of ambition among the assembled great demons. Such truths must be spoken to avoid intrigue and unnecessary conflict. Bai Zhe Dao you, who do you believe is fit for this monumental task? Currently, there are two candidates who seem most suitable. Bai Zhe revealed his thoughts. The first is Kuanpeng, who undoubtedly holds the highest esteem among the myriad clans. The great beings nodded in agreement, for they had indeed heard of Kuanpeng's fearsome reputation. He was undoubtedly among the elite of the primordial realm, possessing both strength and renown. And the second? A great demon inquired. Bai Zhe hesitated for a moment before slowly responding, you have likely heard of the being who made a fleeting appearance a millennium ago, the Sun Star? The Three Crows. The Three Crows? The great beings exchanged glances, recalling the unusual moniker. Since the struggle for the gourd atop Buzhou Mountain, Ling Zhao's name had first emerged prominently in the primordial realm, allowing many mighty beings to remember it. I have heard that the Three Crows can be compared to the Three Pure Ones, and there are even rumors of them being referred to as the Upper Three Crows and the Lower Three Pure Ones. Is it true that the Three Crows reside on the Sun Star, hence their designation? Gu Che inquired nonchalantly, having learned the name from others and feeling somewhat skeptical, even dismissive. The Three Pure Ones are of such a caliber. Renowned since the era of Pangu and the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. Where did these Three Crows suddenly emerge from? Bai Zhe pondered before stating, it seems quite probable. I have learned that Jin Wu Ling Xiao once repelled Jane and Juanti, demonstrating considerable power and rank, though his renown may be somewhat lacking. What are your thoughts, esteemed friends? As his words hung in the air, he surveyed the room for opinions, having merely proposed 2 options. With the final decision dependent on the assembly's sentiments, I still believe Kuanping to be the more reliable choice. He possesses all the necessary qualities. The 3 crows are but a name to us. We have yet to witness their presence, and even their strength is uncertain. We have only heard that they repel Jane and Juanti. Who among us has seen it with their own eyes? Several mighty beings voiced their support for Kuanping, as the 3 crows seemed too abstract in their minds. Bai Zhe contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us proceed as follows. We shall split our efforts. You will approach Kuanping, and I shall seek out the 3 crows to inquire about their intentions. Upon our return, we can formulate our next steps. What do you say?" The assembly of mighty beings unanimously agreed. Promptly dividing into 2 groups, Bai Zhe and Ji Ming would head to the Sun Star, while the others sought out Kuanping. After a period of time, Bai Zhe and Ji Ming finally drew near to the Sun Star. "Ji Ming Dao Yu, let us be prudent and allow me to take the lead," Bai Zhe instructed, feeling a twinge of unease. Although Ji Ming was formidable, Bai Zhe considered himself the more cunning of the 2. Having agreed beforehand to prevent any potential missteps, "Rest assured, Bai Zhe Dao Yu. I am fully aware of the situation," Ji Ming confidently assured him. Bai Zhe nodded, and the 2 arrived at the exterior of the Sun Star. Faintly perceiving an aura of hostility. What a formidable formation! The 2 demons felt a chill run down their spines, not daring to act recklessly. They respectfully called out, "3 crows Dao brothers." Bai Zhe and Ji Ming pay their respects. Under the Fuso tree, Ling Xiao, who had been deep in meditation, was startled by the sudden intrusion. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming. Aren't they the deities of the demon race? What brings them here? Ling Xiao mused. Sensing the timing coincided with the escalating conflicts within the Wu clan, it was likely that these 2 had come with intentions concerning the demon race. How could they have thought of me while remaining so low-key? Ling Xiao reflected, bemused that even after only 1 outing since his emergence, he was still on the demons' minds. Was it truly the will of fate that could not be defied? Bai Zhe, Ji Ming? Come, let us see what they seek, Di Jun declared, preparing to fly out of the Sun Star. Wait, brother, Ling Xiao called out. Halting him, Di Jun turned back, puzzled. Do you know why Bai Zhe and Ji Ming have come? Until we meet them, how could we possibly know? Di Jun replied candidly. From what I gather, their arrival is certainly not for any good purpose. The primordial realm is rife with turmoil, and their timing is telling. Ling Xiao smiled knowingly. Noticing Di Jun and Tai Yi's puzzled expressions, he continued, "Thus, you should go out first. Regardless of what Bai Zhe proposes, do not agree, simply refuse. And what of you?" Tai Yi inquired. "I will follow shortly." Di Jun and Tai Yi nodded gravely, fully adhering to Ling Xiao's instructions before swiftly departing. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming hesitated, considering whether to call out again, when suddenly 2 divine rainbows burst forth from the Sun Star. This is unexpected, they thought, momentarily taken aback. Are there not 3 crows? Why do only 2 emerge? Who are these 2? As they pondered, Di Jun and Tai Yi approached. Esteemed friends, what brings you to my Sun Star? Bai Zhe paused before asking, having long heard of the 3 crows' illustrious reputation, may I inquire who you are? He sought to confirm their identities before proceeding. Di Jun, Tai Yi. As Di Jun and Tai Yi introduced themselves, Bai Zhe's gaze flickered at it was said that Ling Xiao among the 3 crows was the most powerful. Why had he not come? Esteemed friends, I have heard that one of the 3 crows is named Ling Xiao. Why is he absent? Bai Zhe inquired with a warm smile, his tone exceedingly gentle, like a refreshing spring breeze, and why 3rd brother is in meditation. Please state your business without further preamble, Di Jun replied directly, somewhat impatiently as he despised such roundabout conversation. 3rd brother? So the one named Ling Xiao is the youngest among the 3 crows. Bai Zhe pondered, perplexed. Rumors had claimed that Ling Xiao was the strongest. Yet he was not the leader. Did this imply that Di Jun and Tai Yi were stronger? That could not be, as they did not seem particularly formidable. Esteemed friends, the situation in the primordial realm is quite clear to you. I believe. The Wu clan is aggressively expanding, wreaking havoc upon the living and the myriad clans are filled with grievances. It has reached an untenable point. Bai Zhe spoke with passion, thoroughly analyzing the implications. Leaving no stone unturned. One could not deny that Di Jun and Tai Yi felt a surge of fervor at his words, almost compelled to rush out and tear apart the Wu clan. Yet, recalling Ling Zhao's earlier advice, they regained their composure. Bai Zhe Daoyu, are you implying that we should step forward to unify the myriad clans and resist the Wu clan's advances? Di Jun asked earnestly after digesting Bai Zhe's words. Indeed, the three crows possess the standing and strength for such a role. Aside from you, none could unify the clans and withstand the Wu clan's onslaught. Bai Zhe replied with a smile, waving his feather fan. He noted Di Jun and Tai Yi's reactions closely, feeling a growing sense of confidence. The Jin Wu were born with the destiny of rulers, and such matters of unifying the clans and claiming sovereignty would undoubtedly appeal to them. Making it hard for them to refuse. In truth, Di Jun and Tai Yi were indeed inclined toward such a path, as they were born rulers, naturally drawn to such endeavors. However, times had changed. Bai Zhe Daoyu. Your words hold merit, yet we brothers possess only average strength, making it difficult to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Di Jun then remarked, this statement is a blend of truth and falsehood, containing both evasion and reality. The previous battle at Unhindered Mountain made them acutely aware of their inadequacies. Most importantly, Ling Xiao has already conveyed that regardless of what Bai Zhe asserts, we must not acquiesce. Esteemed friends, your humility is commendable. May I inquire about your cultivation level? Ji Ming could not restrain himself from asking. Such a personal question could only be posed by him. Bai Zhe would never dare to broach it. Di Jun and Tai Yi had initially intended to defer, and thus had no intention of concealing the truth. Oh, be candid. We are both in the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming exchanged glances, perceiving the perplexity in each other's eyes. This realm is rather commonplace. Although it is slightly superior to theirs, the difference is marginal. Is it not said that the three Wus can rival the three Pure Ones? This cultivation level still falls short of that echelon. Could it be that the one named Ling Xiao possesses a far higher cultivation? Yet, that seems implausible. As a brother of the same origin, it is illogical for him to surpass his elder sibling. At best they should be equal. Or is it possible that Ling Xiao is an anomalous golden crow, possessing 4 legs while others have 3? For a moment, Bai Zhe and Ji Ming found themselves in a state of confusion. Your strength is already formidable enough to shoulder significant responsibilities, Bai Zhe said with a smile after a brief silence. Though his words felt somewhat insincere. From another perspective, although the strength of the Golden Crows may not be top tier, having 3 of them together must surely equate to at least one of others. Right? As long as they surpass their rivals, that suffices. Enough of this verbal sparring. We shall not be departing from the Sun Star anytime soon, Tai Yi interjected, signaling the end of the discussion. He was now entirely focused on returning to his cultivation and comprehending the laws. Having no inclination to engage in further discourse, Bai Zhe was left speechless. What was the matter with these 2 golden crows? Born with the fate of emperors, how could they be so lacking in ambition? Might I request an audience with fellow Taoist Ling Xiao? He pressed, unwilling to concede, placing his hopes on the last golden crow. If the rumors held any merit, this 3rd golden crow must possess some extraordinary qualities. Di Jun and Tai Yi were about to decline when a calm voice resonated from the depths of the Sun Star. Even if I were to emerge, the outcome would remain unchanged. As the words fell, Ling Xiao's figure gracefully emerged. Taoist Ling Xiao. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming beheld the approaching figure, garbed in a robe adorned with the cosmic sun, moon, and stars, his countenance strikingly handsome, with slanted brows enhancing his youthful demeanor, exuding an air of defiance. Best you take your leave. There is no need to squander time on us, Ling Xiao said with a serene smile, clearly indicating that they should abandon any illusions. Taoist Ling Xiao, the world is in disarray. This is a prime opportunity for ascendance. Such a fortuitous moment will not come again, Bai Zhe insisted earnestly. Chapter 18. One Qi transforming into 3 crows? A hint for Bai Zhe remained undeterred, his expression serious as he spoke. The moment he laid eyes on Ling Xiao, his innate intuition solidified his resolve. He was well versed in the heavens and the earth. Though he could not discern the fate of Ling Xiao, His remaining instinct told him that this golden crow was far from ordinary. Ling Xiao fell silent, not in contemplation, but as the system presented him with a choice. The conflict between the Wu and Liao clans has reached a critical juncture. Please make the following selection. Option 1. Agree with Bai Zhe to unify the myriad clans. Reward. The Panga legacy technique. 9 transformation profound art. Option 2. Decline Bai Zhe. Maintain a steady course. Reward. The method of splitting one S-body, one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Upon receiving this choice, Ling Xiao hesitated not at all. System, I choose option 2. He had no intention of venturing outside, and this choice felt like a gift. Although the 9 transformation profound art was impressive, it held little utility for him, being designed primarily for the Wu clan's physical cultivation. He possessed a primordial spirit, rendering such physical cultivation less significant. Did they believe a single 9 transformation profound art would entice him into the world? Unfortunately, he was a golden crow of principles. I shall not go out. He affirmed resolutely, Taoist Ling Xiao, have you considered my proposal? Should you agree, I, Bai Zhe, shall wholeheartedly assist you. Bai Zhe, noticing Ling Xiao's silence, further elaborated on his terms. I in the world of Hong Huang, who did not know of Bai Zhe's celestial wisdom and sagacity. Regarded as a great auspicious omen and spirit of fortune, Ling Xiao, regaining his composure, smiled and replied, Bai Zhe, my Golden Crow clan has no intention of unifying the myriad clans. You may seek another. Bai Zhe's expression shifted, his resolve faltering. Ling Xiao, in my mind, you are the only suitable choice. If you refuse, I truly do not know whom to turn to. Hearing this, Ling Xiao revealed a knowing smile. As far as I am aware, there are indeed others more suitable than I. For instance, Taoist Kuanping of the North Sea. Did he also refuse you? As Ling Xiao's words concluded, Bai Zhe opened his mouth to respond, but was preempted by Ji Ming, who had been silent until now. Not at all. We act independently. Ji Ming, Bai Zhe exclaimed, glaring furiously at his companion. At that moment, Ling Xiao's smile grew broader. As he suspected, Bai Zhe and his companions had not exhausted their options. Esteemed friends, we have reached the end of our discourse. It is time for you to depart. He no longer wished to prolong the conversation and issued the dismissal. Taoist Ling Xiao, allow me to explain. Truly, in my heart, you are the most suitable to lead the myriad clans, Bai Zhe lamented. His tone infused with resignation. It sounded almost like a defense, yet it echoed his genuine thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have personally journeyed to the Sun Star. Ji Ming, beside him, shrank back, aware that he had spoken out of turn. However, he could not be blamed. When Ling Xiao had posed his question, his gaze had been fixed on Ji Ming, almost as if prompting him to respond. In an unforeseen moment, he had inadvertently spoken up, suggesting he had been subtly influenced by Ling Xiao's demeanor. Bai Zhe, there is no need for explanations. Your sentiments are of no concern to me. Why Golden Crow clan shall not emerge into the world? Ling Xiao stated solemnly. His decision to remain hidden was firm, and the opinions of Bai Zhe and his companions were of no consequence. Bai Zhe sighed in resignation, feeling a deep sense of regret, casting a mournful glance at Ji Ming, convinced that had he not spoken out of turn, there might still have been a chance. Seeing this, Ling Xiao felt it necessary to offer a few more words. Bai Zhe, do not be disheartened. Although we shall not emerge, I can provide you with a few suggestions. Taoist Ling Xiao, please enlighten me, Bai Zhe replied, mustering a feigned enthusiasm, as he yearned for Ling Xiao to take action. In my view, not only my Golden Crow clan, or the Kuanping, but also other mighty beings could unify the myriad clans. Moreover, some may be even more suitable than us, Ling Xiao began, preparing to broaden Bai Zhe's perspective. Bai Zhe's face displayed skepticism as he queried, pray tell, who does Taoist Ling Xiao refer to? Currently, most innate powers remain withdrawn from the world. Who among them would be willing to step forward? There are indeed some, but it depends on how you approach it, Ling Xiao continued. You may go to Unhindered Mountain and see for yourself. Unhindered Mountain? Bai Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. There are numerous powerful beings there. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ling Xiao shook his head. Words have been spoken. Depart now. Bai Zhe hesitated, ultimately refraining from further questions, and took his leave. Tio the Three Crows, we bid farewell. Travel safely. Ling Xiao and his companions watched them depart. Third brother, I fail to comprehend why we cannot acquiesce to Bai Zai, Dijun questioned. Perplexed, he could not fathom why they would not accept such a splendid opportunity to unify the myriad clans and bask in boundless fortune. Brother, have you forgotten? The third brother possesses foresight. There must be a reason for his actions. Tai Yi interjected, unconditionally trusting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at the two, noting that Tai Yi's perspective was reasonable, yet Dijun's thoughts seemed perilous. He appeared eager to establish the demon clan, which Ling Xiao could understand. If Dijun did not wish for such, he would not possess the destiny of a born ruler. However, this notion bore its own dangers, and he needed to provide some guidance. Ling Xiao mused, then spoke, Brothers, I understand your confusion regarding my refusal of Bai Zai. While unifying the myriad clans and contending for supremacy in Hong Huang may seem appealing, times have changed. Now, with Hong Jun attaining sanctity and expounding teachings, the future will witness the emergence of numerous formidable beings, even those surpassing worldly powers. At that point, even if one were to dominate the entirety of Hong Huang, they would still appear as mere ants in the eyes of such existences. Is it truly that terrifying? Dijun and Tai Yi exclaimed in shock. Do not be deceived by the current might of the Wu clan. Although the 12 ancestor Wu are ferocious, in the eyes of beings like Hong Jun, they are as insignificant as ants, Ling Xiao continued, reshaping Dijun and Tai Yi's perspectives. The notion of conquering Hong Huang is but an illusion. Even if one were to genuinely dominate, what would it matter? Everything is fraught with uncertainty. Only one's own formidable cultivation is the true reality. Strive to cultivate and become an existence akin to the saints. That is our goal. Dijun and Tai Yi wore expressions of daze as they suddenly recalled the scene of Hong Jun attaining sainthood, exerting an overwhelming presence over the vast primordial world, reaching every corner. Exalted and ineffable, before such majesty, all beings appeared as mere ants. Contemplating this, the notion of uniting myriad races to confront the witch clan seemed far less appealing than remaining at home, peacefully cultivating one's skills. As Ling Xiao remarked, what does it matter to dominate the entire primordial realm if it cannot guarantee their ascension to the stature of a saint? If they cannot achieve such greatness, then in the eyes of the saints, they would merely be slightly larger ants. Third brother, we have come to an understanding. Chapter 19. Bai Zai. No one summoned me. I came of my own accord. Bai Zai and Jiming departed from the Sunstar and arrived at Mount Buzhou. According to Ling Xiao, there exists a being capable of uniting the myriad races, so they came to test their fortune. Bai Zai pondered deeply. The renowned powers of Mount Buzhou were limited to the three pure ones and Yuhua and Fuxi. Other formidable beings lacked such capability. Could it be that Ling Xiao was referring to the three pure ones? Standing at the foot of Mount Buzhou, Bai Zai's gaze flickered with the thought. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. The three pure ones, claiming to be the true lineage of Pangu, were exceedingly proud. They would likely look down upon anyone but Pangu himself. The chance of them leading the myriad races of the primordial world was exceedingly slim, akin to asking a phoenix to lead sparrows. Such pride could not be relinquished. Bai Zai, where shall we go? Jiming, unable to contain himself after a prolonged silence, finally inquired. Bai Zai retracted his thoughts and replied, We shall seek out Yuhua and Fuxi. Yuhua and Fuxi, these two siblings are primordial deities. It might not be wise to ask them to lead the myriad races. Jiming remarked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Bai Zai smiled confidently, stating, Whether it is wise or not can only be determined through trial. I trust that my friend Ling Xiao would not have brought us to Mount Buzhou without reason. Jiming nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting his words. Bai Zai cast a glance at him, cautioning, Jiming, do not speak out of turn. I will handle everything. This was a fellow with a checkered past and required some admonition. Rest assured, Bai Zai, I shall remain silent this time, Jiming assured, thumping his chest. Bai Zai nodded, then soared into Mount Buzhou. Upon reaching the threshold of Yuhua and Fuxi's sanctum, before Bai Zai could utter a word, a voice resonated from within, Esteemed friends, please enter and converse. Without hesitation, Bai Zai and Jiming stepped into the sanctum, and as soon as they laid eyes on Fuxi and Yuhua, they approached with warmth. We apologize for the intrusion, Bai Zai said with a smile, feeling quite buoyant. The fact that Nuwa and Fushi allowed them entry indicated a positive sign, unlike at the Sunstar, where they hadn't even crossed the threshold. One could easily surmise the outcome. Not at all. What brings you two esteemed friends here? Nuwa inquired with a gentle smile. Baizé did not hold back. He recounted the matters discussed at the Sunstar in various forms. After listening, Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances before Fushi slowly responded, "Friend Baizé, how can we involve ourselves in the affairs of the myriad races and the Witch Clan?" This was Fushi speaking. As primordial deities, they were not comparable to ordinary beings of the primordial realm. Moreover, even if the Witch Clan were to be aggressive, they posed no threat to them. Taking the initiative to unify the myriad races would be a thankless task. Indeed, Baizé maintained his composure, having anticipated this question. He had already devised a strategy on the journey to persuade these powerful beings to take action. Now, the opportunity had presented itself, and fortunately, he was prepared. Fushi and Nuwa, the Witch Clan is rampantly expanding, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, causing widespread resentment among all living beings in the primordial realm. Such actions offend the heavens and earth. Thus, it is only a matter of time before they face retribution. If someone were to rise and lead the myriad races against the tyranny of the Witch Clan, not only would they gain the fortune of the myriad races, but they might also accrue great merit. Although you two are primordial deities, you are also part of the primordial realm, and no one else possesses such qualifications. Baizé spoke earnestly, his analysis thorough and compelling. Nuwa and Fushi were indeed moved. Since Hongjun's teachings, many powerful beings had experienced a surge in strength. Though they were of primordial lineage, they felt immense pressure. Friend Baizé, the Witch Clan is ferocious, and with the 12 ancestors of the Witch, even a united front of the myriad races may struggle to withstand them, Nuwa remarked with a smile, sensing a hidden opportunity. At her level of cultivation, she could foresee certain outcomes, a form of premonition to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Baizé's heart leaped with joy. Nuwa's words indicated she was considering his proposal. Ling Xiao truly does not deceive me. Both Nuwa and Fushi were renowned powers in the primordial realm, their strength only slightly inferior to that of the three pure ones. Their involvement would be immensely beneficial. Nuwa, you need not worry. Among the myriad races, there are numerous formidable individuals. Together, they may very well resist the Witch Clan. Most importantly, under the teachings of the Tao Ancestor. The 12 ancestors of the Witch will not benefit, and one day, our strength will surpass theirs, Baizé explained with the confidence of having a winning hand. Nuwa nodded, her expression inscrutable, oscillating between joy and concern. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Friend Baizé, who sent you to find us?" "No one did. It was my own desire to come. Surely, you must understand that I possess knowledge of celestial phenomena and earthly matters, enabling me to discern glimpses of future enigmas," Baizé responded, somewhat boastfully. He refrained from disclosing Ling Xiao's intent, for that would imply he sought their consent after consulting others first, which was not a wise move. Nuwa's voice softened, laced with skepticism. "Friend Baizé, do you truly expect me to believe that?" "Indeed, it is as I say. My foresight is unparalleled. There is nothing I cannot know," Ji Ming chimed in, unable to resist the urge to support Baizé, earning him a look of approval from his companion. "You have some merit," Baizé thought to himself. "You possess quite the skill, my friend," Nuwa remarked casually, not genuinely convinced of Baizé's claims in the current tumultuous state of the primordial realm. It was unlikely that anyone other than the Tao Ancestor could perceive the full picture. Her incredulous demeanor incited Ji Ming's rebellious spirit. He felt compelled to vindicate Baizé. "Nuwa, do not dismiss this. The golden crows of the Sun Star proclaim that there exists a savior at Mount Buzhou to unite the myriad races. Baizé can ascertain it is you. I ask you, are you not formidable?" Ji Ming exclaimed. Baizé's expression shifted dramatically, nearly choking on his words, as he coughed uncontrollably, desperately signaling Ji Ming to cease. He wished he could deliver a swift kick to this clumsy ally. Just moments ago, all seemed well, and now chaos erupted. I had just praised you. Nuwa's expression turned to one of surprise, followed by a cold smile as she inquired, "Baizé, can you explain this situation?" Baizé forced a smile, mustering the courage to explain. "It is as follows. I am friends with the golden crows of the Sun Star, and we happened upon this topic. They suggested that there exists a being at Mount Buzhou capable of uniting the myriad races. I merely deduced that it would be you. That is the situation. He spread his hands, feigning earnestness. Heh, do you truly believe I would buy that? Nuwa scoffed, scrutinizing Bai Zhe with penetrating eyes. She then turned her gaze to the distant void, staring at the sun suspended in the sky, lost in thought. Ling Xiao, what is your intent? Chapter 20. Just 3 golden crows. Who could challenge them? Nuwa, without much thought, quickly deduced that the golden crows Bai Zhe referred to were indeed Ling Xiao. The confrontation from a millennium ago was still vivid in her memory. She had even taken something from him, thus incurring a debt of karma. Now, the question arose, was Ling Xiao's action inadvertent? Or was there a deeper purpose? Besides Mount Buzhou and the 3 pure ones, no other beings possessed the strength to unite the myriad races. What could be the reason? Was it truly an unintentional endeavor? Lost in her thoughts, Nuwa felt a sense of confusion, yet one thing remained unchanged. She sensed that uniting the demon race represented a fortuitous opportunity for her. There must be a connection between her and the myriad races. That Nuwa, perhaps I have made a guess. I shall inquire further with the 3 pure ones. Seeing Nuwa's expression shift between contemplation and uncertainty, Bai Zhe assumed she was weighing the decision of whether to take action against him and promptly stood up to retreat. A wise person does not linger beneath a precarious wall. Sensing the atmosphere turning grim, he hastily made his exit. Only by preserving his life could he hope to achieve great things. Wait. Just as Bai Zhe and Ji Ming turned to leave, Nuwa's clear voice resonated behind them, devoid of any discernible emotion. Bai Zhe's heart tightened. He turned around, forcing a rather uncomfortable smile. Nuwa, is there anything you wish to convey? I have given my consent, Nuwa replied nonchalantly. Bai Zhe and Ji Ming were momentarily stunned, their faces lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, within the witch clan, at the stronghold of the ancestor witch Changliang, oh, that waste Bai Zhe has gone to the Sun Star? Upon receiving news from the great witch below, ancestor witch Changliang displayed a scornful smile. Since the onset of war, the volatile ancestor witch of thunder had taken the lead, naturally encountering Bai Zhe and others. If not for their elusive nature, he would have torn them apart long ago. Who would have thought they would appear at the Sun Star? Let me see how I shall rend you all. The resonant voice of Changliang echoed like thunder, prompting him to mobilize towards the Sun Star with the intent to vanquish Bai Zhe in the present. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Deluo Jianxian, merely a step away from the latter stage. The 12 ancestors of Wu possessed a unique cultivation method. They inherently inherited the laws of 12 elemental forces, requiring only the comprehension of the innate laws within their bloodlines to integrate with their physical forms, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Through relentless training of the physical body, their strength perpetually grew, devoid of the obstacles encountered in nurturing the primordial spirit. Consequently, the cultivation of the 12 ancestors of Wu was scarcely inferior to the most formidable beings in the Honghuang world. The more prominent among them, such as Dijiang, Jumang, and Zhu Jiuyin, had even attained the late stage of Deluo Jianxian. Not only were the ancestors of Wu powerful, but their numbers were also considerable. While the 3 pure ones were formidable, they numbered merely 3, whereas the ancestors of Wu consisted of 12. This explains why the Wu clan could act with such impunity in the Honghuang world. Unless all the great powers united, resistance was futile. Just as Changliang was about to depart the tribe, ancestor Dijiang summoned him to the Pangu temple. Very well, I shall grant you a few more days of life. Changliang thought to himself as he turned and hastened towards the Pangu temple. The Pangu temple, the 12 ancestors of Wu gathered together. Over the course of this millennium of warfare, our Wu clan's territory has expanded several-fold, and the number of our offspring has also increased significantly. However, this has incited fierce resistance from the myriad clans. I wish to gather the opinions of my brothers and sisters. Should we continue to expand? Or should we take a moment to recuperate? Dijiang, seated at the head, surveyed the assembly before speaking. As the eldest among the 12 ancestors, he had much to consider. Despite the current momentum of the Wu clan, he believed that haste could lead to adverse consequences. Thus, he convened all the ancestors to deliberate on their next course of action. I believe we should rest for a while. We must not be too reckless. Hutu expressed first. From the very beginning, she had opposed the notion of war, and now she naturally favored a period of respite. Sister, you speak foolishly. The situation is currently favorable. We must seize this momentum and fight to the end, claiming dominion over the Hong Huang. Otherwise, when the myriad clans react, it will be too late. Zhu Rong interjected with a smile, her fiery temperament tempered by keen insight. A chorus of agreement arose from the ancestors, as they reasoned that halting now would merely afford their opponents time to prepare. Combat serves as the finest nourishment for us of the Wu clan. Only through continuous battle can we grow stronger. Zhu Jiuyin stated matter-of-factly. Unlike the ancestors, the cultivators of the Wu clan required the essence of blood and flesh. Remaining at home would yield little progress. At this juncture, Zhangliang chuckled softly. I recently learned of an intriguing piece of news. He paused dramatically, creating an air of suspense. As all the ancestors turned their gazes towards him, he continued, Baze and Ji Ming have ventured to the Sun Star, though I am uncertain of their intentions. Upon hearing this, the ancestors exchanged glances of bewilderment. What could Baze possibly seek at the Sun Star? The Sun Star was the domain of the Golden Crows. Could Baze be seeking the Three Crows? Shuaming's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The Three Crows? The ancestors were not unfamiliar with this title. They had heard of it over 1,000 years ago. This Baze, known for his vast knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters, surely had a purpose in seeking out the Three Crows. Perhaps Baze intends to enlist the Three Crows to mediate on behalf of the myriad clans against us, Hutu speculated. Though she had not participated much in battles, she had kept a keen eye on the dynamics of the Hong Huang world, particularly the movements of the myriad clans. Given certain signs, it was not difficult to deduce Baze's intentions. As soon as Hutu finished speaking, several boisterous ancestors erupted into laughter. It seems Baze has become muddled. I could crush those so-called Three Crows with a single hand. What use would it be to summon them? Spoke Gong Gong, the fourth-ranked ancestor among the 12, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of Deluo Jinxian. While he had heard of a golden crow named Ling Xiao repelling Jane, he believed he could achieve the same. If Baze thinks he can rally them against the Wu clan, he must be out of his mind. Just 3 golden crows. Who would be intimidated by such a trifling number? Hutu merely chuckled, dismissing the notion. Even if her speculation proved correct, it would not pose any significant threat. Di Jiang surveyed the room, gauging the responses of the ancestors. He comprehended that this battle could not be halted. It must continue until total victory was achieved. Just as he prepared to voice his command, a great Wu sought an audience, one from Zhangliang's tribe, tasked with gathering reports on the ongoing conflict. Great ancestors, I bring tidings. Baze and Ji Ming have departed the Sun Star and are heading towards Mount Buzhou. Chapter 21. Striking a blow against the opponent's arrogance, the sudden arrival of the Great Wu caused the ancestors to display expressions of surprise. Baze has gone to Mount Buzhou? What significance does that hold? The 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi. What could this fool Baze be planning by leaving the Sun Star for Mount Buzhou? Zhangliang gestured for the messenger to withdraw. It is quite evident. The 3 crows must have declined his overtures, and this fool has now set his sights on the 3 pure ones. 3 crows, 3 pure ones. What a peculiar pairing, one ancestor remarked with a chuckle. Exhibiting disdain, is it possible that Baze seeks to unite the 3 crows and the 3 pure ones against us? Zhu Ming mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This suggestion was met with widespread rebuttal from the majority of ancestors. Impossible! These powerful beings are not fools. They would not heed Baze's call. Zhu Rong dismissed the idea casually. Indeed, in the entirety of Hong Huang, which fool would dare oppose us of the Wu clan? Gong Gong echoed, his tone brazen. The ancestors engaged in fervent debate, each voicing their opinions. After some time, Di Jiang sensed that the discussion had nearly reached its conclusion and spoke slowly, regardless of the outcome. I believe we must not allow this momentum to persist. We must ensure that all the great powers in Hong Huang understand that opposing the ancestors of Wu leads to dire consequences. As Di Jiang's words settled, a profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes now fixed upon him. Brother, do you mean we should strike against the 3 pure ones, or the 3 crows to demonstrate the repercussions of casually engaging with the myriad clans? Zhu Rong's eyes lit up as she grasped Di Zhang's intent. I concur. We must strike a blow against the arrogance of these powerful beings, making it clear that aiding Baize and his ilk equates to opposing the Wu clan. Qiangliang declared audibly, asserting his dominance in a manner that suggested one glance in his direction would invite conflict. Most ancestors regarded this as a perfectly reasonable stance, for they had long been accustomed to their domineering ways. Very well, who shall we target? The 3 crows or the 3 pure ones? An eager ancestor inquired, their violent impulses bubbling to the surface. The 3 pure ones, of course. Baize sought them out because the 3 crows rebuffed him, indicating their awareness of their own limitations. Therefore, there is no need to target them, Shiming stated with a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Indeed, in my view, the threat posed by the 3 crows pales in comparison to that of the 3 pure ones. Thus, we shall proceed against the 3 pure ones, Zhu Jiuyin added with a calm demeanor. The other ancestors nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zhu Jiuyin's words. They had never encountered the so-called 3 crows and suspected they were mere fabrications. The 3 pure ones, on the other hand, were well known to them, having dealt with them on numerous occasions since the inception of the Yuan meeting, and they understood the gravity of the threat they posed. Consequently, all the ancestors, aside from Di Jiang, consented to initiate hostilities against the 3 pure ones. Observing that the discussion had reached a consensus, Di Jiang spoke again. Targeting the 3 pure ones is indeed prudent. But there exists another crucial reason. For far too long, the 3 pure ones have paraded around under the guise of being Panga's legitimate heirs, yet they have never paid homage to our Father God. Such treachery deserves punishment. This time, we must deliver a harsh blow to the 3 pure ones. If possible, we should eradicate them entirely. His expression turned grave, revealing the immense resolve behind his words. Upon hearing this, the ancestors were momentarily taken aback. With Hutu voicing her opposition, elder brother, the 3 pure ones are manifestations of our Father's essence. Would it not be unwise to eliminate them? Precisely because of this, we must act. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian are the essence of our Father God. While we, the ancestors, embody his physical form, by vanquishing them, we might rectify our inherent deficiencies, Di Jiang replied, his gaze shimmering with intensity. As his words resonated, the ancestors exchanged glances, acknowledging the merit in Di Jiang's argument. I support my elder brother's stance. Even if we cannot eliminate the 3 pure ones, we must strip them of the title of Panga's legitimate heirs. Zhu Jiuyin spoke coldly, devoid of emotion yet resolute. The primordial world was indeed a manifestation of the Father Deity, and Pangu Zhengzong was not merely a simplistic title. It represented the legacy and fortune left by Pangu himself. Should he manage to usurp the fortune of the 3 pure ones, the Wu clan might undergo an unimaginable transformation. Let us proceed with this plan. After all, expansion is inevitable, and we might as well seize the territory of the 3 pure ones while we are at it. Xian Ming remarked with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a chilling intent. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, signaling their consent. Without further ado, they set forth, at the foothills of Buzhou Mountain, in the eastern Kunlun. Within the grand hall of the 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian stood together, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Upon closer inspection, one could discern traces of Panga's essence within their beings. Laozi, with his white beard and brows, grasped a shoulder pole, flames dancing and radiating with brilliance. The dignified Yuanshi cradled the 3 treasures of the jade Rui, golden rays swirling around him. Tongtian, embodying strength and pride, wielded the Qingping sword, resonating with a celestial sound. The shoulder pole, jade Rui, and Qingping sword were all transformed from the chaotic green lotus, a boon they encountered during their travels on Buzhou Mountain. Apart from the gourd, these were the only artifacts they could present. Moments later, the 3 pure ones gradually opened their eyes, a fleeting joy illuminating their expressions. After a period of arduous cultivation, their powers had indeed progressed, especially Laozi, as the eldest among them, nearing the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. When the Tao ancestor next imparts wisdom, the completion of the great Luo Golden Immortal Path is surely within reach, i.e. the current primordial world. It is unlikely that any being possesses greater power than the three brothers. Tongtian spoke, his joy evident. Indeed, it is laughable that there are rumors suggesting the three golden crows of the Sun Star can be equated with you. Compare the three crows with the three pure ones is nothing short of a grand joke. Yuanshi replied coldly, looking down upon all, asserting that they, the three pure ones, were the true legacy of Pangu, and it was absurd to place them on the same pedestal as mere beasts. Second brother. Third brother, let us not be prideful. Our aspirations should soar higher. Laozi remarked gently, reminding them of the existence of the Tao ancestor above, which remained their ultimate goal. As for the so-called three crows, he dismissed them entirely, confident that one day, those three golden crows would not even possess the qualifications to gaze upon them. Brother speaks wisely. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Laozi's words. In this tumultuous struggle among the Wu clan, we must hasten our cultivation to prepare for the unpredictable changes ahead, Laozi stated calmly. The primordial land was shrouded in chaos wrought by the Wu clan. Oblivious to the changing tides of fate, such ignorance would inevitably lead to their downfall. Yuanshi smiled, his divine consciousness surveying the lands, when suddenly, his expression shifted in shock. He beheld the 12 ancestral witches advancing with great fervor towards Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, on the Sun Star, the 12 ancestral witches had mobilized. What could they possibly desire? Moments earlier, Ling Xiao had awakened from his retreat and coincidentally witnessed the 12 ancestral witches charging towards Buzhou Mountain. The collective aura of the 12 ancestral witches rose like smoke signals, soaring into the sky above the primordial land, sweeping across the heavens, and even permeating the Sun Star, in the eastern primordial realm. All beings trembled in fear, sensing the impending doom. The towering forms of the 12 ancestral witches loomed like chaotic deities, capable of annihilating all with a mere gesture. Fortunately, the 12 ancestral witches did not seek to crush the insignificant creatures beneath them. Ling Xiao, standing upon the Sun Star, gazed down at the 12 colossal figures, noting that each ancestral witch possessed a more fearsome visage than the last, enough to terrify their adversaries into submission. One of them caught Ling Xiao's eye. This ancestral witch bore a human form with a serpent's tail, 7 arms sprouting from her back, and 2 hands gripping a writhing serpent, exuding an aura of ferocity. This must be Hutu, Ling Xiao mused, unable to suppress a smirk. The tales of her beauty from his previous life had evidently been deceiving. In truth, she appeared frightening beyond measure. Could there be another side to her? He pondered, chuckling softly. What could have prompted this sudden assembly of the 12 ancestral witches, charging towards Buzhou Mountain? What lay within Buzhou Mountain? The 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi. Were the ancestral witches intending to confront them? Were they so desperate for adversaries that they conjured their own? Ling Xiao mused, recalling how, according to the original narrative, Emperor Jun and Tai were on the verge of encountering the Wu clan at this moment. However, circumstances had shifted. Emperor Jun and Tai had abandoned their quest for dominance to pursue cultivation instead. Since their minds had been altered during the last encounter, these two had thrown themselves into their training with even more fervor than Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao could not fathom why the 12 ancestral witches harbored such intentions, and ultimately decided not to dwell on its long, as they did not cause trouble on the Sun Star. All else was irrelevant to him. At Buzhou Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian had risen, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the approaching figures. 12 ominous silhouettes surged forward, closing the distance rapidly. What brings the 12 ancestral witches here? Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged solemn glances, having only just spoken of them before their arrival. Could it be that they sensed someone speaking ill of them? How absurd! Their intentions do not seem benevolent. Laozi remarked, his expression serious. The 12 ancestral witches radiated an aura of malevolence, clearly not here for a leisurely visit. What could possibly draw them all to Buzhou Mountain? It could only be the 3 pure ones. Just as they pondered this, a voice boomed like thunder. 3 pure ones, come forth. The voice of the thunder ancestral which resounded, darkening the skies and shaking the earth with its terrifying presence. The 3 pure ones' expressions soured as they stepped out of the hall. What brings you esteemed friends here with such fervor? Laozi inquired, his demeanor solemn as he regarded the leader, Di Jiang. Naturally, we have matters to discuss. First, I must ask, have you had clandestine dealings with Bai Zhe? Di Jiang's calm yet thunderous voice reverberated across vast distances. It served as a warning to all unrelated powers that meddling in affairs not their own would invoke the 12 ancestral witches' wrath. Bai Zhe? The three pure ones exchanged confused glances, silently questioning whether any of them had encountered Bai Zhe. Di Jiang, I fail to comprehend your meaning. We have been in seclusion, diligently cultivating, and have not encountered Bai Zhe. Laozi responded, perplexed. Such deceit. A cold sneer escaped Zhu Jiuyin, who reprimanded them sharply. Laozi paused, yet patiently reiterated, I do not grasp your meaning, but we truly have not seen Bai Zhe. Besides, with Buzhou Mountain's vastness, how can you ascertain that Bai Zhe is here? I refuse to listen, Di Jiang interrupted. Raising his hand dismissively, you three shameless ones still seek to quibble. I am convinced that Bai Zhe has come to your domain. To befriend Bai Zhe is to make an enemy of our Wu clan, and today, we cannot let this go unpunished. Their primary objective was to suppress the three pure ones, seeking any pretext to engage in conflict. The three pure ones quickly realized that the 12 ancestral witches were indeed here to provoke them. Are they out of their minds? What madness drives the 12 ancestral witches? Do they truly believe we fear them? Yuanshi retorted coldly, having long harbored disdain for them. If you are unafraid, then come forth and meet your demise. Gong Gong stepped forward, shaking the ground with his imposing presence, towering over the three pure ones. Even from their position on Buzhou Mountain, second brother, remain calm, Laozi interjected, restraining Yuanshi's impulsiveness, not wishing to escalate into violence in a one-on-one confrontation. They were not afraid of the ancestral witches, but facing all 12 together altered the dynamics entirely. In the entirety of the primordial world, aside from the Tao ancestor, no one could confront all 12 ancestral witches alone. Even the three of them together would struggle. Di Jiang, state your demands clearly. What is it that you desire? Laozi spoke steadily, preparing to navigate the situation with caution. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic choice. Di Jiang scoffed, declaring, you three pure ones have long claimed the name of Pangu Zhengzong, exploiting the remnants of the Father Deity's power to deceive others, yet you have never held the Father Deity in your hearts. We have come today to rectify this. There can only be one true Pangu Zhengzong. At this proclamation, the expressions of the three pure ones shifted, and they fell silent for a moment. Laozi replied calmly, Di Jiang, you are mistaken. We three pure ones are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. The unity of the three pure ones embodies Pangu himself. This is an immutable truth. Even if the heavens were to collapse, we would still remain Pangu Zhengzong, unchanged and unyielding. Since our transformation, we have always held this identity, and none can usurp it. Are you implying that Pangu's physical body is not Pangu? It seems you hold us in contempt. Zhu Rong shouted furiously, his wrath manifesting in stormy winds. Tong Tian, with his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself, the Qingping sword humming ominously, a pitiful assemblage, lacking completeness, ignorant of the tides of fate. Yet you dare to covet the title of Pangu Zhengzong? You believe yourselves worthy? Yuanshi coldly exclaimed. His gaze imbued with a defiant spirit. Even if he could not triumph over the 12 ancestor witches, it did not deter him from looking down upon them. The witches were categorized into two types: the ancestor witches, who possessed a primordial spirit yet were inherently flawed and unable to cultivate, and the ordinary witches, devoid of any primordial spirit, including the great witches in Yuanshi's view. Such beings, lacking even a complete primordial spirit and failing to comprehend the essence of existence, were unworthy of the revered title of Pangu's true lineage. To even mention them was an affront to Pangu scoundrels. I demand your demise. Yuanshi's words instantly shattered the composure of all ancestor witches, prompting the 12 ancestor witches to converge upon the Sanqing. Chapter 23. Kunlun's dramatic transformation, under the gaze of mighty beings Mount Buzhou, Eastern Kunlun. The overwhelming aura of the 12 ancestor witches surged forth, pressing down upon the Sanqing, enveloping the entire Mount Buzhou in an all-consuming dread. Winds roared and clouds swirled, The very essence of the heavens and earth shifted ominously, with the spiritual energy of the universe erupting violently, countless divine patterns rippling through the vast void. This region resembled the end of days, as 12 potent auras ascended to the heavens, igniting the endless stars, which subsequently detonated. In that moment, numerous slumbering mighty beings were roused. Sensing the tumultuous energy of the 12 ancestor witches, casting their gazes toward Mount Bujo. Were the 12 ancestor witches intending to uproot Mount Bujo, who had provoked their wrath? Meanwhile, in the northern sea, Ying Zhao, Guiche, Zhou, and other mighty beings were engaged in discourse with Kuanpeng, and through their relentless efforts, Kuanpeng was on the verge of acquiescing to make an appearance. They were currently in a tug-of-war phase. If the negotiations proceeded favorably, a resolution would soon be reached. If not, they might find themselves entangled in prolonged discussions, or perhaps some aspects were yet to be harmonized. Kuanpeng was a cunning old hand. He recognized the benefits of uniting the myriad races but was equally aware of the immense risks involved. He was still weighing his options. Brother Kuanpeng, rest assured, as long as we can unify the myriad races, the witch clan poses no threat. There is truly no need for concern. I refuse to believe the 12 ancestor witches would dare to come knocking. Guiche chimed in, his 9 avian heads bobbing in agreement. Ying Zhao, Zhou, and others nodded along, recalling their extensive dealings with the witch clan over the years. They had never witnessed all 12 ancestor witches mobilizing simultaneously. It seemed they were intent on securing the witch clan's interior, fearful of an ambush. Thus, the conflict between the witch clan and the myriad races largely depended on the lesser beings below. The leaders would not act rashly. The group exchanged words back and forth, enticing Kuanpeng to agree. Once he took that final step, the mental hurdle would be overcome, and the rest would be manageable. Upon hearing this, Kuanpeng found some merit in their reasoning. Furthermore, with his incredible speed, even if he couldn't win, he could surely escape. It was a safe proposition. Setting down his wine cup, he rose, a surge of gallantry welling up within him. Yes, that's the very feeling. Ying Zhao, Guiche, and the other spirits also laid down their cups, rising in anticipation of Kuanpeng's declaration. At that moment, Kuanpeng's expression suddenly shifted. He gazed into the void, sensing a subtle yet terrifying aura. The eruption of the 12 ancestor witches' energy reached him even across the endless expanse of time and space. What madness were these 12 lunatics up to? They had actually all mobilized together. Kuanpeng's heart raced, though his exterior remained composed. No, this was far too perilous. Now was not the time to unite the myriad races, he quickly resolved, the scales tipping decisively. To step forth and unite the myriad races now would be akin to drawing fire. Should the 12 ancestor witches arrive, even with 12 wings, he would be unable to escape. Thus, under the expectant and encouraging gazes of Ying Zhao, Guiche, and the others, Kuanpeng waved his hand. Guests, please leave. What? They were left bewildered, their expressions one of utter confusion. What was Kuanpeng doing? Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence, and now he was dismissing them. Soon, Ying Zhao, Guiche, and the others began to understand. The erupting aura of the 12 ancestor witches was becoming palpable to them as well. Kuanpeng, that cunning old fox, had backed down. Elsewhere on Mount Bujo, Nuwa and Fushi shared a similar look of bewilderment. The dialogue between the ancestor witches and the Sanqing resonated clearly in their ears. The 12 ancestor witches had stirred into action due to Bai Zhe. They had assumed Bai Zhe had sought out the Sanqing. Little did they know, Bai Zhe had only just departed from their presence. Would the 12 ancestor witches turn their wrath upon us as well? Fushi expressed his concern, feeling the overwhelming and menacing aura even without facing the 12 ancestor witches directly. He feared he could not withstand even one ancestor witch, let alone 12. Do not fret, Nuwa replied, her expression calm, a light chuckle escaping her lips. The 12 ancestor witches are most likely targeting the Sanqing. Bai Zhe is merely a pretext. She hinted that there might be a warning embedded within this. What of our promise to Bai Zhe? Fushi inquired. Since we have made a promise, we cannot go back on it. However, I never stated it must be fulfilled immediately. Nuwa's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with cunning. Fushi paused, Comprehending his sister's intent, at this juncture, combat had become unavoidable. The 12 ancestor witches unleashed their vast energies, locking onto Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, a chilling intent to kill resonating through the air. The Sanqing realized evasion was no longer an option. Exchanging glances, they summoned their treasures, releasing the protective radiance of the Sanqing. The 12 ancestor witches were clearly intent on obliterating them. If they hesitated to act, they would lose their dignity. In an instant, the Sanqing struck in unison. Their treasures shattered the void, sending the stars tumbling. A rain of celestial bodies began to fall around Mount Buzhou, at their level of cultivation. A full-force strike could annihilate the myriad worlds, obliterating the heavens. Their every motion was imbued with the power of creation. Had it not been for the fact that Mount Buzhou was formed from Pangu's very spine, it would have been reduced to dust in an instant. Little Taoist, witness my might. Strong Liang bellowed, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed like the cascading rivers of the stars, summoning cataclysmic thunderbolts. Terrifying lightning surged from the bodies of the ancestor witches, coiling and expanding, instantly engulfing the treasures above the Sanqing. Slash! Tongtian's hair billowed as he wielded the Qingping sword, cleaving forth a dazzling sword light that cleaved the heavens and the earth. An endless radiance coalesced into a single piercing strike, the power of the laws surging forth, deadly sharp. This strike was horizontal, aimed directly at the 12 ancestor witches, seeking to sever them in twain. Not so fast, Zhu Jiuyin thundered, his divine gaze radiating with overwhelming power. Time twisted and flowed backward. The celestial rain cascading down upon Mount Buzhou began to reverse, as if the very fabric of reality had turned inside out. The peerless sword light, instead of advancing, receded, now aimed at the Sanqing. Why swordsmanship never turns against myself. Tong Tian directed his sword's edge, invoking the laws of the sword to stir the cosmos, causing the river of stars to swirl and form a formation that enveloped Zhu Jiuyin. Seal! Di Jiang raised a hand, lightly reprimanding, as the power of space twisted the void, separating this realm entirely. The Sanqing's expressions shifted dramatically. In an instant, they found themselves extricated from Mount Buzhou, thrust into the boundless void. The howling winds roared, time flowed inexorably onward. Yet this was not the end. Di Jiang's maneuver had confined them to an isolated space, akin to a vast world of its own, as time collapsed. They unwittingly approached the end, destined to perish alongside this realm. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian exchanged glances, the aura of the Sanqing hovering above them. They were about to unleash their true divine powers. Chapter 24. Lingxiao's surprise. Irreconcilable forces. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, with the aura of the Sanqing above their heads, embodied Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing. The scriptures resonated, akin to the grandest of bells, reverberating through the universe. 3 streaks of 7-colored lightning flickered above their heads. These 3 bolts of divine lightning were the Taiqing divine thunder, Yuqing divine thunder, and Shangqing divine thunder, inherited from Pangu's primordial opening thunder. After Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth, the first divine thunder rang out, heralding the birth of all things. This was the manifestation of Pangu's spirit and will, embodying the divine might of creation. The Sanqing, as manifestations of Pangu's spirit, naturally inherited Pangu's great path. The 3 divine thunders erupted, tearing through chaos, giving birth to myriad worlds, countless in number. They obliterated the vast world created by Di Jiang, as the Sanqing broke free, returning once more, enveloped in the radiance of the Sanqing divine thunder. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian joined forces, directing a divine lightning bolt that reached down towards Di Jiang. Elder brother, be cautious. The remaining ancestor witches' expressions shifted, and with a furious roar, they all mobilized, effortlessly shattering the void, collectively deflecting the divine lightning that descended like a heavenly pillar. Though they did not suffer heavy injuries, they found themselves in a most precarious situation. Di Jiang's expression darkened. In that fleeting moment, he felt an unsettling sense of impending doom. Had it not been for the timely assistance of his siblings, he would have been gravely wounded. Let us strike together and eliminate the Sanqing, he coldly exclaimed, his murderous intent boiling. and the very heavens and earth seemed to weep with a rain of malevolent blood. And no more games. It's time to get serious. In an instant, a cataclysmic battle erupted as the 12 ancestral witches struck together. In just a single encounter, the 3 pure ones were almost obliterated. The terrifying conflict stirred boundless winds and clouds. On the sun star, Ling Xiao rose excitedly, his gaze fixed intently on the 12 ancestral witches. Darting from one to another, it wasn't their appearance that captivated him, but rather the power of the laws they wielded, which opened his eyes to new realms. Although he possessed the Chaos Pearl, containing 3,000 laws, grasping them required time and comprehension. The 12 ancestral witches, however, demonstrated the laws in practice, and with the Chaos Pearl, the effects were even more pronounced. Ling Xiao's pupils flickered with astonishing phenomena as he recorded the battle scenes of the 12 ancestral witches. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Companions like the 3 pure ones, who served as sparring partners, were not easily encountered. Had they been facing ordinary opponents, they would have been crushed into dust long before the 12 ancestral witches even needed to intervene. Keep pushing, just a little longer. Ling Xiao encouraged the 3 pure ones in his heart while diligently documenting and absorbing the experience. The 12 ancestral witches, devoted to the mastery of the laws, surpassed ordinary cultivators by far. Each ancestral witch displayed an incredibly profound grasp of their own law's power, offering Ling Xiao immense benefits. Are the 3 pure ones attempting to flee? At this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze shifted as he noticed the 3 pure ones, amidst the fray, beginning to seek an escape. Their endurance seems to be lacking. The endless void surrounding Buzhou Mountain was suffused with an aura of destruction. The 3 pure ones, disheveled and bloodied, faced death countless times in the briefest of moments. Had it not been for the protective light of the 3 pure ones, they would have been ground to powder long ago. Though fleeing lacked dignity, it was their only means of retreat. The 12 ancestral witches, of course, recognized the intentions of the 3 pure ones and made every effort to thwart them. You 3 shameless knaves, do you still dare to claim to be the true heirs of Pangu? So feeble, yet you presume to invoke the name of the Father God. What audacity! Zhurong sneered. Here's the deal. If you swear a heavenly oath to cease using the name of Pangu to deceive, severing all ties with the Father God, we shall grant you a path to survival. Di Jiang said coolly, a hint of inscrutable amusement curling at the corners of his mouth, leaving one uncertain of his sincerity. The 3 pure ones, though weakened, ignited with fury upon hearing these words. Dream on. How dare you, ignorant wretches, covet the name of the true heirs of Pangu? You are unworthy, roared Lao Jun, borrowing Yuan Shi's words, which he had previously thought excessive. Yet now, it seemed utterly fitting. Indeed, what are these ancestral witches to me but mere beasts clad in fur and horns? Yuan Shi's expression turned defiant. Even if he were to be slain, he would not alter his view. Their voices, unrestrained, echoed like thunder, leaving the powerful beings observing the scene in shock. The conflict over the legacy of Pangu between the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches had escalated to this extent. One might wonder, can a heavenly oath truly bind the great Pangu? Many mighty beings harbored doubts, sensing that the ancestral witches had lost their sanity, dragging the 3 pure ones into their madness. Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, embodied boundless primordial chaos. To use a heavenly oath to restrain such a god of creation was sheer folly. The 3 pure ones, 2 Na'vi, followed the ancestral witches' lead, thinking they could simply utter a heavenly oath to deceive them, instead of standing their ground. You seek your own demise. If you are willing to risk your lives, we shall not be at fault. Di Zhang's fury erupted, his gaze radiating murderous intent that seemed to tear the very heavens apart. He raised his hand to strike, a shadow eclipsing the sun, as vast as a small world, aimed to obliterate the 3 pure ones. Lao Jun, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian exchanged glances. The light of the 3 pure ones surged around them, transforming into a protective law as they charged forward. The remaining ancestral witches acted ruthlessly, suppressing them with overwhelming force. The immense divine power caused Buzhou Mountain to tremble slightly. The strength of over a dozen top-tier Deluo golden immortals was unfathomable. The 3 pure ones were repeatedly sent flying, tossed about like balloons between the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches, I, the 3 pure ones, shall not coexist with you. If I do not perish today, I shall annihilate your entire clan in the future. Yuan Shi bellowed, his fury palpable, feeling humiliated before the gazes of all. Still trying to be defiant, Di Jiang coldly retorted, his fist radiating like a blood-red sun, crashing heavily upon Yuan Shi's true form. Elder brother, I and Tong Tian shall go to rescue you. Yet we are besieged by the other ancestral witches. A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the stars as Yuan Shi was sent flying millions of miles. Spewing blood, the ancient witch Zhu Jiuyin, manipulating the flow of time, reached out and pulled Yuan Shi back. This display of power left the mighty beings observing in disbelief. Even the formidable 3 pure ones had no means to resist when the 12 ancestral witches joined forces. Following this battle, it seemed unlikely that the 3 pure ones would ever re-emerge in the world. The momentum of the witch clan was too overwhelming. Who could stand against their advance? The mighty beings sighed in lament. At the next lecture in the Zixiao Palace, it seemed 3 additional seats would need to be added. From this day forth, the true legacy of Pangu belongs solely to my witch clan. The world shall know no more of the 3 pure ones, Di Jiang proclaimed, declaring to the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the realms. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, engulfing the world in chaos. The 12 ancestral witches paused momentarily, sensing an ominous premonition as they cleared the space around them. Looking again, the figures of the 3 pure ones had vanished. Chapter 25. Ling Xiao, do you wish to strike? The 12 ancestral witches, filled with rage, were caught off guard when the 3 pure ones suddenly disappeared. What just exploded? Did they let their guard down and allow the 3 pure ones to escape? Pursue them. We cannot let them get away. Changliang reacted immediately, bellowing in anger as he prepared to chase after the 3 pure ones. Enough. The 3 pure ones are cunning. Pursuing them now would be futile. Let them be. Di Jiang raised his hand, halting Changliang's actions. Although the 3 pure ones had not perished, their objectives had largely been achieved. They had suppressed the 3 pure ones and siphoned off their fortune. After this battle, all living beings would gradually come to view the 12 ancestral witches as the rightful heirs of Pangu. The 3 pure ones, having been defeated, were no longer in a position to compete with them. Elder brother speaks wisely. Let the 3 pure ones be for now. I do not believe they will remain absent from the primordial chaos forever. Should they reappear, we shall hunt them down then, Zhurong said with a smile, not taking the 3 pure ones seriously. From now on, the eastern Kunlun of Buzhou Mountain belongs to our witch clan. Zhu Jiuyin stated grimly, as this was the birthplace of the 3 pure ones, with the mountain range connected to Buzhou Mountain, stretching endlessly. Let South clean this place up and return to our ancestral land to prevent the 3 pure ones from causing trouble. Di Jiang commanded. The ancestral witches took action in a valley of the primordial land. 3 disheveled Taoists were recuperating. Damn those beasts! I swear, I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance for the legacy of Pangu. Tong Tian seethed, his chinking sword at his waist, its sharpness evident. While the 12 ancestral witches remain at Buzhou Mountain, why not we head to the witch clan's ancestral land and seize the Pangu shrine? Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. His anger was still unquenched, and he felt the need to vent. Had it not been for their detonation of a gourd earlier, he might have already met a tragic end. What a pity for such a treasure! No, it's unwise to act recklessly at such a risk. If the ancestral witches catch us, it would be a perilous situation. Lao Jun, though seething inside, maintained his composure. Pursuing the witch clan's ancestral land now would be tantamount to courting death. Even if they managed to escape, they would still face relentless pursuit from the 12 ancestral witches. First, we must find a safe place to recover our strength, diligently cultivate, and await the next discourse at the Zixiao Palace. After absorbing the teachings, our cultivation will surely advance significantly, and then it will not be too late for revenge. They let the 3 pure ones escape. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao murmured to himself, feeling a mix of emotions. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The 3 pure ones were indeed beings of great fortune. They were not so easily vanquished. Even when faced with the combined might of the 12 ancestral witches, they managed to slip away. One could not help but admire their tenacity. This conflict over the legacy of Pengu appeared to have ended in victory for the 12 ancestral witches. Yet Ling Xiao knew that they had irrevocably offended the three pure ones. One day, when the three pure ones attained sanctity, this cause and effect would undoubtedly come back to haunt them. Thus, the battle between the witches and the three pure ones might very well transform into a struggle between the witches and the pure ones. As he pondered this, a smile crept upon Ling Xiao's lips. Exactly, this way, I can remain at ease on the Sun Star, focusing on my cultivation. Third brother, what brings you such amusement? Dijun and Tai Yi approached Ling Xiao, inquiring with smiles, having been roused from their meditation by the battle's aura. Nothing much, just recalling something delightful. Ling Xiao casually responded. This group of ancestral witches is far too formidable. Fortunately, I declined Beiza's invitation to venture out and unify the myriad races. Otherwise, who could withstand the arrival of the 12 ancestral witches? Tai Yi gazed upon the colossal beings traversing the heavens and earth, expressing astonishment and relief. With his current strength, he could only contend with one, and not even the strongest among them. This is precisely why our third brother urges us to diligently cultivate. Without experiencing the outside world, one remains oblivious to the multitude of beings stronger than oneself. Dijun seized the opportunity to chastise Tai Yi using Ling Xiao's words, attempting to restore the elder brother's dignity. Tai Yi cast a sidelong glance at Dijun, smilingly retorted, Brother, do not take offense at my candor. You are not my match at present. Dijun felt as though struck by lightning, nearly succumbing to despair. It was exhausting. Each of his younger brothers surpassed him in strength, leaving him, the elder, as the weakest, with no recourse for justification. Brother, do not take it to heart. Although you may be the weakest, you will always be our elder brother. Neither Tai Yi nor I will ever disdain you. Ling Xiao jested with a smile. Do not hinder me. I intend to return to my egg and recreate. Although Dijun feigned indignation, he took it in stride, knowing it was merely the playful banter among the three brothers. At that moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped the Sun Star. The smile on Ling Xiao's face gradually faded as his gaze turned solemn and distant. On the eastern desolation, a towering figure was gazing intently at the Sun Star, its immense pupils resembling black holes emanating boundless pressure. Dijiang. In an instant, both Dijun and Tai Yi were gripped by a sense of foreboding, their expressions turning grave as they prepared for battle. Are you contemplating action? Ling Xiao's demeanor remained calm, his eyes deep and inscrutable, as waves of law power swirled within his pupils. Dijiang coldly scrutinized the Sun Star, piquing the curiosity of the other ancestral witches. Elder brother, shall we seize the opportunity to deal with these three golden crows? Changliang inquired urgently, brimming with combat fervor, eager to engage. I believe it is feasible. After all, we have already confronted the three pure ones. Adding another three crows would not be excessive. Zhu Rong remarked nonchalantly, flames engulfing his being as they consumed the void around him. In his view, these so-called three crows were far inferior to the three pure ones, and he alone could easily handle them. A mere facade. Zhu Juyin echoed, exuding pride, his being suffused with the power of time. Fragments of the past and future swirling, ever-changing. Elder brother, spare them. They pose no threat to us. Shiming smiled as she spoke, her surroundings frozen for billions of miles. She was the only ancestral witch capable of wielding two elemental laws, the laws of rain and ice. Although she ranked second to last among the 12 ancestral witches, her strength was among the top few. Sister Shiming speaks wisely. Our conflict with the three pure ones was rooted in the struggle for Pengu's true legacy. Thus it was justified. However, to strike against the three crows without provocation might provoke the vigilance and resistance of other formidable beings. Should they unite against our witch clan, it would spell considerable trouble. Huta calmly analyzed, her gaze fixed on the three figures atop the sun. Dijiang did not respond immediately, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Should he choose to act? After a brief moment, Dijiang's eyes flickered, the void shifting around him, and he coldly chuckled, very well, let us spare them for now. His gaze remained fixed on the three figures on the Sun Star. Two of their auras were weak. Yet the one in the center remained inscrutable. Dijiang did not take it to heart. The three crows were of the same origin as they were, and their strengths would not differ significantly. Even if they were strong, it would not be to a remarkable degree. Just as Huda stated, their confrontation with the three pure ones was a matter of ancestral contention, which was understandable. However, to strike against the three crows might well awaken the vigilance of all-powerful beings, leading to a united front against their witch clan, resulting in a loss that outweighed any potential gain. Let us return, Dijiang concluded, retracting his gaze with a smile. The remaining ancestral witches nodded in agreement, having no objections. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. Whether they acted or remained passive was inconsequential. Finally, they departed. Upon witnessing the 12 ancestral witches leaving one after another, Dijuan and Tai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The previous atmosphere had been exceedingly tense, a precarious moment where conflict could have erupted at any instant. The pressure exerted by the 12 ancestral witches could only be truly appreciated through personal experience. It was utterly terrifying. I must enter seclusion. I shall not emerge until I attain the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Dijuan declared, feeling deeply impacted. Not only were his brothers superior to him, but he also found himself at a disadvantage against the ancestral witches. This was a reality he struggled to accept. "Take me with you," Tai said, offering little else, his previous vivacity having dimmed, clearly feeling the weight of pressure. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, realizing that the presence of the 12 ancestral witches had ignited a newfound determination in both Dijuan and Tai. They had evidently come to a tangible awareness of the looming crisis. Indeed, it is best to remain diligently cultivating on the Sun Star. It is far more advantageous than anything else. I, too, must attend to my cultivation. Ling Xiao returned beneath the Fusang tree, where he could draw closer to the laws of Yang. And similarly, cultivating the laws of fire deep within the Sun Star would yield significant benefits. At present, his comprehension of these two laws had propelled his cultivation into the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should his understanding of the laws of space and earth catch up to these two, although his cultivation might not see substantial elevation, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as vivid images flashed before him. Scenes of battles between the 12 ancestral witches and the three pure ones. He immersed himself in repeated experiences, seeking to grasp the profound powers of law. Simultaneously, he divided his focus, contemplating the myriad laws within the Chaos Pearl. Understanding the laws was a gradual process, unless one could attain a state of sudden enlightenment. Even millennia of effort might yield no results whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. During this time, tensions between the witch clan and the myriad races had escalated, and the fragmented myriad races had gradually begun to learn wisdom. When faced with overwhelming strength, they would simply change locations or strike once before retreating. Alas, the vastness of the Honghuang world was boundless and limitless. Even if the witch clan were incensed, there was little they could do. Although the myriad races could not defeat the witch clan, they could still escape with ease. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao emerged from his seclusion, and the moment he opened his eyes, lightning flickered, a single strand tearing through the void. Creation and destruction, life and death incessantly intertwined. "This is the law of thunder," Ling Xiao murmured softly, the smile on his face growing ever more radiant. During these 3,000 years, he had grasped the law of thunder as one of the most tempestuous forces in existence. The law of thunder would greatly amplify his destructive capabilities. "Go," Ling Xiao pointed, a stream of pure energy shooting forth. Striking the ground before him, thunder surged forth, rampaging wildly, gradually taking on a humanoid form, indistinguishable from his own point. One Qi transforms into three crows. Ling Xiao continued to point, unleashing the powers of fire and earth, which morphed into the forms of Dijuan and Tai. This was a technique rewarded by the system, akin to the one Qi transforms into three pure ones, but naturally modified to one Qi transforms into three crows. This technique differed slightly from the original used by Laozi. His version was primarily for distraction and lacked inherent combat strength. Otherwise, during the Fengshan period, Laozi alone could have shattered the Zhuxian array. The system's version of one chi transforms into 3 pure ones allowed the avatars to possess up to 90% of his combat prowess for a limited duration. A truly extraordinary divine skill. Ling Xiao raised a finger, retracting the avatars. Otherwise, if Dijuan and Tai were to witness it, they might misconstrue the situation. They might think he had somehow usurped the essence of Yuan Shi Tianzun to cultivate this skill. As the eldest among the 3 pure ones, Laozi had taken form first, easily manipulating events while Yuan Shi Tianzun had yet to manifest. Unlike him, he was the last to take shape among the 3 crows. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a stirring within, his gaze abruptly drawn to the west. There, the heavens and earth shifted ominously, winds roiling as boundless fortune surged, seemingly drawn by some unseen force. Meanwhile, in the western expanse of Honghuang, at the ancestral land of the west, Mount Shumi, Jane, and Zhuanti were engrossed in validating their learnings. The teachings imparted by the Tao ancestor had been fully absorbed, and they were experiencing newfound insights. Together, they delved into the mysteries of the cosmos, capturing celestial secrets and deciphering the enigmas of existence. Now, they had sensed a hint of celestial mechanism, the realization that binding their own fates to the fortune of the West would yield immeasurable merit and immense good fortune. Junior brother, if we can make a grand vow and bear the fortune of the West, countless benefits shall accrue to us, Jane said, forcing a smile through his agonized expression, appearing rather awkward as he conveyed his thoughts to Zhuanti. Such immense karma may not be so easily born, is it? Zhuanti queried hesitantly. Jane gently shook his head, asserting, at this juncture, no one else possesses such qualifications apart from us. Consider our experiences in the East. Junior brother, strength is paramount. As these words fell, Zhuanti paused, instinctively raising a hand to touch his cheek. The memory of the day Ling Xiao had knocked out his teeth was vivid in his mind, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Senior brother, let us proceed. With a determined bite of his teeth, Zhuanti emphatically nodded his head. He was resolute in enhancing his strength and reclaiming his dignity. Otherwise, his cultivation would face insurmountable obstacles in the future. Good, Jie-in acknowledged, and the 2 brothers conferred at length. Above them, auspicious light surged forth, illuminating the entirety of Mount Shumi, growing ever more intense in the next moment. A voice, resounding with righteousness and grandeur, echoed throughout heaven and earth. From this day forth, all beings of the West may come beneath my wing to receive protection. All sentient beings of fate shall be enlightened. Those who remember my name shall be blessed by faith. The reverberations lingered. As the voice of compassion spread across the primordial West, a figure, crowned by the eternal azure sky, materialized in the void. Bearing a countenance of benevolent sorrow, it was Jie-in. Zhuanti gently tapped his forehead, and 3 flowers blossomed atop his head, releasing an enchanting fragrance, while obscure and profound waves radiated from Mount Shumi. Sweeping through the beings of the West as the words fell, a dazzling vortex appeared in the celestial void, streams of golden light descended, and an unprecedented aura of creation and fortune converged upon Mount Shumi. Jie-in and Zhuanti instantly felt a surge of boundless fortune enveloping them, their cultivation beginning to flourish. Originally at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, they were now advancing towards perfection. Chapter 27. Zhuanti's eagerness for revenge. Danger approaches for Ling Xiao. Jie-in and Zhuanti, having made a grand vow to rescue and protect the beings of the West, found countless creatures responding to the aura of compassion that enveloped them, all kneeling in gratitude towards Mount Shumi. The faith of heaven and earth's beings ascended to the celestial path, leading to the descent of divine brilliance, with myriad auspicious colors cascading down, accompanied by divine canopies. Flowers and rare treasures. Divine flowers fell from the heavens, and sweet springs erupted from the earth. Jie-in and Zhuanti felt the void above them rupture, as torrents of merit energy cascaded down, forming a luminous sphere of merit. Their cultivation also reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ha ha! Zhuanti exclaimed with unbridled joy, feeling an unprecedented exhilaration. The mere issuance of a grand vow had yielded such rewards. He even contemplated issuing dozens more grand vows to soar into the heavens. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance, He rose and clasped his hands to Jie, acknowledging that without his senior brother's direction, he could not have achieved this step. "There is no need for formality between us," Jie replied with a smile, equally feeling a profound joy as he experienced the boundless power of the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal. Feeling invigorated at this moment, he likely surpassed Laozi, becoming the foremost being beneath the Tao ancestor. "Senior brother, I wish to venture to the Sun Star." After regaining his composure, Zhuan-Ti glanced at the Sun Star and spoke with a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent. "You intend to seek vengeance against the Golden Crow?" Jie inquired. "Naturally, in the past, he humiliated my brothers. If I do not avenge this, I would be unworthy of my cultivation." Zhuan-Ti spoke solemnly, his grand vow intended for retribution, and with his newfound strength, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Jie nodded lightly, stating that Golden Crow indeed deserves death. However, the Tao ancestors' teachings are about to commence. We should refrain from causing further trouble and spare him for now. We can seek revenge after the teachings. Jie harbored a desire for vengeance as well, yet for him, the teachings at the Zhixiao Palace held greater significance. Time was of little value to them, and there was no need to rush. "Senior brother, it is merely a golden crow. With our combined strength, it will not take long to exact our revenge." Zhuan-Ti remained resolute, the thought of Ling Xiao stuck in his heart like a thorn that needed removal. Jie chuckled softly, sensing his younger brother's fervor, yet patiently explained, "If I am not mistaken, there exists a primordial formation upon the Sun Star. If we recklessly approach, we may suffer losses. After the Tao ancestors' teachings, our strength will have increased, and I will have the confidence to break this formation." The Tao ancestor had mentioned during the first teachings that the next would focus on the path of the semi-saints. Now that they had reached perfection as Great Luo Golden Immortals, they might achieve a breakthrough after the teachings. At that point, even a mere golden crow could be vanquished with a wave of the hand. There was no need to hurry, Jie elaborated. Having sensed the aura of the Sun Star while merging with the energies of merit, he noticed a subtle and concealed formation enveloping it, which would indeed be difficult to detect without close proximity. This must be the source of the Golden Crow's confidence, believing that hiding on the Sun Star would grant him immunity. Unbeknownst to him, once Zhuan-Ti advanced further in cultivation, he would have the means to breach this formation. By then, no matter where the Golden Crow fled, he would be at their mercy. Zhuan-Ti was momentarily taken aback, not realizing his senior brother possessed such keen insight, and he promptly acquiesced, saying, "Then I shall heed your advice and wait until after the teachings." "Junior brother, you have become somewhat erratic lately and need to adjust quickly. Our goal is to attain sanctity and become ancestors, so do not be fixated on the present." Jie adopted a brotherly demeanor, offering a reprimand. "Your teachings are wise, senior brother," Zhuan-Ti nodded, refraining from dwelling further on the matter. After the teachings would come the time for Ling Zhao's demise. This brief period was but a fleeting moment for him. In the primordial west, at the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew grave as he sensed the changes unfolding in the Western realm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Jie and Zhuan-Ti possess remarkable strategies. They have managed to amass the fortune of the West for themselves." Although they resided in the West, Zhen Yuanzi discovered that all the fortune had been monopolized by Jie and Zhuan-Ti, leaving him without a single share. "How could I have overlooked such a tactic?" he lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Having once been on equal footing with Jie and Zhuan-Ti, he now felt inexplicably diminished. "Zhen Yuan, why the agitation?" At that moment, a hearty voice resounded, arriving before the figure itself. Dressed in a vibrant red robe, Hong Yun entered, his face beaming with a radiant smile, akin to a small sun suddenly illuminating the room. Zhen Yuanzi shot a glance at his longtime friend, muttering to himself, "If only I could be as carefree as you do you not sense it? Jie and Zhuan-Ti have consolidated all the fortune of the West. I will no longer receive even a shred of it." Zhen Yuanzi could not help but express his grievances. "It's simple," Hong Yun replied cheerfully, without a hint of hesitation. "Simple?" Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted, astonished at his friend's unexpected confidence. "What method do you propose? Speak quickly." Hong Yun shrugged. "You could just move out of the West." Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, nearly choking on his own breath from disbelief. Fine. He realized he had been rash. Knowing Hong Yun's propensity for mischief, he should have refrained from asking. Such a ludicrous solution could only originate from him. What kind of reaction is that? I'm being serious. Hong Yun insisted earnestly. He was offering a genuine suggestion. How could Jin Yuanzi think he was joking? Hong Yun, please do not jest. I can leave at any time. But what of the ginseng fruit? Without the primordial soil, it cannot be transplanted elsewhere. Jin Yuanzi admonished sternly. Wait, what about the soil of the primordial gourd vine? Hong Yun's eyes lit up as a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he asked excitedly. Of course. They are all among the 10 great primordial roots. It will certainly work, Jin Yuanzi responded, his irritation beginning to surface. It settled. I know a fellow who possesses the soil of the primordial gourd vine, Hong Yun declared with a grin, brimming with pride. Jin Yuanzi appeared astonished, asking, Is he the one who assisted you in obtaining the gourd, Ling Xiao? Indeed. Ling Xiao possesses half of the soil. If we borrow it from him, we can move the ginseng fruit. Hong Yun exclaimed, his face alight with joy. However, upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Ling Xiao may be in danger. What brings you to such a conclusion? Hong Yun, no longer smiling, looked at him suspiciously. Did you not mention that in the past, during the gourd incident, Ling Xiao defeated Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti? Now that Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti have amassed the fortune of the West and their strength has surged, they are likely to seek vengeance against Ling Xiao, Jin Yuanzi stated gravely. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the Sun Star to assist. Hong Yun could no longer sit still. Rising to head towards the door, Chapter 28, Ling Xiao. Let them come and go unharmed. Meanwhile, on a certain celestial mountain in the eastern part of the primordial realm, the 3 pure ones gazed with piercing eyes. Sensing the commotion emanating from the west, they perceived 2 powerful auras soaring upwards. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti have achieved perfection, Yuan Shi remarked with a grim expression. Had it not been for the 12 ancestor witches causing trouble, injuring him, and seizing his Dao ground, he too would have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal by now. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 pure ones had been overtaken by Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti. The accumulation of Western fortune linked to their own was an immense opportunity and great merit. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti truly wielded remarkable strategies. Laozi spoke solemnly, his expression serious. Such a tactic can only succeed in the West. It would be utterly unfeasible in the East. At that moment, he found himself feeling a twinge of envy, realizing that being born in a barren land was not always a disadvantage. The past battle between Hong Jun and Luo Ho had devastated the spiritual veins of the West. In hindsight, it was both a calamity and a blessing for Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti. We too must strive to attain perfection as great Luo Golden Immortals before the teachings commence. The 3 sages exchanged a glance, immediately perceiving the urgency reflected in each other's eyes. As the true progeny of Pangu, they had no reason to lag behind the likes of Jane and Zhuan Ti. The breakthroughs of Jane and Zhuan Ti stirred the hearts of many powerful beings across the primordial realm. From the Blood Sea to the western Kunlun, from the Purple Mansion Island to the northern sea, various sanctuaries resonated with a vast aura. With the imminent second sermon by Hong Jun, these formidable entities intensified their efforts, all aspiring to elevate their cultivation to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a position would facilitate a deeper comprehension and absorption of the teachings when the Tao ancestor expounded on the path of the perfected sage. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao was taken aback, not expecting Jane and Zhuan Ti to have learned to articulate grand aspirations at this moment. They openly vowed to intertwine the fortunes of the West with their own, achieving the consummate realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This unexpected maneuver truly caught him off guard. It was no wonder that they would later issue 48 great vows to attain sanctification. The seeds of this ambition were sown at this very juncture. While others engaged in significant endeavors on their path to sanctification, these 2 relied solely on their rhetoric. If they were in his world, they would undoubtedly be exemplary figures in pyramid schemes and masters of success. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered, and the 3 flowers atop his head manifested, revealing a golden figure seated in meditation, suffused with boundless Tao rhythm, embodying a sense of completeness. Now, he too had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With the further enlightenment of a single principle, he could attain the status of the primordial golden immortal. The path of understanding the principles was immensely arduous, and his progress was not slow by any means. However, it was still insufficient. He needed to hasten his pace. Given the past grievances with Jane and Juenti, should they attain sanctification before him, it would pose considerable complications. Hence, he was determined to expedite his cultivation, ideally reaching the chaos-infused Great Luo Golden Immortal before Jane and Juenti achieved their own sanctification. With Hongjuan's second sermon approaching, it represented yet another opportunity for a leap in cultivation for all-powerful beings in the primordial realm. And he was intent on surpassing them to become a primordial golden immortal. As these thoughts coursed through Ling Xiao's mind, he was about to continue his meditative practice when he suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching the sun star. Hongyun? One of the presences was familiar to him. The other was likely Xinyuanzai. What could these two be doing here? Ling Xiao mused with a hint of suspicion. At that moment, Hongyun and Xinyuanzai had arrived outside the sun star. Before they could speak, an ethereal voice resonated from the depths of the sun star. "Dear friends, please enter, they're here." Hongyun replied with a smile. Xinyuanzai's eyes flashed with surprise. This figure named Ling Xiao seemed even more formidable than he had anticipated. Although he could not discern the specifics of Ling Xiao's cultivation, he possessed an innate intuition of his strength. "Ling Xiao, allow me to introduce you to Xinyuanzai of the Five," Hongyun enthusiastically presented as soon as they met. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. "What brings you both here?" Ling Xiao inquired with a smile. "We're here to assist you. Jane and Juenti have gathered the fortunes of the West, and their current strength is unfathomable. I suspect they may come to trouble you. So I brought Xinyuanzai along," Hongyun stated earnestly, appearing quite tense as if facing a formidable adversary. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. "No need to worry. If Jane and Juenti dare to come, I shall ensure they return empty-handed," he replied casually, seemingly unfazed. Xinyuanzai looked on with a peculiar expression, taken aback by Ling Xiao's brazen confidence. Hongyun, however, appeared skeptical and was about to voice his concerns when Ling Xiao raised his hand to interrupt. "I appreciate your kindness, but rest assured, I am well aware of the situation and can manage it." Hongyun refrained from further comments. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzai sensed an underlying mystery in the formation enveloping the sun star. A subtle yet profound killing intent lurking within. This must be Ling Xiao's safeguard, he presumed. By the way, Ling Xiao, we have another request," Hongyun continued. "What is it?" Ling Xiao inquired, still smiling. "We wish to borrow your gourdvine soil for a while." To relocate the ginseng fruit tree, Hongyun said with a cheerful demeanor. At these words, Xinyuanzai grew anxious. "Ling Xiao, please do not heed his nonsense. I currently have no such intention." From the beginning, the idea of relocation had been solely proposed by Hongyun, and he had never entertained it. Ling Xiao chuckled softly, saying, "Whenever you require it, just let me know." As the three conversed, Emperor Jun and Tai arrived, and they exchanged greetings. "Hongyun, Xinyuanzai, how about we discuss the Tao together?" Emperor Jun suggested, his enthusiasm palpable. Among the group, he was the least accomplished, yet he was eager to engage in discourse. "Brother, did you not say you would not emerge until you reached perfection?" Ling Xiao teased from the side, causing Tai to stifle a laugh, unable to contain his amusement. Emperor Jun's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "With friends visiting, it is only right to come forth and greet them," with Emperor Jun's insistence. They gathered in a circle to discuss the Dao at their level. Such discussions were commonplace, sometimes lasting thousands of years, yielding unexpected insights. Unbeknownst to them, over a millennium past one day, the once tranquil heavens trembled with a resonant roar. As chaotic vibrations rippled through the 9 heavens, a column of chaotic light descended, sweeping across the universe. A magnificent purple hall materialized, casting its radiance across the realms, appearing like a mirage suspended in the clouds. Though no bells were heard, the deep and resonant sound of 81 chimes echoed from the infinite dome above, radiating in all directions. Instantly, all the powerful beings meditating in the primordial realm opened their eyes simultaneously. The manifestation of the purple cloud palace signified the commencement of the second sermon. In an instant, the primordial world surged with energy, as various sacred mountains and treasured lands released their auras into the sky. Countless mighty beings emerged from their sanctuaries, eager to attend the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 29. The second sermon, Hong Yun's invitation. The powerful beings of the primordial realm emerged from their seclusion. Hastening towards the Purple Cloud Palace, the western Sumera mountain, Jane and Juenti, who were deep in meditation, were suddenly filled with joy. Since attaining the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, their cultivation had stagnated. Now, with the Tao Ancestors' sermon about to begin, the prospect of attaining the perfected sage was within reach. Let us go, brother. Last time we were late and nearly missed our seats. This time, we must be the first to arrive. Juenti declared, unable to suppress his excitement. He had awaited this day for far too long. Indeed, we must arrive first to showcase our prowess. Jane nodded in agreement, rising to his feet. The two set off towards the Purple Cloud Palace side by side. On Mount Buzhou, Nuwa had refined her cultivation over the years, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Fuxi was slightly behind, still in the later stages, yet not having attained perfection. In the Northern Sea, Kuanpeng had dedicated himself to arduous training after being shaken by the presence of the 12 ancestor witches, ultimately achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal just as the sermon approached. Renowned entities such as the Old Ancestor of the Underworld River, the Queen Mother of the West, and the Eastern King had all reached the later stages or perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Notable pioneers against the Witch Clan, including Bei's, Jiming, Yingzhao, Guiche, and Jiuying, had also attained the mid or later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, standing just a hair's breadth away from the top-tier powers. On the lunar star, Shiha and Changxi awoke from their retreat, having also reached the later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Since returning from the first sermon, their cultivation had progressed from the mid to the later stages over the past millennia of seclusion. Sister, let us depart. Changxi urged eagerly within the Guanghan Palace. Shiha nodded, but before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at the sun star. Odd. Is he still not planning to attend the sermon? She pondered. Perplexed. Perhaps his absence during the first sermon was due to insufficient cultivation, yet he remained inactive now. Was the Tao Ancestors' sermon truly lacking allure? Shiha found it hard to comprehend and decided to dismiss it, hurrying with her sister towards the Purple Cloud Palace. This time, as the Tao Ancestor would expound on the path of the perfected sage, although she still had some distance to cover before reaching that status. Attending the sermon was better than missing it entirely. Once she achieved the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, she could pursue the path of the perfected sage. At that moment, it would open up an entirely new realm for her. She remained unconvinced that she could not surpass that golden crow after listening to the Tao Ancestors' teachings twice on a celestial mountain in the eastern part of the primordial realm. 3 overwhelming auras surged into the heavens, rising high and mighty, the pressure of the great Luo Golden Immortal instilling awe in all beings. Through relentless effort, the 3 pure ones had finally achieved their breakthrough. This came much later than they had anticipated, primarily due to the wounds inflicted on their essence by the 12 ancestor witches. The time spent merely healing had consumed far too many resources. Upon their breakthrough, the 3 pure ones did not linger. They immediately set off for the Purple Cloud Palace in the Pangu Temple of the Witch Clan. The 12 ancestor witches, engaged in discussion, also sensed the auras of the 3 pure ones. Those shameless ones have actually reached the pinnacle of the great Luo? Strong Liang bellowed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how, after being so suppressed, these 3 old geezers could still attain perfection. He himself was still one step away from reaching that state. It must be said that ever since they had suppressed the 3 pure ones, their fortunes seemed to have increased significantly, even accelerating their cultivation progress. Let us lay in wait and ambush the 3 pure ones, preventing them from reaching the Purple Cloud Palace, ensuring their demise en route, Zhu Juyin declared coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. No need. It is already too late to act now, Di Jiang spoke softly, stating that unless they employed a sudden and unexpected strategy as they did previously, directly cutting off the retreat of the Sanqing, it would not be so simple to eliminate them without thorough preparation. Brother, what shall we do if the Sanqing returns from the Zixiao Palace and achieves the status of quasi-saint? Shiming inquired with evident concern. Her worries resonated with the other ancestral witches, who nodded in agreement. When the realms were comparable, their numerical advantage could easily dictate the outcome. However, if their opponents were significantly more powerful, gaining the upper hand would be exceedingly difficult. No need for concern, for your elder brother is on the verge of making a breakthrough. Di Jiang replied with a smile, a vast and boundless aura emanating from him, seemingly surpassing the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Brother, you are about to attain the status of quasi-saint? The ancestral witches rejoiced, realizing the reason behind their brother's calm demeanor. Indeed, I am but a step away from breaking through, Di Jiang confidently stated. Suppressing the fortune gained by the Sanqing will undoubtedly accelerate our cultivation speed. This upcoming lecture at the Zhixiao Palace presents an opportunity for our witch clan to swiftly expand our territory and seize resources while the powerful are away. By doing so, you too may have the chance to become quasi-saints. At that point, even if the Sanqing's strength increases significantly, what is there to fear? Di Jiang articulated his thoughts and plans, igniting a spark of enthusiasm among the ancestral witches, who felt as if they had received a profound revelation. Should the moment truly arrive, who in the vast world of Hong Huang could stand against the 12 ancestral witches, with their cultivation focused on the physical body and the power of laws? They had few rivals within the same realm, as long as they continued to expand their territory, compete for resources, and enhance their cultivation, they would establish an impregnable position. Amidst the fervent discussions of the ancestral witches, Hutu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, Brother, I wish to attend the lecture at the Zhixiao Palace. Her words momentarily silenced the grand hall before triggering a wave of dissent. Sister, you previously stated that Hongjuan's teachings would be of no use to us. Why do you wish to attend? Di Jiang questioned sternly. We have become mortal enemies with the Sanqing. What if they pose a threat to you? Hutu stubbornly explained, perhaps the path to quasi-sainthood may indeed benefit us. Beyond the teachings, it will allow us to gain a clearer understanding of the strengths of various powerful beings. There is no need for concern regarding danger. They would not dare act recklessly at the Zhixiao Palace. Once the lecture concludes, you may come to assist me. She remained determined to attend once more. Go ahead, Di Jiang, understanding Hutu's nature, refrained from further persuasion. The Sun Star. The discourse that had persisted for millennia finally came to an end. Each participant had benefited immensely from this exchange. Though they had wished to continue the discussion, the imminent lecture at the Zhixiao Palace made it clear that no conversation could surpass that of the Tao ancestor. Thank you, fellow Taoists. This discourse has been profoundly enlightening. Di Jun expressed his gratitude. No need for formality. The lecture is about to commence. Fellow Taoist Hongyun, shall we proceed together? Hongyun proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Di Jun and Tai Yi instinctively turned towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 30. 3 Choices, Subtle Decisions. Di Jun and Tai Yi looked to Ling Xiao, seeking his opinion. Ling Xiao did not respond immediately, as the system presented him with choices. Detecting that Hongjuan's second lecture is imminent, please make the following selections. Choice 1. Attend the Zhixiao Palace lecture, rewarded with the complete method to sever the 3 corpses, with no side effects. Choice 2. Decline Hongyun's invitation and resolutely refrain from attending, rewarded with a fragment of the creation jade disc. Choice 3. Do not attend personally, allowing Di Jun and Tai Yi to go instead, rewarded with a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal, along with a fragment of the time demon law. 3 Choices. System. How many fragments of the creation jade disc do you possess? Ling Xiao mused. Bemused by the 3 options. There are a total of 36 fragments of the creation jade disc. Please choose boldly, without concern for scarcity. The system's mechanical voice replied, Is my worry truly about scarcity? Ling Xiao retorted silently, recognizing that the system was attempting to entice him to venture out. The complete method for severing the 3 corpses was indeed alluring. Theoretically, achieving the mixed Yuan Great Luo was far easier than relying solely on strength for enlightenment, without the fear of being outmaneuvered by Hongjun. Regrettably, had you arrived sooner, I might have chosen that path, Ling Xiao thought, as he had already invested substantial effort in comprehending various laws and could not easily abandon them. He dismissed the first choice outright. Just as he was about to select the second option, a thought struck him. He turned to Di Jun and Tai Yi, inquiring, Elder brother, second brother, Do you wish to attend the lecture? He sought their opinions, as the system's third choice indeed carried weight. Upon reflection, this choice was quite subtle. After all, they had not attended the first lecture. If they skipped the second as well, it might raise suspicions with Hongjun. If he allowed Dijun and Tai-yi to go and feign interest, it would buy them some developmental time, which was not a bad idea. Even a lazy fish must flip over occasionally. It would let Hongjun see that they were active, striving, and advancing. Naturally, there was also the consideration that the Tao ancestors' teachings on the path to quasi-sainthood might greatly benefit them as well. I agree, Dijun smiled, aware that although Ling Xiao had previously shared some cultivation methods with them, they were rather vague. Perhaps the Tao ancestor could offer something different. Hearing the teachings is secondary. I wish to see the world, Tai added with a grin. Ling Xiao nodded and addressed Shen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Fellow Taoists, please excuse us. My brothers and I have private matters to discuss. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun did not ponder further and stepped outside the Sun Star to await their return. What is it, third brother? You seem so mysterious, Dijun and Tai expressed their curiosity. Ling Xiao wasted no time and got straight to the point. Elder brother, second brother, I will not be attending the lecture this time, but I have a few words of caution for you. What? You aren't coming with us? Dijun exclaimed, taken aback. Third brother, this is a rare opportunity with Hongjun lecturing on the quasi-saint path. Are you truly not going to witness it? Both Dijun and Tai urged him, believing that attending the saint's teachings was far more beneficial than staying home and toiling away. I have my own insights. I truly cannot go, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, knowing this excuse was foolproof. As anticipated, upon hearing it pertained to cultivation, Dijun and Tai ceased their attempts to persuade him and instead asked in astonishment, Third brother, are you on the verge of breaking through to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal? Given that Ling Xiao had already attained the great Luo Golden Immortal's perfection, any further insights could indeed lead to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Something like that, Ling Xiao replied casually. Hiss, the two gasped. Feeling the Sun Star grow slightly colder. This is too extraordinary. After their discussions with Shen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, they had made significant strides in their cultivation, nearing the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With perfection within reach, they had originally thought themselves comparable to Ling Xiao, only to discover he was about to ascend to an entirely new realm. When you go to the Zixiao Palace to hear the teachings, remember to act discreetly. You must adhere to the three no's. Do not compete, do not seize, do not accept, Ling Xiao advised, his expression graved. At the Zixiao Palace, do not vie for any benefits, nor should you accept anything offered to you. Simply focus on listening to the teachings and refrain from involving yourselves in anything else. As it stood, Hongjuan's second lecture was imminent, and if the original narrative held true, the demon clan's heavenly court would soon be established. Should Hongjun deviate from the expected path and urge Dijun and Tai-yi to establish the heavenly court, their inherent natures would likely compel them to comply. Would that not be catastrophic? Thus, it was imperative to make clear that they were there solely for the teachings and to avoid any unnecessary complications. Third brother, we're merely going to listen to a lecture. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Dijun laughed lightly. This matter is of great significance, with potential repercussions both large and small. Just keep it in mind, Ling Xiao said earnestly. Seeing his serious demeanor, devoid of any jest, Dijun and Tai stifled their smiles and nodded solemnly. Though they could not fully comprehend their third brother's intentions, they trusted his judgment and resolved to adhere to his words. Is there anything else, third brother? If not, we shall be on our way. Go ahead, Ling Xiao gestured, watching as Dijun and Tai departed. System, I choose option 3. The reward for the third choice was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal, along with a fragment of the time demon law. The Qilin seal, a companion treasure of the primordial Qilin, ranked alongside the ancestral dragon pearl in the Yuan Feng furnace. Although it was formidable, Ling Xiao was more intrigued by the fragment of the time demon law. The law of time is one of the most powerful and challenging laws to comprehend. With the fragment of the time demon law, combined with the chaos pearl, he could swiftly delve deep into the profound realms of the law of time. The law of time, here I come, Ling Xiao, with a flicker of thought, began to absorb the fragments of the laws of time, immersing himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, Dijun, Tai, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun departed from the Sun Star. soaring towards the boundless chaos. It was the first visit for Dijuan and Tai to the Zhixiao Palace, yet Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were seasoned veterans. The four traveled together, exuding a formidable aura that deterred any ordinary beings from approaching. Upon reaching the chaos, Dijuan and Tai, without any guidance, summoned their magical artifacts to shield themselves as they ventured into the realm of thunder and fire, remaining unyielding amidst the onslaught of countless lightning strikes. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun followed suit, conjuring their own artifacts or employing great divine powers to protect themselves, ensuring that the lightning could not reach them as they traversed through the layer of lightning. They entered the realm of the 9 heavens' violent winds, where azure blades of wind transformed into swords, axes, and more, cascading down in a relentless torrent. Besides the four of them, numerous powerful beings were also navigating through, hastening towards the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. Under the combined strength of Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Dijuan, and Tai, they surged ahead of the crowd with ease. The journey was long, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Finally, the Zhixiao Palace emerged before them. They exhaled in relief, only to be taken aback, for a group of fellow practitioners had already gathered at the entrance, having arrived before them. Chapter 31. Hong Jun. They have arrived, but not entirely. Dijuan, Tai, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun had believed they had arrived early enough, only to find a host of powerful beings awaiting them outside the Zhixiao Palace. As Dijuan and Tai gazed upon the palace, they could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. The immense aura emanating from Zhixiao Palace overwhelmed their consciousness, commanding all beings to submit, as the grand principles unfolded in a breathtaking display, ever-changing and impossible to capture or articulate. Only through close proximity could one truly comprehend the terrifying nature of a sage. Even the sanctity of the teaching place was so formidable. It was no wonder Ling Xiao had consistently urged them to diligently cultivate. In the face of such an existence, power and influence were but ephemeral. Only one's own strength remained eternal. As Dijuan and Tai scrutinized the Zhixiao Palace, the three pure ones, along with Jane, Zhuanti, Nuwa, and Fushi, observed them with expressions of intrigue. They understood the Golden Crow's intention to attend the teachings, yet were puzzled as to why only 2 had arrived. Where was the other? The one named Ling Xiao seemed to be absent. The 3 pure ones exchanged thoughts, recalling the incident at Mount Buzhou where they had suffered a loss at Ling Xiao's hands, a memory they held vividly. To be unaware of the heavenly cycles, and to miss such a grand opportunity for a teaching by the Tao ancestor. Does he possess blind self-confidence, or is he simply naive? Yuan Shi remarked with a smile, though not attend the teachings of the pre-saint path. Does he believe he can discover the way on his own? Even if he could, the time it would take would surely be incalculable. In the vast realm of the Honghuang, numerous powerful beings had chosen not to come. And it was hardly surprising. Perhaps he genuinely had his own path to follow. Tongtian, unperturbed, added his thoughts. As the 3 pure ones engaged in their secret discussions, Jane and Zhuanti's gazes flickered towards Dijuan and Tai. Had they not been outside the Zhixiao Palace, they would have acted long ago. However, they were in no rush. They would deal with Dijuan and Tai after the teachings concluded. What left them feeling less than satisfied was Ling Xiao's absence. They would have to make a separate trip to the Sun Star. Why, fellow Taoists? Why is Ling Xiao not here? Nuwa and Fushi inquired, greeting them. My 3rd brother is in seclusion and cannot attend. Dijuan responded with a smiled, I in seclusion? Nuwa's eyes widened in surprise. Is the Tao ancestors' teaching so devoid of allure that he chose to seclude himself at such a time? She felt a pang of disappointment. Having wished to inquire directly with Ling Xiao about his views on the myriad races, and why he had hinted for by Zhe to seek her out. Yet, he had not come at all. Reluctantly, she and Fushi returned to their previous position. As time passed, the number of powerful beings surrounding the Zhixiao Palace continued to grow. Finally, the grand doors of the palace swung open, and a boy and girl emerged to announce the gathering. These 2 were Haoyin and Yaoqi. The assembly of powerful beings gradually entered the Zhixiao Palace, having already secured their positions during the last gathering. Thus, there was no need to vie for seats anew. Dijuan and Tai took their places behind Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, their eyes wandering curiously around the palace while engaging in casual conversation. It is indeed a pity that Ling Xiao Daoist did not come. We cannot hear the words of the sage. Xinyuanzi lamented. It is somewhat regrettable, yet it is of little consequence. When we return, we can discuss the teachings of the Tao ancestor with Ling Xiao. Conveying what has been imparted, Hong Yuan replied with a smile. Dijuan and Tai nodded in agreement, fully aligned with this sentiment. Soon, as all the powerful beings gathered, Hongjuan's figure appeared atop the cloud bed, instantly silencing the Zixiao palace. One could hear a pin drop. Even Dijuan and Tai focused intently on the figure before them, so powerful. Though he did not exude a terrifying aura, just a single glance conveyed an indescribable strength that was both profound and unfathomable. In that moment, their desire to attain sagehood intensified. Hongjun cast his gaze downward and immediately recognized the figures of Dijuan and Tai, seated obediently with an air of innocence, yet carrying an inexplicable yearning. Very well. Hongjun nodded to himself. This time, the golden crow had not let him down and had indeed come to hear the teachings. But wait, was there an unexpected variable? Suddenly, he paused, his expression shifting as anomalies danced in his eyes. The laws swirling around him point one of the golden crows has not arrived. Upon this thought, Hongjun furrowed his brow. The Tao's 50 principles and the heavenly cycles of 49 naturally allowed for variables. As long as the overall trend remained unchanged, everything was predestined. However, he had not anticipated that the sun star would give rise to 3 golden crows. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with attaining sagehood and preparing for the merging of paths to notice the existence of another golden crow. Yet, upon reflection, this unexpected addition might not be a bad thing. It could very well compensate for the disadvantages faced by Dijuan and Tai. After all, given their current levels of cultivation, contending with the 12 ancestors of Wu was exceedingly difficult. As for the missing golden crow who had not come to hear the teachings, Hongjun did not dwell on it. As long as the destined individuals, Dijuan and Tai, had arrived, that sufficed. Why has the teaching not commenced yet? Within the Zixiao palace, the assembled powerful beings were expressions of confusion, even bemusement, reminiscent of the atmosphere during the first teaching. It felt like DJVU. However, this time felt somewhat different. They sensed as though the Tao ancestor was continuously observing Dijuan and Tai. Could it be that their status as newcomers warranted extra scrutiny from the Tao ancestor? Seated in the front row, Jane and Juenti exchanged knowing smiles. Could it be that these two have inadvertently offended the Tao ancestor upon their arrival? If so, that would be splendid. It would save us the trouble of intervening in an instant. All the powerful beings directed their attention towards Dijuan and Tai, pondering whether they had committed some transgression that had displeased the Tao ancestor. Dijuan and Tai shared a similar sentiment, exchanging glances that conveyed an unsettling awareness. Fortunately, at that moment, Hongjun spoke up. This session of teachings on the pre-saint path will last for 3,000 years. You must focus your minds and absorb the wisdom imparted. Instantly, the powerful beings collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier atmosphere had been bizarre and oppressive, but now normalcy returned. Thus, they all settled into a state of concentration, attentively listening to the words of the Tao ancestor. The way of heaven is governed by its principles. Thus, there are 5 thieves of heaven, and those who perceive them shall prosper. The 5 thieves reside within the heart and manifest in the heavens. The universe rests within your grasp, and myriad transformations arise from within the self. Establish the way of heaven to determine one's nature. Nature possesses both skill and clumsiness, which may be concealed. The 9 orifices of evil reside within the 3 essentials and can move or remain still. Fire arises from wood, calamity must be quelled. Treachery is born of nations, and turmoil must inevitably ensue. The words of the sage, naturally, are as enchanting as flowers in the heavens and golden lotuses emerging from the earth. Filled with countless beauties that defy description, the great ones listen, entranced, their expressions revealing joy or sorrow, some scratching their ears in confusion, others sitting in silent contemplation. Time flows gently, and within the purple cloud palace, the sound of Tao continues unabated. Soon, 3,000 years will arrive. On this day, within the purple cloud palace, the Tao sounds gradually come to a halt. Chapter 32. Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the Celestial Tree of Stars. Meanwhile, upon the sun star, an immense torrent suddenly surged forth, with raging flames transforming like a true dragon, shifting through various forms. As the blossoms of laws emerged, each as grand as the stars, continuously falling. Ultimately, these countless fiery dragons became exceedingly docile, bowing in unison towards a singular direction. Amidst this boundless inferno, Ling Xiao sat quietly, motionless, with 3 flowers of chaos swirling above his head, a figure flickering in and out of existence. Ling Xiao raised his hand, conjuring a golden sun that floated in his palm, its obscure and profound fluctuations radiating outward, engulfing the celestial bodies of the cosmos. His consciousness unfurled gradually, expanding infinitely, encompassing the 365 major stars and 14,800 minor stars beneath his awareness. At last, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his pupils ablaze with golden flames, consuming the ancient firmament. After this period of endeavor, his foundational path of fire had finally shattered its constraints, advancing further to attain the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Although only one law had ascended to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, his strength had undergone a transformative change. This was not merely an embodiment of the Tao, but also a leap in the hierarchy of existence. Akin to a domestic cat evolving into a fierce tiger, moreover, the fragments of the time demon goddess laws had deepened his comprehension of the laws of time, nearly matching that of the fire laws. Were he to acquire 100 or 80 more fragments, he could likely achieve a complete law of time. Hongjun's teachings must be nearing their conclusion, Ling Xiao calculated. At this moment, his strength was undoubtedly unparalleled in the entire primordial world. Except, of course, for Hongjun. However, he could not afford to be complacent or careless, for after attaining quasi-saint status, the 6 ordained sages would soon commence their ascension. All origins must begin with the birth of the human race. Ling Xiao had no intention of obstructing Yuhua in creating humanity. Both emotionally and rationally, he could not do so. Even if he were to withhold the gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil from Yuhua. Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, other means to create humanity would still manifest. To persistently thwart Yuhua's efforts would be tantamount to courting death, risking the ire of the heavenly Tao, which could lead to dire consequences. Minor matters may be altered, but significant events cannot be reversed. At most, one could only delay the developmental timeline. Thus, he resolved to continue cultivating. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retract his consciousness and devote himself to his practice, he was suddenly drawn by an elusive aura. His gaze flickered as he pierced through the endless dimensions of time and space, spotting a purple light that captured his attention. The aura emanated from there. The purple tenuity star? After a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao rose to his feet and stepped forward, traversing the boundless void. Crossing innumerable stars, Ling Xiao finally approached the vicinity of the purple tenuity star. This celestial body, suspended in the endless void, was enveloped in purple qi, exuding immense majesty. It was far too immense, and upon its surface, there existed a world of mayflies. The purple torrents resembled primordial energy, enhancing its likeness to a vast primordial world. Truly, it was the Emperor's star. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim in his past life. The purple tenuity star held the titles of the foremost among stars, the progenitor of myriad phenomena, and the monarch among the celestial bodies. It was said that as long as the purple tenuity did not emerge, the sun and moon would reign supreme. However, those were merely notions from his past life. In the primordial world, the sun and moon were transformations of Pangu's dual eyes. It would be more reasonable to assert that with the sun and moon absent, the purple tenuity would reign supreme. Moreover, with his presence, no celestial body could aspire to be anything but second best. The rudimentary concealment array could hardly deter him. With a single glance, Ling Xiao discerned the formation upon the purple tenuity star, which, to be precise, could no longer be deemed rudimentary. Had it not been for the divine consciousness he gained after breaking through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he may not have been able to detect it. Contemplating this, Ling Xiao took a step forward, unleashing an overwhelming surge of laws that dispersed the endless purple qi, revealing a towering tree that appeared distant yet was within his sight. This colossal tree stood at the very center of the purple tenuity star, surrounded by swirling starlight, its entire form a deep black, as though countless stars were hidden within. Most remarkably, This giant tree bore 365 branches, each adorned with 365 flower buds, neither more nor less, perfectly aligned. Upon observing this, Ling Xiao understood the origins of this tree. The celestial tree of stars. The celestial tree of stars feeds on the power of the stars, consuming the vast eons of celestial bodies to bear fruit. Each time, it produces only 365 fruits, corresponding to the most ancient of stars. By consuming the fruits of the stars, one can transform into the corresponding star's celestial body. Wielding the primordial power of that star, the 365 branches of the celestial tree can also be fashioned into the celestial star banner, used to arrange the grand formation of the celestial bodies. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my domain? At this moment, a clear and vigilant voice rang out as a youth materialized beneath the starlit tree. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, he appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, remarkably handsome, yet exuding an undeniable air of nobility, a natural disposition of an emperor. Just passing by to take a look. Are you the lord of the purple tenuity star? Ling Xiao inquired with a smile, effortlessly perceiving that the youth was already a formidable figure at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Indeed, this purple tenuity star is mine, and this tree is also mine. I am the emperor of purple tenuity. The youth relaxed his vigilance and earnestly answered Ling Xiao, his expression quite proud. Emperor of purple tenuity? Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this youth had likely just recently taken form and had yet to experience the world. His intellect evidently lacking. I am called Ling Xiao. A pleasure to meet you. Since you are a guest, why don't we discuss the Tao together? The youth suggested with a cheerful demeanor, sensing no hostility from Ling Xiao and failing to detect his cultivation level. Having been alone on the purple tenuity star for too long, he was eager to converse and validate his understanding of the Tao. Certainly, Ling Xiao nodded, his form shifting to appear beneath the starlit tree. The youth's gaze sharpened, astonished. This was a master. His cultivation was likely no weaker than his own. Soon, they sat facing each other, the youth unable to contain his excitement as he spoke first. 3 auspicious clouds of celebration appearing above his head, as his words of Tao resonated. The purple tenuity star illuminated with dazzling radiance, as the power of the celestial bodies seemed to respond, showering down boundless light. Limitless and ceaseless. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted slightly, intrigued to find that the youth's cultivation revolved around the purple tenuity star, commanding the powers of the celestial bodies, including the sun and moon. Purple tenuity emperor star, suppressing myriad stars, the celestial stars of the cosmos, endlessly transformative, manifesting countless great paths. The purple tenuity emperor star, commanding the celestial bodies. This is my Tao. The purple tenuity suppresses the sun and moon. Only then can my Tao be realized. Fellow Taoist, how do you perceive my Tao? The youth inquired excitedly, thrilled by his own profound understanding. Ling Xiao shook his head with a hint of regret, stating lightly, Unfortunately, Chapter 33, treating the words of saints as mere flatulence. How did you achieve this? Ling Xiao revealed a sense of lament, leaving the youth momentarily dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist, what is there to regret? Once I command the stars and suppress. Ling Xiao spoke with a smile, while Ziwei nodded with a bitter expression, not daring to offer any rebuttal. Following this, Ling Xiao arranged a formation for Ziwei's star and departed with the young disciple. The Zhou star tree flourished best on Ziwei's star. Transplanting it carelessly would detract from its beauty. On the way back, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and his spirits soared. This outing not only yielded a promising disciple, but also a congenital spiritual root. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao couldn't help but glance in the direction of Zishao Palace, wondering how Dijun and Tai were faring in Zishao Palace, after 3,000 years of teachings had come to a close. As Hong Jun's final word resonated, the great powers gradually regained their senses, still lingering in a state of rapture, unable to extricate themselves. Some great beings comprehended the words of the sage, lost in their thoughts, while others wore expressions of skepticism, half understanding. The profundity of the sage's teachings was such that some could not fully grasp them. It was said to be the path to quasi-sainthood, yet upon conclusion, they still found themselves perplexed about how to break through. Hong Jun's gaze shifted, and all the great being's expressions became clear. He said, "If there are any points of confusion, do not hesitate to voice them." As soon as his words fell, a great being immediately posed a question. "Dare I ask the sage? My aptitude is rather dull, and I still do not quite understand how to break through to quasi-saint or even to sainthood." This inquiry garnered unanimous agreement from the other great beings. While some among them already knew the path to quasi-sainthood, their understanding was not thorough. This comrade not only inquired about the path to quasi-sainthood, but also about how to achieve sainthood. Even Dijun and Tai were curious, for they had long grasped the methods of attaining sainthood and wished to hear the sage's unique insights. Hong Jun slightly nodded, casting an appreciative glance at the questioner, and answered at a measured pace. There are three primary paths to attaining quasi-sainthood or achieving sainthood. The first is through the power of understanding the laws of the Tao. By comprehending the principles of the great Tao and utilizing one's own power of law to break through the limits of the Deluo Golden Immortal. This realm can be referred to as the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Beyond this lies the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. However, the great Tao is now obscured, and comprehending these laws has become a daunting task. This path is no longer viable. The second path is through the merits of one's deeds, which involves undertaking actions of significant contribution to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao bestows boundless merits, which fuse with one's primordial spirit, allowing one to attain the Tao through merit. The specific methods will be elaborated upon in the future. Upon hearing this, the great beings felt somewhat disheartened. These two paths were too abstract. One had already been severed, while the other required contributions to the heavenly Tao. Without concrete methods to implement, they could hardly be called methods. Hong Jun deliberately paused, noticing the gloomy expressions of the great beings, and secretly nodded to himself. Then, he spoke in a voice even more resonant than before. "The final method is my own path to realization." The eyes of the great beings brightened. The living sage stood before them, thus affirming the viability of this method. They implored the sage for his benevolence in imparting this path. A certain flattering great being could hardly contain his eagerness to speak up. Hong Jun, pleased, regarded him for a moment longer before continuing. "This method is known as cutting the three corpses to attain the Tao. All beings possess three aspects: goodness, evil, and self. By cutting away one aspect, one can achieve the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Cutting away two aspects leads to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, and cutting away all three allows one to reach the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Ultimately, unifying the three aspects with oneself enables the attainment of the supreme Tao. However, the three aspects within must be entrusted to congenital treasures." As his words concluded, Hong Jun's gaze subtly swept the room, only to suddenly discover two figures appearing somewhat dazed, seemingly in a state of shock. These two figures were Dijun and Tai. Hong Jun, puzzled, inquired, "Dijun, Tai, do you understand my teachings? If there are any uncertainties, feel free to ask." His inquiry hinted at a desire to provide additional guidance, as he recognized that Dijun and Tai's cultivation levels were somewhat lacking. The gazes of all the great beings turned towards Dijun and Tai. After all, it was understandable that they struggled to comprehend. Given that it was their first time attending such a discourse and they had missed a prior session, it was entirely normal to have difficulty understanding. Dijun and Tai, upon regaining their composure, were not incapable of understanding. Rather, they simply found little desire to listen, as their younger brother had already conveyed much of this information to them. Furthermore, Hong Jun had stated that the path of the laws was no longer viable. Yet their younger brother was on the verge of achieving the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Did this not seem like a case of feigning ignorance? Although they thought this, they dared not reveal a hint of dissent. Since the sage had already inquired of them, it would be inappropriate not to respond in some manner. After a moment of contemplation, Dijun's mind stirred, and he asked, "Dare I inquire, sage, which of the three paths to sainthood is the strongest?" Upon hearing this, all the great beings were momentarily taken aback, then regarded Dijun with admiration, unsure whether he was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. The sage had already stated that the path of the laws was severed. Yet he continued to inquire as to which of the three paths was the most formidable. Was this not simply stirring up unnecessary trouble? Did he dismiss the sage's words as inconsequential? In that instant, The atmosphere in Zishao Palace became stiflingly silent, with the gazes of all the great powers fixated on the two brothers, many of whom relished this moment. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti were nearly unable to suppress their laughter. This golden crow was quite audacious. Had he always been so bold? Perhaps prolonged exposure to the sun had singed his wits. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, a trace of barely perceptible anger flickering in his eyes. This misguided one. Had he not made himself sufficiently clear? There were only two viable paths, yet he had asked about three. Was his hearing impaired, or was he intentionally seeking trouble? Or perhaps he clung to the notion of the laws not being entirely hopeless? Were it not for the importance of Dijun and Tai, Hong Jun might have wished to dismiss these two inept beings, to spare himself the annoyance. He had emphasized the path of the three corpses precisely to pass on his teachings for future generations. Before the eyes of all, Dijun had the audacity to pose such a question. Hong Jun understood that at this juncture, it was not appropriate to declare which of the three paths was strongest. Thus, he smiled calmly and offered a response. The Tao knows no precedence, and the laws bear no strength. All strength arises from within oneself. Therefore, the three methods of attaining the Tao cannot be ranked. For in the end, it depends on oneself. Hong Jun hesitated to overtly praise his own path of the three corpses as the strongest, opting instead for a vague answer. Thank you for your elucidation. Sage, Dijun replied, his eyes lighting up, falling silent thereafter and sitting obediently. Yet within his heart, he envisioned a different reality. What Hong Jun had said resonated with the teachings of their younger brother. The true strength lay in the self, and the path of the laws was fundamentally about one's own power. The critical point was that their younger brother had previously asserted that the path of the laws was the strongest, unbound by any constraints, as it inherently involved the cultivation of one's own power. In contrast, the other paths to sainthood required one's primordial spirit to be entrusted to the heavenly Tao, thereby imposing limitations. How could a sage, constrained by limitations, be deemed powerful? Hong Jun had clearly not shared the full truth with them. Dijun and Tai exchanged silent glances. Their thoughts were aligned. The sage's words were not necessarily infallible. Nor was the path of the laws truly severed. Unbeknownst to them, their younger brother Ling Xiao was on the verge of achieving the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Gradually, Hong Jun's authority in their hearts began to wane, and they found it increasingly difficult to accept his words as absolute truth. With the brief interlude involving Dijun concluded, Hong Jun resumed his detailed explanation of the path of cutting the three corpses. The three pure ones, Jiayin and Zhuan Ti, Nuwa and Fushi, Kuanpeng, Dong Gong, and many other great beings felt a stirring within their hearts, attempting to cut away the three corpses within themselves. Some among them had already attained the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal and, upon hearing the teachings on attaining quasi-sainthood, naturally began their cultivation. Those who had yet to reach completion could only listen and mentally note the teachings. Some rejoiced while others despaired, for not every great being possessed a congenital treasure. Throughout this period, Hong Jun remained seated in meditation, his eyes closed, showing no intention of departing. Those great beings who were not cultivating immediately sensed that the sage had more to say. Indeed, after a considerable time had passed, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of great beings before he began to speak in this present age, following the calamity of Long Han. The beings of the Hong Huang world face great difficulty in seeking the Tao. The order of heaven and earth remains uncertain. I intend to select the fated ones, establish the celestial court, manage the Zhou Tian, and oversee the world, thereby stabilizing the order of Hong Huang. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into a cacophony of discussion, as if a pot had boiled over. The establishment of the celestial court, the management of Zhou Tian, and the oversight of the world, who among the ambitious would not desire such power? This authority could be said to rank just below that of the sage, affording one a position of immense influence throughout the entirety of Hong Huang. However, there were also rational great beings who expressed skepticism. Setting aside other concerns, the mere existence of the Wu clan was a significant headache. Those beings, consumed by thoughts of battle and slaughter, would not be easily governed. Nuwa's gaze shifted slightly. Establishing the heavenly court and unifying the myriad races bore a striking resemblance to her intentions. Now, she had the formidable support of Bai Zhe, Jiming, Guiche, Zhouing, and other powerful beings from various races behind her. If she were to receive the approval of the Tao ancestor, it would be a remarkable achievement with minimal effort. This sentiment was not exclusive to Nuwa. Bai Zhe and the others were equally eager, their eyes gleaming with excitement, wishing to step forward and request the Tao ancestor to entrust this responsibility to Nuwa. On another front, Kuanpeng was secretly contacting numerous powerful beings from various races, coveting this position for himself. Previously, he had refrained from pursuing it due to his lack of credentials, but with the Tao ancestor's authority now in play, who would dare to defy him? Even the three pure ones, Jane and Zhuanti, showed signs of interest. The position was simply too exalted, practically second only to the Tao ancestor and above all spirits. Hongjun's gaze shifted, subtly assessing Dijuan and Taiyi. This was a reluctant measure on his part. These two golden crows had been rather lackadaisical and required a little pushed. At that moment, he fervently hoped that Dijuan and Taiyi might step forward and take on this significant responsibility. However, the two brothers were preoccupied with hastily completing their duties and slipping away, showing little concern for such matters. Moreover, prior to their arrival, Ling Xiao had already instructed them not to accept any benefits, which they remembered well. As the crowd watched with anticipation, Hongjuan's gaze feigned a casual sweep over the powerful beings, ultimately landing on Dijuan and Taiyi with uncanny coincidence. Dijuan, Taiyi, as the celestial sun deities, born with the fate of emperors, do you wish to establish the heavenly court and oversee the world? Upon hearing this, the powerful beings below nearly erupted, their eyes flashing with indignation as they turned their gazes toward Dijuan and Taiyi. How could they possibly be inferior to these two? In terms of lineage and cultivation, Dijuan and Taiyi were not the most exceptional. Why should such a privilege fall to them? It was utterly incomprehensible. Jane, Zhuanti, and the three pure ones wore even graver expressions, for they had past grievances with the golden crows. Kuanpeng, too, felt a surge of agitation, his scalp prickling with frustration, more so than when he had first attended the Tao and had his seat usurped. If the three pure ones had been chosen, he might have accepted it more easily, as they were undeniably formidable. Yet, Dijuan and Taiyi had not even perfected their Deluo golden immortal status. How could they possibly surpass him? Nuwa felt a twinge of disappointment but harbored no feelings of jealousy. As for Bai Zhe and the others, they had already begun to contemplate how to align themselves with the situation. At that moment, Dijuan and Taiyi snapped back to their senses from their stupor. Could it be that Hongjun was serious? Was such a tremendous opportunity truly being offered to them? Had it been the original versions of Dijuan and Taiyi, they would have been so overwhelmed with excitement that they would have knelt in gratitude. However, having undergone Ling Xiao's indoctrination and instructions, they naturally would not acquiesce. Thus, under the envious and resentful gazes of the powerful beings, the two brothers clasped their hands respectfully, with Dijuan speaking first. Revered sage, we are but lowly in our magical prowess and scattered in our hearts, truly unworthy of such a great responsibility. We beseech the sage to retract the decree. Dijuan's words resonated throughout the Zixiao palace, firmly rejecting the sage's decree. The assembled powerful beings were momentarily dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, staring in shock at Dijuan and Taiyi as if they had seen a ghost. Could it truly be possible to refuse such an offer? At that moment, each powerful being felt a sense of disbelief and confusion. The position of the ruler of the heavenly court was of such transcendence and honor. How could these two golden crows refuse it so nonchalantly? Had their minds been scorched by the sun's flames? As the initial shock faded, some powerful beings began to reveal expressions of delight and joy. Sensing that they might have another chance, Kuanping displayed an expectant expression, even nervously rubbing his hands together. With the golden crows having declined the position, surely it would be his turn now? Being a bird of the same feather, who could possibly be more qualified than him? The sage's criteria for selection seemed to favor those of avian nature, perhaps believing that overseeing the world would be easier for those who could fly. The three pure ones exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smile forming. The golden crow's refusal of the heavenly court's leadership aligned perfectly with their desires. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuanti were ecstatic, having narrowly avoided a potential disaster. fearing that if the Golden Crows controlled the heavenly court, their chances for vengeance would vanish, and they might even face unwarranted grievances. Fortunately, these two foolish Golden Crows had chosen to decline. They were truly digging their own graves. Their spirits lifted. Jane and Juenti felt that the Golden Crow's rejection of the heavenly court's leadership might just open a door for them. Of course, this was merely a hopeful thought. Jane and Juenti understood that Hongjun was unlikely to appoint beings from the West to such a position. As for Nuwa, Bai Zhe, and the others, they were taken aback and increasingly puzzled. Why would the Golden Crows refuse such a position? Connecting it to Ling Xiao only deepened their confusion, as he had been the first to reject dominion over the myriad races. In the rear of Zhixiao Palace, Shiha and Changshi were engulfed in tumultuous waves of shock. When had the celestial sun deities become so audacious? They were even favored by the sage. Once upon a time, they had been humiliated by them, of course, excluding the other star deity. They had assumed the Golden Crows had not come to attend the Tao, yet here they were, though the strongest among them was absent. What baffled them most was why the Golden Crows would refuse such an extraordinary opportunity. What were they thinking? Hongjuan's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes, though he concealed it well. He had not anticipated that these two Golden Crows would be so unambitious. Despite his direct offer to establish the heavenly court, they still hesitated, claiming their capabilities were lacking, though, to be fair, their skills were indeed rather modest. Perhaps the time was simply not ripe. Hongjun pondered, contemplating whether he had perhaps been too hasty. These two brothers had yet to fully mature. Very well, he would wait patiently and allow them to establish the heavenly court at the next sermon. He waved his hand slightly, signaling for Dijuan and Tai Yi to take their seats. At that moment, Kuanpeng could no longer restrain himself. He felt that his opportunity had arrived and decided to volunteer. Self-recommending himself, "Sage, I am willing to undertake this heavy responsibility, to maintain world peace and stabilize the cosmic order." Kuanpeng's sudden self-nomination left the other powerful beings in a state of bewilderment, and as they regained their composure, they were filled with a mix of anger and astonishment, inwardly cursing him. How dare this shameless wretch presume to shoulder such a responsibility? After speaking, Kuanpeng bowed deeply, remaining still as he awaited the sage's response. His heart a tumult of joy and apprehension. He had indeed acted impulsively, but he could not help it. Fearing that the sage might forget him, he thought that being proactive might yield an opportunity. Hongjun regarded Kuanpeng with a deep gaze and said, "The establishment of the heavenly court shall be discussed at a later time. For now, I have another matter to announce." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered powerful beings shifted slightly, tinged with disappointment. The decision had been postponed. Simultaneously, some powerful beings secretly mocked Kuanpeng, who had dared to aspire to the heavenly court. Now, he was left dumbfounded. Kuanpeng awkwardly took his seat, feeling the scornful stares of those around him. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. What a disgrace! He had not only failed to secure the position of heavenly court ruler, but had inadvertently exposed his own shortcomings. He cast a furtive glance at Dijuan and Tai, harboring resentment, channeling his frustrations toward them, feeling that had it not been for the Golden Crows, he would not have suffered such embarrassment. Moreover, the sage had actively encouraged them to establish the heavenly court, while he had voluntarily offered himself only to be rejected. Did this not imply that he, Kuanpeng, was inferior to the Golden Crows? In what way was he truly lacking? Hongjuan's gaze shifted, observing that the Zhixiao Palace had fallen into complete silence before slowly continuing. The establishment of the heavenly court will be discussed later. However, the order of the Honghuang must still be maintained, for I will select 2 capable individuals from among you to uphold the order of the Honghuang and stabilize the peace of the cosmos. As Hongjuan's words fell, the powerful beings were immediately perplexed. Again, 2 positions. Surely they were not once more aimed at the Golden Crows? Instinctively, many gazes turned toward Dijuan and Tai. Hongjun secretly chuckled to himself before continuing. These 2 capable individuals will be responsible for overseeing the male and female immortals of the cosmos, acting on my behalf to maintain the order of the Honghuang world. A male and a female? The powerful being's eyes brightened. Although it sounded less impressive than establishing the heavenly court, the authority was still substantial. become the leaders of the male or female immortals would grant them considerable influence over the future of the Honghuang. After all, they would be managing the Honghuang on behalf of the sage. Realizing this, the powerful being's gazes gradually ignited with fervor. Another splendid opportunity. In an instant, the powerful beings stood tall, showcasing their talents, hoping to catch the sage's attention. Hong Jun, fully aware of the atmosphere, scanned the crowd before addressing a certain woman. Shi Wangmu, you are the embodiment of the first Taiyan energy in the cosmos. You shall be the leader of the female immortals. Shi Wangmu paused for a moment, then hurriedly rose, astonished by the unexpected fortune that had befallen her. I now bestow upon you the Western Plains pure white cloud banner, a supreme, innate, spiritual treasure. I hope you will utilize it wisely to lead the female immortals of the Honghuang and maintain order. Hong Jun raised his hand. A small white flag floated toward Shi Wangmu, quietly hovering before her. Emanating mysterious waves of energy, I shall abide by the sage's decree. Shi Wangmu nodded, gently accepting the treasure. Clad in a white palace gown, her demeanor was dignified and graceful, unable to suppress her excitement at that moment. She had been troubled by the lack of a suitable innate spiritual treasure to sever her 3 corpses, and now, unexpectedly becoming the leader of the female immortals, she had been bestowed with such a boon. What sheer delight! A supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The great powers gazed enviously at the treasure of such caliber. If it were to be placed in the outside world, they would have already fought fiercely over it. Apart from the sages, none could resist the allure of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Especially upon learning of the method to sever the 3 corpses, the value of such a treasure became even more pronounced. In an instant, the great powers were filled with an insatiable thirst, eagerly anticipating the remaining position of the foremost male immortal. Some female immortals yearned to transform into male immortals, vying for the esteemed title. Chapter 36. Retreating again and again, the defiance of the great powers, the 3 pure ones, along with the likes of Jane, Zhuenti, Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and Fushi, all wore expressions of anticipation. The dual allure of status and an exceptional innate spiritual treasure rendered them nearly helpless. Particularly, Dong Wanggong was so overcome with excitement that he was nearly on his feet. After all, Zhuangmu was the first manifestation of the supreme yin energy, while he was the first manifestation of the supreme yang energy. Thus, was not the position of the foremost male immortal destined to be his? It was only logical. Hong Jun surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the great powers before finally resting upon Emperor Jun and Tai. Those who sensed this shift among the great powers immediately felt uneasy. Could it be that the position of the foremost male immortal also belonged to the Golden Crow? Even Emperor Jun and Tai appeared bewildered. Just then, Hong Jun's gaze shifted, anticipating that the Golden Crow would most likely decline, so he set his sights on Hong Yun. He perceived that the connection between Hong Yun and Emperor Jun was rather favorable, and thus sought to involve them both. With Hong Yun's qualifications, it would be challenging to garner universal approval as the foremost male immortal, and it would be inevitable to request the Golden Crow's assistance. In this way, things would naturally fall into place. Once embroiled in the fray, everything would unfold seamlessly. Hong Yun, you are the first manifestation of the red cloud in the universe, blessed with great fortune. You are destined to be the foremost male immortal. Hong Jun spoke with a calm demeanor, his expression bearing an air of solemnity. Upon hearing these words, the great powers erupted in outrage, their faces betraying disbelief. How could Hong Yun be worthy of the title of foremost male immortal? What merit did he possess? Merely being the first manifestation of the red cloud, he was no match for any of the mighty beings seated before the Zixiao Palace, any of whom could effortlessly overpower him. Not only did the great powers seethe with indignation, but even Hong Yun himself felt incredulous, as if he were dreaming. It was no exaggeration to say that he felt utterly unworthy. His heart raced with excitement. His hands trembled as he contemplated expressing gratitude for the sage's favor, only to suddenly come to a realization. Sensing the hostile glares surrounding him and recalling the earlier actions of his friend, Emperor Jun, Hong Yun suddenly felt that this was not a favorable position to occupy. It could very well threaten his life. Thus, he sheepishly scratched his head and smiled, saying, respectfully addressing the sage, I am but a dullard with meager strength, and I fear I am ill-suited for such a great responsibility. I humbly request the retraction of your decree." His words were sincere and open-hearted, showing no desire for the position of foremost male immortal. "Well said." Behind Hongyun, Emperor Jun and Tai were nearly ready to applaud. Hongyun's expression momentarily faltered, seemingly taken aback by Hongyun's refusal. Unbelievable. This has truly corrupted him in the company of the Golden Crow. "Hongyun, do you genuinely wish to decline the title of foremost male immortal?" Hongjun inquired solemnly, his gaze revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. "Indeed, I am unworthy of such a title. I implore the sage to retract your decree." Hongyun stated earnestly, without a trace of hesitation. "Though exceptional innate spiritual treasures are desirable, one must also be alive to utilize them. I will not accept the title of foremost male immortal." His conviction strengthened as he sensed the surrounding hostility gradually dissipating. The great powers rejoiced, for Hongyun's perceptiveness in declining the title meant that they had a chance. Hongjun waved his hand lightly, signaling for Hongyun to take his seat, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze then shifted to Zhen Yuanzi beside Hongyun. If one retreat could not be accomplished, then he would retreat again. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun shared a close bond. It mattered little who assumed the title of foremost male immortal, for both would be equally matched. Just as Hongjun was about to speak, he noticed Zhen Yuanzi's evasive gaze, his eyes darting about as if clearly displaying his dissent. "Enough of this. Let it be destroyed, and let us attain the Tao." Hongjun's expression grew increasingly cold. In front of the great powers, he could not afford to lose his temper. The great powers, sensing the delicate atmosphere, immediately fell silent, refraining from revealing any unusual expressions. However, some were bold. Dong Wanggong, seizing the moment, stood up respectfully and proclaimed, "I am willing to share the sage's burdens and accept the title of foremost male immortal." His demeanor was grave, yet internally, he was filled with trepidation. Dong Wanggong's sudden declaration elicited silent laughter from the great powers. "What a fool!" The sage's expression shifted slightly, and he dared to make a move, seemingly indifferent to his own life. Yet, to the astonishment of the great powers, Hongjun merely glanced at Dong Wanggong before slowly nodding. "Very well, since it is so, the title of foremost male immortal shall be bestowed upon you. Dong Wanggong, I grant you an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed scepter. I hope you will utilize it wisely, maintain the order among the male immortals of Honghuang, and do not disappoint me." With a flourish of his sleeve, Hongjun sent forth a dazzling golden dragon-headed scepter, which landed before Dong Wanggong. With both hands, Dong Wanggong accepted it, kneeling and bowing deeply, exclaiming in excitement, "Dong Wanggong shall certainly not fail to meet the sage's expectations." This? The great powers were left in stunned silence. Was it truly this simple? They had assumed Dong Wanggong would face challenges, yet the sage casually bestowed the title of foremost male immortal upon him. Some of the great powers felt regret, wishing they had stepped forward earlier. "I could have done it too." Jealousy consumed them, secretly resenting the fact that Dong Wanggong attained the title simply because he acted first. Perhaps the only individuals feeling content were Emperor Jun, Tai, and Zhen Yuanzi, along with Hongyun. Especially Zhen Yuanzi, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring tranquility to tumult. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no desire to assume the title of foremost male immortal. Thus, when Hongjun's gaze had briefly passed over him, he had surmised that the sage intended for him to take the position. After all, if even his close friend Hongyun was chosen by Hongjun, there was no reason for him to be deemed lesser. Very well, this discourse shall conclude here. 10,000 years hence, it shall be my final lecture, at that time. I shall impart the complete path to sanctification and select a group of fortunate individuals to receive my teachings. As his words echoed, Hongjun's figure gradually dissipated. Moments later, the Zixiao Palace erupted in a cacophony of excitement, the great powers all aflame with fervor. The sage intended to accept disciples. It must be said that Hongjun's final statement ignited a surge of exhilaration among them. Though those who had come to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the discourse often considered themselves disciples, in truth, they had yet to attain even the status of named disciples of the sage. They were nameless and without rank. Now, with the sage's own words declaring his intent to accept a group of disciples, the question of how many remained unspoken. Each great power felt a glimmer of hope. Should they become disciples of the sage, their status would instantly elevate. Not only would they receive guidance from the sage, but they would also be able to traverse the Honghuang world with ease. Beyond that, the complete path to sanctification left them in eager anticipation, wishing for those 10,000 years to pass in the blink of an EYE. Before, Hong Jun left in endless suspense leading to the next lecture. Even before it began, he had already captivated the great powers, ensnaring them in an inescapable longing. Chapter 37. Jane and Juenti. Is this opportunity not arriving? After the lecture concluded, the great powers began to disperse gradually. Dong Wanggong, brimming with confidence, immediately set about attempting to gather the great powers to form his own faction. Some acknowledged him, while others paid him no heed. Many great powers were eager to return, seeking to sever their corpses and attain quasi-saint status, and thus had little interest in this self-satisfied individual. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, noticing Hutu's departure, promptly followed suit, their expressions dark, evidently seeking to settle old scores, having been rebuffed. Dong Wanggong noticed Emperor Jun, Tai, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun preparing to leave, and he smiled as he called out, "Esteemed friends, do you have time for a discussion?" "No time." Emperor Jun and the others cast down a single sentence before striding away. Not even sparing him a glance, Dong Wanggong's smile froze, gradually transforming into a sullen expression. While his position as the foremost male immortal bore the sin of opportunism, was it too much to expect a modicum of respect? He watched the departing figures of Emperor Jun and his companions, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Meanwhile, Jane and Juenti, observing Emperor Jun and Tai's departure, also left the Zixiao Palace shortly thereafter. Senior brother, with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun alongside the Golden Crow. "We may find it challenging to take action," Juenti remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. This was indeed a golden opportunity to seek revenge, to collect some interest before returning to sever their corpses and attain quasi-saint status. Then strike at the Sun Star. Though this was their plan, with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun at the Golden Crow side, any move they made would likely provoke assistance from the two. Fear not. I do not believe they can remain together indefinitely. Let us bide our time and await an opportunity. If none arises, we shall return to sever our corpses, achieve quasi-saint status, and then descend upon the Sun Star to capture the Golden Crow in one fell swoop. Jane spoke in a calm and composed manner, exuding an air of assured victory. He had already grasped the method to sever the benevolent corpses, and the realm of quasi-sainthood was within his reach. Should he fail to exact revenge this time, he would wait until he achieved quasi-saint status before personally setting foot on the Sun Star. That time, with the three Golden Crows united. How splendid it would be! Thus, he remained unperturbed and did not rush. However, his junior brother was not as composed, and he needed to find an opportunity to offer some guidance, so he decided to follow his elder brother's advice. Juenti nodded, agreeing that his brother's words were indeed wise. They had already attained the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, making the act of severing corpses a trivial matter for them. Dijun and Tai, along with Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, had emerged from the chaos. Dijun, Tai, it is time for us to part ways. We shall return and enter seclusion. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun stood side by side, having gained profound insights from their recent teachings, and were prepared to attempt severing corpses with the innate spiritual treasures they possessed. "Well, farewell then." Dijun and Tai clasped their hands in salutation. Subsequently, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun departed together. Just as Dijun and Tai were about to leave, they sensed an astonishing surge of battle fluctuations from the distant heavens. Although far away, the ominous aura still sent chills through them. The ancestral witches were clashing with the three pure ones. Using their divine powers to observe, they discovered that 6 ancestral witches, including Xianming, Hutu, and Changliang, were surrounding the 3 pure ones. "These ancestral witches have grown even stronger," Dijun exclaimed in astonishment, noting that compared to their last encounter, these ancestral witches had significantly increased in power, now at least in the late or even perfected stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It seemed that the reputation of Pangu's orthodoxy was of immense significance to both the three pure ones and the ancestral witches, potentially influencing their cultivation levels. His younger brother had once mentioned that their golden crows could also be considered part of Pangu's orthodoxy. "I wonder if the fortune of Pangu's orthodoxy affects us," Tai remarked, recalling what Ling Xiao had said at Mount Buzhou. According to him, all beings in the Honghuang world could indeed be regarded as part of Pangu's orthodoxy. "Let us return to seclusion as well. This time, we shall not emerge until we have broken through to the level of the primordial golden immortal," Dijun declared with resolute determination, feeling the weight of pressure once more. He was constantly aware of the pressure, with two brothers stronger than himself at home and formidable powers outside. Tai nodded, and just as they were about to leave, they suddenly felt a powerful aura enveloping them. "Golden crows, it has been a long time since we last met." Descending from above, Jane, radiating an aura of merit and exuding a peaceful demeanor, approached them. They had intended to return to the west but suddenly noticed that Chen Yuanzi and Hong Yun had parted ways with the Golden Crows. "Is this not an opportunity? Long time no see? Did we not just meet at the Zixiao Palace?" Tai smiled as the chaos bell slowly suspended above his head. Dijun likewise summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu. Sensing Jane's unmasked killing intent, "Humph, I have no desire for idle chatter. The cause of the past yields the effect of today. Prepare to pay with your lives," Jane coldly commanded, without further ado, as both sides instinctively launched into battle, unleashing lethal techniques that shrouded the entire void in terrifying magical power, sweeping across the cosmos. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao awoke from his meditation, surrounded by the flow of time and the dance of the ages. He sat as if at the end of the river of time, gazing down upon the myriad beings, where fleeting moments felt like eons. "Indeed, my comprehension of the laws of time has reached the level of the primordial golden immortal," Ling Xiao remarked, unable to suppress a faint smile. Since absorbing the shards of time last time, he had been on the verge of reaching the level of the primordial golden immortal. In this interval, he unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment, further advancing his understanding of the laws of time to that level. Although his cultivation remained at the early stage of the primordial golden immortal, his power had multiplied. Ding, detection indicates that Jane is currently engaged in battle with Dijun and Tai. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Rush over immediately to slay Jane, thereby asserting the Golden Crow clan's authority. Reward, the heavenly treasure of killing gods, the god-slaying spear. Choice 2. Remain steady and aloof, ignoring the conflict. Reward, 1 drop of Panga's blood. These two choices are quite intriguing. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened as he contemplated his options. The first choice not only required him to intervene, but also to eliminate Jane, with the reward being the god-slaying spear of the demon ancestor Luo Hu, the foremost killing treasure of the heavenly Tao. However, the question remained, could he truly defeat Jane at this moment? Setting aside the feasibility of killing him, even if he forcibly managed to do so, he would likely suffer significant consequences. A disciple favored by Hong Jun, a future ordained saint, was not so easily dispatched. If he could not kill him, the reward would naturally be unattainable. At present, it seemed that whichever option he chose would lead to the same outcome. Even if he disregarded the reward, he would still have to go save Dijun and Tai. The second choice was to remain steady and aloof, but ultimately, he would still have to intervene. And naturally, there would be no reward. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make a decision, a sudden thought struck him. Right. Saving them doesn't necessarily require me to go in person. Chapter 38. Zi Wei Tong Zi. My master is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already formed a resolution in his heart and promptly made his choice. System, I choose option 2. He then summoned Zi Wei Tong Zi. Master, what is your command? Dressed in a purple robe, exuding the spirit of the heavens, the young attendant now stood by Ling Xiao's side. Child, take my treasure and go retrieve my 2 elder brothers. Ling Xiao raised his hand, summoning the Hongmeng cauldron, which materialized in his palm, its chaotic energy spreading forth, radiating divine majesty. Yes, Zi Wei Tong Zi replied, astonished, as he accepted the small cauldron, within which the primordial energy swirled, continuously manifesting wondrous phenomena, as if a vast primordial world was evolving inside. A truly astonishing sight. This was the first time he had seen Ling Xiao produce such a treasure. From his perspective, there were hardly any artifacts in the entire Honghuang world that could rival this one. Ling Xiao informed him of the location and provided a general outline of his instructions. After hearing this, Ziwei Tongzi became somewhat anxious. You want me to use this treasure to repel Jane? Surely you jest. Although I am not well versed in the outside world, I have heard of Jane. He is one of the two strongest beings in the West. Just with me and one treasure? Isn't that akin to inviting disaster? I fear I might not even survive. Master, might this be a bit too challenging? Ziwei Tongzi tentatively inquired, hoping to prompt Ling Xiao to reconsider, as assigning such a task felt like playing with fire. Ling Xiao chuckled softly and replied, just go ahead. When you arrive, simply toss out the cauldron, and I will handle the rest. The Hongming cauldron was his life treasure, and now that he had reached the primordial golden immortal stage and infused it with a portion of the power of laws, he could still control its destructive capabilities even from countless miles away. As long as Jane had not severed the corpses and was beneath the quasi-saint level, it would not be a problem to repel him. If not kill him. Very well, Ziwei Tongzi nodded, clutching the Hongming cauldron as he departed from the Sun Star, exuding an air of resolute bravery. How delightful to obtain a drop of Panga's blood for free. Ling Xiao mused, a contented smile gracing his lips as he watched Ziwei Tongzi's retreating figure. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Dijun, Tai Yi, and Jane had escalated to a fever pitch, transforming the entire battlefield into a chaotic realm, infused with the essence of destruction. Although Dijun and Tai Yi's cultivation levels were lower than Jane's, they still managed to hold their ground with the aid of their treasures. Not yielding an inch in the short term, Jane grew increasingly alarmed. They had gathered all the fortune of the West, and their cultivation was on the brink of reaching another domain, yet they could not subdue the two golden crows. He recalled their last encounter at Mount Buzhou when the golden crows were still weak and easily manageable. Yet now they were nearly on par with him. This won't do. I must quickly sever the corpses and become a quasi-saint. Jane felt a hint of crisis in his heart. Only by becoming a quasi-saint could he truly widen the gap. The intensity of their battle drew the attention of many powerful beings who had just returned from their teachings. Some, having just emerged from the chaos, were astonished to witness the earth-shattering scene of battle, their expressions quickly transforming into delight. Dong Wanggong, accompanied by a newly gathered entourage, had just exited the chaos. Upon witnessing Dijun and Tai Yi being overwhelmed, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. Weren't you quite pleased with yourself at the Zixiao Palace? I extended a cordial invitation, yet you chose to disregard it. Now you are finally tasting the bitterness, aren't you, Master? Should we intervene? They are fighting without cause and disrupting the order of the Honghuang. One of Dong Wanggong's subordinates inquired. For now, there's no need. This is a personal grievance. Let them resolve it themselves. Dong Wanggong waved his hand dismissively. If it were any ordinary beings, he would have stepped in to show off by now. However, these were no ordinary beings. The golden crows were naturally unafraid, but Jane was still a source of concern. He did not wish to offend him unless absolutely necessary, unless he possessed sufficient strength. On another front, several ancestral witches had just repelled the three pure ones when they were drawn in by the fierce clash between Jane and Dijun. Jane's strength is actually comparable to that of the three pure ones, Qiangliang exclaimed, astonished and brimming with battle intent, still reeling from the previous confrontation. That is because they have harnessed all the fortune of the West. Bolstered by the merits they've accumulated, the flickering light within Xuanming's eyes captured the entirety of the battlefield. Alas, had the Golden Crow accepted the decree of the sage and established the heavenly court, neither Jane nor Zhuanti would have dared to lay a hand on them, Hutu lamented, succinctly informing Xianming and the other ancestral witches about the matters concerning the Zixiao Palace. Such a thing exists? Xuanming's face was one of astonishment, unable to fathom that the Golden Crow had once declined such a monumental opportunity. Monitoring the heavens and maintaining the order of the primordial chaos would undoubtedly have bound our witch clan. The Golden Crow acted wisely, recognizing that accepting such a heavy responsibility would place it at odds with our ancestral witches, hence the rejection. Xianming analyzed, appreciating the insight of the Golden Crow. Who dares to tread upon my head? I shall rend them asunder. The voice of Changliang thundered with a terrifying resonance, the very atmosphere crackling with the intensity of his words. The entire primordial world is a manifestation of our Father God. Who possesses the right to dictate our actions? Zhurong scoffed, his expression one of disdain. By writes, the entirety of the primordial heavens should be inherited by them, free to act as they please within their domain, without interference from others. Just then, amidst the fervent discussions of the ancestral witches, a sudden purple light streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the battlefield. The ZY boy had finally arrived, clutching the Hongming Ding, bravely charging into the fray. This audacious act elicited surprise among the powerful beings present. Upon recognizing him as a practitioner at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, their confusion deepened. Is he seeking death, having lost all reason? Can one so easily meddle in a battle of such magnitude? Enough! The ZY boy inhaled deeply, shouting with trepidation, for he was acutely aware of his own limitations. How could he possibly repel Jane and Juenti with merely a ding? And who might you be, daring to involve yourself in our affairs? Juenti glared at the ZY boy, his countenance unfriendly, exclaiming that had he not sensed the extraordinary nature of the newcomer, he would have already struck him down. My master sent me. You should leave this place at once. I do not wish to engage in combat. The ZY boy swallowed hard, mustering his courage to declare, striving to project an air of a seasoned expert. At that moment, Emperor Jun and Tai suddenly noticed the small ding in the ZY boy's arms. Isn't that the treasure of our third brother? Their eyes met, and an understanding passed between them. Little one, who is this master of yours that dares to meddle in our affairs? Juenti asked coldly, his gaze lingering on the Hongming Ding. This artifact seems familiar. Could it be? The ZY boy bit his lip and proclaimed loudly, my master is the solar star god, Ling Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jane and Juenti were struck with sudden clarity. The solar star god? Ling Xiao. No wonder that ding seemed somewhat familiar. It had once struck them during the incident at Buzhou Mountain. How could it not be recognized? I had wondered who it was. Turns out to be that timid creature who, afraid to show himself, sent a mere boy to his doom. Truly laughable. Jane and Juenti inexplicably sighed in relief, having thought this master would be formidable, only to discover he was just another golden crow. Feigning divinity, I did not come to perish. I came to vanquish you. The ZY boy, despite his fear, spoke defiantly, earnestly attempting to clarify his stance. This declaration, even the mighty beings observing could not help but chuckle. Were the third golden crow of the sun to come personally, the combined strength of the three crows might indeed pose a challenge to Jane and Juenti. However, to send a mere early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal boy and expect to defeat Jane and Juenti was utterly fanciful. Nevertheless, it must be noted that this Ling Xiao had some merit, as he only took on disciples of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Dong Wanggong and his subordinates wore amused expressions. Eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, it is rumored that Ling Xiao is the strongest among the three crows. It seems that reputation may be all he possesses, if he is too afraid to step forward. How potent can he truly be? Even Emperor Jun and Tai appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend how the third brother Ling Xiao thought to defeat Jane and Juenti by sending a mere boy. Boy, come to our side. These two old thieves cannot harm you. Emperor Jun discerned the ZY boy's bravado and wished to summon him for protection. Oh brother, how you burden this child. The ZY boy shook his head, replying, there is no need. My task remains unfinished. With that, he lifted the Hongming Ding above his head, assuming a posture as if to strike. Witnessing this, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, giving a slight nod before quietly retreating. Ha! Do you think you can defeat us with just a treasure? Such delusions. Today, I shall claim this artifact. Jane laughed in anger, feeling that Ling Xiao underestimated them. After all, they were the foremost of the West. How could he insult them with merely a treasure? Boom. The ZY boy hurled the Hongming Ding towards Jane and Juenti with great force. The Hongming Ding spiraled outward, chaos energy enveloping it, the laws within roiling, ceaselessly rising and falling, with flames of law blossoming forth, growing ever larger and transforming in an instant into a vast celestial mountain. Jane and Juenti's expressions shifted as they felt a surge of danger. Retreat. Do not confront it head-on, Jane commanded, stepping forward in haste. Yet strangely, he traversed mountains and rivers, only to find himself inexplicably returned to his original position, as if ensnared in a labyrinth, endlessly spinning in place. Time laws? Jane bellowed, witnessing his disciple Juanti caught in a similar predicament, his heart filled with trepidation. Break free. The brothers exchanged glances, unleashing their full power, their overwhelming mana rising like a tempest, enveloping their surroundings in boundless divine light. With a resounding crash reminiscent of the heavens shattering, they finally broke the bonds of time, striving for escape. Yet it was already too late. The Hongming Ding, evolving into a myriad of worlds, descended to suppress them, shattering the very void. The flames of the law transformed into blossoms of fire, consuming the firmament. Jane and Juanti roared, the golden flames intertwined with chaos energy, their surroundings resembling a scene of utter devastation. Even a typical Great Luo Golden Immortal would be reduced to ash if caught within 0.2 streaks of light shot out, and Jane and Juanti crashed into the ground, causing the earth to quake. Reverberating for millions of miles, with the fortune of the West upon them, boundless golden light shielded their forms, yet they were still grievously injured. This spectacle left all the powerful beings astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Jane and Juanti were actually defeated by a ding? Ling Xiao had not even shown his face, yet had vanquished them solely with a treasure. Dong Wanggong's expression fluctuated, gripped by profound dread. To defeat Jane and Juanti with merely a treasure transcended the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. A quasi-saint? The ZY boy himself was equally stunned. Who could have imagined a treasure could wield such overwhelming might? He had envisioned Ling Xiao's strength, yet never anticipated it could reach such heights. The Hongming Ding swayed, shrinking to the size of a palm, floating back to him. The ZY boy reverently cradled it with both hands, his face filled with admiration. At that moment, Jane and Juanti, their energies waning, fled towards the west without a backward glance. You have bested me today. The consequences shall be repaid in kind on another day. Only a harsh phrase echoed in the skies as their figures vanished from sight. Emperor Jun and Tai gazed in the direction Jane and Juanti had departed, murmuring in awe, truly, my third brother is formidable. Surely this is the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal? It is simply astonishing. In that moment, their resolve to attain the Hunyuan Golden Immortal became ever more steadfast. Let us depart. We shall not emerge from our seclusion until we reach the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Emperor Jun declared earnestly, brimming with urgency. I share the same sentiment. Tai nodded in agreement. With that, they took the ZY boy and departed, heading towards the solar star, in the distant, vast expanse of the earth. Hutu, Xianming, and the other ancestral witches bore witness to the entire spectacle, their expressions a blend of astonishment and confusion. It was utterly beyond their expectations. That golden crow named Ling Xiao is indeed incredibly powerful. He must have attained the level of a quasi-saint, remarked the ancestral witch of the wind, Tianwu. Such methods could only be executed by a quasi-saint. No Great Luo Golden Immortal could achieve this, Xianming stated calmly. Hutu furrowed her brow, stating, it is astonishing that Ling Xiao, who did not attend the Tao, has advanced further than us. She gazed at the solar star above, her expression contemplative. Advanced beyond us? Xianming suddenly chuckled, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Sister Hutu, you may not yet know, but during the millennia you spent listening to the Tao, our witch clan has also birthed quasi-saints. And not merely one. Who? Hutu exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and excitement. Xianming did not withhold the truth, speaking slowly. Our elder brother, Di Jiang, and our ninth brother, Zhu Junyin. Really? Hutu was both astonished and elated, never expecting that two quasi-saints had emerged among their ancestral witches. This may be related to our plundering of the fortune of the three pure ones. We ancestral witches have enjoyed great blessings. And even I am on the verge of breaking through to quasi-saint. Xianming spoke with a smile, exuding an aura of immense confidence. Even if Ling Xiao were a quasi-saint, he poses no threat to us. Chapter 40, Ancestral Witch, seized the opportunity to visit the Sun Star and the Pangu Temple. The 12 ancestral witches gathered, and Hutu recounted the events that transpired at the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun actually desires to establish the heavenly court with the Jinwu to oversee the realm and maintain the order of the primordial world. Di-Zhang's expression revealed his astonishment. This action by the sage clearly indicates some dissatisfaction with their witch clan, intending to impose constraints through the heavenly court. The two Jinwu did not acquiesce, and subsequently, Hongjun appointed the leaders of the male and female immortals to govern all male and female immortals in the primordial world. Also aimed at upholding the order, Hutu continued, detailing the events at Zhixiao Palace, which left the assembly of ancestral witches in deep contemplation. The Jinwu indeed demonstrated discernment. However, the male and female immortals are rather intriguing. Maintaining the order of the primordial world is evidently directed at us. Isn't it? Directed at us? Should they dare to meddle, I shall twist their heads off. Hongjun is about to expound on the path of the saints. If a formidable being were to break through to the saint level, it could spell trouble for our witch clan. The ancestral witches discussed fervently. The intelligence brought back by Huda proved somewhat useful to them. It is said that the Jinwu named Lingxiao may have potentially broken through to quasi-saint, and with Hongjun selecting them to establish the heavenly court, there must be some hidden motives at play. Could it be that the sage believes the Jinwu can suppress us? Zhu Jiuyin's gaze was profound and weathered. He discerned this from Hutu's words. Perhaps the sage has glimpsed the celestial mechanisms of the future? His eyes flickered with doubt and confusion. T is not so intricate in my view. Simply put, the sage is aware that the Jinwu have broken through to quasi-saint and wishes to use them to constrain us. Gong Gong dismissed it nonchalantly. After all, in the current primordial world, quasi-saints are few and far between. Hongjun's actions are merely a means to elevate the lesser among them. I believe we should find an opportunity to visit the Sun Star and test the Jinwu. If they truly pose a threat, we must eliminate them at the earliest, Zhu Jiuyin coldly stated, aiming to eradicate future troubles. In no matter, even if one Jinwu achieves quasi-saint, 3 achieving it would not be a concern. The refusal of the Jinwu to establish the heavenly court indicates their unwillingness to oppose us, as evidenced by their prior rejection of Baizate. Di-Zhang waved his hand and said lightly, the pressing matter is to expedite our expansion. Once Hongjun concludes his discourse on the path of the saints, it is likely that a sage will emerge. Thus we must swiftly augment our strength to contend with future changes. Upon hearing this, the assembly of ancestral witches nodded in agreement. I have a premonition that the 3 pure ones will soon break through to quasi-saint. In my estimation, they are our greatest adversaries, despite being so severely repressed. Their fortunes remain resilient, Zhurong stated earnestly. The next opportunity must be seized to eliminate them and appropriate all the blessings of their paternal deity. The fierce and robust expression of Chang Liang reflected his anger. And though his words were rash, they garnered the approval of most ancestral witches, for only in this manner could they hasten their own enhancement. You all make valid points. However, prioritizing territorial expansion is fundamental to the strength of our witch clan, Di-Zhang advised. Subsequently, the council concluded, and the 12 ancestral witches departed from the Pangu Temple to mobilize their tribal warriors for a new wave of assaults. On the Sun Star, after Di-Jun and Tai returned, they engaged Ling Xiao in conversation about the events at the Zhixiao Palace. Upon hearing that Hongjun wanted them to establish the heavenly court, Ling Xiao secretly gave a thumbs up. He had speculated on this possibility. Yet who could have predicted that Hongjun would take the initiative to have Di-Jun and Tai establish the heavenly court? Although he was not present, he could still vividly imagine the scene. He was anxious indeed. You made the right decision not to agree. The establishment of the heavenly court may sound illustrious, but it is certainly not a favorable undertaking, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. Relieved that he had spoken up, otherwise, Di-Jun and Tai would have likely acquiesced. Had they gone out to listen to a lecture and returned with the heavenly court to boast? Who could withstand that? Third brother, you are entirely correct. What is so good about establishing the heavenly court? It is a laborious endeavor with little reward, far inferior to cultivating in the comfort of home. However, thanks to your prior counsel, I might have impulsively accepted it. Di-Jun laughed heartily, as one can easily become impulsive in moments of fervor. The most amusing aspect is that upon seeing our reluctance to establish the heavenly court, Hongjun abandoned the idea altogether and instead created the position of head of male immortals, also intended to maintain the order of the primordial world. Tai chuckled, expressing confusion over why the sage would resort to such measures. Did he truly desire for them to establish the heavenly court? Ling Xiao nodded. This was within his expectations, smiling as he remarked, "Did they also appoint you as head of male immortals?" Dijun waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. The sage wished for Hong Yuan to take this position, but who would have known that Hong Yuan also declined? Hong Yuan? Ling Xiao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated this, that Hong Jun would audaciously seek to appoint Hong Yuan as head of male immortals. Could he not find someone else to ensnare? After all, the Hongming purple chi still needs to be bestowed upon him. It is likely that Hong Jun assumed Dijun and Tai Yi would reject it and thus sought to ensnare them through Hong Yuan. However, unexpectedly, Hong Yuan suddenly became enlightened and learned to refuse. Perhaps Hong Yuan also deemed it an unfavorable task, which is why he did not accept it, leading Dong Wanggong to step forward and volunteer, and the sage granted him the position. This is indeed fitting, Ling Xiao nodded. Were there to be a list of those who perished in the primordial world, Dong Wanggong would certainly rank among the top. After the discourse concluded, the sage announced that there would be a third lecture, imparting the complete path to sanctification and accepting a group of disciples. Tai Yi added, "Do you wish to become disciples of the sage?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. As his words fell, Dijun and Tai Yi simultaneously waved their hands, nonchalantly stating, "Being disciples of the sage is not particularly remarkable. We seek to achieve sanctification on our own." They were resolute, especially after having experienced Hongjuan's caliber. They believed that adhering to the laws of cultivation would not lead to enlightenment. Little did they realize that their third brother had already attained the status of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. "If you can think this way, that is all the better," Ling Xiao nodded. For it seems that Dijun and Tai Yi's attendance at the lecture did yield some fruit, at least solidifying their resolve to attain sanctification. "Once I achieve Hunyuan Golden Immortal, I shall ensure to twist off the heads of Jane and Juanti." Dijun's expression turned cold, emanating an aura of murderous intent. The recollection of recent events ignited his ire. "By the way, third brother, why has the star god of Ziwei become your attendant? Ziwei's star is among the most powerful and noble of the star gods, second only to the sun and moon. It is perplexing how you managed to subdue him." Dijun and Tai Yi displayed expressions of curiosity. "It is like this." Ling Xiao briefly recounted the events, downplaying the details. After hearing this, Dijun's expression turned astonished. The Zhou Tian Star Tree? Chapter 41. The Laws of Power. The Three Pure Ones' confidence soars. Dijun and Tai Yi appeared astonished, never expecting that during their absence at the lecture, Ling Xiao had discovered the innate spiritual root. The Zhou Tian Star Tree. Ling Xiao felt unfazed, as within his chaos pearl lay a Huang Zhongli, the foremost among the 10 innate spiritual roots. "Eldest brother, second brother, I have recently been comprehending the Hongming Ding and gleaned insights into a formation. I suspect that within each of our accompanying treasures lies a formation, so you must also diligently study and not grow complacent." Speaking of the Zhou Tian Star Tree, Ling Xiao thought of the Zhou Tian Star Array and wished to subtly remind Dijun and Tai Yi to frequently contemplate their treasures, aiming to develop the Zhou Tian Star Array and the Hunyuan He Luo Array. The difference between wielding a sword and being without one is profound. With these two top-tier arrays, they would at least possess an additional trump card. Really? Then we must earnestly contemplate this. Dijun and Tai Yi were elated and immediately resolved to return for secluded cultivation. Until they attain Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they shall not emerge. Before departing, a remark was left behind. Ling Xiao chuckled silently, then began to sit cross-legged in meditation. With a mere thought, he absorbed the Pangu essence bestowed by the system. The Pangu essence symbolizes the physical strength of Panga, its greatest efficacy being its utility in cultivating the physical body. Upon consuming the essence, Ling Xiao was instantly engulfed by a sensation of his bloodline swelling. He felt as if countless volcanoes were erupting within him, a surging and violent power coursing through his limbs and every sinew. Through introspection, Ling Xiao discovered that each fiber of his flesh, under the impetus of the Pangu essence, was akin to the primordial chaos giving way to a burgeoning world, an immense power continuously surging forth from within. His internal secrets were being unlocked, each pore containing a miniature world, which would evolve into the vast universe as his physical form ascended. In other words, at this moment, even without wielding the power of laws, Ling Xiao could shatter the grand cosmos with mere gestures. Naturally, once the strength of the physical body reached a certain level, it might lead to an understanding of the laws of power. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered as he momentarily traversed through numerous laws of power. He summoned the Chaos Pearl, engaging in a dual approach to comprehend the laws of power. Since his breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal, 1,000 of the 3,000 prohibitions of the Chaos Pearl had been refined by him. Presently, within the Chaos Pearl, the expanse of the chaotic world was boundless, and what he could perceive was exponentially greater than before. Amidst the chaos, Huang Zhongli bathed in the chaotic winds and the 9 layers of thunderous seas. Various destructive forces coalescing, having already borne 9 immature fruits. Once matured, each fruit could give rise to a great Luo golden immortal. Ling Xiao was wholly engrossed in his comprehension of the laws, while the Pangu essence within him gradually diminished. At the instant Ling Xiao refined the Pangu essence, in the ancestral land of the Witch clan, Emperor Jiang suddenly lifted his head and gazed towards the sun star. Oddly, it seemed he had just sensed the presence of the Father God. Or perhaps it was the aura of a brother of the same origin, he murmured softly to himself, his eyes flickering with a shade of confusion. Could it be merely an illusion? He found it hard to comprehend. Bowing his head in contemplation, sinking into self-doubt. For whether it was the presence of the Father God or that of a brother of the same origin, it seemed highly improbable. Soon, he reached an understanding. The sun star was transformed from the left eye of the Father God. Thus it was indeed reasonable to sense the Father's aura. That was the only way he could rationalize it. After the second sermon by Hong Jun, the myriad powerful beings returning from the Purple Cloud Palace entered seclusion to ponder the path of severing the 3 corpses. Only the Witch clan and the myriad races continued their relentless slaughter. The entire primordial world serene yet chaotic. This state persisted for 3,000 years. On a certain day, by the eastern sea, upon a celestial mountain, 3 Taoists sat upon a cloud bed amidst the rising tides of the azure sea. Auspicious clouds coalesced, forming a chaotic-hued cloud of immense proportions, upon which a world was evolving. Pangu wielded the divine axe of creation, cleaving through chaos, manifesting the scenes of heaven and earth, and establishing the elements of wind, fire, and water. These 3 Taoists were Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian, who had returned from the Purple Cloud Palace after contemplating the severance of corpses, and now, at last, they stirred with activity. Suddenly, the auspicious cloud above Laozi roiled restlessly. Waves crashing, at times manifesting the imagery of creation, at others depicting the interplay of yin and yang, or the emergence of 1 from 2, 2 from 3, and 3 birthing all things. Then, amidst a surge of energy, a venerable Taoist with a white beard and hair emerged from the auspicious cloud, adorned in a 9-cloud crown and a grand red and white crane-patterned celestial robe, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Laozi, yet radiating an even more benevolent demeanor. Descending from the auspicious cloud, he addressed Laozi in mid-air. "Friend, rejoice?" Laozi, equally beaming, responded, "Mutual joy, mutual joy." Thereupon, the Taoist merged into Laozi's form, and simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged towards the heavens, causing all beings along the eastern sea's shore to tremble with fear, nearly gasping for breath. Even the powerful among them displayed expressions of astonishment. Who has attained the status of quasi-saint? Yet, this was not the end. Shortly thereafter, from above Yuanshi's head emerged a grim Taoist, exuding an aura of malevolence, as though embodying the source of all evil. Instilling dread within all, he clasped his hands and merged into Yuanshi's body. Taking refuge within the spirit treasure, an overwhelming aura descended like a dark cloud, unrestrained, shaking the myriad powerful beings. Following closely, from Tongtian's auspicious cloud emerged a tall youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Radiating a fierce sword intent, he stepped forth and merged into Tongtian's being without any unnecessary gestures. The 3 pure ones successfully severed their corpses, their grand aura piercing the heavens, their celestial light illuminating the 9 skies. Akin to colossal pillars holding up the sky, they did not conceal their presence, seemingly declaring the return of the authentic Pangu's 3 pure ones. The aura of the quasi-saint pressed upon the realm. inducing varied expressions among the powerful beings who sensed it, all grappling with a sense of urgency. Truly, the three pure ones, having returned from the purple cloud palace, achieved the severance of corpses in a mere 3,000 years. Feeling the might of the quasi-saint, they grew ever more eager for the severance to attain sainthood. Finally, success was theirs. At this moment, Tong Tian let out a long breath, retracting his aura. We should be the first to have successfully severed our corpses. The strength of the quasi-saint exceeded my expectations. Yuanshi, sensing the vast power within him, bore an even more defiant expression. Let us march towards the ancestral land of the Witch clan to avenge our past grievances, and conveniently seize the Pango temple. The deep-seated resentment from the past, when the ancestral witches had humiliated him, was etched in his heart, and recalling the battle of that day, he could scarcely restrain his desire to rend the 12 ancestral witches to pieces. But wait, our strength has greatly increased. Do you think the 12 ancestral witches have remained stagnant? They occupy the vast majority of Panga's authentic fortune, and their cultivation could hardly lag behind ours. Laozi, being the more prudent, expressed his desire for vengeance but opposed the notion of invading the Witch clan's stronghold. Can we simply let it go? Yuanshi queried, unwilling to concede. Of course not. First, we must reclaim our place of cultivation. Laozi spoke with a grave tone. Chapter 42. The Three Pure Ones Avenge. Lingxiao desires to comprehend the laws of the 12 ancestral witches. First, we shall reclaim our place of cultivation, then devise our next steps. Laozi articulated, his eyes revealing a shrewd glint. If we reclaim our place, and the 12 ancestral witches do not act recklessly, it would indicate their feared that time. We can strike at their ancestral land. Agreed. Let us proceed thus. This declaration was met with unanimous approval from Yuanshi and Tong Tian, who, at the prospect of avenging past grievances, could not suppress their elation. Without further delay, they rose and made their way towards the Kunlun mountains of Buzhou. At the Three Pure Ones' place of cultivation atop eastern Kunlun, since its downfall at the hands of the 12 ancestral witches, 2 great witches had been stationed there. The 12 ancestral witches' actions were not without purpose. They contained an element of provocation, enticing the 3 pure ones to reclaim their place of cultivation, only for the 12 ancestral witches to descend en masse and obliterate them entirely. This was far more efficient than scouring the world for the 3 pure ones. However, the 3 pure ones were not naive. They had not contemplated reclaiming their place of cultivation without absolute strength. Yet, the situation had changed on this day. Atop eastern Kunlun, 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended, startling the great witches stationed there into standing upright. 3 pure ones, do you dare return? One of the great witches bellowed bravely. Guard dogs of the mountain dare to bark at us. Yuanshi's gaze shifted, unleashing 2 beams of annihilating light that instantly melted the 2 great witches. Obliterating them, he then raised his hand to clear the area, erasing the witch soldiers. Returning to their long-lost place of cultivation, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a wave of nostalgia washing over them. Sensing a slight elevation in their very essence, this was a sign of their fortunes rising, for this location was their birthplace and held significant meaning. Now we shall see if those pitiful beings dare to approach. Yuanshi scoffed, his eyes glimmering with fierce killing intent. The 12 ancestral witches may still be unaware of our breakthroughs. If they truly come, we shall surprise them. Laozi chuckled, sitting cross-legged on a mat, engaging in meditation and cultivation. We must not be careless. If the 12 ancestral witches have also reached quasi-saint status, we would be in dire straits. Tong Tian shrugged, half-jokingly remarking. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi immediately opposed him. Absolutely impossible. Those incomplete primordial barbarians cannot easily break through. Even if 1 or 2 do, we are not afraid. In the past, amidst their shared realm, they had relied on their numerical superiority. Otherwise, how could they have posed a challenge? Yuanshi's expression revealed disdain. Showing no inclination to regard the 12 ancestral witches with respect in his eyes, the 12 ancestral witches were no different from those primitive creatures. Tong Tian nodded, refraining from countering him. His second brother was always so extreme. He hesitated to voice any dissent, fearing it would displease Yuanshi, so he chose silence instead. Here they come. Suddenly, Laozi stood up, his expression grave. The witch clan was already quite close, so the 12 ancestral witches would require little time to arrive. Excellent! Yuanshir's face lit up with excitement, eager for revenge. Moments later, a tremendous roar reverberated, causing the entire mountain range to tremble slightly. The formidable forms of the 12 ancestral witches had already surrounded Buzhou Mountain. The overwhelming malevolence instantly transformed the colors of heaven and earth. The winds howled, darkness enveloped the world, and various laws surged forth. 3 Pure Ones, in the past, we spared your lives. Little did we expect you would return today to seek death. Di Jiang scoffed as he spoke. You dare to challenge us? You pitiful creatures, incomplete from birth, still clinging to the past. As soon as these words left Yuanshir's mouth, they struck hard, dripping with scorn, causing the smiles of the 12 ancestor witches to vanish, replaced by a deep-seated murderous intent. After a millennium, Yuanshir's tongue remained as sharp as ever. Yuanshir, I shall personally tear you apart for this insolence. And you will regret uttering such words, Xian Ming declared coldly, as rain began to fall throughout the heavens, swiftly transforming into ice, causing the flora to wither and the earth to grow desolate. I am eager to see what you have learned in the purple cloud palace that grants you such audacity. Di Jiang's gaze turned icy, no longer concealing his power, as the essence of a quasi-saint radiated from him, shattering the void with his will. Have you truly attained the level of quasi-saint, Di Jiang? Laozi maintained his composure, displaying no excessive surprise. It was somewhat expected that Di Jiang, being the leader of the 12 ancestor witches, would break through to this level. A single quasi-saint posed no threat to them. He believed himself to be on par with any being of the same realm. Heh, if even the 3 of you shameless ones have broken through, why would I be unable to? Di Jiang retorted with a chilling laugh. Are you aware that we have achieved the status of quasi-saint? The expressions of the 3 pure ones shifted slightly, becoming increasingly grave. They understood what it meant for the 12 ancestor witches to return after their breakthroughs. Given your cautious nature, would you dare to seek revenge without achieving a breakthrough? Di Jiang spoke nonchalantly. Abandoning all pretense. Enough with the charades, reveal your levels of cultivation. At this proclamation, the countenance of the 3 pure ones shifted dramatically. In the next moment, they felt several overwhelming auras surging forth, shaking the very heavens. The presence of Zhu Jiuyin, Xian Ming, and Zhu Meng transformed, revealing that they had indeed stepped into the quasi-saint realm. The 12 ancestor witches cultivated the power of the physical body, also referred to as primordial golden immortals. 4 quasi-saints? The 3 pure ones paled, finally grasping the audacity of the 12 ancestor witches in daring to confront them. Are you frightened now? It is too late. Di Jiang bellowed, shaking the stars as the 12 ancestor witches advanced toward Laozi, Yuanshir, and Tong Tian. The 3 pure ones summoned their treasures in an instant, enveloping themselves in celestial light. Instead of clashing head-on, they aimed their combined might at the weaker ancestor witches. Shameless beasts, come and face your doom. Zhu Jiuyin twisted time, unleashing the grand power of temporal manipulation against the 3 pure ones. Though Laozi, Yuanshir, and Tong Tian found themselves at a disadvantage, they were no longer as passive as before. Their strategy was simple. Capture the weakest ancestor witch first. Killing even one would be a victory. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other 3 ancestor witches, while attending to their weaker kin, found themselves momentarily unable to contend with the 3 pure ones. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao was awakened by the energy of battle, gazing toward the direction of Mount Buzhou and smiling to, oh, the 3 pure ones have returned for a sparring session, have they? He had observed their previous confrontation with the ancestor witches, gaining profound insights into the laws of thunder. To his surprise, another battle had erupted. How delightful, Ling Xiao mused, his gaze shimmering as he extended his divine consciousness to sense the laws emanating from the 12 ancestor witches. Simultaneously, he did not forget to consume the Chaos Pearl. Practical combat combined with theory sparked an idea within him. What if he were to master all the laws of the 12 ancestor witches? Chapter 43. Return to the Sun Star. The reluctance of Jie Yin and Zhu Ti, unbeknownst to the 12 ancestor witches and the 3 pure ones. As they fought desperately, A pair of eyes on the sun star was savoring the spectacle, eagerly learning from it. The aftermath of the great battle reverberated throughout the eastern wilderness, awakening numerous mighty beings. The three pure ones have actually broken through to quasi-saint? The emergence of quasi-saint level powers among the ancestor witches astonished them. They were not only shocked by the strength of the three pure ones, but also by the formidable prowess of the 12 ancestor witches. This group, consumed by constant conflict and steeped in combat, had surpassed them, a reality that was difficult to accept. White Zhe, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and other mighty beings felt their expressions darken as they sensed the terrifying aura of the 12 ancestor witches. They had believed that after attending the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, they could close the gap with the ancestor witches, only to find it had widened instead. Currently, the strongest among them was merely at the perfected Daluo Golden Immortal stage. With most still in the later stages, such strength was utterly insufficient to confront the ancestor witches directly. They could only flee. White Zhe, do something. At this rate, our myriad races will have no space left to survive. Ji Ming said, his face grim. They could only hide and seek refuge, lacking the power to face the ancestor witches head-on. Why has Nuwa been so reluctant to unite the myriad races? Is she toying with us? Gue Che expressed his dissatisfaction, recalling that Nuwa had promised them assistance prior to the teachings, yet had remained silent ever since. Be patient. Nuwa has stated that she will emerge to lead the myriad races once she has vanquished the corpses. White Zhe replied calmly, noting that this had already been discussed during their time at the Purple Cloud Palace. What a pity it is. If only Jin Wu could step forward, Ji Ming lamented. It is said that Ling Xiao has already broken through to quasi-saint. Who knows if it is true? White Zhe, should we pay the Sun Star another visit? Ji Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. White Zhe paused for a moment, gently shaking his head. No need. Hong Jun Saint has refused to establish the heavenly court. How could he possibly step forward to unite the myriad races? He sighed. In my view, Jin Wu would not dare to face the 12 ancestor witches. What use would it be to summon them? Even if that one called Ling Xiao is a quasi-saint, he cannot change the current situation. Can he truly challenge the 12 ancestor witches single-handedly? Jiuying dismissed the notion, amused by the absurdity of it all. You speak as if simply summoning Nuwa would turn the tide. Ji Ming raised his hands in mock surrender. Responding to the retort, Ji Ming, what do you mean by that? Do you think my words are incorrect? Jiuying's face flushed with anger, questioning loudly. Yes, yes. Ji Ming nodded repeatedly, unwilling to continue the argument. Jiuying, in a fit of rage, pulled Ji Ming out to practice. Enough. White Zhe interjected, striking his feather fan and commanding, no more bickering. I have already contacted Kuanpeng in secret. He will soon join Yuhua and Fushi to lead the myriad races. He spoke with calmness, yet his words exuded confidence and composure. The assembled mighty beings turned to White Zhe in astonishment, unable to fathom that he had secretly brought Kuanpeng into their fold. Kuanpeng will soon achieve quasi-saint status. Combined with Nuwa and Fushi, along with all of you present, we may yet stand a chance against the witch tribe. White Zhe declared, his demeanor steady and self-assured as he waved his feather fan. Once Nuwa and Kuanpeng emerge to unite the myriad races into a cohesive entity, there will be a chance to confront the witch tribe. The reason the myriad races had been unable to contend with the witch tribe was twofold: a lack of high-level combat power and their disunity. Scattered across various territories, if these two issues could be resolved, they might just have a chance to confront the witch tribe. Are you saying that we will have 3 quasi-saints on our side? The mighty beings were filled with excitement as the situation suddenly began to shift. With 3 quasi-saints alongside them, if they could unite the myriad races, there was indeed a chance to challenge the witch tribe. It became clear why White Zhe had no intention of seeking out the 3 witches. He had already arranged everything in the shadows, and this configuration was significantly stronger than the 3 witches. Even if Ling Xiao were a quasi-saint, they had already secured 3 quasi-saints on their side. Both the foolish and the wise could see the better choice, with the 3 pure ones distracting the 12 ancestor witches. This might just be their opportunity. Seizing this moment, I will quietly head to Mount Buzhou to consult with Nuwa on this matter, White Zhe announced, rising to address the assembled mighty beings. Ji Ming, you need not accompany me this time, that he added, concerned. Soon after, The mighty beings departed the cave, soaring toward various locations in the wilderness. In the west, at Mount Shumi, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti felt a sense of unrest upon realizing the three Pure Ones had attained quasi-saint status. They had once again been surpassed by the three Pure Ones. Originally, they should have been the first to achieve this status, having reached the perfected Daluo Golden Immortal stage long before the teachings began. However, after being severely wounded by the Hongming Ding, their progress had been hindered. Damn Jin Wu, damn Ling Xiao. If it weren't for them, we would have certainly become quasi-saints before the three Pure Ones. Zhuan-Ti's expression darkened as anger coursed through him at the thought. They had intended to avenge the humiliation at Mount Buzhou, only to suffer further indignities and injuries. Not only was there shame, but also a profound sense of helplessness. Who could have predicted that Ling Xiao could defeat them using mere artifacts? Once we attain quasi-saint status, we shall exact this great revenge. Zhuan-Ti glanced at his elder brother Jie-in. Seeking affirmation, Jie-in paused for a moment and replied, in my view, even if we become quasi-saints, seeking vengeance will not be so straightforward. His gaze flickered, revealing a tapestry of intricate calculations. By the time we achieve quasi-saint status, Ling Xiao's strength will likely have increased further, especially with the other two Jin Wu and the formations of the Sun Star. Avenge ourselves? It will not be so easy. At best, we may only be able to suppress Ling Xiao, but certainly not kill him. What then? Shall we let this grudge go unresolved? Zhuan-Ti queried, his frustration palpable. Zhuan-Ti, filled with resentment, had believed that breaking through to the quasi-saint level would enable him to exact his revenge. However, it appeared that his desires remained unfulfilled. Why is it that Ling Xiao, despite not attending the Tao teachings, has a cultivation level surpassing ours? Zhuan-Ti posed this soul-searching question, one that left him utterly perplexed. Jie-in chuckled softly and replied, perhaps he has encountered a fortuitous opportunity, yet his choice to forego the Tao teachings is indeed a significant loss. The next time the sage imparts wisdom, he will accept disciples. Once we become disciples of the sage, capturing a small golden crow will be but a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti's eyes glimmered with delight. Indeed, if they could become disciples of the sage, attaining sainthood would undoubtedly not be overly challenging. The immediate priority is to eliminate the corpse. Only by becoming quasi-saints can we seize the initiative and secure our positions as disciples of the sage. Jie-in stated with solemnity, Chapter 44, Nuwa's resolution in the eastern region of Honghuang. A turning point had arisen in the fierce battle between the 12 ancestors of Wu and the three Pure Ones. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, realizing they were at a disadvantage, prepared to retreat. They fought and withdrew. The 12 ancestors of Wu pursued them with murderous intent, shattering the void in their wake. Three Pure Ones. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will not let you escape. Di Jiang bellowed, determined to eliminate the three Pure Ones to prevent future troubles. Compared to the last encounter, the three Pure Ones had grown significantly stronger. They could no longer be easily crushed. Di Jiang sensed that failing to eliminate the three Pure Ones this time would lead to even greater complications. Those three shameless entities, do they dare confront me directly? Roared the ancestor of thunder, his voice resonating like thunder across the land. Reaching far and wide, a primitive with incomplete innate abilities, one-on-one, I could reduce you to ashes. Yuan Shi replied with arrogance and disdain, boom. The pursuit had long departed from the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, with the battle raging on. The 12 ancestors of Wu were resolute in their intent to slay the three Pure Ones, showing no signs of retreat. Shortly after they left Buzhou Mountain, Baizhe stealthily approached the mountain range, accompanied by Jiuing. Dao friend Nuwa, Dao friend Fushi, it has been a long time. Upon encountering the siblings Nuwa and Fushi, Baizhe immediately clasped his hands in greeting, his face adorned with a warm smile. Dao friend Baizhe, have you come today regarding the matters of the myriad races? Nuwa inquired with a gentle smile, fully aware of Baize's intentions, which certainly did not involve reminiscing or discussing philosophical ideas. Good news, good news. Not long ago, I successfully persuaded Dao friend Kuanpeng, and he has agreed to join us. Baize stated directly, getting straight to the point. He had yet to mention Kuanpeng's involvement to Nuwa. Kuanpeng? Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Dao friend Bai, your methods are truly exceptional. Even Kuanping has been swayed by you, however. If Kuanping joins us, who shall take the lead? Kuanping's ruthless nature and cunning disposition made it unlikely that he would willingly submit to anyone. Bai's approach seemed to be one of acting first and reporting later, bringing Kuanping into their fold without her consent. Nuwa's expression hardened, her phoenix eyes glinting with authority, waiting for his explanation. It shall be under your leadership, Dao friend Nuwa. I have already conveyed this to Kuanping, Bai explained with a smile. He considered matters with less complexity than Nuwa, knowing well that the myriad races needed the protection of mighty beings. Despite Kuanping's somewhat unruly character, his strength was undeniable. Very well, that suffices, Nuwa paused, saying no more. The teachings she received at Zixiao Palace had granted her a glimpse of the heavenly mechanisms, such as Hongjuan's desire to establish the heavenly court to uphold the order of Hongwang. From a certain perspective, this bore resemblance to the integration of the myriad races. Even the foremost male and female immortals aimed to maintain the order of Hongwang, underscoring the significance of such an endeavor. This may indeed present a great opportunity, Nuwa reflected, thus embracing Bai's initiative without anger. Rather, she felt an increased desire to unify the myriad races. It was likely that Kuanping had sensed this heavenly mechanism, prompting him to agree to join Bai. Otherwise, given Kuanping's temperament, why would he engage in such thankless tasks? Now, with the 12 ancestors of Wu preoccupied with the 3 pure ones, this presented an excellent opportunity for us to unite the myriad races. Bai continued, his gaze fierce and brilliant, radiating the light of wisdom. As a naturally auspicious beast, he possessed the ability to foretell fortunes. Had it not been for the recent chaos in heavenly mechanisms, he would have sensed even more. He felt strongly that this was the opportune moment. Dao friend Bai, perhaps you are being too hasty. We have yet to achieve quasi-saint status. If the ancestors of Wu come knocking, it would spell disaster for us. Fuxi spoke slowly, his expression grave, not perceiving this as a favorable time. His perspective was that they should at least attain quasi-saint status to have room for maneuvering. As Nuwa had initially thought, what is there to fear? Are we not living well despite not being quasi-saints? Those ancestors of Wu are merely brutes. Should you wish to hide, they could do nothing to you. Jiaoying interjected carelessly, dismissing the concerns. Having survived numerous encounters with the ancestors of Wu, they continued to thrive. Hide? Nuwa and Fuxi exchanged incredulous glances. Were they uniting the myriad races merely to conceal themselves? That would yield no different results than their current situation. Everyone should hide together, then, and do nothing at all. If you do not seek me out, I shall not provoke you. Coughing lightly, Bai gestured for Jiaoying to refrain from speaking out of turn. Well, that's certainly better than Ji Ming. Bai inquired earnestly, Dao friends Nuwa and Fuxi, may I ask when you will be able to eliminate the corpse? At least 1,000 years, Nuwa replied after a moment's pause. Her expression grave. After considering her words, Bai fell silent for a moment and remarked, that should allow enough time. Within this millennium, I will prepare for the myriad races. When the time comes, and Dao friend Nuwa breaks through, everything will unfold naturally. He was quite capable, and these intricate matters were trivial for him. By the way, have you ever visited the Sun Star? Nuwa suddenly inquired, her gaze flickering. Not at all, Bai immediately shook his head, not hesitating in the slightest. Since I have requested Dao friend Nuwa to intervene, I naturally would not approach Dao friend Sin Wu. Nuwa did not respond but instead gazed at the Sun Star. Lost in thought, she still could not comprehend why Ling Xiao had sent Bai to seek her out. Dao friend Ling Xiao must have already achieved quasi-saint status. If you could persuade him to join us, we might genuinely contend with the Wu clan. Nuwa finally withdrew her gaze, smiling faintly. Upon hearing this, Bai could not help but offer a wry smile, saying, Dao friend Nuwa, let's not entertain such notions. They are unwilling to establish the heavenly court, so how could they possibly join us in governing the myriad races? What a pity, Nuwa nodded, recognizing the improbability of such a scenario. Just as she finished speaking, Jiaoying chimed in, there is nothing to regret. Dao friend Kuanping will soon break through to quasi-saint status, at that time. We will have a quasi-saint to stabilize our position. He did not complete his thought. Sensing a disapproving gaze directed at him, which instantly soured his mood. Bai Zhe, why are you looking at me like that? Nuwa's expression darkened as she turned to Bai Zhe. Why did you not inform me that Kuanpeng is about to break through to quasi-saint status? Dao friend Nuwa, please do not overthink. I merely wished not to burden you with pressure. I truly have no ulterior motives. Bai Zhe chuckled awkwardly, attempting to justify himself. He genuinely meant it, but whether Nuwa believed him was another matter entirely. He cast a glance at Jiuying, inwardly cursing. Such a bunch of incompetent allies. They possess no understanding of timing, lacking the sense of when to say what. Bai Zhe, do you intend for the one who breaks through first to take precedence? Fushi remarked coolly, his dissatisfaction evident. Chapter 45. The Era of Quasi-Saints. The Emergence of the Demon Clan. 3 choices, my esteemed Dao friends. You have truly misunderstood me. I, Bai Zhe, swear by the heavens that I have no such intentions. Bai Zhe declared earnestly, for he was a spirit of auspiciousness, incapable of engaging in such despicable deeds. He was Bai Zhe, not He Zhe. Let this be the last time. Nuwa chose not to dwell on the matter, temporarily accepting Bai Zhe's words. Subsequently, the atmosphere softened as they began to discuss the integration of the myriad races. As time flew by, the world of Honghuang remained tumultuous. On this day, the once calm North Sea suddenly erupted with tumultuous waves. An unparalleled aura soaring upwards, a colossal divine bird's phantom loomed over the universe, blotting out the sun, its wings stirring boundless winds, shaking mountains and splitting the earth. Numerous mighty beings sensed this and displayed expressions of astonishment. Kuanpeng has achieved quasi-saint status. This marked the fastest breakthrough among the Tao listeners since the 3 Pure Ones. From this point forth, heaven and earth would be within his reach. Deep within the North Sea, a faint whisper resonated, revealing undeniable confidence. Shortly thereafter, 2 auspicious signs soared into the sky from the western Shumi Mountain, mobilizing the entire western fortune as Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti successfully eliminated their corpses. Stepping into the realm of quasi-saints. Humph! How dare Kuanping steal a march on us? Zhuan-Ti, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked that they had originally believed themselves to be the second successful slayers of corpses following the 3 purities. Little did they expect that Kuanping would surpass them in speed. However, such a turn of events was not entirely surprising. Had they not been grievously injured, they certainly would not have found themselves in this predicament. Not long after, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti felt a surge of excitement as the vast aura emanating from Wuzhuangguan, also located in the west, surged forth, dense and profound, akin to a deity of the earth. Zhen Yuanzi also succeeded in slaying a corpse, stepping into the realm of quasi-saints in the ensuing millennia. Places such as the Blood Sea, West Kunlun, Buzhou Mountain, Huayun Cave, and Zifu Island all began to exude the aura of quasi-saints. The elite beings who had gathered at the Zixiao Palace for teaching subsequently achieved quasi-saint status, marking the dawn of the quasi-saint era in the Honghuang world. The witch clans sensed immense pressure and thus intensified their offensive. The powerful entities of the myriad races showed no inclination to linger in battle, with Bai Zhe, Jimeng, and others swiftly making their way to Buzhou Mountain. The time had also arrived for Nuwa and Fushi to break through to quasi-saint status and consolidate the demon race. Moreover, the foremost male and female immortals who had transcended to quasi-saint status began to mobilize, rallying forces to maintain order in the Honghuang realm. They contemplated presenting a flawless report during the 3rd sermon, aiming to earn the favor of the saints, thus making their acceptance as disciples a foregone conclusion. Among them, Dong Wanggong exerted himself the most, fervently courting numerous male immortals, leaving no notable figure overlooked. In an instant, the Honghuang world was abuzz with activity, with currents flowing beneath the surface. On the sun star, Ling Shao awoke languidly, his eyes reflecting the cyclical nature of the sun and moon, the ebb and flow of life and death. During this period, he comprehended the laws of rain and metal. Among the 5 elements, he had grasped the principles of metal, fire, and earth. Once he mastered the laws of water and wood, he would fully comprehend the 5 elemental laws. The 3,000 laws vary in strength. Even the 5 elemental laws rank among the most formidable within this vast array. The disparity in the strength of these laws naturally translates to unequal power. Additionally, his understanding of the Yang laws had reached the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and should he grasp the Yin laws, he would then perceive the profound principles of Yin and Yang, which are equally potent. He pondered the state of Dijun and Tai. Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he gazed toward their secluded locale. To avoid disturbances, the two had retreated deep within the sun star, which was formed from Panga's left eye, vast beyond measure, even more so than the primordial chaos. Upon sensing the subtle aura of Dijun and Tai, Ling Xiao understood that they were striving to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. The breakthrough to Hunyuan Golden Immortal was infinitely more challenging than slaying a corpse to achieve quasi-saint status. Without the fragments of the creation jade butterfly and the chaos pearl, the path to sanctification through laws would be utterly impassable. It was a daunting endeavor. Oh, what of my Ling Xiao palace? With a thought, Ling Xiao immersed himself within the chaos pearl, and in an instant, it felt as if he had entered an infinite and boundless chaotic world. He had always nurtured the Ling Xiao palace within the chaos pearl, and the system had indicated that the palace would grow alongside his cultivation. He wondered how much it had matured by now. Upon entering the chaos pearl, Ling Xiao felt as if he were a creator god, an invincible Pangu, effortlessly wielding control over the entire world. Suddenly, he spotted a nearly forgotten treasure, the Black Gourd. Now reclining within the chaos, basking in the chaotic winds, the roiling thunder, and the surging calamity fire, quietly flourishing. Within the gourd lies the cosmos, inhaling and exhaling boundless chaotic energy, emanating a terrifying aura. Even before its emergence, Ling Xiao could sense its formidable power. What might it yield? Ling Xiao momentarily stifled his curiosity, feeling an irresistible urge to split the gourd open for a glimpse inside. Subsequently, he raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, summoning the treasure palace floating within the chaotic expanse into his grasp, a primordial spiritual treasure. As he felt the power of the palace, astonishment flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. Indeed, it had ascended. Excellent, let us venture forth. With a focused thought, he transported the Ling Xiao palace into the outer world, pointing a finger to set it down, allowing it to expand magnificently, radiating grandeur and majesty, its brilliance immeasurable. Splendid. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Jiwei Tongzi sensed the commotion and approached out of curiosity, immediately spotting the palace nestled beside the Fusong tree. Master, is this also your treasure? Jiwei Tongzi inquired, awestruck and intrigued. Indeed, I shall cultivate here from now on. Should you require anything, find me here, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Presently, Jiwei Tongzi had reached the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, his aura rich and profound, with a solid foundation, likely not far from the late stage. Such a background was indeed extraordinary, nearly on par with the others. Jiwei Tongzi nodded, his expression one of reverence, his gaze catching the four powerful characters inscribed on the palace's plaque, Ling Xiao Palace. A hint of peculiarity crossed his face. He had not expected his master, so unfathomable in strength, to be so self-absorbed. Soon after, Ling Xiao entered the Ling Xiao Palace, preparing for secluded cultivation in the current climate of the Hongwang realm. Tensions were escalating, and possessing formidable strength was paramount. He could sense that as more top-tier beings ascended to quasi-saint status, it would surely alert the 12 ancestor witches, resulting in even fiercer assaults from the witch clan. Ding! The system detected that Nuwa, with Bai Zhe's assistance, had successfully united the myriad races, officially giving birth to the demon race. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Go to offer congratulations, gaining favor with Nuwa, and receive the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus as a reward. Choice 2. Remain unfazed, receiving a random fragment of law as a reward. Choice 3. Cause disruption by establishing the demon race. Receiving a random chaos spiritual treasure. Chapter 46, World Laws, Demon Sect Leader. What? Nuwa has established the demon race? Ling Xiao was taken aback. The system's prompt was unexpectedly surprising. He had not anticipated that merely hinting at Bai Zhe would lead to Nuwa's active involvement in uniting the myriad races. Clearly, there was a profound connection between Nuwa and the demon race. Even without their influence, she would still be intertwined with them. According to the original narrative, Nuwa's alliance with the demon race was due to the invitations extended by Di Jun and Tai Yi. Given that Nuwa and Fushi were innate deities, their acceptance of invitations to join the demon race was indeed perplexing. Fate. It could only be attributed to fate, Ling Xiao mused, as he surveyed the three choices. The first choice he dismissed almost immediately. Congratulating Nuwa to curry her favor was nothing short of sycophancy. Furthermore, he had no desire to entangle himself with the demon race. If he rushed to offer congratulations, wouldn't he that inadvertently forge a connection? The third choice was even more absurd. Who would willingly rush into danger? Bai Zhe had invited him to join the demon race, and he had no interest. Now to go and claim it would be sheer folly. He would rather someone else take over the demon race than be caught up in such matters. While the reward was tempting, random chaos spiritual treasure, Ling Xiao remained unmoved. Perhaps if it were a chaos supreme treasure, he might consider it. With that in mind, Ling Xiao decisively opted for the second choice. Very well, I choose the second option. Let me see what the fragment of law entails. Ling Xiao accepted the reward, absorbing the law fragment, and soon a glimmer of astonishment welled in his eyes, his spirit stirring. World laws? He had not anticipated that the system's random reward would bestow upon him a fragment of the world laws. Among the 3,000 great laws, there exists a spectrum of strengths, and the world laws undoubtedly belong to the pinnacle of these grand laws. Only a handful could surpass it. Perhaps only the ethereal laws of fate and causality might eclipse the world laws. The world laws are not merely a singular law. They encompass the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, and even space and time, intertwining them into a cohesive whole. The foundational laws required for a complete world are all encapsulated within the world laws. They resemble a grand emlang, all-encompassing and undeniably powerful, yet equally challenging to comprehend and cultivate. For an ordinary person without fortune, a lifetime spent in vain would yield no understanding of the world laws. However, with this fragment of world laws in hand, he could now take a shortcut. First, he would enter the realm, then gradually comprehend and cultivate. Ling Xiao resolved firmly, his thoughts sinking into the law fragment. And instantly he felt as if he were immersed in an expansive, boundless world. Countless radiant laws lay before him like a net, imbued with profound mysteries. The foundation of the world laws necessitated a portion of space laws for support. To give rise to space, the creation of spatial barriers formed the initial shape of a world. It was akin to constructing a house. One requires walls, a foundation, and a roof to establish a three-dimensional structure, which constitutes the basic architecture of a house. In this moment, Ling Xiao was absorbed in his understanding. As he consumed the fragment of world laws, his comprehension deepened with each passing moment. Due to his insights into the world laws, his original understanding of space laws also advanced. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged within the palace, feeling as though he resided in an endless void, enveloped by the formidable powers of space. While Ling Xiao quietly cultivated, the Honghuang world outside had ceased to remain tranquil. The grand, ethereal voice resonated throughout the realms. Heavenly Tao proclaims, "Today I, Nuwa, establish the demon race. All spirits of grass and wood, those birthed in moisture, and those adorned with fur and horns, shall belong to this category." And thus was established the demon sect, with me as its supreme leader. All who tread upon this path shall be welcomed beneath my banner, receiving my benevolent protection. Thunderous roars echoed through the boundless void as clouds of auspiciousness converged, and a golden river unfurled, spanning the heavens and the earth. In this moment, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the primordial lands, stirring the hearts of countless beings who gazed upward at the resplendent golden river above. The great Tao of virtue, Mount Buzhou, the revered figures, Enhua, Kuanpeng, Fushi, Bai Zhe, and others, stood in succession, their expressions filled with excitement as they beheld the vastness of the Tao of virtue descending from the heavens. After nearly a millennium of scheming, the myriad races had finally united as one, henceforth known collectively as the demons. Initially, some suggested that Enhua should establish a demon court, but she recalled the Zixiao Palace and the ambitions of Hongjun to establish a heavenly court. Fearing the sage's disapproval, She refrained from such actions and instead opted to create the demon sect upon the foundation of the demon race. Enhua became the supreme leader of the demon sect, with Kuanpeng and Fuxi as her deputies, while Bai Zhe, Jiming, Zhouing, Guiche, and the other 10 great demons were appointed as the 10 protectors of the demon sect. The golden river in the void cast down several ethereal pillars, bestowing virtue upon Enhua, Kuanpeng, Fuxi, Bai Zhe, and the other 10 great demons, along with many formidable beings of the demon race. Among them, Enhua received the most, her vast accumulation of virtue further enhancing her cultivation and Tao. Countless great demons traversed the void, rushing towards Mount Buzhou. For millennia, they had been oppressed by the Witch clan, unable to lift their heads, but now, with an organization in place, they naturally sought refuge. The primordial realm trembled profoundly. Many powerful beings did not anticipate that Enhua would suddenly establish the demon race, uniting countless races in the primordial world. Moreover, the immense Tao of virtue descended, a testament to the sage's earlier teachings. There are 2 paths to sanctification. One is the severance of the 3 corpses, and the other is the accumulation of great virtue. To their astonishment, the establishment of the demon race brought forth such abundant virtue. Enhua's alliance with the myriad races to establish the demon race appeared to be a direct confrontation against the Witch clan. Enhua, already a quasi-saint, now absorbed so much Tao virtue that she stood unmatched in the primordial realm. Who could rival her, save for the sages? The days for the Witch clan were likely to become quite challenging. Enhua's establishment of the demon sect deserves our congratulations. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain, the former domain of Hongjun, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were engaged in their cultivation. After being pursued by the 12 ancestor witches, they had taken refuge here. Sensing Enhua's Tao sound from afar, their expressions shifted. Enhua's establishment of the demon sect had drawn such a significant amount of Tao virtue. Laozi gazed into the boundless void, a hint of envy in his voice. Enhua's cultivation has likely surpassed ours, Yuanshi Tianzuan replied solemnly. The bloodline of Pangu surged again. Proud as he was, he could not bear to witness such developments. The establishment of the demon race and the creation of the demon sect. This Tao virtue is not easily obtained, and it will inevitably lead to confrontations with the Witch clan. Laozi remarked with a faint smile, aware that the ancestor witches were not to be trifled with. Let us go. Enhua's establishment of the sect is a momentous event that warrants our congratulations. Chapter 47. Hongjun. Enhua has established the demon race. Laozi rose, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze revealing a shrewd depth. Enhua's actions were undoubtedly in opposition to the Witch clan, inadvertently alleviating their pressure. The 12 ancestor witches must be gnashing their teeth in resentment towards Enhua. The target had shifted directly. Both emotionally and rationally, Laozi felt compelled to extend his congratulations. Yuanshi and Tongtian quickly grasped Laozi's intention and rose to accompany him. Perhaps the 12 ancestor witches are more eager than us. An encounter may lead to an inevitable clash. Yuanshi chuckled, though he held no desire to avoid the spectacle. Thus, the 3 departed Yujing Mountain, hurrying towards Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, powerful beings from the western Shumi Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, and western Kunlun set forth. Beyond the 33 heavens, at Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun felt a stirring in his heart. Awakening from his meditative state upon sensing Enhua's establishment of the demon race and the demon sect, he paused, contemplating. The emergence of the demon race was expected, but was it correct for Enhua to be the one to establish it? The original golden crows still hid within the solar realm. Where was their presence? Could it be that the celestial order had shifted? Hongjun's expression turned contemplative. He had yet to unify with the Tao and could not fully comprehend its significance. Never mind. Since the demon race has emerged, the conflict between the witches and demons is now unavoidable. The tide cannot be reversed. Hongjun dismissed the thoughts from his mind, focusing instead on his imminent union with the Tao, which remained of utmost importance. At the Pangu Temple, the 12 ancestor witches felt a mix of shock and fury at Enhua's actions, with the more temperamental among them ready to charge forth. How audacious of Enhua to unite the myriad races and establish the demon race. This is a direct affront to our Witch clan. Zhu Rong bellowed, his expression grim, his immense anger igniting the void. Let me rush forth and teach them a lesson. What can a swarm of ants achieve when united? Those who dare oppose the witch clan shall meet their doom. Qiangliang roared, striding toward Pangu Temple, eager to unleash a cathartic slaughter. First, allow me to finish speaking, Emperor Jiang interjected, raising a hand to restrain Qiangliang, who felt as though he were ensnared by an overwhelming force. Our witch clan numbers not merely in the millions. There are over 100,000 great witches. These millennia of battle have indeed strengthened our clan significantly. Enwa's establishment of the demon race presents an opportunity. Those great demons have long been elusive, making it difficult to eliminate them. Now that they have unified, they will surely congregate, which will greatly facilitate our efforts. We must seize this moment, find the right opportunity, and capture them all in one fell swoop. Emperor Jiang analyzed, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. What you say holds merit, brother. This may not be a bad thing for us. Ants remain ants, and even united, they cannot shake the great tree. Zhu Juyin remarked calmly, we must capitalize on this initial formation of the demon race and strike while the iron is hot. Kill, kill, kill. The ancestor witches roared in unison, their murderous intent surging, their blood boiling with fervor. Then let us rally our kin and set forth, Emperor Jiang commanded, his voice resolute. Yes, brother. The remaining 11 ancestor witches responded in unison. They then dispersed to communicate the orders throughout their respective tribes. Each ancestor witch had their own tribe, such as the Emperor Jiang tribe, the Zhurong tribe, and the Hutu tribe, each named in honor of the 12 ancestor witches. At this moment, various beings of the primordial realm made their way to Mount Buzhou, the birthplace of the demon race, where Enwa intended to establish the headquarters of the demon sect. Mount Buzhou held profound significance, and possessing it would bestow countless benefits upon the demon race. As suggested by Kuanpeng and by Zhe, now, at the mountainside of Mount Buzhou, a multitude of beings had gathered to congratulate Enwa. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Enwa on establishing the sect. Just then, 3 powerful presences descended. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian traversed the void, arriving in unison, their arrival announced before they even appeared. The long-absent 3 pure ones had returned. The assembled powerful beings felt a stir within, pondering how the 3 pure ones had managed to evade the ancestor witch's wrath, only to reappear today, appearing quite spirited. 3 Esteemed friends, please come in. Fushi, the current deputy leader of the demon sect, personally welcomed them. The presence of such esteemed beings at the demon sect bestowed considerable prestige upon it. The 3 pure ones entered without hesitation, but upon seeing Enwa, their hearts sank. Enwa was enveloped in a radiant aura of virtue, her presence as profound and unfathomable as the abyss. This establishment of the demon race had granted her immense benefits. They thought to themselves, feeling a tinge of envy as the 2 parties exchanged pleasantries. The foremost among male immortals, Dong Wanggong, arrived. His intentions were straightforward: to rally the powerful beings and forge an alliance with the demon race to maintain order in the primordial realm. Enwa's unification of the demon race aligned perfectly with Dong Wanggong's aspirations. The formerly scattered myriad races had become a cohesive entity, simplifying management. If he could accomplish the tasks assigned by the sages with finesse, he would surely be handsomely rewarded. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Enwa on establishing the sect. Such an endeavor that benefits all beings should be celebrated far and wide, Dong Wanggong proclaimed extravagantly. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in disdain. While Enwa's establishment of the sect had garnered virtue, it hardly warranted such exaggeration. Dong Wanggong's motives were transparent. He sought to establish rapport with the demon sect to aid in maintaining order in the primordial realm. Your words are too weighty, Taoist Dong Wanggong replied, her tone indifferent, fully aware that Dong Wanggong had ulterior motives. Congratulations to you, fellow Taoists Kuanpeng and Fushi. With a hearty laugh, Dong Wanggong turned to the 2 deputy leaders of the demon sect beside him, attempting to curry favor. Fushi nodded in response, while Kuanpeng, lost in thought, chose to ignore him. At that moment, a group of celestial maidens approached from afar, led by the enchanting and dignified figure of Zhuangmu, the queen of the immortals. The maidens behind her were all formidable in their cultivation, with at least a few attaining the status of Tai Jingxian. if not de Luo Jingxian. The arrival of Zhuangmu stirred the hearts of the gathered beings, as none had anticipated that both the foremost male and female immortals would come to congratulate Nuwa on her establishment of a sect. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Nuwa on the founding of your sect, Zhuangmu said with a smile, as the maidens behind her presented their gifts. You're too kind, dear fellow Taoist Zhuangmu, Nuwa replied with a smile, her demeanor in stark contrast to her earlier treatment of Dong Wanggong. The expression on Dong Wanggong's face shifted slightly, his gaze flickering as he contemplated his next move. It seemed that Zhuangmu had come to win Nuwa over. As the queen of the female immortals, she held a distinct advantage over him. I must devise a strategy to showcase my importance, Dong Wanggong mused, suddenly lifting his gaze to the sun in the sky. Realization struck him. Chapter 48. Is Jianwu also a member of the demon clan? The arrival of the witch clan at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Within the demon sect's grounds, a multitude of powerful beings had gathered. Those connected to Nuwa or the demon clan, including those who had attended the teachings in Zhixiao Palace, were all present at this moment. Dong Wanggong looked around and unexpectedly remarked, fellow Taoist Nuwa, why do we not see Jianwu here to offer their congratulations? As a creature born from the wet and egg-laying, they naturally belong to the demon clan. Their absence is quite inappropriate, this statement. The great beings present exhibited expressions of surprise. Indeed, as Dong Wanggong mentioned, the three Jianwu were nowhere to be seen. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged knowing smiles. It had been so long that they had almost forgotten about Jianwu. There were rumors that a figure named Ling Xiao had broken through to quasi-saint status, but whether that was true remained uncertain. Once boasting parity with the three purities, it seemed they were now beginning to lag behind. Dong Wanggong, as the foremost male immortal, Jianwu falls under your jurisdiction. Why not take the initiative to summon them here? Kuanpeng broke the silence, responding with a grinned eye. In the past, during their time at Zhixiao Palace, Dijuan and Tai had caused him embarrassment for no reason. Today presented an opportunity for Dong Wanggong to bring them forth and relieve some pent-up frustration. Now, as a deputy leader of the demon sect, Kuanpeng felt no trepidation, even if one of the Jianwu was a quasi-saint. Upon hearing Kuanpeng's words, Bai Zhe, who stood nearby, furrowed his brows, seemingly contemplating speaking up, but ultimately refrained. After hearing Kuanpeng's suggestion, Dong Wanggong laughed heartily, declaring, that is indeed my intention. On the day the demon sect is established, it is only fitting that Jianwu, as part of the demon race, comes to celebrate. He and Kuanpeng were in perfect accord, ready to send someone to the sun to fetch them. Dong Wanggong's actions were primarily to exercise his authority as the foremost male immortal, seeking the respect of powerful beings like Nuwa and others from the demon race. The arrival of Zhuangmu compelled him to take such measures, by leveraging his title as the foremost male immortal alongside the demon sect's name to summon Jianwu. Dong Wanggong believed that even if Ling Xiao possessed considerable strength, he would not dare to refuse, unless he wished to sever ties with the Honghuang altogether. Hold on, let this matter slide. Whether the three Jianwu come to congratulate is their own choice. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Dear Taoist Dong Wanggong, Nuwa, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her tone flat with an undercurrent of chill. Dong Wanggong spread his hands in resignation, calling back his subordinates. Since the main party had declined, he could hardly insist further. At that moment, the entire Buzhou Mountain trembled gently, followed by a series of intense quakes. What is happening? A being stood up and asked in confusion. The expressions of the three purities, Nuwa, Dong Wanggong, and other powerful beings shifted unpredictably, sensing the impending danger. Boom. Ha ha ha, the witch clan has come to offer their congratulations, and the gift is none other than your heads. A resounding call echoed from below the mountain, followed by 12 dark figures, growing larger and larger, blotting out the sun until they towered over Buzhou Mountain, casting their gaze down upon the gathered assembly. Di Jiang had used spatial magic to silently bring the ancestral witches to Buzhou Mountain, revealing their true forms to prevent the demon sect from sensing their presence and fleeing. The figures of the 12 ancestral witches loomed like 12 celestial pillars, exuding an unparalleled aura that even the quasi-saint powers present felt a weighty oppression. 6 quasi-saints, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged solemn glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation. In the millennia that had passed, 2 more had attained quasi-saint status among the ancestral witches. Aside from the quasi-saints, the other beings present wore grim expressions, their hearts shaken. They had merely come to offer congratulations, yet unexpectedly, all 12 ancestral witches had mobilized. Behind the ancestral witches, a sea of malevolent energy surged from the vast expanse of the Hongwang. As millions of witch warriors roared, their voices shaking the heavens, an unstoppable force advancing towards Buzhou Mountain. Taoist Dijiang, I am merely passing through and have no connection to the demon clan. May I be allowed to depart? A powerful being flattered, eager to avoid entanglement in the conflict. Passing through? Dijiang scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of powerful beings, quickly landing on the 3 purities. So, these shameless ones are present as well. If a fight breaks out, their allegiance to the demon clan will be unfavorable. After a moment's contemplation, Dijiang suppressed his smile, speaking coldly. This matter concerns my witch clan and the demon clan. Those uninvolved should leave swiftly. He had already resolved to deal with the demon clan first before turning his attention to the 3 purities. Laozi, Yuanshe, and Tong Tian exchanged glances and strode away with great confidence. They had only come to observe the spectacle and had no intention of engaging in conflict on behalf of the demon sect against the 12 ancestral witches. Seeing the 3 purities depart, the other powerful beings quickly followed suit, scattering like birds and beasts. Just moments ago, they had been chummy with the demon clan, but now they feigned ignorance. The witch clan was formidable, and they understood the situation well. Better a dead friend than a poor ally. The demon clan, including Yuhua, Kuanpeng, and Fushi, also wore grim expressions. If these powerful beings chose to stay, they could indeed confront the witch clan together. Alas, no one was willing to remain. As Dong Wanggong witnessed the great beings departing, he too felt a stirring of intent. That moment, Bai Zhe approached, cupping his hands in greeting. Bai Zhe pays respects to the immortal leader. Upon hearing the title immortal leader, Dong Wanggong felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Bai Zhe, do you have something to say? Bai Zhe conveyed telepathically, I wish to request that you, immortal leader, stand with us to jointly confront the 12 ancestral witches. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's expression shifted slightly. Bai Zhe, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the 12 ancestral witches are formidable. Even with my presence, we may not stand a chance. The 12 ancestral witches boasted 6 quasi-saints, while the demon sect had only 3. Even with his addition, they would only total 4, not accounting for the remaining ancestral witches. To face them head-on would be folly. I would merely be a first to flee, and that would be a disgrace to your demon clan. Bai Zhe maintained his composure and paused briefly before continuing, immortal leader, to be frank, the queen of the female immortals. Zhuangmu has a good relationship with our leader. She will remain to assist us. If you were to join us, our chances of victory would increase. This declaration, Dong Wanggong's gaze momentarily froze as he glanced at Zhuangmu, noting her apparent lack of intent to depart, and he began to believe. This was not good news. If the demon clan fully aligned with Zhuangmu, how would he navigate his future? Seeing Dong Wanggong wavering, Bai Zhe proceeded to drop a heavy bombshell. The sage mentioned in his second sermon that he would be recruiting disciples. If during this period you can maintain order in the Hongwang world, I believe you would surely secure a place among the sage's disciples. There is even a possibility of becoming the foremost disciple, Bai Zhe emphasized earnestly. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong's eyes brightened, as if a cloud had lifted to reveal the sun. He had not considered this angle before. The sage had appointed him as the foremost male immortal to uphold the order of the Hongwang. Was this not a test? Dong Wanggong's expression turned contemplative, and the more he pondered, the more convinced he became. The third sermon is not far off, Bai Zhe added casually. Dong Wanggong suddenly stood up with a thud. With me as the foremost male immortal, who dares to disrupt the order of the Hongwang? Chapter 49. Ling Xiao. A battle leading to a grand conclusion? Dong Wanggong stood tall, his presence radiating authority, startling the 12 ancestral witches. What is this? Dijiang, addressing Dong Wanggong, stated. I am the saint's chosen foremost male immortal, tasked with maintaining the order of the Hongwang. Grant me this favor and withdraw. Dong Wanggong's expression turned solemn as his booming voice resonated through the heavens. The gathered powerful beings were taken aback. When had Dong Wanggong become so formidable? Did he not fear for his life? Even Yuhua, Kuanping, and Fushi, the great beings of the demon clan, wore expressions of astonishment. What had Bai Zhe just told Dong Wanggong? Was it truly just that he was the foremost male immortal? His powerful voice resonated like thunder, distorting the very air around him, and his overwhelming aura caused the faces of many in the demon race to shift. The thunderous proclamation, tinged with a faint purple hue, surged towards Dong Wanggong like a true dragon. Impudence. The Eastern King, reprimanding with authority, wielded his dragon-headed scepter that radiated golden light, dispelling the ominous thunder. Yet, a swifter bolt descended from the firmament, a striking streak of crimson lightning, slender yet formidable, imbued with chaotic energy. With a resounding roar, the heavenly fire surged forth, akin to the eruption of myriad volcanoes. As the primordial fire shaman, Zhu Rong, intervened, he, a being of quasi-saintly prowess, joined forces with Chang Liang to confront the Eastern King. Bathed in the brilliance of thunder, the Eastern King traversed billions of miles in an instant. But the speed of the ancestral shaman was equally unmatched. Accompanied by the sounds of thunder and celestial flames, Chang Liang and Zhu Rong arrived in a heartbeat, causing the void to collapse. The true form of the ancestral shaman expanded across the heavens, the ferocious laws and the might of their fists overwhelming the Eastern King. Alas, the Eastern King was mercilessly battered, blood spurting forth. His quasi-saintly form on the verge of shattering. Is this truly the pinnacle of male immortals? So feeble. I grant you grace, yet what grace do you possess? Before my ancestral shaman, you are naught but a mere trifle. What further incensed him was Chang Liang's disdainful mockery, sharper than his fists and attacks, piercing through his psychological defenses. But the ordeal was far from over, as yet another ancestral shaman entered the fray. Wielding colossal hands of immeasurable strength, unleashing a barrage that distorted the very fabric of the void, painting a picture of utter annihilation. Come to my aid, the Eastern King bellowed, calling for reinforcements. The ancestral shaman, embodying the laws of physical prowess, was a relentless combat machine. He faced 3 adversaries single-handedly, finding himself utterly outmatched, struggling even to retaliate. Such brutality! The hearts of the great powers trembled, their scalps prickling, unable to bear witness. Truly, the Eastern King is a valiant warrior. Many powerful beings lamented, considering that had they been in his place, they would have been reduced to ashes in a single exchange, unlike the Eastern King, who stood resolute. This, too, indirectly attested to the Eastern King's formidable strength. You seek your own demise. I shall grant you death. Di Zhang's voice rang coldly, his true form reflecting in the void. The overwhelming might he exuded weighed upon the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the Unzao Mountain and beyond, casting a shadow over countless realms. Layer upon layer of pressure sent shivers through innumerable beings. This was the spatial law of a quasi-saint, capable of manifesting endless world shadows with but a gesture, that moment. The Unzao Mountain resembled a celestial body amidst the vast universe, with these world shadows swirling around like specks of dust. Such a sight could be felt even in the distant west. The east is in turmoil. In my eyes, the destiny of the future lies in the west, destined to flourish, Jejin said with a smile, as if having glimpsed a fragment of the future. Excellent, Zundi smiled, already exuding the essence of a future Buddha mother. Together, they would strike. This battle was inevitable. Nuwa, Kuanping, Fushi, and 10 great demons, brandishing magical artifacts and unleashing divine powers, charged towards the remaining ancestral shamans. Should they allow the ancestral shamans to slay the Eastern King, they too would inevitably face the same fate. Now, with the Eastern King stalling 3 ancestral shamans, this was an exceedingly rare opportunity. The Western Queen hesitated for a moment, then summoned the Western plain-colored cloud brocade banner, joining the fray. On the primordial earth, a great shaman sounded the horn, and countless shaman warriors surged towards the Unzao Mountain. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked. The celestial pillar of the Unzao Mountain, supporting the universe like Panga's backbone, now quivered slightly. An innumerable horde of shamans advanced, their towering forms reaching heights of 100,000 zhang. Their every movement resonating with the power to shift the stars, gathering with overwhelming might. Kill! The powerful beings of the demon race roared, as those atop the Unzao mountain resisted the attacks of the shaman race. The atmosphere of battle spread, reverberating through the heavens and earth, shattering millions of miles, sweeping across the sky and beneath, engulfing the entire eastern expanse of the primordial realm in a tempest of blood and chaos. The flames of war continued to spread, reducing countless lives to ruin. On the Sun Star, Ling Xiao sat quietly within the Ling Xiao Palace, surrounded by a fluctuating energy of spatial essence, his very being undergoing a transformative upheaval. Fragments of the world's laws fused into his flesh, enabling every inch, every fiber of his being, down to the minutest cell, to birth independent spaces. Like miniature worlds, they could harbor vast reservoirs of vital energy and magical power. It was evident how formidable his magical essence had become at this moment. Unexpectedly, the absorption of fragments of world laws had also catalyzed a breakthrough in his understanding of spatial laws, elevating him further into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Yet, among these laws, it was the fire law that resonated most profoundly within him, far surpassing the others. For him, the fire law was the most readily comprehensible. As the golden crow physique was among the strongest fire embodiments in existence, alongside the primordial phoenix, Zhu Rong, the ancestral fire shaman, could also be considered one. Ling Xiao awoke from his meditative state, not because he had completed his cultivation, but due to the detection of an extraordinary aura. Exiting the Ling Xiao Palace, he beheld a crimson wave surging across the horizon, saturated with malice. What the hell? Are the shamans and demons aiming for a decisive battle right from the start? Ling Xiao unleashed his divine sense, perceiving the tumultuous scene at the Unzao mountain, and gasped in astonishment. The densely packed warriors of the two races nearly cleaved the earth in twain. The shouts of slaughter, the roars, and the clarion calls echoed like the morning bells and evening drums, resonating through the skies. The battles between the 12 ancestral shamans and the demon race, led by Nuwa, were fiercely intense. With the shock waves of their clash rippling through the heavens and earth, the aura of bloodshed was on the verge of enveloping the Sun Star Point. One could only imagine the brutality of the conflict. Surely, they won't fight to a conclusive end, will they? Ling Xiao mused, unable to restrain himself as he observed the fierce combat between the two races. Who fights with their full strength right from the outset? However, this may not be such a bad thing. If they annihilate each other entirely, he would no longer need to worry about being caught up in the calamity. Should both the shaman and demon races be eradicated, he would be free. Ling Xiao entertained this thought, harboring a certain expectation and optimism regarding the capabilities of the leaders of the two races. Before long, the tides of battle began to shift. Before the Unzao mountain, Nuwa, enveloped in a myriad of merits, stood unmatched. Even Di Jiang found himself at a disadvantage, illustrating the significant enhancement derived from the merits of establishing the demon race. Nuwa, you are indeed powerful, but alas, your kin do not share your strength. Di Jiang laughed heartily, in high spirits. The annihilation of the demon race was a consequence of its very foundation. What a paradox! Chapter 50. The Demise of the Demon Race. Plans ahead. Nuwa's expression grew grim, having already discerned that the warriors of the demon race could not withstand the onslaught of the shaman race. The shamans were well prepared, while the demons lacked defenses. Most notably, many of their kin scattered across the primordial earth had yet to arrive. In truth, the shaman race had also sent only a fraction of their forces, not fully committing, while the demon race was in an even more dire state. With barely 1 in 10 remaining, this skirmish rapidly turned against them. If this continued, the Unzao mountain would become their burial ground. Retreat. Nuwa decisively proclaimed. In truth, it was unnecessary for her to voice it, as the demons were already fleeing in all directions. Fall back. A great demon roared, engaging fiercely against a powerful shaman, only to turn and flee without a backward glance. One could see the shaman warriors, dense as a swarm, advancing with overwhelming vigor from the horizon, a sea of blood red, surging with malevolent energy. The remaining demons fled in disarray, devoid of any will to fight. The formidable beings of the demon race were also retreating while battling. This was a chaotic melee. The Eastern King seized the opportunity to escape, no longer daring to assert his role in maintaining the primordial order. Zhu Rong, we bear no grudges. I am merely fulfilling my duty. So please do not pursue me. The Eastern King implored frantically as he fled. Begone. The farther you go, the better. Do not let me lay eyes on you again, Zhu Rong bellowed, opting not to pursue. Recognizing that the shaman race had no deep-seated enmity with the Eastern King, with this time, it would be more prudent to hunt the demon race. The Eastern King fled without looking back. His countenance grim, his thoughts growing increasingly uncomfortable. The sages had tasked him with maintaining the primordial order, yet now, with the imminent third sermon approaching, the primordial shaman and demon races were embroiled in such chaos. Would the sages not hold him accountable for his dereliction of duty? At this rate, not only would he fail to become a disciple of the sages, but he might also lose his current position. Even now, he remained fixated on the title of the foremost male immortal. The Eastern King felt an unwillingness to accept this fate, but for now, he could only flee. The demon race's rout reverberated across the land, creating a tremendous shockwave that astonished the onlooking powers. They had initially believed that the shamans and demons would engage in a fiercely contested struggle, only to witness a swift and devastating defeat. The convergence of immeasurable merits within Yuhua, alongside Kuanping, Fuxi, the Eastern King, the Western Queen, and a host of formidable demon beings, could not withstand the shaman's relentless assault. This once again revealed to the primordial powers the might of the shaman race. The shamans were invincible. With the 12 ancestral shamans united, and with no saints intervening who could stand against them, they felt a profound sense of injustice. Why should the legacy of the great Pangu be divided so generously among the shamans? Did these savages, who only knew destruction and slaughter, truly deserve it? At present, it appeared that only the 3 pure ones, as the true inheritors of Panga's legacy, had a chance to contend with the 12 ancestral shamans. Although both previous battles had concluded with the defeat of the 3 pure ones, they had at least glimpsed the potential for growth. Tio engaged the 12 ancestral shamans twice and emerge unscathed was a feat only the 3 pure ones could achieve. Yujing Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian each exhibited their own reactions upon learning of the defeat of the demon clan. Nuwa, my dear friend, you are still rather young. How could you comprehend the merits of establishing the demon clan? It is not as easily attained as one might presume. Even the 3 of us cannot withstand the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. What can she possibly accomplish? Laozi spoke with a tone of indifference. Harboring no surprise at this outcome, if the demon clan were to triumph, that would be truly preposterous. Even a stalemate would be unfathomable. Indeed, the ancestors of witchcraft, though lamentable, possess formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Yuanshi scoffed, though it was unclear whether he mocked the ancestors for their pitiable state or Nuwa for her ignorance. This distinction mattered little. In his eyes, everyone aside from the Sanqing were mere refuse. With the exception of the sages, who could be deemed equals, we owe our gratitude to Nuwa for inadvertently drawing the attention of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft towards us. Had we not departed, would the demon clan not have stood a chance? Tongtian lamented. With their combined strength, they could have at least held back 3 of the quasi-saint level ancestors. Brother, you are somewhat naive. It is true that the ancestors lack wisdom. Yet one cannot genuinely believe they are devoid of intelligence. Do you think Emperor Jiang has not contemplated this matter? If he is aware of our approach, why would he dare to advance? Laozi chuckled, adopting an air of sagacity. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances, as if struck by a revelation. Upon reflection, it became clear. The ancestors, though reckless, were not devoid of cunning. To be misled by their crude and hasty exterior would indeed be foolish. Moreover, why should we assist the demon clan and unwittingly entangle ourselves in this conflict? Such matters are trivial. Our true goal should be the path of the sages. Once we attain sagehood, nothing shall bind us again. At that point, the 12 ancestors will be akin to mere ants, easily extinguished with a flick of a finger. Laozi spoke earnestly, imparting a lesson to his younger siblings, urging them to realign their quest for enlightenment. We understand. Yuanshi and Tong Tian responded with solemnity, nodding emphatically. When it comes to the pursuit of enlightenment, the elder brother excels. They could hardly compare. The initial clash between the witch and demon clans concluded with the latter's devastating defeat. Forcing the demon clan to retreat into the 10,000 Great Mountains, their stronghold. In the aftermath of their catastrophic loss, the leaders of the demon clan, including Nuwa, Kuanpeng, and Fushi, bore expressions shrouded in shadows. They rallied the demon kin, vowing to retaliate against the witch clan for this grievous affront. Those filthy beings had brazenly attacked while the demon clan was caught off guard. The ghostly chariot raised its 8 bird-like heads, one of which was forcefully torn away by an ancestor, igniting a fury within him, demanding the assembly of all kin to exact vengeance. Cease your foolishness. What do you propose to use to strike back? Can you defeat any one of the 12 ancestors? Kuanpeng rebuked, unwilling to engage in battle. In the previous conflict, he had been thoroughly subdued by the time ancestor, Zhu Jiuyin. Fully aware of the formidable might of the 12 ancestors, he no longer entertained the notion of retaliation. Such a venture would be utterly futile. If this were his own domain, he would have simply dismissed the visitors without a word. Previously, he had been swayed by Bei's flattering words and had ventured forth to ally with the demon clan, enticed by promises of great merit and benefits. While there were indeed merits to be gained, he had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of the 12 ancestors, which far exceeded his imagination. As Kuanpeng's words fell silent, Fushi's gaze shifted, as if a strategy had dawned upon him. Indeed, even if we summon all the demon kin to retaliate, our chances of victory remain slim. At best, we would suffer mutual destruction. In my view, it would be prudent to focus on our cultivation and await the sage's third sermon. It is crucial to recognize that this upcoming sermon will impart the complete path to sagehood. By then, even if we cannot attain sagehood swiftly, our strength will undoubtedly increase, and the 12 ancestors shall no longer pose a threat to us. Chapter 51. Occupying Mount Buzhou, coarse yet intricate, Fushi advocated for prioritizing cultivation while awaiting the sage's third sermon. His suggestion was met with immediate agreement. There is merit in this. The primary distinction between our demon clan and the witch clan lies in our possession of the primordial spirit, granting us access to the Zixiao Palace to hear the teachings. Just this alone ensures that those brutes can never rival us. Moreover, this time the sage will not only impart wisdom but also accept disciples. If any among us can become a sage's disciple, what fear should we harbor against the witch clan? Ing Zhao proclaimed. The sage's teachings would provide a significant enhancement for them, yet the witch clan would neither comprehend nor attend. Thus, wouldn't this narrow the gap considerably? Very well, let us proceed thusly. We shall allow the witch clan to bask in their temporary triumph, and upon my return from the Zixiao Palace, I shall surely tear apart one of the 12 ancestors. Jiaoying boasted, thumping his chest in assurance. You all wish to refrain from fighting, do you? Very well, then we shall not engage. The ghostly chariot retorted indignantly, though it was clear that there was little else they could do. As Kuanpeng had stated, he could not hope to best any of the 12 ancestors, so close, yet so far, he mused. Perhaps, after absorbing the teachings, he could achieve a significant boost in power and stand a chance in battle. To avenge this severed head, he could only bide his time. After listening to the words of the demon kin, Bei fell into silence for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. You are all oversimplifying the situation. Whether we engage in battle is not solely our decision, but rather that of the witch clan. Should they come knocking at our door, the choice will no longer be ours. As his words settled, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Nuwa's expression turned solemn. Perceiving the silence among the demon kin, she broke the stillness. Let us proceed thus for now in the lead up to the sage's teachings. It is possible that the witch clan may temper their aggression. Lacking a better strategy, she could only speak to reassure the others. Their greatest hope now rested in the prospect of transcending to sagehood through the teachings, thus turning the tide of their current predicament. Meanwhile, following their victory over the demon clan, the ancestors of witchcraft firmly established their dominion over Mount Buzhou. It was our excessive leniency that allowed these filthy beings to occupy the spine of the Father God. Emperor Jiang proclaimed, his voice resonating across the cosmos. From this moment forth, No being shall be permitted to tread upon Mount Bujo save for the witch clan. With this declaration, the earth trembled. Anyone who dares to trespass upon Mount Bujo shall face the wrath of the witch clan. Just as the assembled powers were struck with trepidation, the 12 ancestors began to move. They delved deep into the ancient lands of the witch clan, and in the next moment, the earth quaked as the 12 colossal figures rose to prominence. Above them, an ancient palace materialized, suspended in the sky, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun. The palace radiated with light, enshrouded in countless laws, exuding a terrifying aura that resonated through time itself. Illuminating the entirety of existence, the Panga Temple, a powerful being gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. The sight of the temple was so overwhelming that even the primordial chaos of the great world paled in comparison. It loomed between heaven and earth, echoing a sound that shook the very foundations of reality. The 12 ancestors hoisted the Pangu Temple, moving slowly yet with great might, ascending towards the heavens and making their way to Mount Bujo. Were they truly intending to relocate the Pangu Temple to Mount Bujo? Beings along their path watched in awe, discerning their intentions. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook violently as the chains of divine law swept across the land, and the Panga Temple crashed heavily onto the ground, raising immense clouds of dust that enveloped the skies before finally settling before Mount Bujo. "Ha! Excellent! Now this is more like it," strongly clapped his hands, summoning a tempest of wind and thunder, thoroughly pleased with their accomplishment. With the spine of the Father God transformed into Mount Bujo alongside the temple, the fortunes of our witch clan shall surely rise once more. Zhu Rong laughed heartily, exclaiming without any basis, merely sensing that this course of action would benefit the witch clan. Those foolish demons still dare to covet Mount Bujo. From now on, we shall reside here and see who among them dares to challenge us. Gong Gong echoed, laughing as he gazed upon Mount Bujo, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship, a desire to embrace and rub against it. Let us migrate our tribes here as well. Emperor Jiang wasted no time in organizing the subsequent arrangements, prompting the witch clan to spring into action once more. Meanwhile, on the Sun Star, Ling Xiao observed the actions of the 12 ancestors with a hint of surprise. One cannot deny that while the 12 ancestors appear reckless, their actions are not without reason. Mount Bujo, being the spine of Pangu, harbors an abundance of Panga's legacy, and the spine serves as the pillar of the body. The 12 ancestors symbolize the physical form of Pangu. Relocating the witch clan's stronghold to Mount Bujo undoubtedly bears significant advantages for them. If I were an ancestor, I would have already led my kin to seize Mount Bujo, Ling Xiao lamented, pondering how the demon clan had proven to be so easy to vanquish. Let us hope that the 12 ancestors do not swiftly extinguish the demon kin's might. The consequences of the demon clan's actions would surely come back to haunt them. Nuwa, dear friend, you must strive to persevere. Kuan Peng, Fushi, rise to the challenge. Baze, lend your strength. Ling Xiao silently encouraged the demon clan, acutely aware that they were still far from matching the witch clan's prowess. Others may be oblivious, but he, as one who had experienced the past, understood all too well. The witch clan possessed a formidable weapon that had never been unleashed, the 12 heavenly divine killing formation. It remained uncertain whether the 12 ancestors had yet to comprehend this grand formation or simply lacked adversaries against whom to deploy it. Regardless, he had never witnessed the ancestors utilize this formation. The 12 heavenly divine killing formation, when viewed in the grand scheme of the wilderness, would surely rank among the very best, if not the very first. Such a grand formation would confound even the most sage of beings. Aside from the confrontation of formations, none below the rank of a sage could withstand it directly. The demon race still has a long way to go. Ling Xiao lamented, though he did not dwell on it, as cultivation remained paramount. Everything else was but ephemeral. He continued to contemplate the laws. Following the cataclysmic war between the witch and demon races, the primordial world fell into a brief tranquility. Yet all the mighty understood that the witch clan was brewing its next offensive, with the ominous aura of bloodshed permeating the heavens, restless and poised to erupt. In this critical moment, the figure of Dong Wanggong materialized within the witch clan. This was but a manifestation of himself, arriving with the intent of preserving peace in the primordial world, specifically, peace before the sage's sermon. Within the Penga temple, Di Jiang sat regally at the head, gazing down upon Dong Wanggong standing in the grand hall, a cold smile gracing his lips. Dong Wanggong, you dare to come to my witch clan? Are you not afraid I shall slay you? Not in the least. The 12 ancestors of the witch are well versed in righteousness and would never engage in wanton slaughter. Dong Wanggong replied, forcing a commendation that even he struggled to believe. Ha ha! Di Jiang laughed heartily, appearing rather pleased, the chill in his demeanor dissipating considerably. Speak then. What brings you here today? Dong Wanggong straightened his expression and inquired. I have heard that you plan to launch a second assault against the demon race? Chapter 52. Dong Wanggong. Before the sage, I still hold some sway. As Dong Wanggong's words fell, Di Jiang grunted, asking, and what of it? Are you, the foremost among the male immortals, coming to uphold order again? His tone dripped with unabashed sarcasm and mockery. Dong Wanggong merely managed an awkward smile before swiftly adopting a serious tone. Di Jiang, you misunderstand. I genuinely harbor such intentions, but it is not as you might think. Oh? What is it that I think? Di Jiang responded, coldly asserting, if you have come today to dissuade me from taking action, then both you and I shall be slain. The atmosphere was thick with chilling intent as Dong Wanggong remained unperturbed, considering this only a manifestation of himself. If he were to perish, so be it. Since his return from the last encounter, he felt increasingly resentful. With the sermon imminent, chaos reigned in the primordial world. Not only had he failed to fulfill the sage's directive, but matters had devolved further. If nothing else, he was certain that the opportunity to become a disciple of the sage would slip through their fingers. He could not allow this to come to pass. Thus he ventured to the witch clan today in hopes of bargaining. If he could persuade them to refrain from attacking the demon race before the sermon concluded, then the situation would stabilize, allowing him to become a disciple of the sage and later manage the unruly. With this thought, Dong Wanggong spoke slowly. Please, allow me to finish. Di Jiang, as you know, I am the sage's appointed foremost male immortal. I bring this up not to boast but to indicate that my status grants me knowledge of matters unknown to ordinary beings, particularly before the sage, where I possess a degree of influence. His tone was methodical, revealing a hint of pride. Di Jiang, however, grew impatient, brusquely cutting him off. Spit it out. What is it you truly wish to convey? Dong Wanggong's expression stiffened, abandoning pretense as he pressed on. What I mean is, if you, Di Jiang, agree not to act against the demon race until the sage's sermon concludes, I may be able to uncover the path to sanctification for the witch clan from the sage. His declaration was startling, yet he did not state it as an absolute. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang's countenance shifted, and he abruptly stood. Dong Wanggong, do you take me for a fool? Our witch clan lacks primordial spirits. How could Hong Jun possibly know of our path to sanctification? The witch clan mentioned by Di Jiang referred to those witches aside from the 12 ancestors. While the ancestors possessed primordial spirits, they were incomplete, and the witches below, including the grand witches, possessed none at all. Regardless of the type, the notion of sanctification for them was absurd. For Dong Wanggong to utter such boasts was tantamount to courting death. A violent aura surged forth, and Dong Wanggong felt like a leaf tossed in a tempest, unable to withstand Di Jiang's formidable presence. My friend, the sage once proclaimed that all paths could lead to enlightenment. This sentiment is known to the Taoist of Earth as well. If such is the case, the witch clan naturally possesses its own path to sanctification. Dong Wanggong spoke quickly, maintaining an exterior calm while internally grappling with anxiety. Yet he could not falter. Having come this far, he needed to finish his statement. Oh? Is there truly such a matter? Di Jiang's gaze shifted, recalling words spoken by the Taoist of Earth upon returning from the Purple Cloud's palace. It seemed plausible, yet uncertain. If there is even a hint of falsehood in your words, let my friend deal with you as he sees fit. Dong Wanggong's expression grew solemn, adopting a posture of unwavering integrity. As long as you, Di Jiang, refrain from acting against the demon race before the sermon concludes, I will reveal the witch clan's path to sanctification to you. For your clan, there is no loss. It merely entails a temporary cessation of hostilities against the demon race. What do you think, Dijiang? Dong Wanggong articulated his proposition with clarity, having shed all pretense. Heh, Dijiang replied coldly after listening. Even if the sage indeed possesses the path to our sanctification, how can you assure that he will share it with you? To be candid, Dijiang, the reason the sage appointed me as the foremost male immortal carries weighty implications. Once I have upheld the order of the primordial realm and become a disciple of the sage, extracting a path to sanctification will be a trivial matter. Dong Wanggong spoke with confidence, fully committed to his assertions. You believe that once you become a disciple of the sage, you will still regard our witch clan? Dijiang inquired, looking down at Dong Wanggong with a smile. Dong Wanggong's heart skipped a beat as he responded slowly, You jest, Dijiang. Even if I were to become a disciple of the sage, would I not still be at your mercy? You show some sense, Dijiang scoffed, clearly unimpressed with the notion of a so-called sage's disciple. The Panga lineage was equally proud, holding all except Pangu in low regard, let alone a mere disciple of the sage. Remember your words today, Dong Wanggong, I shall grant you a period of grace. Should you fail to satisfy me, I will ensure your annihilation, Dijiang declared coldly, gesturing with his hand, seizing the opportunity to recuperate and prepare for the next battle. A span of several millennia was inconsequential to them. Rest assured, I shall not let you down, Dong Wanggong replied earnestly before taking his leave. Subsequently, Dong Wanggong meandered and eventually contacted by Zhe. Arriving at the 10,000 Great Mountains, he sought to persuade the witch clan, ensuring they communicated with the demon race. Otherwise, he feared the demons might recklessly provoke the witches. Upon reaching the demon race's stronghold in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Dong Wanggong encountered the likes of Nuwa, Fushi, and Kuanping among the demon elite. He then briefly recounted the circumstances regarding the witch clan. The demon powerhouses listened, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Dong Wanggong had ventured alone to the witch clan and persuaded Dijiang. They had not anticipated such courage from him. Even Bai Zhe appeared taken aback, wondering if Dong Wanggong had indeed opened a portal to another dimension as previously discussed. Such eloquence was impressive. Even he lacked the confidence to sway Dijiang. Thank you for your assistance, Dong Wanggong. Nuwa expressed her gratitude, assuring that the demon race could now await the sage's sermon with peace of mind. Dong Wanggong, the foremost male immortal, is truly deserving of praise. A great demon raised a thumb in admiration, showering compliments upon him, causing Dong Wanggong to bask in the warmth of their accolades. Haha, you are all too kind. Maintaining the order of the primordial realm is my duty, Dong Wanggong waved dismissively, though it was evident he relished the praise. Following this, the demon leaders personally escorted him far away. The primordial world fell into a temporary peace as the witch and demon races recuperated, while almighty beings awaited the sage's third sermon. Time flew by, and several millennia passed on this day. The projection of the purple cloud's palace illuminated the heavens, vast and boundless. The sage's third sermon was finally about to commence. Chapter 53. The third sermon, once more a choice on the sun star. Two powerful auras surged forth successively, rising and soaring, exuding tremendous strength, as the principles of the mixed element golden immortal unfolded into a myriad of grand laws. Within the Ling Shao Palace, Ling Shao suddenly opened his eyes, his figure moving as he arrived deep within the sun star, raising his hand to quell the various phenomena and the tumult of breakthroughs. My elder brother and second brother are finally emerging from their seclusion. Ling Shao remarked with a smile, noting that after nearly 10,000 years, Dijun and Tai Yi had at last ascended to the rank of mixed element golden immortal in the realm of cultivation. This was not considered slow. Without the fragments of the creation jade plate, even 10,000 years would be an arduous endeavor. After a prolonged period, two streams of radiant light shot forth like meteors from deep within the sun star, ultimately coalescing into two golden-clad men. Third brother, I have broken through to mixed element golden immortal and have finally caught up to you, Dijun exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and excitement. The magnitude of his happiness in this moment was beyond words. His elder brother was finally beginning to measure up. Elder brother, do not rejoice prematurely. I am already in the mid-stage of mixed element golden immortal. Ling Xiao smiled as he spoke, delivering a merciless blow aimed at instilling a sense of urgency in Dijuan and Tai, thereby providing them with the motivation they needed to die in truth. He had held back some of his prowess. Presently, he had 5 laws that had transcended into the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian. Irrespective of the strength of the laws, even among those at the initial stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, his combat power was at least equivalent to 5 Dijuan combined. When considering the formidable laws of time and space, the disparity would be even greater. Furthermore, his current cultivation level surpassed that of both Dijuan and Tai. Third brother, you truly are extraordinary. I must retreat and enter seclusion, Dijuan lamented, visibly distressed and feeling the weight of the blow, as one who practiced the path of laws. He fully understood the arduous nature of progress. Despite everything, Ling Xiao still managed to maintain a slight edge in cultivation. It was a significant blow to the Golden Crow. Forget it, elder brother, it would be futile to compare yourself with our third brother. First, surpass me before you challenge him. Tai, however, remained largely unaffected, as he still had Dijuan to rely on. At least he was not the weakest among them. Dijuan, somewhat dazed, exclaimed his desire to retreat into seclusion. I shall not emerge until I reach the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Elder brother, think carefully. I fear it may be the last time I see you, Tai earnestly advised. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself. But suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the boundless void. A thunderous rumble shook the 9 heavens. The projection of Zixiao Palace manifested across the cosmos, sweeping through the universe like a mirage, as grand sounds of the Tao resonated in all directions, reaching even the most distant corners. The third sermon is about to commence. Dijuan and Tai immediately ceased their mirth, their expressions turning solemn. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, numerous powerful beings meditating simultaneously opened their eyes. In locations such as Xumi Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, Huayun Cave, and Yujing Mountain, the mighty figures emerged, their vast auras permeating the surroundings. Finally, the third sermon is about to begin, murmured one venerable being, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This day had finally arrived. In an instant, the primordial world was stirred once more. No one wished to miss the final sermon. Furthermore, during this sermon, the saints would accept disciples, presenting an extraordinary opportunity. Becoming a disciple of a saint would be akin to ascending to the heavens in one leap. As the system detected the impending commencement of Hongjuan's third sermon, it presented the following choices. Option 1. Remain steadfast and refrain from listening to the sermon, receiving a fragment of the creation jade disc. Option 2. Grant Hongjun a measure of respect and attend the sermon, receiving 36 Chaos Qinglian seeds as a reward. Option 3. Allow Dijuan and Tai to attend the sermon, receiving a 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the essence of the 10 primordial divine fires. Upon witnessing the emergence of Zixiao Palace, the system activated without a hint of surprise. It was a familiar occurrence, and not attending would be the anomaly. Theo entice me to attend the sermon. Even the seeds of Chaos Qinglian have been brought forth. Dio, they presume I have never seen seeds before? Ling Xiao mused with a cold smile. Unless the reward was a complete Tao law that would allow him to absorb it and become a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Any other reward seemed trivial. The 3 options mirrored those presented during the second sermon. Particularly with the suggestion of allowing Dijuan and Tai to attend, Ling Xiao initially considered a direct refusal. However, upon reflection, since they had attended the last time, not attending this time might appear suspicious, potentially arousing Hongjuan's doubts. Given the ongoing calamity between the witch and the demon, as long as Hongjun still relied on them to fulfill his expectations, there would be no danger. After weighing his options, Ling Xiao concluded that attending was preferable to abstaining. Appearances had to be maintained. According to the original narrative, after the third sermon, Hongjun would merge with the Tao. From that point forward, the trend would remain unchanged, and Hongjun would not emerge as long as it wasn't excessive. Delaying the process of achieving Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian would afford him greater security. Nevertheless, he still needed to inquire about Dijuan and Tai's opinions. If they were unwilling to go, Ling Xiao would not insist. Elder brother, second brother, do you wish to attend the sermon? Ling Xiao retracted his thoughts, refraining from making a hasty choice. The two paused momentarily, and Tai spoke first, saying, We have been cultivating for so long. It is time for us to take a breath of fresh air. Whether or not we attend the sermon is unimportant. I wish to seek vengeance against those two old rascals from the west." Upon hearing this, Dijuan immediately concurred. "Second brother speaks wisely. Let us first visit Zishao Palace and, while we are at it, exact our revenge." Ling Xiao nodded, advising, "You may go, but as before, do not accept any benefits." Dijuan and Tai nodded solemnly, understanding the unspoken agreement. "System, I choose option 3." Ling Xiao made his selection, and the rewards were dispensed. Subsequently, with a thought, he retrieved the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus from the system rewards and handed it to Tai. "Second brother, while you were in seclusion, I traveled and obtained this treasure. It is a gift for you." "This is too precious, third brother. You should keep it for yourself. I have the Chaos Bell, and that is sufficient for me." Tai waved his hand in refusal, though a part of him desired it. He still wished to leave it for Ling Xiao. "Just take it. I have plenty to spare," Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly. He was not lacking in magical treasures. Besides the innate Hongming Ding, he also possessed the Chaos Pearl, Hongmeng Liangtian Ruler, Qilan Seal, and the Black Gourd.as for Dijuan. Apart from the He Tu and Luo Shu, he also had given him the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus and the innate gourd. Tai, however, had nothing but the Chaos Bell left. "Second brother, take it. Stop hesitating. I have already taken the Pure World White Lotus from third brother. You take the Black Lotus. It is a perfect balance of black and white. If you refuse, it would only make it seem as though elder brother is being greedy," Dijuan said, patting Tai's shoulder with a smile. Tai, no longer hesitating, accepted the gift. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to reveal it. Ling Xiao cautioned, reminding them that this item had once belonged to Luo Hu, and using it casually might provoke Hongjun. "Understood," Tai nodded, securing the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Just as Dijuan and Tai were about to depart, another visitor arrived at the Sun Star Point. "3 friends, the sermon is about to commence. Would you care to join us?" Chapter 54, Ling Xiao's hint, Tai. "So you are all this week?" Zenyuanzi and Hongyun arrived at the Sun Star, fortuitously passing by and deciding to inquire if Ling Xiao and the others wished to accompany them. "Zenyuanzi, Hongyun, please come in." Ling Xiao and the others exchanged glances and smiled. Zenyuanzi and Hongyun were among the very few moral immortals in the primordial realm. Soon, the two Taoists appeared together. Hongyun donned a vibrant red robe adorned with 9 layers of auspicious clouds, plump and beaming with the aura of a wealthy gentleman. In contrast, Zenyuanzi exuded an ethereal presence, appearing as a transcendent figure, clearly a sage of great wisdom. 3 friends, I thought you had already set out. I inquired out of curiosity, yet found you at home. The sermon is about to begin. Shall we go together for mutual support?" Hongyun smiled as he spoke. "I will not be joining. My 2 elder brothers will accompany you," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "Ling Xiao Taoist, you are not going?" Hongyun exclaimed in surprise, his voice rising noticeably. "Indeed, I had a sudden epiphany and cannot attend," Ling Xiao responded. "Ling Xiao Taoist, this time the saint will not only expound on the saintly path, but will also accept a group of disciples. With your talents, you might have the opportunity to become a disciple of a saint," Hongyun urged, feeling it would be a pity for Ling Xiao to miss out. "To be accepted as a disciple? Then I shall certainly not attend," Ling Xiao thought to himself, maintaining a facade of refusal. Seeing that his earnest persuasion bore no fruit, Hongyun reluctantly conceded. Meanwhile, Zenyuanzi observed thoughtfully, sensing that Ling Xiao's decision not to attend was due to some special reason. Thus, he refrained from the foolish urging that Hongyun had engaged in. Last time, Ling Xiao had claimed to be unable to attend due to an epiphany, and now he was doing so again. Such coincidences were rather suspicious. As for the reasons, it sufficed to say that the Tao was multifaceted, and there was no need to delve deeper. Just as Ling Xiao was about to wave them off, a thought struck him. The third sermon would grant Hongjun the opportunity to bestow the Hongming Purple Qi. With this in mind, Ling Xiao could not help but speak up. "Hongyun Taoist, on the path of cultivation, remember to avoid overreaching. Keep in mind, running fast does not necessarily mean winning. Avoiding falls is the true success." Hongyun was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. "Ling Xiao Taoist, what do you mean? Could you speak plainly?" "I do not understand." Ling Xiao cleared his throat and replied calmly, "What I mean is that some things do not belong to you. do not reach for them, especially those you least expect at that moment. Ling Xiao became a riddle, fearing that a direct statement might lead to complications. Hong Yun was even more baffled, but Ling Xiao no longer offered explanations. Let us go, Ling Xiao implied, and Dijuan, understanding the underlying message, earnestly stated, in any case. When venturing outside, do not compete, do not seize, and do not take. Then there will be no trouble. Hong Yun repeated to himself, do not compete, do not seize, do not take, as he pondered this advice, unwittingly following Dijuan, Tai and Zhen Yuanzi as they departed. Ling Xiao watched their retreating figures in silence for a moment before turning back to the Ling Xiao Palace to resume his cultivation. Dijuan, Tai, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun left the Sun Star, making their way towards Zixiao Palace. Along the journey, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun expressed their aspirations to become disciples of the saints, longing for the complete path to sanctity. In contrast, Dijuan and Tai appeared disinterested in this so-called discipleship. Their eyes roamed in search of those two old rascals. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Just as Dijuan and Tai were about to enter the chaos, they vaguely discerned two figures ahead. Their heads adorned with radiant halos and draped in auspicious clouds, presenting a mesmerizing sight. They have arrived. Dijuan and Tai were filled with immense joy, their eyes sparkling with an astonishing brilliance, as if they had stumbled upon the ultimate treasure of heaven and earth. Old rascals, halt right there. With a swift motion, the two transformed into blazing crimson divine rainbows, pursuing their quarry. The sudden roar startled Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, causing them to pause and turn, only to burst into laughter, their mirth laced with chilling malice. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be the two pitiful birds from the Sun Star. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? Zhuan-Ti remarked with a smile, clearly delighted. Just moments ago, he had been discussing with his senior brother whether the golden crows of the Sun Star would come to listen to the teachings. And here they were. What surprised them even more was that these were the very two they had previously subdued, while Ling Xiao had not joined them. Since Ling Xiao was absent, it seemed that the burden of retribution would fall squarely on Dijuan and Tai. Meet your end? We have come to deliver your final judgment. With a thought, Tai summoned the chaos bell above his head, a vast expanse of chaotic energy enveloping him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ha ha, after several millennia, you've learned to boast. Don't think that a little progress will allow you to defeat us. Zhuan-Ti chuckled lightly, unfazed. There are always fools who are self-assured, living in their own little worlds, believing that their cultivation has skyrocketed while others remain stagnant. In these past millennia, they too had made significant advancements, no longer the same as before, while not claiming to be the strongest beneath the saints. Defeating two pitiful birds was still well within their capabilities. Then come forth. Dijuan wasted no words, conjuring his treasure and launching an assault. His form radiated light, dazzling and resplendent. In an instant, he was transformed into a golden hue, his aura surging dramatically. Simultaneously, Tai made his move, the bell's chime resonating, clearing the heavens and the earth. With every gesture, boundless power of the laws manifested as ferocious assaults. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti's expressions shifted slightly, hastily summoning their treasures, and in an instant, the two sides clashed. The laws roared, divine patterns surged. The battle reached a peak of intensity befitting quasi-saint-level combat, where with a mere wave, all things were obliterated, and the stars dimmed. However, as soon as the fight commenced, Zhuan-Ti sensed something was amiss. Have you both attained quasi-saint status? He inquired in disbelief, momentarily losing his composure. Boom. Tai responded coldly, his massive hand entwined with the laws of the cosmos. The golden crow, moving faster than time itself, delivered a blow that could extinguish the very laws of the world right across Zhuan-Ti's face. Pfft. Zhuan-Ti spewed blood, flung backward, and crashed into the endless chaos, suffering significant injury from a single strike. Useless being. In the past, you suppressed me with your realm. Yet now that we share the same level, I see you are utterly weak. Tai scoffed, feeling inexplicably pleased. Junior brother, Jia-in bellowed, his divine form solemn yet filled with murderous intent. Damn it, lose, will you? Dijuan roared, his aura intensifying once more. seeing Tai had bested his opponent while he remained at a stalemate. He felt a sense of urgency. "I shall assist you." Tai stepped forward, joining the fray. Boom! The chaos bell descended with crushing force, causing Jie Yin's expression to change. His divine form faltered, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and fled, darting towards Zhu and Ti as they plunged into the chaos. "Pursue them!" Dijun and Tai shattered the void in their chase, eye in the distance. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions blank. Chapter 55. Hong Jun, Primordial Golden Immortal? They had just contemplated intervening, only to witness Dijun and Tai unleashing a chaotic onslaught upon Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti. Dijun and Tai, truly formidable allies. With such cultivation and talent, one might expect a saint to take them as disciples. Hong Yun remarked, a mix of admiration and envy in his voice. "Keep up," Zhen Yuanzi commanded, transforming into a divine rainbow and racing into the chaos. Dijun and Tai, with their treasures overhead, traversed the chaos, relentlessly pursuing Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti. Time flowed swiftly, and nearly a millennium had passed in the blink of an eye. Before the vast and boundless purple cloud palace, numerous mighty beings had gathered, some in meditation, others engaged in idle chatter, awaiting the grand opening of the palace's gates. Boom! At that moment, the chaos erupted in the distance, a terrifying aura surging forth, with gales howling and thunder crackling. Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti burst forth, flustered and disheveled, their auras diminished, their robes stained with blood, and even the halos above their heads seemed to have dimmed. "What is happening?" The assembled mighty beings were taken aback, halting their meditations and conversations, fixated on the two. Surely, arriving late didn't warrant such a disheveled appearance. Could it be they encountered some horrifying entity in the chaos? Following this, two beams of golden light emerged as Dijun and Tai's figures burst forth in pursuit. "You old rascals. Running quite swiftly. Where has your former grandeur gone?" Tai sneered. "Come and face your fate," Dijun commanded, his golden armor splattered with blood, though not his own. Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti dashed to the gates of the purple cloud palace, eager to push open the doors and seek refuge within. Dijun, Tai, do not be so reckless. In such a sacred place, how can you call for battle and stain it with filth? Jie Yin attempted to regain his composure, feigning a disinterest in combat, though it was evident to all that they had just been terrified into a near panic. Clearly, they had been thoroughly beaten by Dijun and Tai. This realization sent a shiver through the gathered mighty beings. The last time the teachings were delivered, Dijun and Tai were not even close to being Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti's match. Now, the tables had turned, with Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti being forced to flee, explaining their disarray upon emerging from the chaos. Nuwa, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and other powerful beings of the demon race gazed in astonishment at Dijun and Tai. The strength of the Golden Crows was indeed formidable. Just last time, they were merely beneath them. Yet now they seemed to have become their superiors. Such a rate of growth was truly alarming. Should the Golden Crows be integrated into the demon race, their power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, becoming a worthy match for the witch race. In an instant, the demon race's powers cast envious glances at Dijun and Tai. Yuan Shi shot a glance at Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Once, he had considered Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti as marginally worthy opponents, deserving of a second glance. Now, it seemed he had overestimated them. If even Dijun and Tai could not be bested by them, they truly had regressed. "Though you think we will refrain from acting against you just because we are here?" Dijun growled, a murderous intent flaring within him, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Tai At that moment. The gates of the purple cloud palace swung open, and two young attendants from the heavenly court emerged. "Esteemed immortals, the teachings are about to commence. Please enter." Upon hearing this, Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti were elated, eager to rush ahead, but Yuan Shi swiftly shoved them aside. "You think you are worthy to be the first to enter?" Yuan Shi proclaimed arrogantly, his gaze filled with contempt. Should these two wretches precede him, what would become of the authority of the Pangu Orthodox? Although the position of the Purple Cloud Palace had already been established, maintaining face was of utmost importance. "You?" Zhu and Ti's face flushed with anger, his finger pointed at Yuan Shi, his harsh words ready to spill forth. Yet he found himself unable to utter them. Jia Yin discreetly signaled for him to remain calm and not act impulsively. The Sanqing disregarded them entirely, entering the palace without hesitation. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti's faces turned nearly green. Having just been beaten by the Golden Crows, they were now insulted by the Sanqing. Suffering a double humiliation, an insult upon insult, who could endure such indignity? Friends, why are you vying for the attendance duties? Please, do enter. This place does not require your guardianship. That moment, the tardy Zhang Yuanzi and Hong Yun extended their invitations. Hong Yun's round, cherubic face radiated with a warm smile, leaving it unclear whether it was sincere or feigned. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti felt their blood boil, their faces shifting from green to red. On the verge of spontaneous combustion, Hong Yun, indifferent to their plight, seized them and ushered them inside, even offering a polite smile to the attendants from the heavenly court. Witnessing this scene, Di Jun and Tai Yi nearly burst into laughter. To be honest, they too could not discern whether Hong Yun's actions were deliberate or accidental. The mighty beings surged into the purple cloud palace, settling down obediently, awaiting the arrival of the saints. This time, there was no trace of the witch race. After enduring 2 setbacks, Hutu had finally seen through the facade. The gathered mighty beings wore expressions of anticipation, silent yet brimming with unspoken thoughts. This was to be the final lecture and indeed, the most crucial one, the complete path to sanctification. How captivating it was to ponder. They had not forgotten the words spoken by the saints, that after this lecture, they would take in a group of disciples. This mention of a group stirred the imagination. Many powerful beings felt they had a chance at this opportunity. Among them, Dong Wanggong felt it most acutely. Having waited far too long for this day, he had painstakingly orchestrated a temporary truce between the witch race and the demon race, allowing the primordial world to enjoy a semblance of order and peace. As the foremost male immortal, he had fulfilled his responsibilities to the utmost. Surely, the saints would reward him handsomely for his diligence. Thus, the disciple of the sage, confident in his ultimate success, possesses the qualifications bestowed by the Eastern King, both in terms of cultivation and merit. Contemplating this, a smile of uncontainable joy blossomed upon the face of the Eastern King. The formidable beings of the demon race similarly brimmed with anticipation. The ancestral shaman was powerful, and only through the comprehension of the teachings could they significantly enhance their strength to stand against him, thereby securing their own chances of victory. Seated in the front row, the figures of Jane and Zhuan were engaged in meditation to heal their wounds, harboring deep resentment in their hearts. Before their arrival, they had been fully confident in their ability to confront this disciple of the sage. But after being soundly defeated by Emperor Jun and Tai, their confidence had been swiftly eroded, leaving them in a state of anxiety. They could only strive to recover their injuries and return to their peak condition to present their most impressive selves before the sage. Only then would they have a chance. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones were in a state of deep contemplation, their primary interest lying in grasping the complete path to sagehood, showing little concern for the sage's disciple. Just as the powerful beings were lost in their thoughts, an inexplicable pressure descended, and the figure of Hong Jun gradually materialized, bow before the sage. "Welcome, sage," a powerful being spoke with great enthusiasm, already expressing their fervor. Hong Jun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the gathered powerful beings as it had in times past. Upon seeing the figure of the Golden Crow, he silently nodded in satisfaction, but in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Primordial Golden Immortal? Chapter 56. The Principle of the Eastern King. The path of the sage Hongjuan's eyes flashed with astonishment as he beheld Emperor Jun and Tai. Primordial Golden Immortal? These 2 Golden Crows have actually attained the status of primordial golden immortals. His gaze flickered, recalling words previously spoken. The path of the laws had become impassable. Now, Emperor Jun and Tai had achieved the status of primordial golden immortals. Was he being struck in the face by fate? It was no wonder these 2 miscreants had inquired of him which of the 3 paths to enlightenment was the strongest. They had secretly been cultivating the laws all along. Did he not realize the arduous nature of the path of the laws? The further one advanced, the more challenging the laws became to comprehend. even if they had fortuitously achieved the status of primordial golden immortals. The road ahead would still be fraught with difficulties. At that moment, Hongjun felt a surge of anger. These two golden crows had taken a unique path in cultivating the laws, and in the future, they would likely find themselves unable to keep pace. For once he concluded his teachings this time, he would merge with the heavenly Tao, and the subsequent suppression of the heavenly Tao would only intensify, making the understanding of the laws increasingly elusive until it was utterly severed. By the time they realized the futility of seeking the primordial Great Luo golden immortal status, the demon race would ultimately become their refuge. With this thought, Hongjuan's gaze discreetly shifted towards Nuwa. Nuwa had ties to the demon race. It was, after all, a predetermined fate, albeit one that had deviated from the original course. Once Nuwa attained sagehood, the ties of karma with the demon race would naturally be severed. And at that moment, it would be up to the golden crows to take over. Perfect, as Hongjun pondered, the expressions of the powerful beings below began to take on a curious quality. What was happening? Were they beginning anew? Why did the sage always seem to pause in contemplation before delivering his teachings? Was he drafting his thoughts in silence? Hongjun withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm, melodious tone. This discourse on the path of the sage will span 3,000 years. The sound of his voice surged forth, ethereal and enchanting, resonating from Hongjuan's lips. The powerful beings listened with utmost seriousness, for they understood this was the sage's final teaching. Missing it would mean losing the opportunity forever. This lecture primarily concerned the quasi-saints, detailing how to attain sagehood and the cultivation that follows, thus gradually becoming obscure and difficult to grasp. The powerful beings found themselves increasingly bewildered, as this knowledge felt too distant for them. Aside from the top-tier beings, many cultivators were still merely golden immortals. When the discussion turned to the path of the sage, they could not comprehend it at all, utterly unable to grasp its essence. Even the three pure ones felt somewhat muddled. The path of the sage was far too profound for their current understanding. Hongjun paid no heed to the reactions below, continuing his discourse relentlessly. The path of the sage relies on opportunity. Those without such fortune cannot fathom its mysteries. The profound principles discussed in the previous two lectures could be forcibly memorized and pondered later. However, this time, the focus was on great opportunities and auspicious fortunes. Without them, one could neither remember nor retain the teachings, and attempting to do so would only invite calamity, potentially damaging one's soul or collapsing their foundational understanding. Consequently, the expressions of the powerful beings grew pained. They were overwhelmed, feeling even more pressured than during the previous teachings. The number of those who could understand was exceedingly small. Even if they could not comprehend, they dared not ask questions. Even with 1,000 lives, they would not dare interrupt the sage's lecture. It was too difficult indeed. Many powerful beings cried out internally, suffering greatly. The path of the sage lay before them, yet they could not grasp it. Was there anything more torturous in the world? Thus, the powerful beings sat in silence upon their mats, akin to constipation, listening to a celestial script. Finally, 3,000 years came to a close, and as the last character fell, Hongjun ceased his discourse. The powerful beings breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had nearly gone mad over these 3 millennia, and who could say how they had endured it? For the first time in their lives, they felt that listening to teachings could be such an agonizing affair. Compared to the previous 2 sessions, this was worlds apart. Fortunately, there was a sage's disciple worth anticipating. Otherwise, this visit to hear the teachings would have been an utter waste. This was the sentiment of the vast majority of the powerful beings, but a very small number felt they had gained something. Quietly meditating and cultivating. Emperor Jun and Tai, however, were indifferent. Hongjuan's teachings concerned the path of severing the 3 corpses to attain sagehood, which did not pertain to them. They merely needed to diligently comprehend the laws. After finishing his discourse, Hongjun surveyed the crowd and casually stated, "If any of you have questions, feel free to ask them one by one." And upon hearing these words, the powerful beings exchanged glances, unsure of how to formulate their inquiries. What could they ask when they had not understood anything? After a moment of silence, the 3 pure ones, Jane, and others gradually posed a few questions. After addressing their inquiries, Hongjun was about to proceed to the next segment when the Eastern King stood up, hesitating for a moment before finally summoning his courage to ask, "May I inquire, esteemed teacher, if there exists a path to sagehood for the shaman race?" Taking the plunge, the Eastern King mustered his courage to pose this question. Driven by necessity, having promised Emperor Jiang to inquire about the path to sagehood on their behalf, this moment was the opportunity he could not afford to miss. As soon as this question was posed, all the powerful beings fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the Eastern King's unexpected inquiry. What did this mean? Did the Eastern King still possess the bloodline of the shaman race? Had he comprehended the essence of his own cultivation and yet still inquired about the path to sagehood for the shaman? The demon race's powerful beings exhibited displeasure. The Eastern King's action was tantamount to a slap in their faces. Aiding the shaman race in their inquiries, did he not think they were dying fast enough? Hongjun furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. How could this fool of an Eastern King pose such a question? Though somewhat discontented, Hongjun offered a response, for in the eyes of many, he could not afford to lose his dignity by remaining silent. Shamans lack innate completeness, unable to comprehend the changes of destiny, nor to navigate fortunes and misfortunes. To attain sagehood, one must possess great opportunities, immense fortune, and profound perseverance. Only then is there a slim chance. With that, he fell silent. I asked that all? The Eastern King was left dumbfounded, his expression one of utter bewilderment. That was well said, yet it feels as if nothing was said at all. How was he to relay this to Emperor Jiang? Wouldn't he just be met with a slap for his troubles? With this thought, the Eastern King's face contorted in conflict, yet he could not press further, fearing Hongjun's wrath. After the Eastern King sat down, Hongjun, seeing there were no further questions, spoke aloud. "I have received the favor of the heavenly Tao and bear the responsibility to enlighten all beings. It is decreed that I shall deliver teachings 3 times, each lasting 3,000 years. Now, having completed my 3 teachings, I shall select those among you who are destined to be my disciples, to shepherd and guard the 4 corners of the world in accordance with the heavenly Tao. From this moment on, I shall merge with the heavenly Tao and no longer be known as Hongjun." Upon hearing these words, the powerful beings were immediately struck with astonishment. The sage had already been an unattainable figure, and now he was to merge with the heavenly Tao. How transcendent was that? Even the 3 pure ones exhibited a change in expression, their eyes reflecting deep shock. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. While the powerful beings were reeling from shock, they grew increasingly excited at the prospect of becoming disciples of the sage. To become disciples of the heavenly Tao, would that not be akin to soaring directly into the heavens? In an instant, Jane, Xuanti, Nuwa, Fushi, the Eastern King, and other powerful beings could not help but reveal their excitement and yearning. Chapter 57. The 6 Saints Predestined by Heaven, Enmity with 5. Hongjun paid no mind to the reactions of the crowd and continued, "Heaven has its decrees. Today, I shall accept 6 disciples." With this proclamation, the powerful beings below were momentarily rendered speechless, as if they had all been cleaved in 2. So it turns out, the so-called batch of disciples amounts to only 6, with 3,000 of them present. Only 6 would be chosen. How would this be divided? They had originally thought there would be many disciples in a batch, thus offering them a chance, but now that there were only 6, the prospect seemed grim. In an instant, all the powerful beings felt a wave of unease. This number was far too sensitive, so sensitive that they dared not approach it. Hongjun observed the commotion below with an unperturbed heart, then turned his gaze towards the 3 pure ones. You, 3 pure ones, are the manifestations of Panga's primordial spirit, endowed with the great virtue of opening the heavens. You may attain sagehood and shall become my personal disciples." As the words fell, the expressions of the 3 clear ones subtly shifted, their gazes laden with complexity, particularly that of Yuanshi, whose immense pride made the notion of being a disciple to another quite intolerable. Hongjun cast a knowing glance at the 3 clear ones, fully aware of their sentiments, and then raised his hand, revealing 7 swirling streams of purple energy in his palm. This was the primordial purple qi, the foundation of the Tao. Once acquired and diligently cultivated, it could lead one to sanctity. Today, I bestow this upon you. With that, he divided the 3 strands of primordial purple chi, placing them before the 3 clear ones. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian's expressions fluctuated rapidly, but ultimately they reached a consensus and accepted the gift. Thank you, Master. Upon reflection, the idea of being a disciple did not seem so unacceptable after all. Hongjun nodded slightly. The first hint of a smile gracing his lips, a clear indication of his satisfaction. Witnessing this, the breaths of the myriad powerful beings grew slightly hurried. This was indeed a genuine boon. Jane, Zhuanti, Nuwa, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and the other formidable entities watched Hongjun with eager eyes. The most fervent among them was Dong Wanggong, who was almost ready to rise. Given my merits, isn't it reasonable to obtain a position as a disciple? He thought. Reasonable indeed, Dong Wanggong exclaimed. After acknowledging the 3 clear ones, Hongjun turned his gaze towards Nuwa, saying, Nuwa, your fortune is profound. You may become my 4th disciple. As the words left his lips, he bestowed a strand of purple energy upon her. Nuwa was utterly astonished and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Her surprise was mirrored by Fushi and the other powerful beings of the demon race, who had initially believed their chances were lost. Yet now, with Nuwa attaining a disciple's position, the prospect of achieving sanctity was within reach. Rendering the witch race inconsequential in a blink, Hongjun had accepted 4 disciples, leaving 2 positions unfilled. Some powerful beings began to feel anxious, contemplating whether this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that, if missed, would never return. Just as they hesitated, Jane and Zhuanti took action, immediately kneeling before Hongjun and pleading pitifully, Master, we have journeyed from the west, unafraid of danger, solely in pursuit of the Tao. We beseech your grace to accept us. Shameless! Those 2 old rascals! The myriad powerful beings were incensed by Jane and Zhuanti's actions. These 2 scoundrels had feigned pity to secure their positions during their first visit to the Zhixiao Palace. And now they were resorting to the same tactics again. Little did they know that a sage's acceptance of disciples was predetermined. Such pleas were futile. While angry, they also mocked them in their hearts. But in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Hongjun raised his hand and said, Your connection with me is shallow, but I shall provisionally recognize you as my named disciples. Following this, 2 strands of primordial purple chi flew forth, landing before Jane and Zhuanti. Their joy was palpable. They had not anticipated this outcome, having merely acted on a whim, and yet it had succeeded. Truly, thick faces yield great rewards. The myriad powerful beings could only lament. While Dong Wanggong's face turned a deep shade of green, nearly fainting from disbelief, it was inconceivable. How could he have been overlooked? Was he truly inferior to those 2 old rascals from the west? In terms of contributions to the Honghuang, he could easily overshadow Jane and Zhuanti, who merely practiced in seclusion, oblivious to the greater world. Unlike him, who tirelessly toiled for the order and peace of the Honghuang. After the anger and unwillingness subsided, some astute beings recognized the pattern in the Tao ancestors' acceptance of disciples. All were seated upon the 6 cushions in the first row. Could it be that those 6 cushions were predestined for the sages? Had they known this, they would have risked everything to seize them. The gray-robed Kuanping wore an extremely grim expression, nearly dripping with discontent. Not long ago, he had been among those 6 cushions himself. The opportunity to become a sage and a disciple of the Tao ancestor had been utterly lost. Realizing this, he shot a fierce glance at Hongyun, his murderous intent unmasked. Had they been outside, he would have already made a move. All because of this fool. Had he not ceded his position to Jane and Zhuanti, he would not have been expelled from those 6 cushions. Feeling the murderous aura directed at him, Hongyun shivered and immediately recognized that Kuanpeng was glaring at him with fierce intent. Though honest, Hongyun was no fool. He understood well why Kuanpeng harbored resentment towards him. Even he was bewildered. Who could have anticipated the significance of those 6 cushions? Feeling a pang of guilt, he averted his gaze from Kuanpeng. Emperor Jun and Tai gave him a thumbs up. They had long heard of Hongyun's concession in the Zhixiao Palace. What a predicament! The ramifications are immense, all due to karma. They exchanged glances, a mix of laughter and tears in their expressions. Setting aside everything else, 5 of Hongjuan's 6 disciples were enemies of their Jinwu. Among them were 2 whom they had recently defeated. Should any of these 5 foes attain sanctity, the consequences would be catastrophic. In that moment, Emperor Jun and Tai felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They needed to accelerate their cultivation. Otherwise, the repercussions of their rivals achieving sanctity would be unimaginable. Just then, they sensed 2 pairs of eyes directed at them. It was Jane and Juenti, their expressions betraying a hint of malice. Jane and Juenti were positively beaming, having not only become disciples of the Tao ancestor, but also secured the foundation for their sanctity. The primordial purple chi from now on, the Jinwu would only be at their mercy. With such a tremendous advantage, they could hardly fathom defeat. After Hongjun accepted 6 disciples, the myriad powerful beings suddenly noticed that he still held a strand of primordial purple chi. Was that also to be granted to them? Realizing this, the powerful beings grew excited once more. Although they could not become disciples of the Tao ancestor, securing a strand of primordial purple chi could offer a glimmer of hope for achieving sanctity. Learning from Jane and Juenti's example, they could not help but begin to plead for the Tao ancestor's favor. Hongjun remained unmoved, coolly stating, "The heavenly Tao has its own determinations. The final strand of primordial purple chi shall depend solely on your individual fortunes." As his words echoed, he lightly tossed the primordial purple chi, allowing it to choose its destination freely. During this period, Hongjun discreetly glanced at Hongyun. The primordial purple chi hesitated for a moment before. Under the watchful eyes of all, it descended towards Hongyun. Chapter 58. The Ownership of the Purple Chi. The Tao Ancestor Distributes Treasures. The primordial purple chi floated down like snowflakes, gravitating towards Hongyun.at that moment. As he beheld the approaching energy, Hongyun wore a dazed expression, seemingly unable to believe such fortune was his. This was the foundation for achieving sanctity. But suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his eyes regaining their clarity as he recalled Ling Xiao's words, "Do not strive. Do not seize, do not take. Running fast does not guarantee victory. True success lies in not stumbling." Was the scene before him not precisely as his friend Ling Xiao had described? Moreover, Hongyun noticed that as the primordial purple chi descended towards him, countless murderous gazes were fixated upon him. I felt like a dagger at his back. He could not take this purple energy. A chill ran through Hongyun, and he quickly resolved that if he accepted it, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of numerous powerful beings. With that thought, Hongyun raised his hand and unleashed a stream of clear energy, feigning an accidental gesture that nudged the primordial purple chi aside, redirecting it towards Kuanpeng. Hongyun looked down with satisfaction. This primordial purple chi would serve to compensate his friend Kuanpeng, who had lost his cushion due to Hongyun's earlier concession. Yes, he thought this. A gentle smile graced his lips, making him appear akin to a wealthy gentleman. The myriad powerful beings stood in stunned silence as they watched the primordial purple chi alter its course and head towards Kuanpeng, their murderous intent shifting from Hongyun to Kuanpeng. However, Kuanpeng was oblivious to such matters, overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with anticipation, his eyes fixed on the primordial purple chi without a moment's distraction. As it approached, he could no longer contain himself and immediately absorbed it into his being, his face radiating pure ecstasy. He had ascended. He felt as if he were soaring to new heights, ready to roar with exhilaration. After his ascension, Kuanping turned his gaze towards Hongyun, visibly pleased. "Not bad, kid. You know how to conduct yourself. I shall temporarily forgive your past transgression of yielding your seat." The myriad powerful beings were engulfed in despair. Their envy and jealousy directed towards Kuanping, especially Dong Wanggong, whose rage was palpable. He had initially believed the primordial purple chi to be his for the taking, only to find that he had underestimated the situation. Allowing that scoundrel bird, Kuanping, to seize it instead. In that moment, Dong Wanggong's eyes turned cold as he glared at Kuanping, joined by other powerful entities like the River of Souls. Kuanping paid no heed to their hostility. Utterly consumed by joy, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the amusement in the other's eyes. Well done. Hongyun has grasped the essence of the situation quite swiftly. Previously, they had worried whether Hongyun might falter and claim the primordial purple chi for himself. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he had experienced a sudden awakening. Hongjun stared in astonishment, his gaze narrowing as he observed the primordial purple chi being absorbed by Kuanpeng, a fool who does not recognize the heavenly decree. His gaze lingered briefly on Hongyun and Kuanpeng before slowly retracting. Given the multitude of unpredictable variables, he needed to swiftly align himself with the heavenly Tao. With this thought, Hongjun did not delay any further. Turning his attention back to the three clear ones, Nuwa and the others. Now that you are my disciples, I shall bestow upon you some treasures for your protection. Master, your compassion knows no bounds. The disciples of the three purities were filled with immense joy. Hongjun raised his hand and summoned several treasures, including a diagram, a pagoda, and a banner. Tai Ching, as my foremost disciple, today I bestow upon you the innate supreme treasure. The Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram is a transformation of the axe's blade that opened the heavens. It can stabilize the earth, water, fire, and wind, and suppress the flow of fate. Upon hearing of the innate supreme treasure, the powerful beings present were nearly brought to tears with envy, many among them lacking even spiritual treasures, let alone such an extraordinary innate supreme treasure. Laozi displayed a look of delight, despite his cunning and composure. He could not conceal his joy. They were in dire need of treasures. Subsequently, Hongjun produced several more artifacts and addressed Yuanshi, saying, "This is the Panga banner, an innate supreme treasure, forged from the indestructible light of the axe that opened the heavens. It is among the finest weapons for conquest in the primordial world, capable of suppressing the flow of fate." Yuanshi, astonished, accepted it eagerly. Though proud, he could not help but be moved by such a treasure. His joy evident on his face. Yet another innate supreme treasure. The gathered powerful beings felt as if ants were crawling all over them with envy. They became acutely aware of the monumental fortune it was to become a disciple of the Tao ancestor. For the treasures were abundant beyond measure. Dong Wanggong was already numb to it all. The pessimism of the cultivators varied. I simply found them quite noisy. The only ones maintaining their composure were likely Dijuan and Tai. After all, they lacked for nothing when it came to treasures. Jane and Juanti were equally thrilled, rubbing their hands together. As disciples of the Tao ancestor, surely they would receive a share of the innate supreme treasures. After Hongjun finished bestowing treasures upon Yuanshi, he turned his gaze toward Tongtian, raised his hand, and produced a collection of artifacts, among which were 4 fiercely intimidating swords that stood out prominently. These are the 4 swords of extermination, also classified as innate supreme treasures. These artifacts are forged from the indestructible light of the axe that opened the heavens. If used in formation, it requires 4 equals to dispel it. Their only drawback is that, being weapons of slaughter, they cannot suppress the flow of fate. With that, he presented the treasures and the formation diagram to Tongtian. Tongtian, unable to part with the 4 swords of extermination, caressed them lovingly, indifferent to the fact that they could not suppress the flow of fate. The assembly of powerful beings looked on in awe. With the 4 swords of extermination in hand, could Tongtian not defeat 4 others of the same realm? Hongjun continued to bestow treasures. Nuwa received the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball, while Jane and Juanti were awarded the 12-petal golden lotus and other artifacts. Though these were somewhat inferior to the innate supreme treasures they had envisioned, possessing anything was better than nothing. With these artifacts, their combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After acquiring their treasures, Jane and Juanti felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, as if their lives were nearing completion. As disciples of the Tao ancestor, they now had the foundation for sanctification, their innate spiritual treasures secured. Once the distribution of treasures among the disciples was concluded, the assembly of powerful beings gazed eagerly, and Hongjun spoke in a measured tone. "There are still some artifacts on the treasure distribution rock behind the Purple Cloud Palace. Go and claim them according to your fortunes." The powerful beings expressed their gratitude and promptly made their way to the treasure distribution rock. The magnificent rock hung amidst the chaotic currents, radiating countless beams of spiritual light, all of which were treasures. Dijuan and Tai followed, casting a glance at the treasure distribution rock, unable to suppress a disdainful sneer. The true treasures had all been personally distributed by Hongjun, and what remained on the rock were merely the leftovers. There were but a few good items. At that moment, the powerful beings had already begun to seize the treasures. The three purities, with their innate supreme treasures, were naturally unstoppable, effortlessly claiming multiple artifacts with each move. Dijuan and Tai seemingly had no intention of engaging. They could not be bothered to lift a finger for a few meager scraps. And if they did take anything, it would amount to accepting a favor from Hongjun. However, while they would not take for themselves, they could certainly hinder others. Observing Jane and Juanti, Dijuan and Tai began to disrupt their efforts. They had become irreconcilable enemies with Jane and Juanti, and if that were the case, preventing them from acquiring a few treasures would be a small victory. Chapter 59. The Tao Ancestor merges with the Tao. The challenge of the three purities at this moment, Jane and Juanti were fervently collecting treasures, putting forth great effort, even resorting to underhanded tactics to snatch artifacts from others. The beings from whom they stole felt a mix of anger and helplessness. For Jane and Juanti were now disciples of the Tao Ancestor, their status exalted, making them untouchable by ordinary individuals. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, grinning with pride. Just as they were about to continue their treasure hunt, Dijuan and Tai approached them, one on either side, resembling two guardian deities, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. My friends, you must be weary from your treasure hunt. Allow us to assist you, Dijuan and Tai. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. If you seek trouble, best step aside. I shall deal with you shortly. Juanti initially panicked, then regained his composure. There was no need to be flustered. They had long since transformed, wielding powerful treasures and holding lofty status, rendering the golden crows insignificant in their eyes. Were these two golden crows truly envious of their elevation to disciples of the saints, to the point of losing their senses, daring to provoke them now? Enough of waiting. Let us act now, Dijuan and Tai said with smiles, and as Jane and Juanti attempted to collect treasures, they acted to disrupt them. I want no treasures. This is merely for sport. You imbeciles, are you courting death? Jane roared, seething with rage as the treasures he sought flew from his grasp. Come, if you dare strike first, I will not hesitate to strike you down, Tai replied defiantly. Standing his ground, Jane and Juanti were wholly focused on the treasures, having no inclination for conflict. Yet, whenever they sought to claim artifacts, Dijuan and Tai were quick to thwart their attempts, squashing their efforts before they could even begin. Although there were many treasures on the treasure distribution rock, the sheer number of competitors made it impossible to seize them all. Amidst the chaos, the treasures began to dwindle. Jane and Juanti exhausted every trick, finally spotting a brief opening to claim a treasure. Suddenly, the artifacts on the treasure distribution rock transformed into streams of spiritual light, scattering in all directions. These treasures would now await their chance to emerge in the primordial world. Jane and Juanti were left dumbfounded, their faces darkening with fury. Before they could react, the Tao Ancestor summoned them once more. Reluctantly, the powerful beings returned to the Purple Cloud Palace, where Hongjun surveyed the room and stated calmly, "This matter is concluded. I shall merge my being with the Tao to replenish the number of the Tao." The expressions of the powerful beings shifted, their thoughts returning to the present. If the Tao Ancestor were to merge with the Tao, did this not imply that the primordial world would be without a saint's restraint for some time? Such a scenario could spell turmoil for the primordial world. During this moment of contemplation, Hongjun waved his hand, letting his gaze linger over the powerful beings, and said softly, "You may disperse." The assembly nodded and began to depart. Dijuan and Tai did not linger either, and perhaps it was mere perception. But it seemed as though the Tao Ancestor had cast a meaningful glance in their direction. What did this mean? What was he hinting at? They could not dwell on it further, leaving the Purple Cloud Palace only to find Jane and Juanti waiting for them outside, their faces adorned with an inexplicable smile. Prepare to meet your end. With that, they unleashed their newly acquired artifacts and charged forward. Ha! Do you think that with a few worthless treasures, you can surpass us? Dijuan scoffed, unfazed, summoning the river diagram and the Book of Luo, along with the 12-petal pure world white lotus. We have not sought you out, yet you come knocking on our door. Clearly, you have not been beaten enough. Tai thundered, simpler in his approach, summoning the chaos bell to resolve the matter. Boom. The two sides clashed, plunging into the chaotic currents, their overwhelming divine might akin to the act of creating the heavens and the earth. The powerful beings who had not yet departed paused to watch. With Jane and Juenti having become disciples of the Tao ancestor and possessing so many treasures, it seemed the Golden Crows were about to suffer. Previously, the Golden Crows had pursued Jane and Juenti, but now the tables appeared to have turned, as they debated. A tremendous sound erupted, resembling the clash of the heavens and the earth, as a figure was sent hurtling through the air. Leaving a trail of crimson in its wake, it was Juenti. Several powerful beings exclaimed in surprise. Just as we praised him, he has been sent flying by the Golden Crows, looking battered and bruised. Unrecognizable, Juenti, shocked and furious, found it hard to accept that even with powerful artifacts in hand, he was still no match for Tai. This is because Tai wields an innate supreme treasure, he consoled himself. Wondering if he too had such a treasure, would he be unable to defeat Tai? With the 12-petaled golden lotus beneath his feet, Juenti took flight, retreating from the fray. Even one opponent was challenging enough, let alone facing the combined assaults of Dijuan and Tai. Today is but a seed. In the future, you shall reap the consequences, Golden Crows. You shall pay in full before long. Though his escape was chaotic, his words remained dignified. Nowhere to run, Dijuan and Tai pursued relentlessly, unwilling to let them escape. Yet, they had not pursued for long when they encountered the three purities. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be two little Golden Crows. Yuanshi remarked with a chuckle, his gaze scrutinizing as he assessed Dijuan and Tai. Oh, you wish to be compared to those two old fools from the west? Dijuan frowned, displeased with the term little Golden Crows. How laughable! Jane and Juenti are not worthy to be compared with us, Yuanshi declared haughtily, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Ha! In my eyes, you are no different from them. Are you not all brothers? Tai said jovially. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's expression darkened, having struck a nerve. Golden Crow, do you truly think we do not dare to kill you? By all means, come and try. Dijuan and Tai, unwilling to admit defeat, had their magical treasures radiating with a brilliant light, ever prepared for battle, not daring to let their guard down. They were acutely aware that the Sanqing were not to be underestimated, for Laozi. Yuanshi and Tong Tian possessed innate supreme treasures. Even in the absence of such treasures, those three were far more formidable than Jiayin and Juanti. Yuanshi's expression turned cold as he prepared to strike, only to be halted by Laozi standing beside him. Enough, with one less Jin Wu, I shall spare them this time, he said with a smile. The world often foolishly compared the Sanqing to the three Golden Crows. Unaware of the absurdity of such a notion, Dijuan and Tai, today we refrain from acting against you, but upon our return, inform Ling Xiao that the Sanqing wish to engage in a contest with the three Golden Crows. Laozi spoke with a calm demeanor, for they had now become disciples of the Tao ancestor, and being frequently compared to the three Golden Crows was a blow to their dignity. He aimed to make the entire Hong Huang realm aware that the Sanqing were unparalleled, with nothing able to compare to them. Indeed, return and tell Ling Xiao. I am eager to see how much he has progressed over the years, Yuanshi said with a smile, as if jesting. His tone casual. Good, you have my word. I shall inform third brother. Dijuan revealed a peculiar smile. Chapter 60. Ling Xiao. It is time to stretch my legs, a sense of crisis from the ancestor witches. On the sun star, Ling Xiao awoke from his meditation, a glint of mysterious yellow flashing in his eyes. The law of earth has also reached a breakthrough. The teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace have concluded. Ling Xiao murmured to himself. During these thousands of years of Hong Jun's teachings, the law of earth had advanced to the level of Hunyuan Jingxian. His own cultivation was also progressing towards the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Calculating the time, Dijuan and Tai should be returning soon. As he contemplated this, true to his thoughts, Dijuan and Tai soon arrived back at the Sun Star. Oh ho, third brother. Your palace is quite grand. Dijuan and Tai, having left in haste last time, had not noticed Ling Xiao's palace, and upon seeing its magnificence now, they could not help but be astonished. Mixed with a hint of peculiarity. third brother must be rather vain, with a sign so large, inscribed with his own name, lest others be unaware. How was your trip to the Purple Cloud Palace? Ling Xiao, not lingering on the matter, swiftly shifted the topic. Harvest? We may not have grasped all the teachings, but the gains were substantial. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti were left in disarray by our hands. Di Jun laughed heartily, recounting the incident in detail. Ling Xiao could barely contain his amusement, picturing the Western duo's disheveled state. By the way, tell me about what transpired post-teaching. He suddenly felt a keen interest in whether Hong Jun had bestowed the Hong Ming purple qi upon Hong Yun. Tai took over, summarizing the events after the teachings. Upon hearing that Hong Yun had passed the Hong Ming purple qi to Kuan Pong, Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised. Hong Yun was actually able to resist the allure of the Hong Ming purple qi. Could it be that my words bore some effect? If that is the case, my efforts were not in vain. Without the Hong Ming purple qi, Hong Yun's calamities should have diminished. By the way, there is another matter, Di Jun suddenly interjected, momentarily forgetting the previous topic in his excitement. What matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously, wondering if something outrageous had occurred in the Purple Cloud Palace. On our way back, we encountered the Sanqing. They expressed a desire for a direct confrontation. Di Jun recounted the events. After listening, Ling Xiao's face revealed a strange smile. Clearly the Sanqing had become somewhat arrogant after acquiring treasures. Since the Sanqing wish to engage us in battle, we shall grant them that opportunity. Ling Xiao's expression was serene, as he was eager to see how many moves the Sanqing could withstand against him. The three of them possess innate supreme treasures and should not be underestimated, Di Jun said earnestly. Ha, merely innate supreme treasures. Who among us does not have them? Tai replied, dismissing the notion with a smile. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's dissatisfaction became apparent. Who was he implying? Among the three golden crows, only his companion treasure was not an innate supreme treasure, if one were to include the Sanqing among the six. He alone lacked an innate supreme treasure. This was no subtle insinuation. It was an open declaration. No matter, what we have is sufficient. Ling Xiao shrugged, stating, next time we encounter the Sanqing, we will surely settle the score. I shall return to my cultivation. This time, unless I surpass both of you, I shall not emerge from seclusion, Di Jun said, barely containing his frustration. Brother, why must you be so hard on yourself? Tai called after him. Leaving alongside, Ling Xiao smiled gently, watching Di Jun and Tai depart. With the conclusion of the third teaching, Hong Jun had united with the Tao. This moment marked one of the most liberated times in all of Hong Huang. With no saints to suppress them and no overwhelming powers to constrain them, Ling Xiao felt it was time for him to venture out and stretch his limbs. After the Tao ancestors' third teaching, many formidable beings gradually returned to Hong Huang, and the events that transpired in the Purple Cloud Palace began to spread. The Tao ancestor had united with the Tao, resulting in 6 ordained saints. In no time, these 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor became the focal point of the entire Hong Huang realm. In the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestor witches learned of this news, which was akin to a bolt from the blue for them. The reason was simple. Among the 6 ordained saints, 4 held deep-seated enmity against their witch clan. Competing for the authentic lineage of Pangu were the Sanqing and the demon clans Nuwa. There was even Kuan Pong, who had obtained the Hong Ming purple qi and was on the path to becoming a saint, also part of the demon clan. This news was devastating for them, as once the Sanqing and Nuwa attained sainthood, it would spell catastrophic consequences for their witch clan. Brother, we can no longer wait. We must expand rapidly. Only then can our witch clan's power grow stronger, Zhu Rong said with urgency, being naturally hot-tempered. He could hardly sit still upon hearing such news. Indeed, we must expand and seize resources, even to dominate the entire Hong Huang realm. Perhaps then we can contend with the saints, Zhu Juyin said coldly. Upon hearing this, most of the ancestor witches expressed their agreement. Expanding territory and seizing resources would greatly benefit them. If they could occupy the entire Hong Huang, it was beyond imagination. At that point, even saints could be challenged. I believe there is no need to overthink it. The Sanqing has yet to achieve sainthood. Why not eliminate them while we can? Shang Liang's voice rang out like a bell. Refreshingly direct. It is not that simple. Being ordained saints, killing them is nearly impossible. Ho Tu interjected. Having attended the teachings twice, she had a clearer understanding of the matter and no worries. How can we know without trying? Xian Ming chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. The ancestor witches engaged in heated discussions. Di Jiang listened to their opinions, remaining silent. At this moment, he was preoccupied with thoughts of one individual, Dong Wanggong. Since Dong Wanggong had returned from the Purple Cloud Palace without seeking him out, it implied that any inquiries regarding the witch clan's path to sainthood had fallen through. Or perhaps he had not even bothered to ask for help. That damned fellow dares to toy with me. Di Jiang's anger flared, and with a thunderous crash, he rose to his feet. Launch an offensive, expand. While the demon clan has yet to fully mature, we must crush them in one fell swoop. Additionally, keep a close watch on the movements of the Sanqing. If anything arises, we shall set out immediately to eliminate them. The enmity between their witch clan and the Sanqing had reached a point of no return. Therefore, regardless of whether they became future saints, it was best to eliminate them while they could. Otherwise, once the Sanqing achieved sainthood, they would be in deep trouble. Yes, brother. The ancestor witches replied in unison, before departing the Panga temple, each returning to their respective tribes to fulfill their duties. Di Jiang also left the Pangu temple, but instead of returning to his tribe, he headed outward. No one has ever toyed with me and lived to tell the tale. His destination was none other than Zifu Island, where Dong Wanggong resided. Zifu Island. Ever since Dong Wanggong returned, he had been contemplating his future plans. As a disciple of the saint was no longer in his cards, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he had not lost the title of the foremost male immortal. Dong Wanggong's gaze flickered as ideas began to form in his mind. Chapter 61. Panga's Legacy. Di Jiang aims to reclaim the eyes of the Father God? Dong Wanggong's expression revealed contemplation. Although he had not become a disciple of the Dao ancestor, he was, after all, the Dao ancestor's appointed foremost male immortal, with the duty to lead all male immortals and maintain the order of Hong Huang. Such a title should not be wasted. In that case, I shall take this opportunity to establish my own power. Dong Wanggong thought to himself that in truth, he had harbored this notion for quite some time, but had previously been preoccupied with the notion of becoming a disciple of the Dao ancestor, thus refraining from executing his plans. Now that hope had been dashed, he had no choice but to rely on himself. The Dao ancestor once mentioned the heavenly court. Shall I then establish an immortal court? The notion of the foremost male immortal establishing an immortal court seemed quite reasonable. The fervor in Dong Wanggong's eyes intensified, and within moments, he had mapped out his future. Without hesitation, he rose and prepared to take action. Just then, a violent tremor shook the entire Zifu Island, as if a legendary beast were about to break free from the island. The expressions on Dong Wanggong's face shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to fear, for he recognized that ferocious and brutal aura all too well could only belong to the ancestor witches. A thunderous roar erupted, as the lair of the Eastern monarch, which had stood for countless years, was obliterated by a colossal hand, revealing a gigantic and grotesque visage that loomed above. Eastern monarch, where do you intend to go? Di Jiang inquired with a cold smirk, his pupils radiating divine light that warped the very fabric of the void. The Eastern monarch felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he had the urge to flee. But a quick change of thought made him restrain himself. If he were to flee and be captured now, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing but bones. The ancestral shamans, these brutes, would not spare him merely for being the foremost among male immortals. Ha ha, Di Jiang, what brings you here? The Eastern monarch asked, regaining his composure, though his smile appeared rather unappealing. Hee hee, Eastern monarch, spare me the theatrics. Do you remember what you promised me? Di Jiang retorted, his tone laced with murderous intent, ready to strike at any moment. Of course, I remember. I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are in person, the Eastern monarch replied, his heart trembling, but maintaining an air of calm. Oh, is that truly the case? Di Jiang's expression turned skeptical, his trust wavering. Absolutely, my friend. Please, take a seat, and I shall elaborate, the Eastern monarch said, his face beaming with a facade of warmth, while internally, he was in a frenzy. Pondering his next move, Jiang paused, shrinking down to a more normal size as he stepped into the lair. Do not attempt any tricks. There are matters that I cannot be deceived about, he warned, his gaze scrutinizing. Naturally, the Eastern monarch replied, maintaining his composure. Exuding confidence, I sought counsel from the Tao ancestor regarding the methods by which the shaman clan may achieve sanctification, and the answer I received was. The atmosphere inexplicably grew solemn as the Eastern monarch spoke, prompting Di Jiang to lean in closer. What is it? Pangu, the Eastern monarch pronounced heavily, the name rolling off his tongue with weight. The Father God. A flicker of doubt crossed Di Jiang's face before it darkened. What does this mean, Eastern monarch? Calm yourself, my friend. Allow me to explain. The Eastern monarch gestured for Di Jiang to remain composed. Continuing to weave his tale, he fabricated his story with conviction, for the original words of the Tao ancestor were unspeakable. The notion that sanctification could be attained through sheer willpower and opportunity was mere platitude. Should Di Jiang hear such words, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. You shamans can be considered descendants of Pangu, especially your ancestral shamans, who are transformed from the essence of the great deity Pangu. Thus, the opportunity for your sanctification also stems from Pangu. The Eastern monarch elaborated, praising Pangu's grandeur as he knew the shamans relished such flattery. Indeed, upon hearing this, Di Jiang's demeanor softened appreciably. Seeing this, the Eastern monarch continued, therefore, the paths to sanctification for your clan are twofold. His confidence surged as he felt he had discerned a method to continue his narrative. Oh, pray, do enlighten us, Eastern monarch. Di Jiang urged, his tone now respectful. The Eastern monarch nodded, stating, firstly, it is to venerate and hold the great deity Pangu in the highest regard, forming an unwavering belief. Thus, the world, born of Pangu, will watch over your clan, making sanctification not impossible. Secondly, it is to gather the remnants of the great deity Pangu, the myriad things that emerged from him. For instance, the unyielding mountain formed from Pangu's spine and the sun and moon created from his eyes. The more you collect, the stronger your clan's fortune becomes, and through this, your ancestral shamans will have the opportunity to achieve the ultimate state. The Eastern monarch spoke methodically, having drawn insights from the actions of the shaman clan. Reinforcing and adapting them, Di Jiang's eyes brightened at his words. The Eastern monarch's assertions resonated profoundly with him, instilling a sense of unspoken agreement. Moreover, he felt a premonition that these two methods seemed feasible. However, even as he found merit in the ideas, he could not openly express his approval. Eastern monarch, you must not deceive me. Although our ancestral shamans have not ventured to the Purple Sky Palace, there are truths that cannot be concealed from us, Di Jiang declared sternly, his vigilance palpable. Rest assured, my friend, this is information I acquired privately. I guarantee its authenticity, the Eastern monarch affirmed, reiterating that his inquiry was confidential. The notion of privacy implied that no one had witnessed the exchange, leaving him with no witnesses to contradict him, relying solely on his words. Di Jiang inclined his head slightly, temporarily convinced, for since their last conquest of the unyielding mountain, they had noticeably felt a surge of fortune. Surely, this must be the Father God's protection over the shaman clan. Reflecting on this, he glanced up at the celestial bodies of the sun and moon. These are the eyes of the Father God, and they rightly belong to the shaman clan, illuminating our path forward. His thoughts began to turn towards the sun and moon's potential. Be the way. Eastern monarch, are your shamans preparing to take action against the demon clan? The Eastern monarch inquired suddenly, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. Di Jiang regarded him with a sidelong glance, responding with a wry smile. What, do you intend to thwart us? His words dripped with sarcasm. Having obtained what he desired, Di Jiang naturally held the Eastern monarch in little regard. Quite the contrary. I merely wish to implore you. Should the opportunity arise to capture Kunpeng, could you perhaps grant me the primordial purple energy within him? Such a treasure would hold little value for you, the Eastern monarch replied, his smile revealing his long-held desire for this essence. Though he could not directly confront Kunpeng among the demon clan, utilizing the shaman clan's might would be effortless. Did Kunpeng truly merit the primordial purple energy? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang chuckled softly, saying, "Eastern monarch, you do possess a clever scheme. Allow me some time to ponder this." With that said, Di Jiang rose and departed, presumably to stir up further trouble. Chapter 62. The Birth of the Celestial Court. Recruiting the three Wus, the Eastern monarch watched Di Jiang's retreating figure, a look of relief washing over his face. Finally, he had departed. He exhaled deeply, leaning back against his throne. Not long after Di Jiang's exit, several streaks of light approached, a few powerful beings from the vicinity of Purple Mansion Island, who had maintained a rapport with the Eastern monarch. "Eastern monarch, what transpired? Why did Di Jiang seek you out?" inquired a man clad in a water-blue robe. His name was Xian Shui, a rare manifestation of divine water, one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Sky Palace. Beside him stood Jian Shi, draped in a yellow robe, a being transformed from a stone imbued with the light of creation. Others included Kong Ming, Yuan Mu, and various other powerful entities, all guests of the Purple Sky Palace. The Eastern monarch straightened, a hint of authority gracing his features, preparing to elucidate the situation. Jian Shi interjected, "Eastern monarch, as the foremost among male immortals, is it not natural for the ancestral shamans to seek counsel with you?" He spoke dismissively, offering a casual guess. Yet, this statement resonated differently with the Eastern monarch. The Eastern monarch covertly observed the powerful beings before him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "It is nothing of great consequence. I intend to establish a celestial court, and Di Jiang must have learned of it somehow, coming to extend his congratulations. You see, the ancestral shamans can be rather careless, and they inadvertently damaged my lair." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet the implications within his words were profound. Xian Shui, Jian Shi, Kong Ming, and Yuan Mu exchanged astonished glances. The Eastern monarch intends to establish a celestial court? That the ancestral shamans came personally to congratulate him? The revelation was astonishing, leaving the powerful beings gazing at the Eastern monarch with newfound respect. It was only natural, as the Eastern monarch was the Tao ancestors' appointed foremost male immortal, possessing the right to undertake such endeavors. "Then allow us to extend our congratulations to you, Eastern monarch," Xian Shui declared, bowing slightly with a smile. With his lead, the other powerful beings followed suit. Seeing this, the Eastern monarch shed his pretense and took the opportunity to invite them. "Esteemed friends, as the celestial court is being established, I urgently require like-minded companions to forge unprecedented achievements. Would you be willing to join the celestial court?" As he spoke, the Eastern monarch exuded an aura of quasi-saintliness, enhancing his gravitas. Xian Shui, Jian Shi, and the other powerful beings exchanged glances before nodding in unison. "We are willing to join the celestial court." With the celestial court's inception, the sooner they joined, the greater their future status and benefits would be. In a world rife with conflict, aligning with a powerful force was undeniably prudent. Haha, with your esteemed friend's inclusion, our grand undertaking shall surely come to fruition. The Eastern monarch rejoiced, his ambitions soaring. Come, please take a seat, and let us deliberate on the celestial court's grand plans." He gestured with his hand, conjuring several clouds to invite his guests to sit. The Eastern monarch felt inspired, and a surge of creativity flowed through him. The Tao ancestor had once proposed the concept of a heavenly court to oversee the world and maintain order in the wilderness. He intended to shape the celestial court in this manner. Reflecting on it now, the Tao ancestor had never mentioned appointing anyone to establish a heavenly court again, perhaps implying that he was meant to take on this responsibility. Regardless, the priority was to establish the celestial court. Though he may not become a disciple of the Tao ancestor, he aspired to shine even brighter than the disciples. "I believe the first step is to persuade the various powerful beings to join the celestial court," Xian Shui suggested, quickly embracing his role and contemplating the future of the celestial court. Indeed, it is only fitting that the Eastern monarch, as the Tao ancestors' appointed foremost male immortal, should lead the male immortals. He concluded, "First, gather a group of esteemed male immortals, and the rest will naturally submit." Kong Ming continued, his analysis being both logical and well-founded. Dong Wanggong slightly nodded, casting a glance of approval at Kong Ming. "This young man is indeed worthy of great trust. Based on your words, Kong Ming, how should we proceed?" he sought to test further, eager to hear Kong Ming's insights. With a faint smile, Kong Ming, having already contemplated the matter, proposed, "I believe we should first bring the 3 crows from the Sun Star under our influence. Their cultivation is commendable, and if we can secure them, it would significantly elevate our celestial court." Upon hearing this, Dong Wang Gong furrowed his brow, inquiring, "As far as I know, the 3 crows are proud and aloof, disinterested in worldly affairs. Persuading them to join us may prove quite difficult. The Zhixiao Palace has delivered teachings 3 times, and the Golden Crows have attended twice, resulting in confrontations. Even the Tao ancestors' decree to establish the heavenly court was met with their reluctance. How could they possibly join our celestial court? This notion seems rather implausible." Kong Ming chuckled softly, his confidence unwavering. "That was in the past, in my view. The Golden Crows have developed enmity with Jane and Juenti, and there are tensions with the 3 pure ones as well. Now that the 3 pure ones and Jane have become disciples of the Tao ancestor, recognized as holy ones, this presents immense pressure on the 3 crows. They are likely in a state of urgent anxiety. Thus, inviting the 3 crows to join our celestial court to forge a grand enterprise might not be met with outright rejection." Dong Wang Gong fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. Faced with several holy ones, the 3 crows could no longer maintain their previous arrogance. The immense pressure would compel them to acquiesce, provided that the celestial court extends an invitation. Ultimately, there remains the possibility of withstanding the holy ones in the future. Furthermore, if I devise a way to acquire the primordial purple qi, achieving sanctity would become assured. By offering the 3 crows certain benefits and promises, they would have no reason to refuse. Thus it is settled." Dong Wang Gong decisively proclaimed, with an air of resolute efficiency. "Kong Ming, I entrust you with the task of visiting the Sun Star. If you can persuade the 3 crows, you shall be appointed as a celestial teacher in my court, guiding myriad immortals." Kong Ming pledged earnestly, "I shall not disappoint the celestial sovereign." He addressed Dong Wang Gong as the celestial sovereign from then on, abandoning the term Tao friend, leaving the remaining companions in a state of astonishment. Feeling somewhat out of sync with the unfolding events, "Celestial sovereign, I shall take my leave." At this moment, Kong Ming was filled with excitement, eager to venture to the Sun Star. "Go." Dong Wang Gong nodded gravely, then rose to escort him out of the cavern, watching with satisfaction as Kong Ming departed. Little did he expect that at the inception of the celestial court, he would attract such remarkable talent. How could he worry about the flourishing of his enterprise? At this moment, in Dong Wang Gong's heart, Kong Ming was already on par with Bai Zhe. Both were indispensable talents for the establishment of a grand undertaking. Upon exiting the cavern, Kong Ming soared into the sky, heading towards the Sun Star. The Sun Star. Kong Ming finally arrived. Clearing his throat, he declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed comrades of the 3 crows, Kong Ming from the celestial court comes to visit. I humbly request your presence." After his words echoed, there was a prolonged silence, just as he was about to call out a second time. A purple figure emerged, revealing the presence of Zy Tongzi. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Ming's eyes, for the newcomer's cultivation level was not far beneath his own. "What business do you have with my master?" Zy Tongzi inquired suspiciously. Chapter 63. Lingxiao takes action, unleashing the 3 immortal islands upon detecting that Dong Wang Gong had established the celestial court and was seeking to recruit. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Accept the recruitment and join the celestial court, receiving 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Decline the recruitment and receive a vial of 3 light divine water. The celestial court. Lingxiao displayed a peculiar expression upon seeing this choice. It seemed that Dong Wang Gong lacked sufficient stature, as the options presented by the system were rather dismissive. To his astonishment, Dong Wang Gong was quite audacious, establishing the celestial court and then attempting to draw him in. Without hesitation, Lingxiao chose option 2. Feeling the unfamiliar aura outside the Sun Star, he slowly spoke. At this moment, outside the Sun Star, Kong Ming was explaining to Zy Tongzi that he sought an audience with the 3 crows. Yet Zy Tongzi would not permit entry, fearing to act without the decree of Lingxiao. This predicament left Kong Ming in a state of distress. He had assured Dong Wang Gong of success. Yet upon arriving at the Sun Star, He could not even gain entry. Just then, a resounding voice resonated from deep within the Sun Star. The envoy of the celestial court may depart. We have no interest in joining. At this, Kong Ming's expression shifted, and he spoke solemnly. Esteemed comrades of the Three Crows, Dong Wangong is the Tao ancestors' appointed leader of the male immortals, now establishing the celestial court to uphold the order of the wilderness. Should you join, the celestial court shall govern the realms, and you too will bask in unparalleled glory. I implore you to consider this earnestly, and no need for consideration. Begone! Ling Xiao's voice rang out once more. Kong Ming's countenance darkened as he coldly retorted, Esteemed comrades of the Three Crows, Dong Wangong is the Tao ancestors' appointed leader of the male immortals. Do you truly intend to disregard his words? As these words left his lips, a vast aura emanated from the depths of the Sun Star, and a colossal hand, seemingly slow yet arriving in an instant, reached out and seized Kong Ming in its grasp. What do you intend to do? Kong Ming, sensing the terror of this hand, became utterly alarmed, losing his composure. Without a response, the hand of law encircled him, casting him downwards into the wilderness world. Space twisted. Time danced, and Kong Ming found himself ensnared by multiple powers of law, hurtling like a shooting star, unstoppable as he descended towards Zifu Island. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded, akin to a small world crashing down, overwhelming in its magnitude. The violent laws, nurturing countless beings, caused Zifu Island to tremble, seemingly sinking into the depths. Who dares to wreak havoc here? Dong Wangong and the others instantly flew from the cavern. On high alert, suspecting the arrival of a fearsome being, at this moment, above the three immortal islands, the terrifying laws surged across millions of miles, tearing apart the void. The surface of the East Sea roiled with monstrous waves. It is Kong Ming. I sense his aura, Xian Shui remarked with an odd expression. Did he not just head to the Sun Star? Dong Wangong extended his consciousness across the entirety of Zifu Island, locating the barely conscious Kong Ming. After a brief effort to revive him, Kong Ming struggled to open his eyes. Kong Ming, I sent you to the Sun Star, and you returned in this state? Dong Wangong's expression turned grave, his dissatisfaction evident. He realized the potential catastrophe had Kong Ming fallen into their hands. They could have easily wiped out the entire group. I went there and was thrown back down. Kong Ming stammered, still shaken, unable to fathom that such a casual toss nearly cost him his life. The hand's master must possess incredible strength. Do you mean to say the Three Crows rejected the offer? Dong Wangong's expression soured, feeling both hope and disappointment. He had thought there was a solid chance of success, given Kong Ming's confidence. Yet, the outcome was this? Did you mention that I sent you? Did you inform them that I, Dong Wangong, am the Tao ancestors' appointed leader of the male immortals? Dong Wangong questioned, unable to suppress his frustration. Kong Ming nodded wearily, his face contorted in anguish as he replied. I did, and that is why I was thrown down. Preposterous. Dong Wangong's anger flared, feeling humiliated. The Golden Crows showed him such disdain. The messenger he dispatched had been treated in such a manner, as if he were of no consequence. Fury aside, Dong Wangong retained his composure, understanding that he alone could not resolve the matter with the Three Crows. When my celestial court grows stronger, I will ensure you come to know the meaning of ruthlessness, he silently vowed. Boom. The monstrous waves continued to surge, the power of Ling Xiao's laws still resonating, like the thunder of creation, spreading across the skies above the East Sea, altering the weather. Look over there. It seems something is about to emerge. At that moment, Jin Shi Dao Rian, with his keen vision, spotted a place in the distant sea, erupting with celestial light, akin to a fountain, growing more intense. This is, Dong Wangong gazed intently at the scene unfolding above the boundless ocean, where the very fabric of space twisted, as if draped in a veil. Realizing this, Dong Wangong raised his hand to strike, sending forth a golden beam from his dragon-headed staff, crashing into the phenomenon. Buzz! A sound of shattering resonated as the entire ocean trembled violently. Countless celestial spirits erupted forth, illuminating the heavens with divine radiance. From the depths of chaos, three islands emerged before them. On the vast expanse of the East Sea, The projections of 3 islands materialized, transitioning from illusion to reality, resembling a mirage resting upon the endless waters. Their reflections mirrored in the depths. 3 islands? Jean Sure exclaimed in astonishment, as the sudden appearance of these colossal entities would astonish anyone. Dong Wanggong scrutinized the 3 islands, his gaze gradually igniting with fervor. Flowing springs and cascading waterfalls, the air thick with mist. Upon these islands lay an abundance of chaotic spiritual energy, starkly contrasting with the wilderness, and furthermore, 3 innate grand formations enveloped them, brimming with lethal intent. The earlier disturbances had triggered these innate formations, causing the 3 immortal islands to reveal themselves prematurely. In other words, they had been unearthed by Kong Ming's fall. What they currently behold are the ethereal projections of 3 celestial islands. While the true islands remain ensconced within the boundless East Sea. The East Sea, vast and immeasurable, stretches for countless miles, capable of harboring infinite realms of varying sizes. Although the 3 celestial islands appear to be in close proximity, this is merely an illusion, akin to a mirage reflected amidst the primordial expanse. Astonishingly, these 3 islands, formed from shards of chaos, have yet to fully manifest into existence. The Eastern sovereign swiftly deduced the origins of these islands, his lips quivering with excitement as he spoke. Such colossal islands, still in the process of emerging, must surely harbor immense opportunities and treasures. Yet, soon a shadow crossed his features. Such a cataclysmic phenomenon would undoubtedly draw the attention of formidable beings throughout the entire primordial world, who would be hastening toward the East Sea. Chapter 64. The winds rise and the clouds gather. Choices of emergence on Mount Yuqing. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian gazed at the celestial marvel with astonished expressions. The unparalleled spectacle of the 3 celestial islands had spread throughout the primordial realm, where golden lotuses and auspicious signs flourished, breathing life into the surroundings. A great opportunity is emerging from the East Sea. I can even sense the aura of chaos, Laozi exclaimed in astonishment. This is 100-fold more terrifying than the phenomena surrounding the gourd vine of the former Buzhou mountain. We must set forth swiftly to seize this opportunity. Yuanshi, a man of few words, stood up to depart. Now, having acquired numerous treasures within the Zixiao Palace, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the 3 of them had no rivals in the entire primordial realm. Even the 12 ancestors of Wu would pose no threat, as they would easily be vanquished. With such a grand opportunity, the 3 pure ones would undoubtedly take the lead, unstoppable by any force. Indeed, such a momentous event must be known across the primordial realm. Let us depart immediately, Laozi nodded. Without hesitation, in an instant, the 3 figures moved and vanished, racing towards the east. The 10,000 Great Mountains, the stronghold of the demon clan, Nuwa, Fushi, and other powerful demon beings sensed the extraordinary phenomenon. Such an expansive spectacle must herald the emergence of numerous treasures. A tremendous opportunity for our demon clan has arrived. Guiche exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, if we can gain the upper hand, it would signify a significant elevation for our clan, Fushi added, his spirits lifted. Any such extraordinary treasures would present great opportunities for them, as the foolish Wu clan would not know how to utilize these artifacts. This development would enhance their leverage against the Wu clan. The demon clan was thriving, their momentum surging, especially after Nuwa attained the position of a predetermined saint, which ignited boundless hope for their future. Furthermore, a Kuanping had also received the primordial purple energy, and with time, he might well become a saint, representing the clan's formidable potential. What are we waiting for? Let a portion remain here to guard, while the rest of our powerful beings hasten to the East Sea, Kuanping proclaimed, his aura radiant as he rose, clearly intent on taking action himself. Nuwa cast a glance at Kuanping, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossing her eyes. Since their return from the Zixiao Palace, Kuanping had grown increasingly audacious. She refrained from reprimanding him but instead addressed the assembled powers, saying, "Let us follow Kuanping's suggestion. Some shall remain here, while the rest shall proceed to the East Sea." Yes. The demon clan's mighty beings nodded in agreement, quickly organizing themselves, and soon, a vast throng of demons surged toward the East Sea. In the Panga Temple, Sensing the celestial phenomena, Zhurong expressed a desire to join the fray, eager to witness the unfolding events. We must go. I suspect the demon clan is already on their way. Even if we cannot utilize artifacts, we cannot allow the demons to seize the opportunity so easily, Zhu Juyin said solemnly. Let us move. We must act swiftly, Chang Liang thundered, rising to his feet. Not everyone needs to go. This is the perfect moment to strike against the demon clan. We shall split into two groups, one to assault the demons and the other to seize the opportunity. Di Jiang commanded, standing up to issue orders. Thus, the Wu clan sprang into action, their energy palpable and fierce in the western Shumi mountain. Jejin and Juanti felt the extraordinary phenomenon and immediately stood up. Laughing heartily, look at this opportunity. Auspicious signs abound, with golden lotuses filling the sky. There must be a connection with our western realm, Juanti concluded, his conviction unwavering. These golden lotuses resemble the 12-petal merit golden lotus of my senior brother. If this is not fate, what is? Let us not delay. Our journey is long, and we must hasten to the East Sea. Jejin nodded earnestly. Soon, two beams of golden light shot forth from Shumi Mountain, soaring toward the East Sea. Concurrently, powerful beings from the Blood Sea, Wuzhuang Temple, and Western Kunlun set out in succession, their momentum unyielding as they rushed toward the East Sea. In an instant, the entire primordial realm was engulfed in tumultuous activity. In the solar star, a notification indicated the emergence of the three celestial islands, prompting a choice. Option 1. Proceed immediately to seize the opportunity, rewarded with Chaos Qinglian seeds. Option 2. Remain steadfast. Unaffected by the opportunity, rewarded with 24 Dinghai pearls. The three celestial islands have emerged? Ling Xiao awakened from his meditation, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. How could he be unaware of the frequently spoken of three celestial islands within the primordial world? Legend has it that they were formed from the chaos shattered by the Great Pango, rich in primordial spiritual energy and abundant in heavenly treasures. Especially now, as the newly manifested islands had yet to be sullied by outside influence. Each of the three islands, Panglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong, was remarkable in its own right. Among them, Yingzhou was notably the site of the Eastern sovereign's downfall, where he was subdued by Tai. The emergence of the three celestial islands at this time sparked Ling Xiao's interest. Taking a moment to consider, it appeared the timing was indeed fortuitous. Ling Xiao glanced at the choices, inwardly musing whether the system might expect him to choose an action. That would be a grave mistake. With the Dao ancestor currently in the midst of harmonizing the Dao, such a monumental opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. System, I choose option 1, Ling Xiao declared, resolved to no longer linger in hesitation. He would gladly accept the seed of the Chaos Qinglian. Just as he prepared to set forth, a sudden thought struck him, and he raised a hand, invoking. One Qi transforms into three clearings. A duplicate, identical to him, materialized. He intended to send this doppelganger forth while his true self remained behind to cultivate, thus allowing him to pursue both cultivation and opportunity without hindrance. Although this doppelganger possessed only a fraction of his power, Ling Xiao was confident that none among the current primordial powers could rival him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could vanquish foes wherever he went. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao left his true self within the treasure hall as his doppelganger stepped out. Upon arriving at the solar star, Ling Xiao used his divine sense to awaken the meditating Dijuan and Tai. Moments later, Dijuan and Tai emerged from the depths of the solar star, quickly sensing the vast celestial phenomena. What is this? Could there be a great opportunity manifesting? Dijuan exclaimed, surveying the myriad auspicious signs with astonishment. For he had never witnessed such a spectacle since his transformation. I sense treasures calling out to me, beckoning me forth, Tai said with excitement, appearing entranced. You are correct. Three celestial islands formed from shards of chaos are on the verge of manifesting in the East Sea. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Dijuan exclaimed joyfully, pulling Tai to depart, only to turn back and inquire, Third brother, are you coming along? It was no surprise he asked. Given their third brother's penchant for staying home, rarely venturing beyond the solar star, even for teachings at the Zixiao Palace, Ling Xiao smiled wryly and nodded. Of course, I shall go. Chapter 65. Gathering in the East Sea. The might of the three purities in the East Sea, on Zifu Island. Upon sensing the emergence of the three immortal islands, Dong Wanggong immediately united with all the powerful beings in the vicinity of Zifu Island to head towards the three immortal islands. Such a grand opportunity could hardly yield results through individual efforts alone. It was essential to join forces, seize the islands, and then devise plans gradually. The mighty beings he rallied shared similar sentiments. As they sensed countless powerful entities converging upon this place, if they did not band together, they risked losing not only the opportunity but perhaps their very lives. With their strength, facing those top-tier powerhouses would leave them utterly defenseless. As the centuries swiftly passed, Dong Wanggong and the other mighty beings finally arrived at the forefront of the three immortal islands, observing closely. The three islands resembled Kunlun emerging from the waters. Perched upon the boundless sea, between the islands floated fragments of chaotic realms, remnants of small pieces of chaos. Dong Wanggong gazed at the islands before him with a look of fervent desire. The luminous points scattered across the islands were the radiance emitted by spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, three innate great formations enveloped the islands like barriers, isolating everything from entry. The three islands had yet to reach their true moment of emergence. As they scrutinized the islands, beams of divine light and waves of spatial tremors heralded the arrival of other powerful beings. Dong Wanggong's expression grew solemn. Those who were meant to come had indeed arrived. And even faster than he had anticipated at that moment, a blood-red cloud drifted in, exuding a menacing aura, and an elderly figure with an eerie visage sat cross-legged upon a blood-colored lotus platform. Slowly approaching, "Ha, Mingi, my friend, welcome to my East Sea," Dong Wanggong greeted with a smile, his intention quite clear. "This is my domain." Mingi, discerning his intent, replied with a sinister grin, "Dong Wanggong, my friend, conceal your little schemes. You cannot swallow these three islands." As his words fell, he glanced disdainfully at the motley crew behind Dong Wanggong, deeming them insufficient even as targets for his wrath, and scoffed at the notion of pretending to be formidable before him. Dong Wanggong forced an awkward smile, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, yet he chose not to retaliate. He did not wish to offend Mingi, whose infamous reputation eclipsed even that of Kuanpeng. "Mingi, how about we join forces and strategize together?" he proposed, believing that if he could recruit Mingi into his camp, he might have a chance to occupy one of the islands, though he had no delusions of conquering all three. "Unnecessary that I am accustomed to operating alone," Mingi promptly refused, his status as a quasi-saint and the bearer of the dual swords Yuan Tu and Abi rendering him indifferent to alliances. When the three islands opened, he intended to plunge in and seize treasures for himself. Why should he drag along Dong Wanggong and his entourage? Dong Wanggong's expression darkened, and just then, a celestial melody wafted in from afar. Gradually approaching like the sound of divine music, a group of female immortals, adorned in starlight and riding upon auspicious clouds, arrived. "Zhuangmu," Dong Wanggong exclaimed with delight, hastening to greet her. "Greetings, my friend," Zhuangmu replied, her demeanor exuding grace and opulence, embodying a tranquility that seemed unaffected even by the collapse of heaven itself. Dong Wanggong, as the foremost male and female immortals, why not join forces to seize the initiative when the islands emerge? Zhuangmu surveyed the three immortal islands, stating, "Is that truly necessary? It is better to rely on fate." Her words, though light, carried an undeniable firmness. Dong Wanggong hesitated, ultimately refraining from further persuasion, silently cursing Zhuangmu's folly. Meanwhile, more powerful beings continued to arrive, the formidable entities of the Honghuang world flocking like moths to a flame, their numbers growing ever more dazzling. The presence of Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian was overwhelming. Their might is vast as the sea, unabashedly proclaiming their sovereignty. They approached the vicinity of the three immortal islands, examining the innate great formations in an attempt to dismantle them, disregarding the other powerful beings entirely. No one dared voice dissent. Even Dong Wanggong felt unable to act boastfully in their presence. The three purities were not only immensely powerful but also disciples of the Tao ancestor. Destined saints. Soon after the arrival of the three purities, the powerful beings of the demon clan, led by Nuwa, also arrived, their combined aura vast and boundless, rivaling that of the three purities, at that moment. Among the demon clan's powerful beings, the sight of an elderly figure clad in black robes ignited deep-seated animosity within Mingyi, Dong Wanggong, and other mighty entities. Amidst this, a blood-red cloud floated in, emanating a sinister aura, as an elderly figure with a twisted countenance sat upon a blood-colored lotus platform, gradually approaching. "Ha ha, Mingyi, my friend, welcome to my East Sea," Dong Wanggong greeted with a smile, his intention unmistakably clear. "This is my territory." Mingyi, recognizing the implication, responded with a sardonic grin. "Dong Wanggong, my friend, you may as well abandon your little schemes. These 3 islands are beyond your grasp." Just as he finished speaking, he glanced at the mediocre beings following Dong Wanggong, dismissing them as unworthy even of his wrath, scoffing at their attempts to appear formidable in his presence. Dong Wanggong offered an awkward smile, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features, but he refrained from reacting. He was wary of offending Mingyi, whose notorious reputation was feared even more than that of Kuanpeng. "Mingyi, what if we join forces and devise a plan?" he suggested, hoping that enlisting Mingyi would bolster his chances of claiming one of the islands. Though he harbored no aspirations of dominating all 3, there's no need. "I prefer to operate independently," Mingyi flatly rejected, his status as a quasi-saint and the wielder of the dual swords Yuan Tu and Abi rendering him disinterested in alliances. When the 3 islands opened, he intended to plunge in and seize treasures for himself. Why burden himself with Dong Wanggong and his entourage? Dong Wanggong's expression soured, and at that moment, the enchanting strains of celestial music drifted closer, akin to the sound of heavenly melodies. A cadre of female immortals, bedecked in starlight and riding upon auspicious clouds, made their entrance. "Zhuangmu," Dong Wanggong exclaimed with delight. Rushing forward to greet her, "Greetings, my friend," Zhuangmu returned, her demeanor exuding elegance and grandeur, embodying a calmness that seemed impervious even to the collapse of heaven itself. Dong Wanggong, as the foremost male and female immortals. "Why not join forces to seize the initiative when the islands emerge?" Zhuangmu surveyed the 3 immortal islands, replying, "Is that truly necessary? It is better to rely on fate." Though her words were light, they bore an undeniable conviction. Dong Wanggong hesitated, ultimately refraining from further persuasion, silently cursing Zhuangmu's foolishness. At that moment, more powerful beings continued to arrive, the formidable entities of the Honghuang world swarming like moths to a flame, their numbers dazzlingly increasing. The presence of Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian was overwhelming, their might as vast as the sea, unabashedly proclaiming their sovereignty. They approached the vicinity of the 3 immortal islands, examining the innate great formations in an attempt to dismantle them. Disregarding the other powerful beings entirely, one dared voice dissent. Even Dong Wanggong felt unable to act boastfully in their presence. The 3 purities were not only immensely powerful but also disciples of the Tao ancestor, destined saints. Soon after the arrival of the 3 purities, the powerful beings of the demon clan, led by Nuwa, also arrived, their combined aura vast and boundless, rivaling that of the 3 purities, at that moment. Among the demon clan's powerful beings, the sight of an elderly figure clad in black robes ignited deep-seated animosity within Mingyi, Dong Wanggong, and other mighty entities. The atmosphere was charged with tension. As the powerful beings awaited the moment of the island's awakening, their anticipation palpable. After a prolonged silence, the sea suddenly quaked, waves surging ominously, as if heralding the imminent opening of the 3 immortal islands. "Are they about to begin?" a mighty being exclaimed, both anxious and expectant that the ancestral witch arriving, accompanied by astonished voices as distant figures of immeasurable stature approached across the vast ocean. They towered so high that even the unfathomable waters of the East Sea only reached their waists. The tumultuous waves surged to incredible heights as the surrounding waters and essence converged towards them. The grand figures of the ancestral witches, akin to deities who opened the heavens, swept away the endless chaos. Striding through the realms. 6 of the 12 ancestral witches, including Zhu Juyin, Gonggong, Qiangliang, Jumong, Shizi, and Hutu, had arrived, half of their number present. Huta remained unchanged, standing atop Qiangliang's shoulder, unable to endure such a conspicuous entrance. Their display was merely intended to intimidate the gathered powerful beings. Upon witnessing the arrival of the ancestral witches, the expressions of the demon clan's mighty beings grew increasingly grim. What are those damned ancestral witches doing here? Haha, my friends are also here. As the opportunity emerges, we too wish to obtain some treasures to play with, Qiangliang bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, and no one paid him any heed. The gathered powerful beings displayed disdainful expressions, silently admonishing him to refrain from intruding into circles where he did not belong. Do you even know how to use treasures? How pitiable it is to come here seeking death, Yuan Shi remarked, his hands folded behind him, his gaze fixed on the 6 ancestral witches, his eyes brimming with unabashed hostility. The 3 purities are feeling restless, are they? Gong Gong sneered, the surrounding waters churning violently, asked the ancestral witch of water. He was an invincible symbol in the East Sea, utterly unafraid. How amusing. It seems you truly seek to test your limits. Yuan Shi chuckled lightly, finding amusement in the foolishness of the ancestral witches. Just as he was about to summon the Pango banner and strike decisively, Laozi intervened. Hold on. Something even more interesting is about to unfold. In the void above, 3 resplendent golden figures gradually descended, the 3 golden crows, Ling Xiao, Dijuan, and Tai, finally making their long-awaited appearance. Chapter 66. Yuan Shi's Challenge, the opening of the 3 immortal islands upon seeing Ling Xiao. Dijuan and Tai descend. Yuan Shi's smile widened. It was a double delight. Not only did they have a grand opportunity, but they could also exact revenge, clearing all past grievances. 3 crows, I did not expect you to dare come. Do you not know we are present? Truly commendable courage. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, his expression one of arrogant pride. Ling Xiao remained unperturbed, his tone indifferent as he replied, Did you not wish to measure yourselves against us? Now that we are here, your wish is fulfilled. This declaration. Astonishment washed over the gathered powerful beings. They had not anticipated such an arrangement between the 3 crows and the 3 purities. What stunned them further was that the 3 crows had the audacity to show up. Had they not realized that the 3 purities were no longer what they once were, now disciples of the Tao ancestor and bearing innate treasures? The powerful beings scrutinized the unfamiliar Ling Xiao, having only heard of the 3 crows by name, while Dijuan and Tai were the ones who had always been active in the world. The 3rd golden crow, however, had rarely been seen. With an unmatched beauty, his slanted brows framing his eyes, adorned in robes of sun, moon, and stars, exuding boundless nobility, Ling Xiao appeared even younger and more spirited than Dijuan and Tai, embodying an unruly demeanor. The rumors declaring the golden crows as born rulers held true. Yet, some pondered that such a ruler's fate could be a double-edged sword. Knowing when to yield was crucial, and confronting the 3 purities in their current state was not a wise choice. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yuan Shi remarked, In that case, let us settle our differences while we have the chance. He spoke casually, confident in resolving the rivalry before the 3 immortal islands officially opened. Agreed, lest you find yourselves shouting in my ear later. Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly, his demeanor growing even more relaxed. In an instant, a layer of dark clouds enveloped the world, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian stepped forward, aligning themselves with the 3 crows. The gathering comprised more than half of the powerful beings from the Honghuang world. And now was the moment to vanquish the 3 crows and restore the rightful name of the Pango Orthodox 3 purities. The earth trembled, the sea boiled, and immense waves surged, generating a colossal and uncontainable momentum that tore through the void between them. The powerful beings felt as though they were suffocating, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the impending battle. This was the perfect opportunity for the 3 crows to test the strength of the 3 purities. Should they prove too formidable, they would summon their elder brothers to join in the fray. Zhu Jiuyin coldly remarked, whether San Wu can compel San Qing to unleash their full might remains uncertain. Gong Gong chuckled, noting that the formidable beings of the demon clan, Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, Ming He, and others, harbored their own intentions, and little did they expect to witness such a spectacle before the awakening of the 3 immortal islands. With a thunderous roar, The sea surged violently, colossal waves crashing against the three immortal islands. An astonishing scene unfolded as the primordial Great Formation enveloping the three islands shattered like glass. The three immortal islands officially emerged into existence. A terrifying torrent of chaotic spiritual energy erupted, radiating in all directions, illuminating the island with resplendent hues akin to a myriad of stars. Auspicious mists exhaled violet vapors, and golden light rolled in vibrant rainbows. This sudden spectacle left all mighty beings in the realm momentarily stunned, only to erupt in an instant, transforming into divine rainbows as they rushed towards the three immortal islands, the entire expanse of the sea. For millions of miles, boiled with excitement, Sanqing's expression shifted, abandoning San Wu as they sped towards the islands. They acted separately, each targeting an island, revealing their insatiable greed, unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. "Let us also separate. I shall head to the middle island," Ling Xiao declared with a glint in his eyes. "Very well, I shall seek out that old curmudgeon, Yuan Shi." Tai Yi summoned the chaos bell, his entire being radiating brilliant golden light, soaring through the air like a sun as he descended upon one of the islands. "Leave Tong Tian to me," Di Jun proclaimed, supporting the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Treading upon the 12-petaled pure world white lotus as he charged forth. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao stepped forward, leaping through space, arriving at Ponglai Island in an instant. As he gazed around, he beheld boundless celestial radiance and countless living beings flocking towards the three immortal islands like moths drawn to a flame. Among them, there were tens of thousands at the Deluo golden immortal level, with even more below that, akin to a starry sky. Ling Xiao retracted his gaze, venturing deeper into Ponglai Island. Although these were islands, they spanned an expansive realm, resembling a vast universe. Various spiritual roots and immortal herbs, along with rare celestial gold, divine stones, and extraordinary creatures, were all present in abundance. Being within Ponglai Island felt akin to stepping into the world of the Shan Haijing. It was an ancient world yet to be civilized, where even the most seasoned immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to explore fully within a millennium. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao lightly stamped his foot, causing the land beneath him to come alive, a manifestation of the laws of earth. Numerous spiritual roots and immortal herbs were gently uprooted. He collected them all into the Chaos Pearl for nurturing, to be utilized when needed. With a leap through space, he traversed miles and arrived at a treasure-laden locale. Top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, 5-element spiritual roots. How fortuitous! Ha ha! This opportunity indeed aligns with my Western pursuits. It is better to arrive early than to arrive fortuitously. Two hearty laughs resonated as Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti, who had come from the farthest reaches, finally arrived, coinciding perfectly with the emergence of the three immortal islands. Their eyes gleamed with the sight of numerous treasures, and without hesitation, they dashed into the immortal islands. Shortly thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yuan also arrived, joining the fray for treasure in an instant. The three islands buzzed with activity as the mighty gathered to seize the treasures, reveling in their fortune. However, as more beings flooded in, conflicts began to arise. The sounds of battle erupted in every corner of the islands, as fierce skirmishes broke out over the treasures. The ancestral witches, powerful beings of the demon clan, male and female immortals, and numerous top-tier powers filled the three islands, each with their own schemes among them. The primary aim of the ancestral witches was to provoke and thwart the demon clan's ease. Soon, an ancestral witch collided with a formidable demon, and a fierce battle ensued, their overwhelming might shaking the very islands. Ling Xiao remained unhurried, methodically collecting treasures on Ponglai Island, indifferent to the external conflict. "Heh, little golden crow, have you unearthed any treasures? Allow me to have a look," a voice called out, drawing near with the sound of thunder. As Chang Liang's imposing figure swiftly approached, causing the island beneath him to crack. "Have you come seeking trouble?" Ling Xiao inquired calmly, casting a glance at him. "Spare me your prattle. You golden crows dwell in the eye of the Father God. I have yet to settle accounts with you," Chang Liang rebuked sternly, fully confident now that he had achieved the quasi-saint level, feeling no trepidation before any foe. Ling Xiao nodded slowly, replying, "It seems you are courting death. Allow me to use the laws of thunder, your forte, to vanquish you. In his hands, the primordial golden immortal level laws of thunder erupted. Upon witnessing this, Chang Liang's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 67. Defeating the Ancestral Witch. Di Jun's quest for redemption. Chang Liang was taken aback. Ling Xiao could wield the laws of thunder, and his mastery was on par with his own. How could this be? Could it be that the golden crows were also birthed from the essence of the Father God? As this thought crossed his mind, Chang Liang felt a mix of astonishment and fury, as if his possessions were being snatched away. You are unworthy to wield the laws of thunder, Chang Liang roared in anger. Unleashing a thunderous howl that cascaded like the Milky Way, hurtling towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze deepened, his brows furrowed. He remained calm, yet his actions were earth-shattering. Vast divine thunder erupted, transforming into numerous offensive techniques. Boom! The battle ignited. The overwhelming pressure reverberated across the endless seas, causing all beings upon the three islands to freeze momentarily, trembling to their very cores. The thunderous palm of divine retribution left few beings in the realm unafraid of thunder. Ling Xiao was enveloped in boundless thunder, shattering the void, akin to a primordial thunder deity, as the entire expanse of the three immortal islands was cloaked in an unending sea of thunder. With a mighty hand, he shattered a portion of the void, while Chang Liang bellowed, his body erupting with thunder, nearly torn apart by Ling Xiao's strike, his form marred with scars from the thunderous assault. Chang Liang seethed with fury, struggling to grasp the reality that in his strongest domain, he found himself at a disadvantage. Enraged, he bellowed, Ling Xiao, in the realm of thunder, we are evenly matched. Let us measure our physical strength instead. The ancestral witch's body shimmered with brilliance, akin to being forged from chaotic divine gold, his blood vitality vast like an ocean. As you wish, Ling Xiao shrugged, smiling, for he possessed the laws of strength and had consumed the essence of Pangu. His physical prowess rivaled that of the ancestral witches. He stepped forth, shattering the void, instantly closing the distance to Chang Liang, and unleashed a punch, the power resonating within his very flesh and blood. As if each cell contained a world of strength. Come at me. Chang Liang laughed heartily, swinging his fist, ready for a direct confrontation, showing no fear. Boom! The island trembled, and the surrounding microcosm shattered as the sea surged upwards towards the sky. Chang Liang's expression changed dramatically as he felt his arm go numb, his entire being propelled backwards. Ling Xiao's every hair danced in the air, radiant as he moved, each gesture seemingly in harmony with the Tao. Following closely, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Chang Liang dazed, his body on the verge of being torn asunder. Buzz! Another punch sent Chang Liang flying across the expanse, crashing from Panglai Island to Yingzhou, shattering numerous microcosms along the way. At that moment, the ancestral witches on Yingzhou were engaged in battle with the demon clan's formidable beings, and upon seeing Chang Liang hurtling towards them, their faces lit up with delight. Chang Liang, your timing is impeccable. Quickly, let us join forces to eliminate these vile creatures. Gong Gong shouted, brimming with excitement, entirely disregarding how Chang Liang had arrived. I'm on my way. Chang Liang struggled to rise from the wreckage. A deep imprint from a punch marked his chest. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would have been utterly shattered. He forced himself to appear unfazed. Daring not to retreat, casting a fearful glance at Panglai Island before joining the fray against the demon clan. Opposite the ancestral witches, the formidable beings of the demon clan, including Nu Hua and Bai Zhe, regarded the direction of Panglai Island with expressions of suspicion. They could sense that Chang Liang had been sent flying by Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, the ancestral witches wasted no time, as Gong Gong, Shizi, and Chang Liang combined their efforts to charge forward. In another direction on Yingzhou Island, Tai Yi confronted Yuan Shi. Tai Yi's objective was clear. He scarcely gathered any treasures, heading straight for Yuan Shi. Golden Crow, you truly seek your own demise. I have not pursued you, yet you come seeking me, Yuan Shi coldly retorted, summoning the Panga banner with a thought, unleashing chaotic energy that enveloped the area in destructive force. The Panga banner possessed the might to tear apart primordial chaos, shatter the fabric of time and space, and command the ultimate principles of creation. At this moment, Yuan Shi had not fully mastered the Panga banner. Yet it remained a formidable weapon. Tai Yi, bearing the chaos bell, stood resolute in an invincible position. Yuan Shi, I have come to bring you to your end. As he spoke, the chaos bell above him resonated, shaking the universe and obliterating the very fabric of time. Seeking death, Yuan Shi's expression darkened. He gently shook the Panga banner, pressing it down towards Tai Yi. Today, I shall see whether your Panga banner is more formidable or my chaos bell reigns supreme. Tai Yi radiated a resplendent golden light, with the true fire of the sun dancing around him. With a single step, he wove the fabric of laws and order, suppressing the primordial essence. The sound of bells reverberated, causing heaven and earth to dim in comparison. The clash of the chaos bell and the Panga banner unleashed a formidable force, subduing the realms and the boundless seas. The mighty beings on the immortal islands of Penglai and Fangzhong gazed, astonished, towards the battleground where chaotic energy surged, akin to the dawn of creation. As Tai Yi and Yuan Shi engaged in an intense and unyielding exchange, in a certain part of Penglai, Laozi observed the conflict, pondering inwardly. My second brother's magical prowess ranks just below mine, and the Panga banner is renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. Tai Yi cannot possibly be his match. Realizing this, he leisurely gathered the precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. These divine herbs and elixirs being exceedingly rare, potentially capable of forging a grand elixir with boundless uses, that is Ling Xiao. While Laozi was collecting treasures, his divine sense perceived a figure equally unhurried, meandering across the immortal island, approaching him. At that moment, it seemed Ling Xiao noticed him, his gaze piercing and bright. Even from a distance, one could still keenly sense the sharpness of his aura. These long eons have passed. I wonder if you have fallen behind. Laozi mused quietly, recalling the past when Ling Xiao had once defeated Jane and Zhuanti on Buzhou Mountain. Yet he had remained hidden for so long, abstaining from action. He had not attended a single discourse in 3 attempts. Surely his cultivation must have lagged considerably. Ling Xiao regarded Laozi, sensing an ambiguous battle intent emanating from him, just as he was about to approach. He glanced in another direction where Fangzhong Island was embroiled in a fierce battle. Dijuan and Tongtian had clashed. At that moment on Fangzhong Island, Dijuan wielded the river map and Luo book, standing upon the 12-petal pure world white lotus, maximizing his defenses. Tongtian brandished the Excalibur of slaying immortals, its sword light unparalleled in sharpness, intent on annihilating all. I shall wield only the Excalibur of slaying immortals. It is not unfair to you. Tongtian's countenance was stern, exuding a sharpness akin to the sword in his grasp. The 3 pure ones are one. Having decided to contend with the 3 crows, he must take action. Let us engage, otherwise, my victory would be unjust. Dijuan stated solemnly. To be fair, as the mightiest among the 3 crows, he ought to duel with Laozi. Yet now he faced the weakest among the 3 pure ones, which was a significant affront to his pride. Yet Tongtian still held back, using merely the Excalibur of slaying immortals. Do I not care for my pride? This battle shall undoubtedly affirm my name. I, Dijuan, am not the weakest among the 3 crows. Chapter 68. The majestic Tongtian, the black hand of the underworld river. Dijuan's resolve was unwavering as he let out a long howl, the immense power of the laws shaking the very heavens, disturbing the order of all around him. Boom! Dijuan conjured a multitude of terrifying phenomena, countless stars manifesting around him, only to explode shortly thereafter, swiftly transforming into countless rivers of stars within the boundless universe. Every thought, every intention, and every law and principle he had encountered manifested and surged within the starry sky around him. These universes, whatever their tangible essence, were constructed from the power of the laws, revealing the profundities of formations he had comprehended during his last retreat. Dijuan seized the entirety of this stellar cosmos and hurled it forward, as if wielding 3,000 great worlds to suppress Tongtian. I possess no innate supreme treasure. I can only refine my own laws, Dijuan howled, causing the very ground of Fangzhong Island to tremble, on the verge of collapse. This power was overwhelming. Your magical prowess is indeed formidable. Tongtian's expression turned grave as he twirled the Excalibur of slaying immortals into a flourish. However, beings of our caliber can shatter worlds. Even if you conjure 3,000 primordial great worlds, I can pierce through them all. Tongtian declared with an air of dominance, his confidence unwavering, the sword light of the Excalibur radiating like the dawn of creation. Wherever the sword pointed, worlds met their demise, the force of destruction permeating the entire Eastern Sea. Stirring countless beings, Dijuan was unparalleled in bravery, his golden armor resembling the sun itself, instilling a fear that made it hard to gaze upon him directly. Surrounding him, towering figures emerged from each great star, surpassing the stars beneath their feet, reviving within the world, rising from ruin, like primordial deities stepping forth from the dawn of creation, descending upon those great stars, advancing towards Tongtian in overwhelming numbers. These were manifestations of the formations of laws, embodying immense divine might. Tongtian, with but a single sword, struck forth in an instant, unleashing millions of sword strikes, each laden with profound mysteries and boundless sword intent. The clash between the two was earth-shattering. The waters of the sea soaring to great heights, even shaking the dragon palace beneath the waves. The beings on the three immortal islands looked up in terror, witnessing the cataclysmic confrontation. The powerful auras emanating from Dijuan and Tongtian rendered them unworthy of even gazing upon. The Golden Crow is astonishingly powerful. In the confrontation against Yuanshi, Tongtian does not seem to falter. One mighty being exclaimed in surprise. This was beyond his expectations. Now, only the smallest of the Golden Crows and the leader of the three Pure Ones remained. This duel promised to be a spectacle on the three immortal islands. As the mighty beings discussed, they did not forget to gather treasures from the islands. Some were foraging herbs, others mining, some seeking treasures, and others chasing after spirit beasts. In a certain celestial realm on Fangzhong Island, the leaders of the male and female immortals observed the fierce battle between the Golden Crow and the two Pure Ones, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Eastern Wanggong, let us form an alliance, the Western Queen suddenly proposed after a brief moment, sensing the immense pressure. In this chaotic battle, it would not be long before it encroached upon them. Forming an alliance with Eastern Wanggong would provide stable strength, allowing them to seize more opportunities. For the treasures on the island are but a fraction. In the end, the ownership of these three immortal islands is what truly matters. Such immortal islands would facilitate cultivation greatly, not to mention the inexhaustible opportunities awaiting exploration. She and Eastern Wanggong united, seeking to rally other mighty beings. Perhaps they could ultimately claim one of the immortal islands. Haha, Western Queen Taoist, you have finally come to your senses, Eastern Wanggong chuckled, his long-lost confidence returning. With the Western Queen's addition, he devised a plan to bring the Underworld River into the fold. And with other mighty beings, seizing an island would not be a difficult task. Is the Underworld River in conflict? At that moment, Eastern Wanggong's expression shifted as he sensed a surge of colossal blood energy erupting. Above the void, a blood river stretched across, tumultuously flowing. Let us investigate. Eastern Wanggong stepped forward, flying in that direction, and as he approached, he heard an enraged roar. Underworld River, how dare you ambush me? I shall not rest until we are at odds. The voice was laced with fury and disbelief. Kuenpeng. Eastern Wanggong's expression changed slightly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He seemed to understand why the Underworld River had taken action. Primordial Purple Chi. For the sake of this treasure, not only would the Underworld River resort to violence, but I too would be tempted to act. Yet, I did not expect the Underworld River to be so audacious. The mighty beings of the demon race were present, and he dared to launch a surprise attack. Even if he had to be discreet, he could have chosen a secluded place, driven by the allure of the primordial purple chi. The Underworld River had become somewhat lost, his mind clouded. At that moment, Kuenpeng, in a fit of rage, bore a wound on his back, deep enough to see bone, difficult to heal. This injury had been inflicted by Yuantu Ubi. Had he evaded a moment slower, he would have been cleaved in two. Underworld River, await the vengeance of my demon race. Kuenpeng threatened while tending to his wounds. Traversing through endless ages, this was the first time he had suffered such a grievous loss. Utterly unforgivable, a cruel and sinister expression flickered across the gaunt face of the underworld river. He showed no signs of repentance or fear, still greedily eyeing Kuenpeng, hand over the primordial purple chi. He was not particularly intimidated by Kuenpeng's threats. With his strength and attributes, beneath the saint level, there was nearly no one who could slay him. For the sake of the primordial purple chi. For the path to sanctity, he had already resolved to risk everything. Impudent fool. I am not the only one who has obtained the primordial purple chi. Do you think I am easy to bully? Kuenpeng bellowed, his sharp gaze filled with murderous intent. Had he not been injured, he would have charged forward. Do you truly believe you are worthy of this primordial purple chi? The underworld river sneered. The other 6 who have obtained the primordial purple chi are all destined saints, disciples of the Tao ancestor. Only a fool would dare to offend them. Upon hearing this, Kuenpeng, in a fit of rage, laughed in anger. Underworld river, am I unworthy? Do you believe this filthy blood of yours is deserving? Come, let us harm one another. Ha ha, I am a part of the great Pango, far superior to you, a mere beast. The underworld river chuckled, brandishing dual swords as he charged toward Kuenpeng. Once he acquired the primordial purple chi, he would retreat and remain hidden, never emerging until he attained sanctity. With a long howl, Kuenpeng transformed into his true form, plunging into the eastern sea, stirring up tremendous waves. Underworld river, if you have the capability, pursue me. Just a reminder, I have allies. The arrogant voice of Kuenpeng echoed from the depths of the sea. Intent on reaching the Ijo immortal island to reunite with Enhua and the others, the underworld river's expression darkened. Ever since his failed ambush, he realized that killing Kuenpeng would be exceedingly difficult. Setting aside other matters, if this beast truly wished to flee, there were few in the entire Honghuang who could catch him. I must devise a new plan, the underworld river murmured to himself. His gaze flickering, underworld river Taoist. How about we join forces to hunt down Kuenpeng? At that moment, the Eastern King appeared, and his words stirred the heart of Mingi. Chapter 69. The final battle at the summit of the Eastern Sea. Mingi felt a flicker of emotion, yet quickly regained his composure, gazing coldly at the Eastern King and remarked, even if we were to slay Kuenpeng, how shall we divide the primordial purple energy? The Eastern King did not hesitate, his expression earnest as he replied, at that time, we shall rely on our own abilities, shall we not? He was candid and straightforward, showing no inclination for deception. Mingi hesitated briefly, choosing silence, which could be interpreted as tacit agreement. In terms of strength, he was confident he could overpower the Eastern King. Dear friend Mingi, our immediate priority is to join forces and seize Sancian Island. The Eastern King continued, attempting to draw Mingi onto his side. Mingi paused, casually responding, though there is little on Sancian Island that entices me, I can lend you a hand. His singular desire was for the primordial purple energy. With little regard for material possessions, the Eastern King nodded, confidence surging within him. Just then, the entire Sancian Island trembled violently. At the very center of Penglai Island, a vast surge of chaotic energy erupted, ascending into the boundless void. Within this pillar of chaos, a cluster of chaotic spiritual light slowly ascended. It was a treasure, radiating brilliance and unveiling heavenly mysteries, while the heavens above were showered with countless starlight. The blossoms of the laws of the great Tao danced in the air, swirling endlessly around Penglai Island. Is this a congenital supreme treasure, or a chaotic spiritual treasure? The Eastern King exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment, his eyes reflecting a fervent desire. Sancian Island was formed from fragments of chaos. Thus, the emergence of a chaotic spiritual treasure was not beyond reason, was it? Meanwhile, Mingi's ancestor stood dumbfounded. He had just stated that there was nothing on Sancian Island worth his affection. Only for this to appear in that moment, all beings on the 3 islands paused their activities, lifting their gazes towards the divine object hovering above Penglai Island, enveloped in dense chaotic spiritual energy. Its true form remained concealed, yet anyone with discerning eyes understood it to be a treasure far surpassing the finest congenital spiritual treasures. The exact level of its power remained indeterminate. What a marvelous treasure. I sense a connection through blood. This object is fated for my western realm, remarked a figure from Ingzhou Island, gazing longingly at the space above Penglai Island. I speculate this treasure is either a congenital supreme treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure. Our western realm lacks such a treasure to stabilize our fortunes, Jejing interjected, his eyes betraying rare excitement. Currently, the three purities each possessed a congenital supreme treasure, of which two could stabilize fortunes, while their western realm had none. Thus, this treasure rightfully belonged to them. This treasure could serve as the clan treasure for the demon race, Nuwa stated gravely. This treasure embodies auspiciousness and profound fortune, making it of utmost importance to our demon race. We must acquire it, Baizé exclaimed, sensing its significance, his excitement palpable. The ancestral witches, engaged in battle, halted momentarily, gazing at the divine object in the void, with a booming voice proclaiming, "What a magnificent treasure! Let us seize it and hang it at the temple entrance." Indeed, hanging it on Buzhou Mountain would suffice. We must not allow the demon race to obtain it. Let us take it back and drive them to despair. Gonggong echoed with a hearty laugh. Unabashedly infuriating the demon race. These inept beings who cannot even wield treasures dare to covet such a supreme object. Laozi, residing on Penglai Island, felt most attuned to the supreme treasure. Despite its shroud of chaotic spiritual light, he could still sense its overwhelming aura. This treasure is destined to be mine. Laozi emanated a formidable presence, sending a message to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, urging them to set aside their conflicts and gather at Penglai Island to claim the treasure together. With their combined strength, the three purities would find few rivals, even across the entire primordial world. This treasure was surely theirs. Upon receiving the message from his elder brother, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian abandoned their pursuits of Dijun and Tai, shattering the void to hasten towards Penglai Island. This spectacle caused the expressions of many formidable beings to change. Witnessing the three purities' determination to claim this treasure, who could withstand their united front? Following closely, Dijun and Tai also soared towards Penglai Island to rendezvous with Ling Xiao at that moment. Somewhere on the island, Ling Xiao gazed with keen interest at the divine object in the void. He had not anticipated such a treasure would emerge from Sanxian Island. That vast chaotic spiritual light could very well indicate a chaotic spiritual treasure, just as he probed the object with his divine sense. The cluster of spiritual light enveloped in chaotic energy suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, akin to the first light piercing through the heavens after creation, illuminating the entire realm. As the flower of the great Tao began to bloom, the heavens resonated, and the sounds of colliding laws echoed throughout. This treasure belongs to me. A mighty being could no longer contain himself, transforming into a stream of light and rushing towards the treasure. Impudence, audacity. A chorus of reprimands rang out, and in an instant, dozens of attacks surged forth to annihilate him. The formidable being reached the treasure, only to be repelled by an invisible force, resulting in him being obliterated by the barrage of attacks. Turning to nothingness, as the divine object emerged, it would be claimed by those fated to possess it. Jejing and Zhuan-Ti adorned in radiant halos, treading the golden path, encircled Penglai Island, declaring, "Only those fated may possess it." Yet they refrained from acting hastily. The atmosphere was palpably tense. "If none shall take it, then I shall gladly accept it," a thunderous voice echoed from the void, as a colossal hand descended, reaching for the divine object. Seeking death, the battle was imminent, and the mighty could no longer restrain themselves, rushing forward like moths to a flame. The overwhelming might of myriad Deluo golden immortals threatened to overturn the entire Eastern Sea. This was a contest among the mighty. Beings beneath the Deluo golden immortal tier dared not even glance, feeling powerless and hesitant to act, with a thunderous roar, as if the heavens were torn asunder. The great Tao was disrupted, and divine abilities, laws, and treasures collided, creating a terrifying spectacle. In an instant, Penglai Island became the epicenter of destruction, blinding light rampaging everywhere. All the mighty beings exerted themselves to ascend. With the Eastern King and the Western Queen joining forces, leading the celestial beings, wielding exquisite congenital spiritual treasures, and facing few challengers. The demon race, fierce and numerous, held the upper hand. The 6 ancestral witches were equally unyielding. Their towering forms standing resolute in the eastern sea, capable of annihilating countless foes with a mere gesture. Among them, the 3 purities were the most formidable, for with the toss of a congenital supreme treasure, they could secure an invulnerable position. This was a chaotic melee, with all the mighty beings employing their utmost skills. To neglect the pursuit of such a treasure would invite heavenly wrath. Ling Xiao, Di Jun, and Tai Yi summoned their treasures, transforming into the sun, cascading into the battlefield, flooding it with golden light and sending countless contenders flying. Their entrance drew the attention of many. Chapter 70. The Congenital Supreme Treasure. The defeat of the male and female celestial leaders. Ling Xiao, Di Jun, and Tai Yi entered like 3 radiant suns, intimidating all directions, instantly clearing a portion of the battlefield, with ordinary mighty beings daring not approach. The 3 crowns joined forces, pushing relentlessly towards the summit of the island, drawing near the divine object suspended in the boundless void. This was a chaotic melee. Any being that dared approach the divine object would face fierce attacks from all sides. Ling Xiao, with the Hongming cauldron atop his head, could repel numerous mighty beings with ease, maintaining a demeanor of effortless grace. In comparison, the 3 purities faced no opposition, effortlessly crushing all in their path. The supreme treasure has emerged. Is it a mirror? Suddenly, a mighty being roared, witnessing the chaotic spiritual light hovering above the summit of the island dissipate, revealing an ancient mirror entwined with chaotic energy, shining brilliantly. This archaic chaotic mirror spun continuously, its light radiating dazzling beams, illuminating a formidable being, causing all who were touched by its light to pause in astonishment, as if their very souls had been drained. I saw scenes of my past and future within the mirror. A mighty being exclaimed, lost in profound contemplation. My previous life was a chaotic deity, struck down by Pangu with a single blow. His face bore astonishment, his eyes flickering, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. All the mighty beings were entranced, gazing at the mirror in the sky in a daze. Ling Xiao too was captivated, the blurred images within the mirror flowing by, visible only to him. Moments later, Ling Xiao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. As the final image faded into white, leaving nothing in sight, at the same time, he discerned the information about the mirror. The Taishu mirror, a congenital supreme treasure. It possesses the ability to reverse time and observe the past, present, and future, with boundless utility. It was an auxiliary-type supreme treasure, not particularly adept at offense or defense, yet exceedingly mysterious. Why have I suddenly come to know the details of this treasure? Could it be that it has recognized me as its master? Ling Xiao pondered with a hint of perplexity, suddenly realizing that the other formidable beings around him wore expressions of fervent enthusiasm. Perhaps it was he who had overthought the matter. It seemed he was not the only one privy to this revelation. This mirror, with its capricious nature, had somehow divulged its origins and remarkable uses to everyone present. It was no wonder that this assembly of mighty beings exhibited such fervor and longing. After all, an innate treasure of such extraordinary caliber was exceedingly rare and precious. Even a sage might find it hard to resist its allure. Only a few ancestral witches exchanged glances, feeling detached as they had neither sensed nor seen anything unusual. Standing apart from the rest, "Did you see anything? Why are they so fervent?" Jumming inquired with confusion, uncertain whose fault it was. "Oh, nothing much. I think I caught a glimpse of my own face in the mirror, and it looked rather handsome," Xiangliang mused, touching his rugged and unappealing cheek, secretly pondering whether these individuals were truly driven mad by such a triviality. Is it really that significant? We, the incomplete innate beings, cannot discover certain things. It is only natural. Perhaps they have uncovered the mirror's secret, which is why they are so frenzied. Hutu remarked earnestly, a hint of envy in her tone. Such an extraordinary treasure. Yet they could not utilize it. Even if they did manage to seize it, it would merely adorn their homes idly. Its only conceivable purpose might be to bestow a modicum of fortune upon the witch clan. At that moment, the radiance of the Tai Su mirror gradually retracted, and the beings illuminated by its light slowly regained their senses, resulting in a cacophony of voices. I am fated to this treasure. Do not rob me of it, one powerful entity bellowed, evidently in a state of delirium as he recklessly charged towards the Tai Su mirror. Nonsense. I am the one destined for it. Immediately, a fierce battle erupted once more. This time more intense than before, with lives on the line. The void surrounding Sanxian Island was nearly reduced to a singular point, filled with the aura of catastrophic destruction. Even the quasi-saint level beings no longer held back. The Sanqing, the demon race, male and female immortals, the duo from the west, and the ancestral witches all struck fiercely. Countless mighty beings, akin to a sky full of stars, were consecutively sent crashing into the East Sea. Stirring up towering waves, as more powerful beings were sent flying, the competition grew ever more scarce. Ling Xiao also joined the fray, repelling those who dared to provoke him. Surrounding him, the power of the laws surged, causing his form to radiate with light. With every gesture, he wielded immeasurable divine strength, cleaving through the 3,000 realms. Before long, he encountered Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, the male and female immortals who fought in unison. Leaving no room for opposition, Jin Wu, was it you who struck Kong Ming? Dong Wanggong, wielding a dragon-headed staff, deduced from Kong Ming's words that it was Ling Xiao who had assaulted him. That one called Ziwei is merely a boy beside Ling Xiao. And what of it? Ling Xiao replied casually, his gaze drifting elsewhere, as Dijun and Tai Yi clashed with Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, their battle obscuring the heavens and dimming the sun and moon. Fortunately, they held the upper hand. The duo from the west was no match for them. Ling Xiao, you dare to disregard me? Dong Wanggong's expression darkened. Have you no regard for the male immortal leader? Shi Wangmu, my friend, let us join forces. Anyone seeking the Tai Su mirror must confront all opponents, Dong Wanggong declared with righteous indignation. Hoping to enlist Shi Wangmu's aid against Ling Xiao was not that he could not contend with him, but rather that having an ally would ensure a more leisurely victory. With two more Jin Wu to face, aligning with Shi Wangmu and adding in Ming, he would surely secure their triumph, he calculated meticulously in his mind. Shi Wangmu hesitated, her instincts warning her that this was not a wise choice. However, Ling Xiao had already taken action. To him, striking one or two was of little consequence. Whether Shi Wangmu was allied with Dong Wanggong was utterly inconsequential. With a cold shout, Ling Xiao's pupils emitted beams of light stretching for miles. His thick, dark hair billowed skyward, his eyes reflecting the orbits of the sun and moon along with the vanishing stars, tracing the essence of the Tao. Behind him loomed a golden Dharma image that obscured the heavens. A colossal hand of law descending from above. Shi Wangmu was momentarily stunned. She had not prepared to act, yet Ling Xiao had already made his move, clearly disregarding her presence or perhaps misunderstanding her intentions to assist Dong Wanggong. There was no time for her to ponder further as Ling Xiao's assault descended. They summoned their treasures, unleashing their full might. The vast spiritual energy collided, emitting dazzling divine radiance, followed by an endless desolation. As if an entire star domain were disintegrating. The brilliant light compelled all beings to shut their eyes, while the encroaching darkness threatened to engulf the weaker ones' very souls. They barely had time to contemplate the situation. Before they knew it, Ling Xiao had engaged both Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu simultaneously, facing two opponents at once. In an instant, amid the chaos of destruction, two figures were sent flying. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu appearing pale, blood staining the corners of their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. Ling Xiao stood amidst the turmoil, resembling a primordial deity, the light in his eyes fearsome beyond measure. Chapter 71. 3 Crows Against 3 Purities. Ling Xiao, single-handedly defeating Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, instilled a profound dread among the assembly of mighty beings. Both were quasi-saint-level entities, wielding supreme innate treasures, yet they could not prevail against the Jin Wu. There had once been rumors that the third Jin Wu was the strongest. It seemed that this rumor held truth. A mighty being recalled, having previously thought it mere legend, now realizing its authenticity. How can this be possible? Dong Wanggong's expression shifted to one of incredulity, struggling to accept the reality. Did Shi Wangmu hold back? He began to doubt, finding it utterly bizarre that their combined efforts could not overcome Ling Xiao. Together, let us unite against the Jin Wu, Dong Wang Gong roared, commanding his subordinates to join him. As the golden light erupted from his dragon-headed staff, radiating unparalleled divine power. You seek your own demise, Ling Xiao uttered coolly, his eyes transforming into terrifying voids, within which stars plummeted. At that moment, he emanated an utterly fearsome aura, as if he could cause mountains to crumble and seas to dry up with a mere gaze. His vision encompassed the vast wilderness, the mountains and rivers in upheaval. With the Hong Ming Ding above his head, he stepped forth, akin to the primordial world descending, wielding boundless power. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the entire East Sea roiling in turmoil under the force of his step. Those formidable beings behind Dong Wang Gong were obliterated, plunging into the vast ocean. Even Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu's expressions turned grim. Under this oppressive force, their bodies trembled, their blood surging, nearly unable to withstand the pressure. Ling Xiao, do you dare to humiliate us? Do not forget that the male immortal leader is chosen by the Tao ancestor. Dong Wang Gong bellowed, the radiance of the utmost yang surging forth, shattering the shackles upon him. The male immortal leader? Who is the male immortal? Am I aware? Ling Xiao pointed casually, sending the Hong Ming Ding soaring, within which boundless primordial worlds evolved, descending upon Dong Wang Gong. Boom! Dong Wang Gong's expression shifted slightly. He met the attack with his dragon-headed staff, but it soon dulled and lost its brilliance. Bang! His form shook as if countless worlds were pressing down upon him, ultimately unable to bear the weight, kneeling in the void, confined by the laws of space. Ling Xiao had crafted a unique space just for him. Beneath Dong Wang Gong, the spatial barrier was incredibly solid, rendering him incapable of plummeting into the sea. Dong Wang Gong howled, on the verge of being crushed to dust. The assembly of mighty beings was left in shock. Ling Xiao treated the male immortal leader with such disdain, showing no mercy whatsoever. This showcased the disparity in strength. Despite being a quasi-saint, Dong Wang Gong was utterly dominated by Ling Xiao, which was simply unbelievable. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted as he noticed the Sanqing rapidly approaching the Tai Su mirrored at that moment. They had found an opening, free of opponents, intent on seizing the Tai Su mirror. Ling Xiao raised his hand, summoning the Hong Ming Ding back to him, once more sending Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu into the endless depths of the ocean, their fates unknown. Then, he stepped forth, and the world shifted, time swirling, his figure becoming ethereal. In the next moment, he arrived in the vast expanse of deep space, blocking Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. Ling Xiao blazed like a scorching sun, exerting pressure upon Sanxian Island. Ling Xiao, do you think you can obstruct us? Yuan Shi shouted sternly, wielding the Panga banner that shattered the void, his divine might immense. Stand down. The Tai Su mirror belongs to us alone, Laozi stated with a grave expression, holding the Tai Chi diagram aloft. Ling Xiao's expression remained stern, unfazed by their presence. Do you not wish to determine superiority? Then let it be now. Nonsense. You dare to take us on alone? Yuan Shi laughed in anger, unable to tolerate such arrogance. Who said that? We are here too. At that moment, two beams of golden light darted into the arena, revealing the figures of Di Jun and Tai Yi. You too. Yuan Shi's expression faltered as he turned to seek Jia Yin and Juan. Do not look for them. Those two old fools are no match for us, Tai Yi remarked with a smile. Perceiving Yuan Shi's intent, upon hearing this, the expressions of the Sanqing darkened. There was no other meaning behind it. They simply believed Jia Yin and Juan Ti were too inept to be considered equals among the Tao ancestors' disciples. If they cannot even withstand the two Jin Wu, what use are they to us? If that is the case, then all the better. Today we shall seize the treasure and determine our ranks. Without hindrance, Yuan Shi temporarily set aside his grievances against Jia Yin and Juan Ti, declaring with great enthusiasm, "This is precisely what we intend to convey," Di Jun retorted coldly, unwilling to yield in that instant. Boundless killing intent surged between the Sanqing and the Jin Wu, and all held their breath, awaiting this earth-shattering, unparalleled confrontation. Buzz, boom. The series of colossal clashes unfolded as Sanwu and Sanqing engaged in combat. Their synergy remarkable. Ling Xiao faced Laozi, Tai confronted Yuanshi, and Dijuan squared off against Tongtian. Aware of Laozi's unparalleled strength among the three purities, Dijuan and Tai refrained from overestimating themselves, naturally entrusting the battle to their most formidable brother. Ling Xiao, with the Hongming Ding atop his head, wielded thunderous magic in one hand and time manipulation in the other. The thunder roared, chaotic energy surged, and brilliant arcs of electricity danced, each bolt soaring across the heavens. Immense and awe-inspiring, leaving countless beings in shock. Laozi, standing upon the Tai Chi diagram, stabilized the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, harmonizing yin and yang. Wherever he stood, he was invincible. In their initial encounter, Ling Xiao could sense Laozi's magical prowess, surpassing that of both Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu combined, undoubtedly the strongest being present, save for himself. Even if Ling Xiao's power exceeded Laozi's, the innate treasure would prove a formidable obstacle to defeat him swiftly unless he summoned his true form to crush him with absolute might. Ultimately, the enhancement provided by the innate treasure was far too significant to be compared with mere innate spiritual treasures unless one vastly exceeded in realm and overwhelmed with sheer strength. Fortunately, he too possessed an innate treasure that a powerful individual wields a powerful treasure. Boom. The Hongming Ding erupted with primordial energy, every strand wielding immense divine might, spinning endlessly with radiant brilliance. Grounded upon the Tai Chi diagram, it consumed the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to refine the universe, causing the stars of the endless void to dim as it inhaled and exhaled. On Sanxian Island, all beings gasped in astonishment. Whether great Luo Jingxian or quasi-saints, they were filled with trepidation. They recognized the Tai Chi diagram in the void as an innate treasure, yet were astonished by Ling Xiao's Ding, which also exhibited extraordinary prowess. Inhaling primordial energy and manifesting a microcosm of the primordial world, its might rivaling that of the Tai Chi diagram. How grand and imposing! Should they be struck, they would not only face death but also severe injury. Much like Dong Wang Gong, who had yet to resurface from the sea, leaving their fate uncertain, is this also an innate treasure? Questions arose among them as they gazed at the Hongming Ding. Envy flashing in their eyes, merely envy, for they dared not harbor any ulterior motives. Boom. The Hongming Ding held the Tai Chi diagram in place, and with a mere gesture, Ling Xiao transcended time, evolving various laws and executing unparalleled assaults. Laozi, compelled to summon the heavenly yellow Ling Long Pagoda, found himself struck and sent flying by a single punch from Ling Xiao, whose might was at its zenith. Laozi's expression shifted dramatically, losing his previous composure. Chapter 72. 3 times of Tao. Did you hear? A cornered Yuanshi. Laozi's heart trembled violently. His Tai Chi diagram was subdued by Ling Xiao's Ding, the two treasures entangled, hindering his ability to use the diagram for defense, and he soon found himself at a disadvantage. More astonishingly, Ling Xiao's magical power was even more robust than his own. How could this be? How could one not listen to the Tao yet stand ahead of him? He recalled the days at Buzhou Mountain, when Ling Xiao's cultivation was even inferior to his. Had it not been for this Ding, he would have been thoroughly outmatched. What have I gleaned from these 3 teachings of the Tao? Laozi questioned his very existence, pondering whether the Tao spoken by the Tao ancestor held flaws, for how could Ling Xiao, who never attended teachings, surpass him? Was this not problematic? Just then, Ling Xiao arrived, leaving Laozi no time for further contemplation. In a flurry, Laozi recalled the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda and summoned the ground-dwelling flame flag. Observing this, Ling Xiao wasted no time, raising his hand to summon the Hongming Yangtian ruler, which radiated with brilliance akin to the Milky Way and struck fiercely. Laozi enveloped himself in the radiance of the Taiji, shielding his form, yet was still sent hurtling away by the force of the blow. He pointed, unleashing the Taiji divine thunder, which rattled the cosmos, appearing as if it had descended from chaos, directly engulfing Ling Xiao. This terrifying divine thunder could easily obliterate a great Luo Jingxian, and the horror of countless divine thunders was unimaginable. Laozi's face lit up with joy. Without a treasure to protect him, what could Ling Xiao employ to counter this strike? But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tumultuous thunderstorm abruptly calmed, contracting until it transformed into a sphere of thunder essence, which Ling Xiao cradled in his hand. This left Laozi momentarily stunned. Why had the divine thunder he summoned become Ling Xiao's? I'll return it to you. Ling Xiao smirked coldly, flicking his finger as the thunder essence shot forth, turning the void into a black hole, an abyss of nothingness, with an aura of annihilation that instilled profound fear in the beings of the three islands, sending chills down their spines. Stay away. Laozi's pupils constricted, and in a moment of panic, he shouted, boom. The heavens trembled with an earth-shattering clap of thunder as the thunder essence exploded, consuming a portion of the void and wreaking havoc upon countless stars. Amidst this cataclysm, Laozi emerged from atop the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, his robe tattered, his body charred, with still fresh bloodstains adorning him. Witnessing this scene, Yuanshi and Tongtian were both alarmed. Their elder brother had been reduced to such a state? Was it that their elder brother had faltered, or was Ling Xiao too powerful? Perhaps they should switch opponents with their elder brother. Yuanshi, are you still engaged in battle with me, yet dare to divide your attention? Tai bellowed, as the chaos bell descended upon him. A divine artifact capable of suppressing the world, its might evident. With a resounding crash, Yuanshi was struck into the eastern sea, akin to a great star plummeting, stirring up monstrous waves, as if the waters of the eastern sea would overturn. Infuriated, Yuanshi wielded the Panga banner, slicing through the waters of the eastern sea, and propelled himself upward once more. Tai charged forward, his form radiating boundless divine light, the golden crow's divine fire igniting the void, extending for billions of miles, wielding the power to annihilate heaven and earth, intent on incinerating Yuanshi. The onlooking powerful beings were left in astonishment. As after Ling Xiao's thrashing of Laozi, it appeared Yuanshi could not match Tai. Either. 2 among the three purities had already succumbed. For reasons unknown, witnessing the three purities being bested brought an unusual sense of comfort. The ancestral witch Gonggong chuckled, his voice unrestrained and deliberately loud, nearly causing Laozi and Yuanshi to spit blood in fury. What a trio of wuss, barely capable of standing against us, Ziz, in a deep tone, remarked, referring to himself and the 12 ancestral witches. He then turned to the nearby Changliang, casually inquiring, Changliang, that fellow named Ling Xiao, who also practices thunder magic, how does he compare to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang chuckled, responding, are you not asking a question whose answer you already know? Changliang is the ancestral witch of thunder. Who could understand thunder magic better than him? Isn't that right, Changliang? Shall we engage in a contest for the mirror? Changliang stammered, rambling nonsensically before finally uttering the phrase contest for the mirror. The other, less astute ancestral witches were baffled, while only Hutu seemed to grasp something, gazing at Ling Xiao with a contemplative expression. Is it possible that our fellow wuss are so formidable? Somewhere within Sanxian Dao, Zenyuanzi and Hongyun observed the battle, unable to suppress their exclamations. Following the previous incident where Dijuan and Tai had thoroughly defeated Jane and Juanti, this time it was even more outrageous, as the three wuss now contended against the three purities. Ling Xiao is truly extraordinary, Hongyun marveled, noting the stark contrast to the time at Buzhou Mountain. Alas, it seems this is beyond our participation. Let go of any hopes for the Tai Su mirror and seek something to bring back for the ginseng fruit instead. Zenyuanzi viewed the situation with acceptance, relinquishing any lingering aspirations for the Tai Su mirror. As they battled, he planned to gather more treasures. Yuanzai, when will you be moving? Upon mentioning the ginseng fruit, Hongyun could not help but pose the question. Zenyuanzi, boom! The battle between the three purities and the three wuss reached a fever pitch. Recognizing the difficulty of winning in a one-on-one confrontation, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian joined forces. Bound by their common origins, having traversed the ages since their transformation, they naturally exhibited an extraordinary level of tacit understanding. Fight as you please. I will ensure you are convinced of your inferiority, Tai taunted, casting a disdainful glance at the three purities, particularly Yuanshi, whom he scrutinized closely. What kind of gaze is that? Do you think I am inferior to you? Yuanshi retorted furiously, feeling a profound humiliation, for indeed, he had recently found himself at a disadvantage. Yet how could he graciously acknowledge such a humiliating truth? Nay, It is you three who fall short of us. Dejuan interjected, despite his previous inability to best Tongtian. His two brothers had emerged victorious. Point 2 outweigh 1. Does that not signify their triumph as the three wuss? Such arrogance, boom. Chaos erupted as the battle intensified. The world ablaze with Dao fire and sheets of lightning, the brilliance of the conflict blinding. As the laws of the great Dao transformed into order, into thunderous roars, into limitless chaotic flames, the heavens quaked. And beams of light danced. Point 1 golden crow, as if forged from gold, surged through the cosmos, striking upward to the ninth heaven and plunging downward to the abyss, fiercely engaging in battle, with a resounding crash. Yuanshi was struck by the Hongming Ding, his entire form shattering. The Panga banner, primarily offensive, could not defend like the Tai Chi diagram. Facing Ling Xiao, he quickly fell into disarray. The radiance of the jade pure burned, and his shattered form reassembled, glowing with radiant Dao patterns like porcelain being heated. Ling Xiao strode upon the Ding, radiating golden brilliance, akin to a blazing inferno, looking down with an air of unmatched supremacy. His tall and slender form adorned with cascading black hair, his profound eyes exuding unmatched valor, as if he were the sovereign of the world. The sight was both magnificent and unparalleled, as the Hongming Ding inhaled and exhaled. Phantoms of worlds whirled around it, and above its mouth, a galaxy of resplendence danced in tandem. Yuanshi's spirit trembled as he transmitted to Tongtian, third brother, quickly set up the extermination sword array. Chapter 73. The dominance of the Golden Crow. Yuanshi grew anxious and communicated with Tongtian, urging him to deploy the extermination sword array. The Dao ancestor had once proclaimed that the extermination sword array could only be shattered by 4 entities of equal rank. With only 3 golden crows at their disposal, what could they possibly use to resist such a formation? Would this not guarantee their inevitable defeat? How could we, the 3 pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu, be vanquished by 3 mere golden crows? Yuanshi roared inwardly, unable to accept the notion of being defeated by the golden crows. Upon receiving Yuanshi's transmission, Tongtian hesitated and said, "Second brother, it may be somewhat unwise to engage in a 3-on-3 contest while also laying down the extermination array." Naturally proud and courageous by nature, he was reluctant to rely on formations for victory. At such a critical juncture, the priority must be victory, Yuanshi retorted, growing increasingly agitated. Tongtian, appearing normal at other times, seemed to be acting foolishly now. Did he not understand the importance of the greater situation? Tongtian remained contemplative and disregarded Yuanshi's frustration. At that moment, Ling Xiao erupted with an unparalleled aura, golden light illuminating the firmament, exuding an overwhelming force. The Hongming cauldron hovered above, pressing forward with might. Every gesture of his carried monumental grandeur, the laws of the universe transforming into offensive maneuvers, striking Yuanshi with such ferocity that he was propelled away, his form exploding into eternal fireworks. The Hongming cauldron suppressed the Taiji diagram as Ling Xiao's enormous hand struck out, sending Laozi flying millions of miles, crossing 3 islands and soaring over the 9 heavens, entering the vast sea of clouds. Simultaneously, Tongtian found himself besieged by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, his scalp tingling with fear, forcing him to transform into a divine rainbow and flee to rescue his elder and younger brothers. Ling Xiao raised his hand to retract the Hongming cauldron, preparing to seize the Taiji diagram, only for it to tear through the void and vanish from sight. Witnessing this, all beings were left in shock. The 3 pure ones had been defeated, unable to stand against the 3 crows, ultimately vanishing without a trace, their fates unknown. The disciples of the Dao ancestor, bearing treasured relics, had been defeated in unison. A result that surpassed their wildest expectations. In light of this, would the Taishi mirror not fall into the hands of the 3 crows? The powerful beings pondered this with reluctance. After all, it was a congenital treasure, and possessing it would elevate them immensely. Jane and Juanti's expressions darkened as they gazed at the Taishi mirror hovering above the Penglai immortal island. So close yet so far, they did not dare to seize it with the 3 crows present. Initially, they had anticipated a fierce clash between the 3 pure ones and the 3 crows, expecting them to inflict mutual destruction, allowing them to take advantage of the situation and claim the Taishi mirror. Unexpectedly, the three pure ones had suffered such a crushing defeat, scarcely managing to injure even a feather of the crows. What utter incompetence! How could they be deemed worthy as direct disciples of the Tao ancestor? It was infuriating. Despite their apparent connection to the West, they could not take them along, forced to watch helplessly as they fell into the clutches of evil. Zhuanti lamented as he gazed at the Taishi mirror. Still convinced of its ties to the West, never doubting it, on the side of the demon race, powerful beings like Nuwa felt a deep sense of regret. Given the current situation, their chances of seizing the Taishi mirror from the three crows were nearly non-existent. Ling Xiao, employing thunderous methods, vanquished his opponents, his gaze sweeping across the beings of the three islands, none daring to meet his eyes. He retracted the Hongming cauldron, intent on claiming the Taishi mirror. Suddenly, the entire three immortal islands trembled. The sea roiling, and an immense aura pervaded the atmosphere, causing the beings on the island to shudder. Dear friends, is it not somewhat inappropriate to act so recklessly in my East Sea? A dragon's roar resonated. The waters of the East Sea crashing against the shores, leading to a stunning revelation. A true dragon surfaced, its colossal form gradually becoming visible among the three immortal islands, dwarfing the islands beneath it. The sudden upheaval caused the expressions of all powerful beings to shift, particularly in response to the overwhelming aura and pressure that was terrifying enough to instill fear. "What a magnificent dragon!" exclaimed a being of low cultivation, nearly frightened to the point of losing composure, the vast dragon form undulating upon the sea, seemingly limitless, its invisible might suffocating them. I asked that Ao Zhan, the leader of the dragon clan? A powerful being recognized the dragon's lineage. The current head of the dragon clan, Ao Zhan, had first made his mark during the calamity of Long Han, and when the dragon clan faced misfortunes, suffering numerous casualties. He managed to survive and ascend to leadership, leading the dragon clan to remain hidden in the East Sea, avoiding the world. The emergence of the three immortal islands had ultimately stirred the dragon clan. "Leave at once. Do not commit further slaughter in my East Sea," Ao Zhan commanded, his voice booming like thunder, his gaze fixed upon the Taishi mirror. He had been lying in wait beneath the sea, anticipating the moment when all powerful beings would be nearly defeated and injured. Only then would he emerge to seize the treasured relic. While it had not entirely met his expectations, he could no longer afford to wait. The Taishi mirror was a congenital treasure. If obtained, it might restore the dragon clan's fortunes, a matter of utmost importance that could not be overlooked. "Old dragon, if you desire the treasure, simply state so. What need have you for such lofty ideals? As for your claims of slaughter, has your dragon clan not already committed enough?" Tai Yi scoffed coldly. Ling Xiao remained silent, scrutinizing the true dragon in the sea, astonished to find that its strength had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, employing some method to achieve such cultivation. However, it was understandable. From the era of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin to the present, even a pig would not be weak. "Foolish little golden crow, when my dragon clan ruled over heaven and earth, you were but a drop of liquid upon the sun. What right do you have to comment on us?" Ao Zhan bellowed, causing the three immortal islands to tremble, his divine power immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao and the three crows exchanged glances, and in unison, summoned their treasures, hurling them into the air. The Hongming cauldron and the chaotic bell grew increasingly large. Chaos energy permeating, their might astonishing. Boom! Ao Zhan's entire form radiated light, each dragon scale resembling a small universe, exuding boundless power. He stirred the waters of the East Sea, bracing himself against the descending Hongming cauldron and chaotic bell. In the collision, everything was engulfed in brilliance. The heavens and earth transformed, that moment, for beams of light pierced the void, racing towards the Taishi mirror. These four beams belonged to Jane, Zhuanti, and the already lurking Mingi Kuanpeng. They converged before the Taishi mirror, preparing to seize it, yet the mirror was enveloped in a layer of seals and restrictions, merging with the void, requiring refinement before it could be taken. As fellow practitioners, they exchanged a glance and spoke in unison, "Let each rely on their own abilities. Whoever refines it first shall claim it." Each had their own motives, their murderous intent unabated. yet they refrained from immediate action. Aiming first to secure the Taishi mirror, Mingyi and Kuanpeng, who would gladly devour one another, nonetheless proceeded to refine the Taishi mirror with utmost sincerity. Their movements naturally caught Ling Xiao's attention, his eyes flashing with icy light as he vanished from his position. Chapter 74. Unmatched combat power. Have you refined enough? As Jane, Xuanti, Mingyi, and Kuanpeng exerted themselves, a voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao had descended. Ling Xiao, the treasures belong to those fated to possess them. Do you truly wish to monopolize them? Jane and Xuanti spoke in succession, emboldened by the sight of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi entangled with Ao Zhan. Enough with the idle chatter. Get lost, Ling Xiao coldly commanded, offering no further words and directly preparing to face all four. In that moment, witnessing the chaos, the demon race and the ancestral witches could no longer restrain themselves, eager to snatch the treasure. Quickly, all together, seize victory amidst the turmoil and reclaim the mirror to hang upon Mount Buzhou. Gonggong laughed heartily, impatient to take action, as the ancestral witches, born warriors, found it difficult to contain their excitement in such a scenario. Indeed, this is a prime opportunity. Even if we cannot obtain it, we must not allow them to do so, Jumong echoed. Do not act impulsively. Let them fight it out. Qiangliang, unusually composed, urged his brethren to remain calm. His words left the other ancestral witches astonished, as if seeing him anew. Qiangliang, why are you so timid? In the past, you would have been the first to charge into such a situation, Shizi inquired in surprise. Qiangliang stammered, inexplicably reluctant to engage, sensing an ominous premonition, yet the curious gazes of Gonggong and the other ancestral witches made it difficult for him to hold back. He had been underestimated. He had been called timid. Anger surged within him as he felt his dignity was being belittled. He suddenly shouted, "Fine. If we must go, then let us go. Who fears whom?" As the words fell, one bold individual charged ahead. Hutu, feeling helpless, gazed at her brothers, realizing their natures and refrained from offering counsel. In fact, she too felt a twinge of desire to seize the mirror. On the other side, the demon clan's Kuanpeng had joined the fray, and with no alternative. They too had to participate, for Kuanpeng was one of their own. Immediately, chaos erupted once more, with nearly all combatants being of quasi-saint caliber, all vying for the Tai Su mirror. Ling Xiao's divine gaze sparkled brilliantly, his eyes tearing through the void, radiating light as the laws of power erupted within him. The world force contained within his flesh resonated. He held nothing back, and with a single punch, Mingyi was obliterated, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that fell upon the vast ocean. Each drop of blood bore a distorted human face, howling in fury, while Mingyi, both astonished and enraged, never anticipated being so brutally shattered. Kuanpeng, with hair billowing like dark clouds, exuded a fierce and menacing presence. Upon witnessing Mingyi's demise at the hands of Ling Xiao, he felt a chill run down his spine, wary of underestimating this foe. With a deafening roar, he revealed his true form, a monstrous bird that blotted out the sun, its black wings flapping with such force that the heavens trembled and the entire eastern sea was stirred. Sweeping up countless sea creatures, with a piercing cry, he soared forth, the void collapsing in his wake, resembling a black sun that spanned the sky. Boom! Ling Xiao erupted, his entire being enveloped in the order of the laws, dazzling in its brilliance as he unleashed a punch aimed at shattering the massive beak of the bird. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Kuanpeng's beak, akin to a divine mountain capable of shattering celestial gold, was forcibly crushed, nearly resulting in the explosion of his entire head. Simultaneously, Jane and Xuanti summoned their magical artifacts, the seven treasures mysterious tree blossoming with seven-colored holy light directed at Ling Xiao in Jane's grasp. The Jane divine banner emitted radiant light, crashing down upon him. Buzz! Ling Xiao did not evade. He braced himself to withstand the strike, as the golden light of the laws enveloped his physique, akin to a war god awakening. Although Jane and Xuanti's attack descended upon him, it could not penetrate even a fraction, constantly eroded by his overwhelming might. That moment, Jane's complexion shifted, and in the next instant, He sensed tremendous dread as Ling Xiao's form erupted in divine splendor. The sky filled with feather-like laws that erupted from him, reminiscent of the divine feathers of the golden crow. In an instant, Jane was pierced by the myriad divine feathers, and although they attempted to resist, the multitude of laws that manifested as divine feathers proved insurmountable. Ling Xiao once again unleashed a tremor of his fingers, transforming the divine feathers into blades, golden light surging forth like a galaxy cleaving through the skies. Jane was instantly bisected at the waist, his magical artifact unable to shield him in time. They roared in anger, reconstructing themselves, for at their level, physical harm was insufficient to be fatal. With a casual strike, Ling Xiao dispatched Jane and, in a swift motion, seized Kuanping's wing, tearing it asunder, a deluge of blood cascading down, staining the sea red. Kuanping roared in fury, only for his other wing to be similarly wrenched away. The assembly of great demons rushing to rescue Kuanping was struck with terror, their scalps prickling, and they hastily turned to snatch the Tai Su mirror before retreating. Meanwhile, the ancestral witches also intervened, their colossal hands reaching for the Tai Su mirror, intent on seizing that expanse of void. Seeking your own demise, Ling Xiao bellowed, and in that moment, he radiated light, the chains of divine laws bursting forth. Unmatched in valor, engaging them in a breathtaking confrontation. Boom! The grasping hand of the ancestral which was instantly repelled, scattering both the void and the sea clouds. Jumong staggered back a few steps, unknowingly trampling countless sea creatures beneath him. The waters beneath his feet turning crimson in an instant. Ling Xiao, hand over the Tai Su mirror, and we shall withdraw immediately, Zhu Juyin commanded sternly, casting a grave glance at Jumong. Ling Xiao's combat prowess sent a shiver down Zhu Juin's spine. Yet having come this far, retreat was not an option. If I hand it over, will you even be able to utilize it? Such a waste. Ling Xiao chuckled lightly, his entire being beginning to glow, an endless torrent of divine fire spilling forth. Across the land, the boundless seas unfolded, and Ling Xiao's silhouette gradually transformed, the phantom of the golden crow reigning supreme. Traversing the heavens, beams of golden light slicing through the sky. At that moment, he was indistinguishable from the sun. His murderous intent overwhelming, an unparalleled sovereign, defying all reason, with boundless powers and divine energy. This was an astonishing method of attack, causing all living beings to feel as though they were suffocating. The moment the golden crow's image appeared in the sky, even entities beyond the endless expanse of time and space could sense it. Gazing upon the pinnacle of the eastern sea, a golden sun slowly rose, akin to the solar star in the firmament. Its terrifying might and murderous intent reaching far and wide, illuminating the earth. The formidable beings of the demon clan were swiftly incinerated, reduced to dust, some even losing their very souls. In the rear, Bai Zhe had long since fled, disappearing into the sea. He had previously warned against opposing Ling Xiao, but none had heeded his counsel. They brought this upon themselves. I shall return to the demon clan to hold the fort. If you want to listen to me, no one can save you. Should you perish, it cannot be blamed on me. Bai Zhe thought to himself, retreating 1,000 miles towards the shores of the primordial seas. Not daring to look back, Nuwa's expression darkened. Grinding her silver teeth, she beheld the melting remnants of the demon clan's backbone, gazing at Ling Xiao standing amidst heaven and earth, feeling impotent and wavering on whether to engage in battle. Chapter 75. Merely a splinter? Nuwa wrestled with her thoughts, and after a moment's hesitation, she cast forth the map of mountains and rivers, gathering a portion of the remaining demon clan, before turning to depart. The intuition of a female deity warned her that if she were to strike, calamity would surely follow. In contrast, the witch clan lacked such foresight, oblivious to the changes of fate, ignorant of how to attract fortune and avoid disaster. Ling Xiao's divine form astonished all, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancestral witches, engulfed in blazing flames, radiating an overwhelming murderous aura, taking on 6 opponents single-handedly. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, the clash of laws resonating throughout creation. The 3 immortal islands trembled under the might of the conflict, on the verge of collapse. The beings upon the island, as well as several powerful entities, were left dumbfounded. The scene before them was unimaginable, too shocking to comprehend. Ling Xiao repeatedly shattered their expectations, surpassing what they believed to be the limits of strength. Just how powerful was he? Was there no end? First, he defeated Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, then led the charge against the three Pure Ones, followed by Jian, Zhuanti, Mingyi, Kuanpeng, and the entire demon clan, culminating in a confrontation with the ancestral witches. All were top-tier powers of the primordial realm. Ordinarily, defeating even one would be enough to gain renown throughout the primordial world. Yet now they all fell to Ling Xiao's hands. Such achievements could only be deemed absurd. I declare that from this moment forth, the three crows can no longer be compared with the three pure ones, for the latter are no longer deserving, a being declared with fervor, as if they had personally accomplished such feats. The upper three crows, the lower three pure ones, names well-deserved. Ling Xiao's actions, however, had offended the predetermined six saints and the disciples of the Tao ancestor, and the consequences of their wrath upon achieving sainthood in the future were unfathomable. Some beings were not so optimistic, believing Ling Xiao could only revel in temporary glory. With enmity formed against the future six saints, one could only imagine the horrific retribution once they attained their own sainthood. What did it mean to be a predetermined saint? It signified the six beings established by the heavenly Tao, destined to achieve sainthood. While Ling Xiao was powerful, he was not among the predetermined saints. Whether he could achieve sainthood in the future remained uncertain. Without attaining sainthood, all strength would be rendered futile. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were equally astonished, their scalps tingling in shock. They had thought Ling Xiao strong enough. Yet they had underestimated him. Yuanzi, when will you be this strong? Let us form a duo called the Two Clouds, so I may bask in your glory. Hong Yun, regaining his senses from his astonishment, spoke to Zhen Yuanzi beside him. Get lost. Is it not your own lack of effort? Hurry, before the three immortal islands are seized by Ling Xiao. Let us gather some treasures from him. Zhen Yuanzi responded with righteous indignation, though his words felt somewhat out of place. He was incensed by Hong Yun, muttering about a duo, while he felt like a mere secondary player. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai, accompanied by the Hongmeng Cauldron, were entangled with Ao Zhan and several powerful dragon beings. Ao Zhan, coveting the Tai Su mirror, found himself thwarted by Emperor Jun and Tai, who wielded innate treasures, creating chaos in their wake. Frustrated, Ao Zhan fumed, unable to contend with Emperor Jun and Tai. Seeing Ling Xiao sweep through his opponents with unmatched might, he felt a mix of urgency and panic, yet he was unwilling to relinquish the Tai Su mirror. Eye in his eyes, this artifact belonged to the Dragon Clan, as it had appeared on the three immortal islands, which were birthed in the Eastern Sea. No one was more destined for it than they Dati this moment. The battle between Ling Xiao and the ancestral witches had reached a fever pitch. The ancestral witches of the same rank were significantly stronger than typical quasi-saint powers. His blood resonated, the laws quaking as he clashed against the ancestral witches with sheer physical force. Ling Xiao resembled a chaotic deity, his dark hair swirling wildly, exuding an overwhelming battle aura with every gesture. He commanded boundless divine strength, as though he were cleaving through the heavens. Boom! A peerless punch erupted, obliterating Jumong's form, his entire arm disintegrating into a mist of blood, his flesh shattered. Ling Xiao condensed 5 laws within his fingertips, sparing no effort as he pierced through Jumong, light radiating across millions of miles, ultimately crashing down into the sea. This strike nearly obliterated Jumong's entire physical form, the 5 powers of law annihilating him from within. Seeing this unfold, the other ancestral witches howled in rage, their eyes filled with fury. You should have anticipated this scene when you chose to intervene, Ling Xiao declared coldly, continuing his onslaught, igniting Gonggong with the principles of fire. This was his highest mastery of the laws, and its power was evident. Once Gonggong was set ablaze, he was immediately driven to madness, as his water principles could scarcely extinguish the flames enveloping him. With a splash, he plunged into the sea, causing the waters to boil instantaneously. In that moment, the creatures within the ocean were thrown into chaos, unable to endure the heat. Cease! Enough! Shouted Zhu Juyin, his eyes reflecting the passage of time. As the currents of time danced relentlessly, he intended to use this to save Gonggong and Jumong. You are not the only one proficient in the laws of time. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted, as he too wielded the principles of time. Instantly, the fabric of space and time became tumultuous, time intertwining chaotically. Zhu Juin's expression changed dramatically, incredulity flashing in his eyes, for Ling Xiao's mastery of time was surprisingly equal to his own. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Ling Xiao unleashed his full might, launching a relentless barrage that obliterated the remaining ancestral witches. Run! Zhu Juin bellowed, channeling the laws of time with all his strength, rallying the remaining ancestral witches, Huo Yang and Ho Tu, to drag the others in a frantic escape. Ling Xiao chose not to pursue. Instead, he soared beside the Tai Su mirror, harnessing the laws of space to refine the void. Seizing the Tai Su mirror in his grasp, this time, no one could stop him. With the Tai Su mirror secured, Ling Xiao swiftly moved to the side of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Grasping the Hongming cauldron, intent on decisively subduing Ao Zhan and the formidable dragon clan. At that moment, Ao Zhan was in utter despair. Having never anticipated the ferocity of the Golden Crow, he had intended to seize an opportunity, only to find himself in peril, without warning, without any forewarning. As Ao Zhan felt the weight of hopelessness, a massive dragon head emerged from the sea, embodying the passage of ages and the emptiness of eternity. The aura it exuded was even more potent than Ao Zhan's, carrying an ancient essence, and in his gaze, there were traces of time's passage. Ao Zhan was filled with elation, internally exclaiming that salvation had arrived. Golden Crow, I beseech you, Ao Zhan has erred, please grant me mercy. The ancient dragon spoke, a figure of a white-haired elder standing upon its head. Ling Xiao regarded the old dragon with keen interest, inquiring, "Who are you, Zhulong? Ancestral dragon?" He sensed the old dragon's formidable power. Despite its seemingly frail appearance, the vast strength contained within was far beyond what Ao Zhan could match. Such grand and ancient power could only belong to a dragon of ancestral lineage. That is of little consequence now, all that is past. Golden Crow, would you grant me the favor of ceasing hostilities? The old dragon spoke with a smile, exuding an air of tranquility and inner confidence. His gaze steeped in the weight of ages as he appraised Ling Xiao. If I am not mistaken, this is merely a manifestation of your essence. Chapter 76. Just how powerful is he? The old dragon spoke with a chuckle, astonishingly discerning the truth, revealing that Ling Xiao's current form was merely a fraction of his true self. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beings were left in stunned silence. The revelation exploding within their minds, it was already absurd enough that it was merely a manifestation. How powerful must the true self be? They were awestruck, suddenly recalling the formidable beings Ling Xiao had defeated, who had already departed. If they realized they had been bested by merely a fraction of his being, would their mental fortitude not shatter? Even Emperor Jun and Tai Yi wore bewildered expressions, realizing that their brother had only sent a manifestation. Indeed, my brother remains the same, still attached to his home, reluctant to leave the Sun Star. But this is astonishing. We believed we were closing the gap, that the disparity was no longer so vast. Yet now it appears the chasm has widened. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback, not expecting the old dragon to discern this detail, indicating considerable prowess. So what if you have seen through my facade? Do you believe that reveals your superiority? Do you wish for me to fight you with all my might? He sneered, wholly unfazed by the old dragon's bravado. Should the old dragon choose to play tricks, he would summon his true self and unleash a torrent of destruction. The brazen words caused the old dragon's lips to twitch, prompting him to quickly clarify. My friend, I harbor no intentions of battle. My advanced age, I have grown weary of conflict. I seek only a tranquil heart, eschewing the desire for supremacy. He spoke eloquently, wearing an expression of detachment from worldly strife, exuding an ethereal quality. Upon hearing this, Ao Zhan, the dragon clan leader, cast a surprised glance at the old dragon, seemingly unable to believe his words. Ling Xiao shrugged, calmly stating, "You dragons initiated the provocation. One cannot simply declare peace and forget the matter." The old dragon chuckled awkwardly, for their initial plan had been to make a grand entrance, sweeping away treasures, as typically no being could stand against them. Yet they had not anticipated the exception that was Ling Xiao. He could not discern Ling Xiao's true cultivation and was uncertain of the strength of his true self, leading him to refrain from taking risks. The Dragon Clan was no longer as powerful as before. Post-cataclysm, they needed to remain vigilant and cautious, lest they face extinction. Ling Xiao, it was all a misunderstanding. Henceforth, these 3 immortal islands shall belong to you. Feel free to command the surrounding dragons. Do not hesitate. As it serves as compensation from my clan to yours, from now on, the Dragon Clan and the Golden Crow shall be one family. How splendid! The old dragon laughed heartily, his demeanor benevolent and seemingly harmless. Who considers you family? Not at all splendid, Emperor Jun immediately opposed, asserting that their Golden Crow clan consisted of only 3 elite members, and they could not be equated with the Dragon Clan. Enough! This matter is settled. From now on, without our permission, no one is to approach the 3 immortal islands. Ling Xiao waved his hand, signaling the Dragon Clan to depart. The old dragon's strength was unfathomable. There was no need for needless conflict, especially since he had already obtained what he desired. Very well, my Golden Crow friends, we shall be neighbors from now on. Do visit my dragon palace when you have the chance. The old dragon chuckled heartily, capturing Ao Zhan and the other dragons in his grasp, sinking into the depths of the sea. Indeed, there was something remarkable about him. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted, and merely this action allowed him to gauge the old dragon's extraordinary abilities. Truly, a cunning old slippery creature. After the Dragon Clan departed, Tai Yi promptly stepped forward to clean up the battlefield. Fellow friends, these 3 immortal islands shall henceforth serve as the domain of our Golden Crows. Without permission, no one is to intrude. I kindly ask you to take your leave. The assembled beings felt a sense of regret, but had no choice but to comply, departing obediently. Even those top-tier powers could not contend with the Golden Crows, let alone themselves. Congratulations, Golden Crow friends. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun arrived, radiating joy, presenting 3 ginseng fruits as a congratulatory gift. Their gaze towards Ling Xiao was akin to that of a monster. Overall, from the beginning until now, they were almost numb from shock. No need for formality. Emperor Jun accepted the ginseng fruits, distributing them among the group. Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, feel free to visit the 3 immortal islands anytime for discussions. Ling Xiao smiled, taking a bite of the ginseng fruit, its flavor bursting forth, an experience he had never encountered before. Accompanied by the sea breeze, there was a hint of saltiness. He, Ling Xiao, I believe it would be more fitting to name these 3 immortal islands the 3 Crows Islands. Hong Yun suggested with a smile, displaying a certain flair for naming. In truth, he and Zhen Yuanzi were not being overly polite, as they had recently acquired numerous treasures and felt the need to contribute something. Zhen Yuanzi wore an expression of exasperation, thinking to himself that if one cannot speak wisely, it is better to remain silent. What a ridiculous name! Ling Xiao could not help but chuckle, casually remarking, "That can wait for later." They then entered the island, embarking on a journey of exploration and conversation. The 3 immortal islands were vast, and normal gathering would take millennia to fully explore. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain, Tong Tian, after considerable effort, finally managed to rescue Yuan Shi and Lao Zi. Lao Zi was relatively unscathed, but Yuan Shi had suffered injuries to his origin, rendering him severely wounded. Coupled with the humiliation of defeat, he had fainted multiple times. It took a long while for his emotions to stabilize. How could we have been defeated by 3 Golden Crows? We are the true descendants of Pangu. Yuan Shi sat cross-legged on a cushion, his aura waning, with faint traces of Dao scars visible on his body. Those were the injuries Ling Xiao had inflicted. If not treated promptly, they could potentially affect his foundation in the future. Physical injuries were trivial. Psychological wounds were far more significant. He found it hard to come to terms with it. I underestimated the 3 Crows. If I am not mistaken, they are on the path of the laws to enlightenment. Lao Zi spoke with a grave expression. Cultivating the laws? No wonder their combat prowess is so formidable. Tong Tian remarked, somewhat astonished. Formidable indeed. But their journey has reached its limits, Lao Zi replied with a faint smile, eliciting confusion from Tong Tian. Elder brother, why do you say that? Though they have achieved the status of Hunyuan Jingxian, advancing further will be exceedingly challenging. Laozi questioned, when you attempted to grasp the laws, did you find it easy or arduous? He looked at Tong Tian with a smile. Tong Tian paused for a moment and replied, arduous, it is indeed exceedingly difficult. Precisely, Laozi nodded, continuing, this proves that this path is blocked. Even if they can achieve Hunyuan Jingxian, progressing further will be immensely arduous. We, the embodiment of Panga's primordial spirit, possess unparalleled strength in both foundation and comprehension, a fact that even we find daunting. Let alone the Golden Crows. After a thorough analysis, one cannot help but feel a sense of holding the pearl of wisdom. He had long since endeavored to grasp the laws, yet progress was excruciatingly slow. Even during the era of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, it proved to be immensely challenging, let alone for the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal.as, for achieving the Mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. That seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 77. Yuanshir's realization and the shock of Dijiang Laozi's words eased Yuanshir's heart considerably, a faint smile gracing his face. The three pure ones, being the destined saints appointed by the Tao ancestor, are assuredly on the path to sanctity. No matter how formidable the three crows become now, their future is a foregone conclusion. As Laozi aptly stated, the path of the laws is fraught with difficulty, and to attain mixed yuan is likely to require an eternity of cultivation. In contrast, their journey follows the sacred path of Hongjun, as destined saints who will undoubtedly achieve sanctity in due time, at which point they shall wield control over all. After some contemplation, Yuanshir's fury subsided significantly, leaving only a trace of discontent as he turned to Tong Tian, inquiring about past events. Third brother, during our previous encounter with the three crows, why did you not employ the extermination sword formation? The Tao ancestor once remarked that this formation could only be breached by 4 beings of equal rank. Had you set up the extermination sword formation, we would have never fallen to the three crows. His inquiry was tinged with dissatisfaction, feeling they should not have lost, all because Tong Tian had made a foolish error. This incident cast a shadow over what should have been a glorious life. Even if he were to attain sanctity and vanquish the three crows in the future, this fact would remain. All beings would remember their past defeat. Tong Tian paused upon hearing Yuanshir's question and replied, second brother, the situation was dire, and there was no time to set up the extermination sword formation. Besides, our 3 against their 3 was a fair battle. Formations are merely external tools, and winning through them would not reflect my true abilities. His pride was evident, demonstrating his unique perspective, with resolute brows that conveyed his determination. Yuanshir's assumptions were overly simplistic. Even if he had intended to set up a formation, would the three crows have remained idle? How foolish! Yuanshir exclaimed in anger, the first time he had directed such ire towards Tong Tian. Part of his fury stemmed from being enraged, while the other part was genuinely incensed by Tong Tian's words. If you possess the ability, why did you not defeat the three crows? Second brother, your words are uncalled for. I acted for my own reasons. What fault is there in that? Tong Tian retorted, equally irked by Yuanshir's comments. Especially the accusation of foolishness, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. To be subjected to such humiliation while being beaten, and to have the ire directed at him, was indeed unwarranted. Yuanshir glared fiercely, preparing to admonish, when Laozi, who had remained silent, could no longer tolerate the discord and intervened. Enough, cease the quarrel. Tong Tian, what your second brother says holds merit. In a life-and-death battle, one must employ every means at their disposal, including formations, as they are also a part of your capabilities. Combat is not merely about passion. One must prioritize the greater situation. To have a formation yet not use it would be folly. Waiting until we are on the brink of demise to deploy it, by then, it would be too late. I hope you will remember this. Next time, do not let emotions dictate your actions. Laozi spoke methodically, his tone light yet imbued with a reprimanding essence. He naturally aligned with Yuanshir's sentiments and felt discontent towards Tong Tian's previous actions. Both he and Yuanshir had nearly been rendered senseless by the onslaught, while Tong Tian remained mired in indecision. To put it bluntly, one could not predict when they might meet their end at Tong Tian's hands. Such recklessness was far too perilous. It was imperative to rectify this hazardous mindset. Brother, I did not say to forego formations, but rather that they require time to set up. During battle, who has the luxury of time to arrange a formation? Tongtian explained, somewhat displeased, still unwilling to concede. Laozi chuckled softly. My brother and I will naturally assist you in buying time. After glancing at Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian could only nod in agreement, offering no further retort. With the conversation reaching this point, what more could he say? Meanwhile, Zhu Juyin, Gong Gong, Ho Tu, Chang Liang, Zhu Meng, and Shi Zi, the 6 ancestral witches, finally returned, albeit in a dire state. Among them, only Zhu Juyin, Ho Tu, and Chang Liang appeared relatively unscathed. The other 3 ancestral witches were being dragged back by the 3 who were not gravely wounded. Upon returning to the Panga shrine, Di Jiang and Xianming swiftly gathered around, their expressions shifting to shock upon witnessing such devastation. What transpired? Did you confront the demon clan? How could you be beaten to such a state? Di Jiang exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. What on earth has the demon clan consumed to become so ferocious? Were you 6 unable to contend with them? Ho Tu gently shook his head in response. It was not the demon clan. Was it the 3 pure ones? Di Jiang inquired, dawning realization crossing his features. The current 3 pure ones were disciples of the Tao ancestor and, reportedly, possessed formidable treasures capable of defeating the 6 ancestral witches. It was the 3 crows. Zhu Juyin interjected, his countenance darkening. This expedition, led by him, resulted in 3 of their number returning in a state of near death, having narrowly escaped with their lives. The 3 crows? Di Jiang momentarily faltered, the unusual title unfamiliar to him, as he rarely encountered it. After a pause, he grasped that it referred to the 3 golden crows of the Sun Star. Zhu Juyin, you jest. Are 3 golden crows truly capable of overpowering all 6 of you? How could this be? Di Jiang's face was a mask of disbelief. Even if the golden crows were quasi-saints, how could they exhibit such overwhelming strength? Not only us 6, but even the 3 pure ones were routed. Scattered by the 3 crows, Zhu Juyin clarified, which mitigated their perceived ineptitude. After all, even the 3 pure ones could not match them. Those 3 nefarious beings could not best the golden crows? Di Jiang, Xianming, and Zhu Rong were astonished, finding the notion utterly surreal. The 3 pure ones had engaged the 3 crows multiple times, each encounter revealing greater prowess, especially with the acquisition of a supreme treasure this time. It seemed inconceivable that they could not prevail. This is utterly absurd, unbelievable. Moreover, neither Jane nor Zhuanti, Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, Ming He, nor the demonic beasts have managed to best the 3 crows. Chang Liang counted on his fingers. Still shaken. Fortunately, during his battle with Ling Xiao, he had retained a degree of caution and refrained from being at the forefront. Otherwise, he would also have been among the fallen. Wait, that was 1 golden crow. Together, we could not defeat the one called Ling Xiao, he added, elaborating further. This proclamation plunged the Pangu shrine into silence. An overwhelming silence. The 6 ancestral witches exchanged glances, noting the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Questioning whether Zhu Juyin, Ho Tu, and Chang Liang had lost their senses. Even if they combined their strengths as 12 ancestral witches, could they truly contend against such formidable beings? Did the 3 crows charge headfirst into battle? Moreover, it seemed that it was that one named Ling Xiao who had done so, taking on so many adversaries single-handedly. Were they jesting with him? Chang Liang. What transpired? Explain everything from the beginning, Di Jiang demanded, gradually realizing the gravity of the situation. If Zhu Juyin and the others were not exaggerating, the implications were indeed terrifying. Chang Liang scratched his head, recounting the events truthfully from start to finish, subtly omitting the fact that he had been thoroughly bested by Ling Xiao. Upon concluding his tale, Di Jiang and the other 6 ancestral witches were left in a state of utter bewilderment. Plunged into profound contemplation. Chapter 78. Shall we ascend to the Sun Star? 9 against 1? The expressions of Di Jiang and the 6 ancestral witches darkened, their minds ensnared in deep thought, unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming shock. They remained immersed in their astonishment for an extended period. Wait, what of Gong Gong and the others? One ancestral witch suddenly came to his senses and inquired, prompting them all to look towards the ground where Gong Gong, Zhu Meng, and Shizi lay, their fates uncertain. Caught up in their astonishment, they had momentarily forgotten their comrades. The 6 ancestral witches surrounded them, their expressions growing increasingly grave as they assessed the severity of their injuries, which far exceeded their initial expectations. Zhu Meng's entire form had been shattered. The terrifying force had obliterated his bones and blood, leaving him clinging to the last vestiges of life. Their physical forms, renowned as their greatest treasures, now lay in ruins, vitality draining away. As for Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water, none understood the essence of water better than he. Yet now, flames burned within him, consuming his life force. Meanwhile, Shizi, the ancestral witch of electricity, adept in the laws of electric elements, had been rendered senseless by lightning, his body charred and battered, resembling a rotten log struck by thunder.